The moment Cain awakened it, Fanny was astonished and thought it resembled the imperial dragon, although it was different from the recorded images. Zoza agreed. It looked like the Akasa serpent, but felt slightly different. However, Zoza realized its nature was different from the imperial dragon. It was demonic energy, something even she had never seen before. Moreover, there were 4 incompatible energies intertwined, but they were being controlled and harmoniously circulated by the demonic energy. The Grand Elder had indeed predicted this, a being overflowing with demonic energy. Was the name Demon Dragon appropriate? This was surely something no one had ever seen before. Therefore, the Grand Elder believed the tower would be in an uproar again due to the appearance of this demon dragon. Meanwhile, it was trying to communicate with Cain. I've been waiting for so long, in a deep place, abandoning my body, sinking into darkness, just waiting for your return. Cain was a little surprised. It continued, it's been a while, so say something. If it were before, you would have been so noisy. Why are you so quiet now? Well, having gone through so much, it wasn't strange for his personality to change. Suddenly, Cain apologized and told everyone that he needed to talk to it privately. So he excused himself. This unexpected action left the demon dragon bewildered. Cain continued towards War King Natsu, softly expressing his desire for some space to talk with the child. After a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Having received approval, Cain bowed his head in thanks. Then he and the demon dragon moved to another location to continue their conversation. The 3 elders panicked. I haven't even drawn half of it yet. Not finished, and he's leaving. How cruel. While everyone was in an uproar, War King Natsu pondered the imperial dragon and demonic energy. A fundamental, distinct energy, unable to be artificially created or sourced like toxic energy. It was the manifestation of the power of the 98th floor demons. Demonic energy corrupted and brutalized one's personality. It possessed immense offensive power, but was also incredibly dangerous, as exemplified by the demonic armies of the 8 factions. Many sought this extreme power, yearning to become stronger. By nature, the imperial dragon could change its form, influenced by its master's tendencies. But what would happen if it were a demon dragon? Meanwhile, the demon dragon was reproaching Cain for telling it to leave and then severing their connection. Because of that, it had to live alone, but it always believed that one day he would return. It's fortunate that belief wasn't misplaced. Now Ma Long is here, thankfully. Cain thought to himself. According to his speculation, the reason the imperial dragon still existed was that it was waiting for its master to awaken it. Although Chan, who also possessed immense power, it was thanks to him that he caught the imperial dragon's attention, fearing a change in ego, because if the main body were damaged, its existence would vanish before it could utilize its power. Chan, who had foreseen that outcome, which was why he wanted to protect the imperial dragon. Then Cain said to Ma Long, as I said before, I'm not the one you're looking for. I am Dan Hu, Chan Hu's older brother. At this, Ma Long couldn't help but be bewildered. Cain continued to affirm that he was indeed Dan Hu and explained that they were twins, hence the identical faces. Through the diary, he had inherited Chan Hu's memories and entered this tower. The main purpose of this was to find those who harmed Chan Hu and deal with them all. Ma Long, upon hearing this news, was taken aback. He's really gone. At this point, Dan Hu believed it was shocked, having mistaken him for Chan Hu. Therefore, Dan Hu decided to stay outside a little longer, as it seemed to need time to process its thoughts, but suddenly Ma Long said no, and stated that Dan Hu wasn't the master it was waiting for. However, through its connection with him, it also knew those words weren't lies. Ma Long only wanted to ask one thing. The reason Dan Hu came here, deal with them all. And I want to know if Dan Hu would keep that promise. Dan Hu didn't hesitate to confirm immediately. He even declared that after taking revenge, if given the opportunity, he would destroy this entire tower. Only then could he find some relief. Ma Long was momentarily surprised by Dan Hu's words. But right after, it burst into laughter, a resounding laughter that seemed to shake the entire space. Dan Hu's audacity not only amused it, but also sparked a defiant camaraderie. Ma Long then expressed, "New master, I want to follow you. Do you agree?" Hearing this, Dan Hu didn't hesitate to agree. Afterward, Ma Long continued, suggesting that Dan who give it a new name. Being reborn meant starting a new chapter, and this required a worthy beginning. Therefore, Danu had to name Ma Long if he wanted it to follow him. The scene changes. Kane goes to meet Zoza, who immediately asks how things went. Kane explains that it had only recently awakened and needed to rest, and couldn't yet perfectly manifest its power. As the elders had said, perhaps it was awakened a bit too early. Regardless, it would take some time to fully absorb the power of the four sacred beasts and the Imperial Dragon. Suddenly, Kane remembered something and tentatively asked Zoza, "How bad are my naming skills?" Thinking of the name Chirby, Zoza felt a flicker of fear. Kane continued, "I gave it that name, but it got angry. It said if I didn't reconsider another name, it would refuse the contract." Zoza, curious, asked about the name Kane had given it. He replied it was Gur, mimicking the roar. Zoza simply fell silent, unsurprised by this. Just then, the system displayed a hidden mission, the Profound Turtle's Trial, with rewards being a piece of the turtle's head and the shed skin of the serpent's tail. Kane thought to himself, divine beasts are symbols of the world within this tower, including below the 10th floor. If creating one were so easy, everyone would have one. This must be as difficult as the challenges on the 32nd or 40th floors. The good news is, I just need to find the right ingredients and put them in the right place. Kane then called Fanny and Zoza outside for a quick chat. Fanny, who had been dozing off, was startled and asked why they had to go all the way outside. Zoza apologized to Kane for not finding the dragon naming guide yet. However, Kane said that was a different matter. After hearing him explain his issue, Zoza was stunned. Kane wanted to turn a phantasmal beast into a divine beast. Kane confirmed, saying it had a lot of potential. If he shared some of the divine beast's power with it, it might meet the requirements. Fanny agreed, but wasn't sure if Kane was willing to share that power with a phantasmal beast. Kane said a little wouldn't hurt, and he even planned to add 2 more things: an A+ rank item, the Jade of Ages, and the A rank elixir, Divine Beast Bloom. Zoza was surprised Kane would use such precious items. Kane reasoned that this was a worthy investment to create a divine beast, and he might need to add more if it wasn't enough. Hearing this, Fanty was thrilled, exclaiming they would become masters of a divine beast. However, Zoza was worried, asking if it was too much of a loss. The Jade of Ages was the best artifact material, and the Divine Beast Bloom was also precious, capable of helping the demon dragon grow. Kane reassured them, saying these materials would be more valuable when used by them, and they shouldn't hoard them until they absolutely needed them. Kane thought to himself that since Zoza and Fanty hadn't cleared the 11th floor yet, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, the Jade of Ages wasn't that useful to him, since he already possessed the power of the 4 sacred beasts. Though, it wouldn't hurt as a protective charm. The Divine Beast Bloom, too, couldn't be absorbed by Chirby or the Demon Dragon yet, and forcing it would be detrimental. He then told the siblings that the 4 sacred beasts guarding the 11th floor had vanished and would take time to revive. During this period, the 11th floor would be chaotic. If their phantasmal beast became a divine beast, it could potentially replace the authority of the 4 sacred beasts. If so, they would control the 11th floor's order, including the rewards and achievements. Hearing this, Fanty and Zoza were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. They were excited to see the elders' reactions when they learned they had created a divine beast and achieved such a feat. Kane sighed, thinking that conquering the 11th floor meant gaining control of the world of humans, gods, and demons, essentially possessing a phantom realm. It was truly valuable, and controlling such a place would be a significant advantage in the future. Furthermore, the tower system has always awarded corresponding rewards whenever someone achieves a new feat. Achieving this unprecedented feat will surely grant a worthy reward from Malibu. Finally, Kane concluded his conversation with the 2 cousins and left immediately, adding, "Don't try to find me," leaving Fanny and Zoza confused. On the other hand, Kane had landed deep within the forest. Looking around, Kane thought to himself, this far out, no one will come here. Afterward, Kane exerted his power and summoned the deceased, Lante and Baha. Kane then spoke sarcastically, "It's more comfortable out here, isn't it?" The world of spirits must have been stifling. Seeing Kane, the 2 were startled. At that moment, a dark power suddenly bound them, despite their pitiful screams. "Too bad. I didn't call you 2 out just to breathe fresh air. Now, I'll ask questions, and you'd better answer them properly." Hearing this, the 2 couldn't believe they were being treated so unfairly. Lante realized something. Chan-hu. Baha continued to be noisy and troublesome. So Cain readily punished him, using his energy to inflict pain. Baha screamed and begged for mercy, causing Lante to become frightened as well. But Cain warned him, "You should only answer the questions I ask. From a matter concerning the stone to the raid on Azuzkat, tell me everything." Meanwhile, Lante still couldn't believe Cain had survived. He was supposed to be dead. He was the one who stabbed Cain in the heart. Therefore, Cain's presence here left Lante utterly bewildered. Baha also realized this discrepancy and lost control, cursing, "Who the hell are you?" Cain then warned, "I'm sure I told you to only answer the questions you're asked." Immediately after, he didn't hesitate to punish Baha for disobeying. His pleas rang out pathetically, "Please, I know, please stop." But Cain remained unfazed, his emotionless gaze directed at Lante. He trembled even more, fear evident on his pale face. With a stern tone, Cain said, "Well, you're more sensible than Baha, aren't you?" Cain began to pressure Lante. However, he had already said everything he knew, so he pleaded with Cain to finish him off quickly. Cain questioned him further. "So, the thing you created is called the Philosopher's Stone. It's an eternal magical artifact that any tower climber would desire. It's considered a creation containing the purest magical power. The stories circulating about it have long remained unverified rumors. They're just baseless claims, and yet I'm supposed to believe your words." Lante hastily justified that everything he said was true. In this situation, how could he dare lie? Lante also admitted, "It's true that no one has ever created it before, but it wasn't me who created it." Thanks to the supplementary information, several hidden features have been revealed. The Philosopher's Stone, the purest form of energy in the world, is the human soul, and it is created by processing countless souls according to the instructions of the Emerald Tablet, which is currently sealed. This artifact is unique, with only one in existence within the tower, and it belongs entirely to its owner, so it cannot be bought, sold, or transferred to another person. After checking the system, Cain confirmed that Lante wasn't lying, but he still couldn't believe that Lante, with his limited knowledge, was the one who created this. At this point, Lante confessed to stealing from the Emerald Tablet. Cain continued to probe further. Lante had to answer. It's what records the method of creating the Philosopher's Stone, the ancient text that Vejazuni possesses. Hearing this name, Cain couldn't help but be surprised. Since he had told everything, he repeatedly begged Cain to forgive him. Meanwhile, Cain kept thinking about the name Vejazuni, the star of the wizarding world, Vejazuni. Although her power wasn't among the top 8, it was a potent force, no less than the Demon King's. She was known as a founding member of Asia and was also Chan-hu's lover. Vejazuni is someone who changes her face as quickly as flipping a pancake. One moment, she pretends to be an innocent little sister. The next, she becomes a sexy beauty. She bewitches others with her diverse forms. Her abilities are charm and mental manipulation. Those who fall into her clutches will realize this sooner or later. She was so cunning that Chan, who only realized it after losing everything. If someone pursued power and pleasure, they certainly wouldn't be able to resist Vejazuni's temptation. Afterward, Cain asked Lante if the contents regarding the stone were within the ancient text and why he had obtained it. Lante explained that the Emerald Tablet contained the knowledge to create the stone. When Azuzkat and Vabuzit were joining forces to attack, he entered the hidden dungeon on the 69th floor and went past Vejazuni's place. To avoid being detected by the divine swordsman, Lante sought a place where he couldn't be seen. But within the tower, there was no way to escape that surveillance. While proceeding, Lante was completely cut off from the outside, so he could only send his subordinates to experiment. But what made Cain curious was the current location of that Emerald Tablet. However, Lante didn't keep it, but destroyed it. Hearing this, Cain immediately demanded Lante recount all the contents of the tablet to him, but he was worried about his own survival. However, Cain agreed with Lante and would let him disappear. Lante was overjoyed and began to talk about the contents within the tablet. Afterward, Cain realized the stone combined alchemy and magic. In addition, there were also magic circles. Understanding them would take half a day. However, the techniques seemed somewhat mixed up. Although he didn't know who wrote it, the accuracy was quite high. Who created that Emerald Tablet? What was Vejazuni's intention? After pouring out his pleas and remorse, Lante knelt down and begged Cain for his life. But Cain's cold gaze showed no mercy. Instead, he called Boo and told it to eat Lante. It immediately obeyed, much to Lante's surprise, as he cried out in vain. And finally, Lante was mercilessly finished off. Witnessing this scene, Baha felt a flicker of fear and thought to himself. It seemed Cain had no intention of letting anyone off easy, because that thing was trying to absorb the entire soul, taking all the knowledge and power from it. If this were to happen, reincarnation would be hopeless. Then, Cain turned to glare at Baha, who was now repentant. Baha quickly said, the reason the Summer Queen waged war against the Zuzkat was because of that Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, you're not Yeon-woo. In the past, Yeon-woo and the Summer Queen once faced each other directly. Although Yeon-woo lost, he inflicted considerable injuries on the Summer Queen. Although Baha didn't know the exact reason, after that incident, her dragon heart was damaged. Hearing this, Cain couldn't help but be surprised. Baha continued, the dragon heart isn't just a simple heart, it's the source of magical energy, the driving force behind all existence. That's why she was so eager to wage war, because the stone that could replace the dragon heart had failed. To think Lien didn't keep the stone, one mistake. After listening, Cain smiled, having learned that Yeon-woo wasn't completely and foolishly deceived. In the end, they didn't know where the stone was. That war was truly meaningless. Initially, Cain hadn't planned to pay much attention to the stone, but it seemed he had to change his plans. The Summer Queen thought the Philosopher's Stone was something that could replace the dragon heart. This was certainly an advantage for Cain because he could use it to develop his magic circuits, strengthen his dragon body, or even possess 2 dragon hearts. At this point, Baha had provided a lot of extremely useful information. He also said that only a few of the red dragons knew about this. If the Summer Queen's condition were revealed after the Azuzkat incident, it would certainly cause chaos among the 8 powers. Unprecedented chaos. That was truly something incredibly useful. Seeing his attitude, Cain thought that Baha was wiser than before. Baha also asked if Cain still kept the ring-shaped artifact. Cain was still keeping it, but he considered it just an ordinary copper ring. However, Baha revealed another secret, saying that if one looked closely, they would notice a unique pattern carved inside it. Try focusing your mind and channeling magic into it. Cain seriously followed the instructions, and it began to react strangely. A luminous energy radiated out, causing Cain to feel both surprised and bewildered. And this ring-shaped artifact transported Cain to another space. It's the key to Eternian. As soon as Cain stepped inside, he realized this was the infinite storage room. The items here are amazing, as expected of the 8 great powers. Just this much is enough, and there's no need to worry about the future anymore. This place is probably similar to the Red Dragon's treasury. The size is truly infinite. Going deeper inside, Cain was even more astonished. Before his eyes was a gigantic warehouse. It's organized into sections, enough to exceed the One-Horn tribe's entire vocabulary. So, Cain couldn't help but be curious about what was inside. Continuing further inside, Cain discovered more materials needed to complete the stone. They were said to be incredibly rare, and their presence here wasn't surprising, since this was where the Summer Queen prepared for the stone's creation. Cain smiled inwardly. This was a fantastic gift. Now he knew the contents of the emerald. Combined with having all the necessary materials, he could create as many Philosopher's Stones as he wanted. However, there was a 10% chance that Baha was lying. If he researched these materials using dragon wisdom, he could surely resolve this quickly. It seemed he needed to find Yeon-woo. Zaem was one of the 2 alchemists close to Yeon-woo, a free spirit who had once been with him. Fortunately, he wasn't the type to hide his whereabouts like Gala had. Therefore, Cain had to pay special attention to this. Zaem's rank was very high, so Cain guessed he was probably currently on the upper floors. That information was quite useful. Hearing this, Baha demanded a good reward. However, that was just a pipe dream. Instead, Cain would let him go peacefully. He had everything he needed, and someone was eagerly awaiting Baha. Hearing this, he cursed angrily, truly unlucky. Immediately after, Cain summoned Sanin and ordered him to eat Baha. The system announced that Sanin had successfully absorbed Baha's power, increasing all stats and gaining the volcano skill. Cain felt satisfied and fortunate this time. He even received Baha's signature skill. With this, Sanin's power would increase significantly, and Cain would also become stronger. However, the system informed Cain of something else important. The vampire sword's characteristic from Bathoji had been applied and successfully stolen some of Baha's skills. Cain was astonished. It was an effect after absorbing Baha's essence from Bathoji's sword, from fire dance to lightning dance, and even the burning technique. Cain was now extremely satisfied. This skill was something even Yeon-woo envied. Although Cain had many skills, he lacked a decisive finishing move. This would change everything. Thanks to Chirby, Cain's fire attribute compatibility had increased, and mastery and magic intensity were no longer difficult for him. Just then, Sanin suddenly called out to his master. But before he could finish, Cain refused, already knowing what he was going to say. Sanin clicked his tongue. Are you planning to make him your minion forever? If not, give him to me. Hearing this, Cain quickly said, no, because I want to make him a member of the Legion. After absorbing the power of the 4 sacred beasts, I also put the soul of Saber, the sword god, into the ring. Then, Cain summoned the sword god. Come out. Cain immediately got to the point and told Saber to become his subordinate. If he did, Cain would spare his son. Hearing this, Saber was astonished to learn his son was still alive. Since Azuzkat had been destroyed, how could he have survived? From his observations, it was clear Cain was also involved in the war between Azuzkat and the Red Dragons. So how could he trust him? Cain retorted, don't believe me. Then he told Saber to follow him. The two of them traveled together to another location. Upon landing, Saber recognized the place as the home of the Unicorn tribe. Cain urged him to look ahead. What he saw made Saber unable to believe his eyes. It was Ben, his son, truly alive. Saber was utterly bewildered. Cain spoke up. Right before the war broke out, Baha didn't want any trouble, so he intended to finish him off. That's why I brought him here. At this moment, Saber realized the truth. Indeed, they hadn't intended to spare him. Those vicious red dragons. Then, Cain told him he should thank Chirby. It was the child of the Phoenix he had killed. Initially, Cain had planned to finish off Ben to avenge the Phoenix, but Chirby stopped him, even though it knew Ben was the son of the enemy who had killed its mother. It said it didn't want anyone else to suffer the same fate as it had. That was why Ben was still alive. This made Saber even more incredulous. Could such people exist within the tower? This was a place where grudges were hard to let go. Anyone could trample on others for their own benefit. Even he himself had been caught in that vicious cycle. Reflecting on this, Saber vowed never to forget the kindness shown in saving his son's life. Cain was taken aback when Saber suddenly knelt before him. The sword god of Azuzkat. Hanong, it is an honor to meet my master. System announcement. Evolution successful. Second Death Knight created. Received 5,000 bonus points. The Death Knight has sworn loyalty, becoming your sword and shield. The Death Knight's name has been designated as Hanong. Loyalty increased by 15 points. Dominance increased by 5 points. However, this body is too weak to contain the powerful soul of Death Knight Hanong. Minor ability adjustments are required. Zenhun observed the entire process. His power seems to have decreased significantly. With his current stats, he hasn't reached the level of a high-ranking named yet. System announcement. Adjustments to the Death Knight's abilities complete. Soul form and potential value remain unchanged. Zenhun can regain lost power through growth. Seeing this, Zenhun felt no need to worry. As long as his soul form remained, everything could be recovered. Hanong had a request to find his sword again. Zenhun asked, is it because of your old skills? Hanong replied, yes, it's for my 2 signature skills. The first is Sword Tomb, and the second is Whirlwind Sword. Both skills have very high requirements for both sword stats and durability. Reactivating them requires a large number of swords. The better the swords, the stronger the skills. Zenhun told Hanong to use the swords in Chainan for now, and he would let him know if he found better ones later. Hanong felt grateful to Zenhun and thought he should visit Hanova soon. The scene shifted to a cliff where Zenhun was fighting someone. The immense power stunned him, and the source of that power was the War King. He focused his power, clenching his fist and aiming it directly at Zenhun below. If Zenhun got hit by this, it would be game over. Against a powerful opponent like the War King, he couldn't hold back. Although he wanted to hide his true strength, stubbornly doing so against a strong opponent would only lead to defeat. It would be better to go all out. Just before the War King's attack landed, Zenhun sprouted wings and flew up, dodging the blow. The War King couldn't hide his excitement, praising him, not bad. But before Zenhun could rest, the War King struck again. At the same time, he took advantage of Zenhun's lapse in concentration and circled behind him, sending him flying to the far west. Zenhun was pinned to the cliff face. He hadn't realized the War King had only been using a fraction of his power. He truly lived up to his name. Zenhun told himself he couldn't keep defending. He unleashed his holy fire technique, Rain of Fire, its energy so vast it covered the sky. The War King laughed with delight. Looks amazing. He was about to retaliate when he realized his hand had been locked. At the same time, Zenhun slowly landed. The War King emerged from the explosion, unable to hold back his praise. Your strength has improved considerably, and those combination skills are quite interesting. He also playfully scolded Zenhun for daring to hide his power against him. Zenhun replied seriously, "From now on, I will fight with all my might." Fanti and Zoza stood nearby, looking at the battlefield before them, unsure if they were watching a fight or a nuclear explosion. If they hadn't used a barrier, the surrounding area would have been flattened. Zoza couldn't believe how much stronger Zenhun had become in just a few days. Fanny, beside him, exclaimed, "He was a monster before, now he's a super monster." Zoza looked at his favorite cliff, now devastated, and couldn't help but sigh. The War King once again channeled energy into his fist, preparing to attack Zenhun. Zenhun immediately used his insight, perfectly blocking the War King's powerful blow. The War King was slightly surprised, not expecting Zenhun to have another trump card. Zenhun was sweating profusely. His magic power was almost depleted. This was definitely not an ordinary fight. Rewinding a few hours, Zenhun had come to speak to the War King about attacking the next floor of the tower. Before allowing Zenhun to go, the War King had one request: to test him. Zenhun hadn't expected the test to be like this. If he didn't show his full power, he might not survive. He had reached his limit several times already. This fight seemed like a tough one. But no matter what, Zenhun would do his best to overcome it. The two figures, brimming with immense power, clashed, their destructive force surpassing even bombs. Finally, the lush green cliff had turned to ash, a scene of utter devastation. The War King still stood tall, while Zenhun knelt before him. He finally bowed his head in defeat. The War King saw that despite being pushed to his limits countless times, Zenhun had grown stronger in the process. In just a few months, he had become this powerful. There was nothing left for him to teach. The War King called Kane's name, telling him he could leave now. At a desolate mountain, an immense power surged through the trees. The source of this power was none other than Zenhun. No matter how frantically he trained, Zenhun still felt it wasn't enough. The War King had given him permission to leave, and from now on, Zenhun had to experience things himself to grow stronger. Therefore, accumulating strength was crucial. He had to seize every minute to become more powerful. To close the gap with the War King, Zenhun had continuously undergone life-or-death battles for the past 15 days. Thanks to this, his limits had rapidly increased. A master guiding their disciple was commonplace. But Zenhun still desired one thing: to show the War King his strength as a player. In the blink of an eye, the day of Zenhun's departure arrived. Fanny was the first to object, worried that Zenhun's body wouldn't be able to withstand the injuries from the past 15 days. He wanted him to rest more, but Zenhun refused. Both Fanny and Zoza couldn't understand why Zenhun was in such a hurry. Zenhun chuckled. Their constant worry made him feel like they were blood relatives. Before leaving, Zenhun reminded them to focus on creating divine beasts and not to slack off on their training. Fanny sighed, "You nag more than my dad." Zenhun left immediately after, adding, "I'll travel slowly, so hurry up." The scene shifted to a village, where peace reigned, as usual. Zenhun stood before Hanova's shop, hesitating whether to enter. He still needed to commission a sword for Hanna. Hanova had a deep connection with Baha and must have heard about his death. He cared for Zenhun as much as he cared for Baha. After Atina disappeared and Zenhun died, Hanova had grieved deeply. Baha's death would likely cause him more pain. The more Zenhun thought about it, the more he didn't know how to face Hanova. Suddenly, Zenhun heard Hanova's voice, "Looking for me, right? What are you doing standing there? Come in." Inside, the scene remained largely unchanged. Hanova poured Zenhun a glass of water. The two chatted for a bit. Hanova, bored with nothing to do, had reopened his business. Seeing the clean surroundings, Zenhun guessed someone had been helping with the cleaning. Hanova replied, "It's those Nick's oaths. What did you do to make them react so strongly?" Because they kept cleaning, people were spreading rumors that Hanova was collaborating with them, which annoyed him. Seeing Hanova like this, Zenhun could only cough awkwardly without replying. Hanova also mentioned that Zenhun's fame had been growing recently, but he didn't seem to care much about it. After their chat, Hanova asked Zenhun directly why he had come. If it was just to check in, he should leave. Zenhun joked, "So, is it okay if I'm just killing time?" Hanova knew this wasn't the real reason and told Zenhun to just spit it out. Zenhun then admitted he wanted Hanova to make him some swords. The requirements weren't complicated, they just needed to be durable. Zenhun added, "Make them as sharp as a treasure blade." Hanova ground his teeth. "Are you kidding me?" Zenhun started using provocation. Is it that difficult? You're getting up there in age, after all. Seeing Hanova react, Zenhun pressed further. I'm not wrong. You used to be one of the top 5 most renowned blacksmiths, but now you're old and frail. Hanova immediately flew into a rage. He yelled, are your eyes just for show? Can't you see these strong muscles? Hanova slammed his hand on the table and told Zenhun to lay out all his requirements. Seeing Zenhun's doubtful expression only fueled Hanova's motivation to forge the swords. After receiving the sketches, Hanova muttered to himself, these aren't simple at all. Demon blades, magic swords. These are going to be some unique, strange weapons for sure. Even he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Hanova wondered how Zenhun even knew about such advanced techniques. He couldn't help but find Zenhun intriguing. After their discussion, Zenhun asked again, are you sure 10 days is enough? Hanova, shooed him away. I said it's fine. Just come back then. He told Zenhun to leave the deposit wherever. Seeing Hanova like this, Zenhun felt somewhat reassured. He thought to himself, Baha's death doesn't seem to be affecting him too much. I'll just leave some things in Changnan for him. As Zenhun was about to leave, Hanova suddenly called out to him. Hanova, still with his back turned to Zenhun, said, at my age, parting is just a normal part of life. So, you don't need to come visit so often. It's a bother. Zenhun's expression flickered with surprise. Then he lowered his head. Hanova understood the pain of losing family more than anyone, so he didn't need anyone's comfort. Zenhun left, silently grateful that Hanova hadn't given up and was continuing to move forward. A sign was later placed in front of the shop, temporarily closed. Deep within a damp cave, a severely injured person sat motionless beside a boulder. They slowly opened their eyes, unsure of where they were. Fragments of memories began to surface, images of a group being relentlessly pursued. Some of them had volunteered to stay behind as decoys so the others could escape. It was thanks to their sacrifice that Trang was able to escape with the divine sword. Trang was deeply grateful. It was because of their sacrifice that they survived. Back in the present, Trang tried to recall what happened afterward, but they couldn't. They only knew that they had woken up here. Trang struggled to sit up, but their body was too badly injured. Even the slightest movement brought excruciating pain. Their magic channels were almost completely damaged, their body severely wounded. It was a miracle they were even alive. Leaning against the cliff face, the divine sword used the last of their strength to cry for help. But now, even using spiritual energy to transmit their voice was impossible. They were as pathetic as they had been in the past. Back then, the divine sword was just a frail child, bullied by a group of tall, dark, and dirty thugs. Not only did they bully them, they also wanted to rob them of their money. The leader threatened, do I have to take a hand or a foot before you learn to behave? The divine sword was born with a disability, which was why they were often mistreated. Because of this, they had long recognized the law of this world. The strong prey on the weak. It was as if fate had ordained that they, born into this world, would be the weak. Just then, a stranger entered their life. From afar, Trang came running with a blade, charging straight towards the bullies. Seeing someone from the One-Horn tribe, the bullies were terrified. Before they could even run, Trang had sent them to meet their maker. The divine sword looked at the powerful Trang before them, realizing they were the same age, yet Trang was neither weak nor prey. Trang turned and asked, are you all right? When the divine sword didn't answer, Trang asked again, aren't you going to thank me? It wasn't until they saw the divine sword silence that Trang realized they couldn't speak, immediately apologizing. The divine sword took each weary step while reminiscing about the day they met Trang. Then they thought to themselves, what good are these memories now? In their despair, they saw a light ahead. It turned out they had reached the cave entrance. They shuffled forward, hoping to find their comrades. As they stepped into the blinding light, the divine sword couldn't help but squint. But a moment later, their eyes widened in surprise. Silhouetted against the light at the cave entrance stood a line of people. Each one stood firm, seemingly unbreakable. They were covered in wounds, with arrows embedded deep in their armor. The person kneeling in the center was the most severely injured, not only riddled with arrows, but also pierced through the body by a sword. Yet, a contented smile graced their lips, as if they had fulfilled their life's final wish. Seeing Trang like this, the divine sword cried out in anguish. But being mute, no matter how loud they cried, it sounded only like a child babbling, their suffering unheard. The divine sword knelt in despair beside Trang, wanting to ask, why are you smiling like this? No one heard their question, and they wept. Then they asked themselves, what's there to smile about? You had to sacrifice yourself. Clutching their chest, the divine sword thought, if I could trade my life for yours, I would do it 100 times over. Memories of the past flashed before them like a film reel. Trang was their friend, their family, their soulmate. It was because Trang was always by their side that they dared to move forward. The divine sword slowly opened their eyes. A strange light had appeared before them, seemingly out of nowhere. At that moment, the divine sword's wrist suddenly vibrated. It was Gunnier in bracelet form. The surging emotions began to calm. However, even with Gunnier, the divine sword's physical and mental state was extremely weak. Recovery would take at least several years, so revenge was currently impossible. The divine sword had no way back. Therefore, he cast aside his last shred of pride to seize a power he had never held before. Kanaba, the technique of absorbing power from the hearts of the dead. The divine sword told himself, I will definitely fulfill your wishes, my sacrificed friends and subordinates. I will not give up. Looking at Trang, who had collapsed before him, the divine sword felt even more driven. Though Trang was no longer by his side, he believed that Trang would always be with him for the rest of his life. After finishing the agreement with the blue-haired woman, Zhang Kui approached her and asked, are you preparing to leave? Zhang Kui added, after all, our agreement has concluded. She continued, it's true that it has. Kungnin, no. Zhang Kui, I never thought you could become Kungnin, one of the 5 war gods of Azuzkat. Thanks to you, our Zeta easily achieved victory. I wonder if there's a more suitable position for you than one of the 81 eyes. Do you truly not want to join? Zhang Kui hesitated. I only fulfilled the requests according to our agreement. I don't want to join any organization or power. The blue-haired woman pressed further. The privileges of one of the 81 eyes are very high, don't you know? Or do you simply not like it? Hearing that, Zhang Kui lowered his head. Forgive me. Zhang Kui's actions made her think, it seems it's no good. What a pity. Although I've heard rumors that he's a rather famous S-rank mercenary on that ordinary earth. He seems to have the same origins as the Hyven Queen. Finding someone as capable as him is difficult, especially after Baha's death. He's clearly incredibly valuable right now, a treasure everyone covets. I want him by any means, but now isn't the time for greed. The color of my hair, gradually turning blue, is proof that the dragon heart is about to stop functioning. If this continues, the dragon heart will soon become a useless stone. I've already ordered all my subordinates to search every floor of the tower, but they haven't even found a trace of the Sword Saint, let alone the Philosopher's Stone. Not only that, but the ingredients to create it are also gone. Someone must have taken them. I must have them search more thoroughly. Finishing her thoughts, the blue-haired woman turned to Zhang Kui. All right, I'll only ask this one last time. Are you really not going to join my ranks? You should know that if you follow me, you'll receive many privileges, especially my protection. Zhang Kui didn't change his mind. I'm sorry, but I already have a god I worship. Receiving Zhang Kui's answer, she praised him. How resolute. It seems no matter what, you'll refuse. All right, let's move on to something else. Gold, silver, jewels. I'll give you as much as you want as long as you help me find someone. This mission has no deadline. Just try to complete it as soon as possible. Zhang Kui agreed to the assigned mission. Who is the person you need me to find? The blue-haired woman whispered the name. Zhang Kui understood and immediately left. Entering the forest, a light appeared before Zhang Kui. There's a new order. I wonder how much I'll earn this time. Suddenly, Zhang Kui's necklace glowed. Zhang Kui looked at the necklace for a moment, then pulled it off and held it in his hand. Zhang Kui clutched the necklace in his palm and hoped everything would go smoothly. Elsewhere, inside a house, fragrant steam rose from a freshly brewed cup of hot coffee. The orange-haired man brought it over and offered it to Zenon. This is the coffee I roasted, ground, and brewed myself. Zenon picked up the coffee cup, sipped it, and said, beating around the bush is a waste of time, so I'll get straight to the point. The orange-haired man's smile faded. Yes, please tell me. Zenon said directly, I'm looking for someone. He asked who. Upon hearing Zenon say he was looking for Zayam, he was surprised. Zayam, you mean the exiled one? Zayam was once a member of Elohim, one of the 8 great powers of old. It was a gathering place for superior species, or in other words, we can consider Elohim the nobility of this tower. Even within Elohim, he was known as a descendant of a noble species. But Zayam abandoned his roots and was subsequently cast out and seen as an exile. It seems Zayam is the type who likes to be different. The orange-haired man spoke up. 3 days. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I'll definitely report back to you. Zenhun found him quite agreeable. He hadn't asked for the reason and agreed immediately. All right, let me know as soon as you find him. Zenhun took out a gold ring and placed it on the man's hand. His eyes widened. Can I really accept this? Zenhun explained, this is an item that allows communication over long distances. Although its uses are limited, its value is still very high. Then, Zenhun took out a money pouch and placed it on the table. This is a down payment. The orange-haired man laughed. I'll do my best. Before leaving, Zenhun gave one more instruction. Remember to keep that with you so you can inform me promptly. He replied, yes, of course. His eyes lit up when he opened the pouch. He was extremely surprised by the large amount of money inside. He bowed his head. Thank you, Zenhun. I will definitely put it to good use. Zenhun thought to himself, he looks like that, but he's quite capable. He seems foolish, but he's very clever. As Zenhun reached the door, the man called out, be careful. Standing outside, Zenhun thought, he'll know what to do. After all, I'll need him for the long term. The necessary arrangements have been made. Time to go. Zenhun walked a long distance. The system announced, you have been transported to floor 16, the Wheel of Fortune. You cannot choose any other location as the destination has been set to the Temple of Sit-Ku. Zenhun felt a headache coming on. After all, I was the one who caused trouble at the Sit-Ku temple. I don't regret it, but this trial probably won't be easy. Suddenly, a light enveloped Zenhun. You cannot enter the Temple of Sit-Ku. The temple's master forbids your entry. Zenhun grumbled, damn it, they even block teleportation. I can't let the trial end like this. There must be a way. I have to get through this, no matter the cost. Just as Zenhun drew his sword, a voice called out from behind him, wait a moment. This is sacred ground. Please refrain from violence. Startled, Zenhun turned and asked, who are you? She replied, forgive the late introduction. I am Hepbun, an apostle of the goddess sword. The goddess wishes to see you. Zenhun felt puzzled. Why would the goddess want to see me? Zenhun asked Hepbun, is she planning to do something to the temple of Sit-Ku? Hepbun immediately responded, surely you know we are incapable of such a thing. If you still don't believe me, I swear on the name of God. Meanwhile, Zenhun thought, if she's an apostle of Ord, she's not a major threat. This person, if a normal apostle, is no match for me. But I don't understand why she mentioned an oath while trying to take me away. Using their honor as a guarantee means accepting the consequences of violating divine law, a law that binds even gods and demons. Seeing Zenhun's prolonged silence, Hepbun continued, you needn't be so wary. The goddess truly wishes to see you with all the sincerity in her heart. And regardless of your position, you must complete the trial, so there's no harm in it. Moreover, the other 2 temples have rejected you, but Lady Ord has summoned you, so you can enter her temple. Zenhun interjected, but there's no reason for me to refuse, is there? However, I'm not satisfied with this method. Then, Zenhun generated a green aura. A spirit manifested, binding Hepbun. Hepbun cried out, what? What is this? The scarf wrapped around her head fell off. Zenhun said to Hepbun, don't be so surprised. I want to negotiate in my own way. Though, I am surprised it's Hephaestus. Hepbun was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Zenhun continued, I told you I don't like this method. It seems polite, but it gives me no choice. Even if you swear on God's name, I have no reason to completely trust you. I'll release you after I'm done. If there's no harm in this, as you say, then you won't be hurt. Hepbun frowned, annoyed. You seem to have lost all trust. Assuming you're not a fool, acting on your own whims in the tower, without considering your opponent's thoughts, is suicidal. Seeing Zenhun's exaggerated speech, Hepbun, feeling tired, agreed, fine. I'll guide you to the goddess. After Zenhun followed Hepbun's guidance, the system announced, you have chosen the path to the temple of the past. Standing before the temple, Hepbun said, this is the guest invited by the goddess. Make way. Zenhun stepped inside, finding the temple vast and grand. He learned that this was the temple of Ord. Despite being the eldest of the 3 goddesses, her temple was relatively small. Because she governs the past, Ord isn't favored by many followers. Moreover, apostles are also accepted as representatives of the gods. As expected, the priest's attitude towards the apostle is crucial. Despite the crescent moon blade on her neck, they can't even look her in the eye, let alone speak to her. I need to be careful, as even a small mistake could be considered blasphemy. Looking at Hepbun, I need to ensure this one's safety, if that's the case. The rabbit-eared god appeared, warning Zenhun to be wary of the eldest of the three goddesses. A message from the Demon King was relayed through Administrator Lapla. Zenhun didn't care, nor did he want to care about the Demon King's words, but being careful wouldn't hurt. An apostle represents the will of God. The goddesses cannot leave the 98th floor, meaning their apostles are their representatives, a part of them. Therefore, their death would be a devastating blow to the goddesses. Hepbun's life is valuable as a hostage. Hepbun has elven or dark elven ancestry. Her golden hair is proof she inherited divine blood from the goddess of beauty, Dithra. It's rare to find such individuals, even within the tower. This race's characteristic is their low reproductive rate. Most survivors are over 1,000 years old. If a high-ranking apostle like Hepbun dies, this method is the safest, as it could lower Ord's status. If Ord finds out, she'll be offended. But before she does, I need to steer things in my favor. After walking a while within the temple, we reached a large door where Hepbun stopped. I can only lead you this far. Beyond this door lies the goddess's domain. I'm not permitted to enter, so I can't accompany you any further. Hepbun looked at Zenhun with a sharp gaze. Zenhun stood still, trying to sense what lay beyond the door. What is this? It's so heavy. No, it's more like pressure, suffocating even. It's a different feeling than when meeting the martial king or the summer queen. But one thing is certain, immense power resides behind this door. Hepbun spoke. As expected, you can sense it. There are people like you from time to time. Even with the door closed, some can feel what's on the other side. Usually, such people are highly sensitive, innately spiritually aware, or have experienced miracles. Zenhun coldly asked, "What's back there?" Hepbun replied, "God." Zenhun retorted, "What? Impossible. God absolutely cannot leave the 98th floor. I heard the three goddesses didn't want to be involved with the 98th floor, so they established a ritual on the 16th. They don't even want to send their physical bodies down." The door slowly began to open. Hepbun smirked, "Don't worry too much. Just go in and you'll see." Zenhun also felt it was better to go through the door. He stepped through the door and slowly walked inside. I'm also curious about God's existence, but the vague power felt outside this door far exceeded Zenhun's expectations. Its limit is beyond imagination, a power that is vast, high, and deep. It continuously engulfed Zenhun. This is God. It felt as if his own existence had become as small and insignificant as a firefly. To God, humans are simply tiny creatures. It wouldn't be strange to disappear like this. This can't be. This place is meaningless. At this moment, Zenhun regained their fighting spirit. It couldn't really end like this. Zenhun tried to stand as firmly as possible. If they couldn't focus, it would be useless. Using magical power, they had to prevent any outside approach by all means. Zenhun burst out laughing. What a stubborn child. Zenhun looked around. Where could they actually see this space? This was the place where God's will had failed, so it was highly possible. God's voice echoed, "I don't know why you are so wary of me. I promised I wouldn't harm you." Zenhun replied, "Because I can't understand your thoughts." God chuckled and praised Zenhun, truly a cautious child, inheriting the power of the High Dragon. Those lizards, aside from their inherent arrogance, are nothing but corpses. Zenhun thought, that's a power I still can't confront. If so, I must kill Hepbun immediately. Zenhun then asked, "What is the reason you summoned me?" And received the answer, "Just because." Zenhun was surprised. Just because. God said, indeed, no matter how lowly we are, God is still God. Even those who hate us don't try to pretend with us more than they have to. Zenhun suddenly saw something. It was inside the object were the words, "All trials have ended." Zenhun cried out, "What?" The system notified Zenhun, "You have succeeded in meeting Goddess Sword. You have accomplished what others could not. Additional achievement values will be provided. You have received an achievement value of 3,000. The obtained achievement value will be added to the accumulated achievement value. Do you want to register your name in the Hall of Fame?" Zenhun, surprised and not understanding what was happening, thought, "What is this?" Goddess Urd smiled and spoke. Sitting in this position until now, I have met many people. All of them were bound by the past and regretting something. They couldn't escape the swamp of the past, and they prayed for only one thing, to be able to escape from it. But you're different from them. You don't regret or yearn for anything. On the contrary, you went back in time to that distant past, and during that time, you continuously blamed yourself again and again. In the end, there was no existence of you. Only your deceased younger brother remained. Your younger brother was betrayed by his closest friends. If so, could you do it? Can you trust those around you anymore? These people seem different from those others, but your younger brother also thought they would be with him for life. So betrayal can come at any time. So you must always be vigilant, isn't that right? Haven't you always lived like that? Always doubting and suspicious. Old memories, like a black and white film, replayed before Zenon's eyes. First, the roar of gunfire in their ears, then the flashes of explosions. Their team was running at full speed towards the helicopter to escape the enemy's pursuit. Hurry up, we can't wait more than 30 seconds. Everyone had safely boarded the helicopter, the urging calls echoing all the while, hurry up. Their safe boarding was thanks to someone staying behind to hold back the enemy. But once everyone was on board, they couldn't wait any longer. I'm sorry. The helicopter took off, leaving the rear guard behind. It was Zenon, left without the patience of his comrades. He couldn't believe this was happening. I was betrayed by my trusted teammates in the middle of enemy territory. I risked my life for them, only to be repaid with betrayal. They didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye as the helicopter lifted off the ground. Behind him, the enemy continued to fire. In that moment, no one thought I would survive. Zenon quickly fled in another direction. But I couldn't give up. Zenon treated his own wounds. The resentment towards the comrades who abandoned me and the hatred changed me. Now, he was alone in the forest with hastily treated wounds. The enemy was close behind, unable to wait. They advanced with their weapons to ambush him, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones to die. Zenon mercilessly eliminated the enemy and left. I only thought about surviving by any means. The enemy never expected it. They had to use their most powerful weapons just to deal with one man. Zenon crossed the 150 kilometers long forest, encountering many people, both living and dead. He single-handedly destroyed their entire base. At some point, I stopped thinking. The rage, the resentment, the desire for revenge. I let go of all emotions. Everything became unclear for Zenon. In just a few blinks, he destroyed all life before him. Perhaps it was from that moment that people called me the emotionless monster, Cain. Goddess Urd laughed. The deeper you sink, the more you drown. You will never escape the swamp of the past and will become a puppet in my collection. She was extremely confident in her ability to manipulate the mind. The past filled with hatred and blood continued to appear. In Zenon's mind, Goddess Urd's voice echoed in his ears like guidance. Break free. Return to your true form. Quickly break free, Cain. Zenon felt like he was returning to those nightmarish days. With weapons in hand and the cries of souls, they reached out, wanted to pull Cain down into the swamp and consume him, turning Zenon into the monster within him. Suddenly, Cain smirked. How boring. Is this all? A blue flame erupted fiercely, burning away all the illusions surrounding Zenon. Goddess Urd was horrified. What? Impossible. How did you escape? This is the world of the tower, where countless people clinging to the past exist. But among them, this guy is the best. How could you escape so easily? Zenon smiled and declared, the trial is over, and now I have nothing left to do here. He opened the door behind him and stepped out. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to finish this easily. Goddess Urd couldn't believe her eyes. At first, she only intended to make Zenon confused. Not many people have such a chaotic past. He simply wanted to climb the tower without any hope. Unable to escape his past, he would only sink deeper. So, Goddess Urd kept provoking that point. As the goddess of the past, using someone's past to test them was as easy as playing a game for her. Like Hepbun, she thought Zenon wouldn't be able to escape easily. Suddenly, someone appeared in the hall. Goddess Urd, always confident, now wore an unforgettable expression of disbelief. Goddess Urd angrily scolded, if you're going to keep spouting nonsense, get out, Hermes. Hermes, uninvited, appeared and taunted her. Isn't it time you stopped this charade? Not everyone will become your plaything like those two Eos out there. Goddess Urd stood up in a rage. insolent. But Hermes continued to tease playfully, "You'll never understand how someone tormented by their past can break free from its grasp. He doesn't even have dreams or hope, so how could he possibly awaken?" Goddess Ord scoffed disdainfully. "You seem to know quite a bit about that boy. It seems you've been keeping an eye on him." Hermes didn't bother hiding it and confessed, "Not just me. Athena is also very interested in him, not to mention AZ and Dio. Frankly, it's only natural that everyone is interested in him. Almost everyone on the 98th floor is trying to figure out how to make him their apostle. And what's the minimum requirement for him to accept becoming an apostle? If someone ranked above the 50th floor appears, things will get chaotic, won't they?" Hermes glanced at Goddess Ord with a sidelong look, and the demons too, especially Agar's, the ruler of the Eastern Hell, is practically drooling. Gazette is the second-ranked great demon among the 72 demon lords, the embodiment of destruction and madness, and the representative of ambition. Suddenly, the staff in Hermes' hand began to glow intensely. The light, radiating aggressive energy, was directed at Goddess Ord, forcing her to step back cautiously. "What is this?" A 9-headed serpent monster burst from the ground behind Hepbun. They surrounded Goddess Ord, who had initially chosen Zenhan. "I'm a bit annoyed that others keep eyeing what's mine. But interfering like this is unacceptable, isn't it?" This was a blatant warning from Hermes to Goddess Ord. After a while, only Goddess Ord remained in the hall, fuming from Hermes' display of power. "Damn it, to be humiliated like this. I will definitely repay this debt, Hermes." Goddess Ord gritted her teeth. But no matter how she thought about it, it was strange. How could Hermes, who loved freedom and hated being bound, care so much about that boy? His eyes definitely didn't show greed. It was as if he wanted to protect something precious. Why would he protect that boy like that? And it's strange that Athena and Dio are also interested in him. Those who are always competing are now interested in the only second generation who hasn't committed a crime in Olympus. Goddess Ord rested her chin in her hand, pondering. Something fell off, but what was it? She called out to Hepbun. A figure clad in a white robe appeared, bowing respectfully. "Yes, my lord." Ord thought to herself, "If I cannot have it, I must destroy it." Thus, she commanded Hepbun, "Eliminate that child at any cost." At that moment, an ominous movement stirred within Hepbun's shadow. Zenhan, anticipating Ord's malicious intent, had hidden a monster within Hepbun's shadow. In that instant, the apostle, the flesh and blood linked to the gods, was under Zenhan's control. The monster that emerged slashed at the goddess without hesitation. Caught off guard, Ord's senses dulled. Partly due to the lingering power of Hermes, she failed to detect the attack. This carelessness resulted in a terrible price. The simple slash from a mere monster succeeded in inflicting pain upon the goddess. Her scream echoed throughout the temple, culminating in a tremendous explosion. The knights finally arrived, chasing after Zenhan. "This is the temple. Seize him." But his expression was one of impatience, bordering on boredom. Powerful magic emanated from Zenhan, spreading outwards. "Is that all?" he asked, his voice laced with disdain. The deep purple magic radiating from him blinded and stunned the knights. His overwhelming power left them utterly helpless against him. For the 6th time, the dragon's power remained dormant. Zenhan frowned, pondering. Goddess Ord has been exposed. Seeing her resort to hiring mercenaries and assassins outside the church, how exciting. He sighed inwardly. If it were me, I would have brought more forces. Just then, the familiar spirits assisting Zenhan in dispatching the knights spoke up. "Master, we have eliminated all surrounding enemies." Zenhan strode across the battlefield without turning back. "You worked hard." They complained, but it was a bit boring. "Honestly, those guys were too weak." "Is that all?" "Competing with such lowlifes is an insult to my pride," Zenhan told them. "Don't complain. The higher you climb, the stronger your enemies become." He smiled. "Because you've been indiscriminately absorbing the souls of those weaklings, you've become this powerful. I didn't even need to draw my sword." A familiar spirit hesitantly spoke. "Is that allowed?" "Oh, right, master. Actually, there's something I've been wondering about. How did you escape Goddess Ord's binding? Can you control your own memories?" Even an unusual and special master cannot compare to the existence of a god. Even as a zealot, I always feel overwhelmed by the boundless power of God. Goddess Sword even possesses the power to destroy an entire race like the Heo. Yet, Master escaped her so easily. I thought it impossible, especially if the past she saw was truly yours. Zenhun dismissed his speculation. No, it was what Goddess Urd showed me, and what I perceived it to be. Everything in my past only nurtured my distrust of humanity. So, until I entered the tower, I doubted everyone. But now, things are different. No matter what the past or future holds, I'm doing all of this for one person. The one who gave me this priceless artifact, who smiled brightly and told me, "To me, you're a hero." I hope that image won't disappear just because you're injured. My brother said that to me, so I can't become a shameful older brother to him. I quickly resumed my journey. It seems they've stopped chasing me. That makes sense. Even if they continued, the church would be wiped out instead of regaining their divine power. If they don't give up completely, they'll need time to reorganize. Therefore, the faith in the three churches must have plummeted. The power of the gods comes from their authority, but they've lost that, so I don't need to worry about them for now. Although I'm in conflict with that lowly third goddess. Thanks to that, the monster army has gained sufficient strength. I observe the golden light in my hand. What should I do with this power? The light, under my control, brightened considerably, illuminating a corner of the forest. I released it in front of me. The goal was to weaken Goddess Urd's power, but I'm fortunate to have obtained this divine power as well. I didn't expect Hepbun's soul to contain this much of Urd's power. The value of this power is limitless. Where would it be most effective to use it? I smiled as I considered. It has an opposing tendency to those of the Zealot tribe. It can only be like this. Both the Hellbird and the WYRM have begun to lean towards evil. If that's the case, I gazed at the pure golden power in front of me and made a decision. I drew my sword. As expected, only Visit is the most effective. If the magic sword cursed by countless heroes is cleansed with the power of divinity, won't it return to its original form? I raised the holy sword and placed it within the golden divine power. Recently, many curses have been cleansed by the influence of Agars and the flames, but the root of the curse hidden deep within Visit hasn't disappeared. What is the true form of the holy sword that makes so many heroes desire it? As soon as the holy sword was placed within, transformations began, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. The persistent green curse clinging to the blade gradually faded, until the blade shone as brightly as the golden divine power. The system displayed related notifications. The purification process proceeded at a rapid pace. Visit absorbed the divine power at a frightening speed. The percentage jumped from 35 to 62 and continued to climb. I watched intently. The blade lengthened little by little, and the rune patterns became clearer. I wonder how Visit will change after this purification is complete. The curse was cleansed by the divine power and dispelled from the holy sword like smoke. A moment later, the system continuously announced the clearing of floors 17, 18, and 19. With the achievements gained in war and training with the Martial King, my abilities have risen on the rankings. When necessary, I can use the contents of the diary and the knowledge of the dragons. Therefore, of course, floor 10 and the lower floors will be much easier to conquer. That doesn't mean I can carelessly attack other floors. Because Hidden Bee monopolized everything and changed all the floor records, Zenhun flew through the branches. How did he get here in just a day? 5 majestic mountains gradually appeared before him. This is the 5 ascetic mountains of the 20th floor. There's so many rumors about these ascetic mountains. It's certainly something to look forward to. Zenhun officially entered the 20th floor. The system announced the items to note, beginning the 20th floor trial. Those who return to the Lord must know how to overcome their limits by pushing themselves rigorously anytime, anywhere. As soon as he entered, the surrounding space changed dramatically. A dark energy gradually enveloped Zenhun. The system's voice rang in his ears. You have entered the first mountain. The first asceticism, the restriction of sight, is now in effect. Currently, Zenhun couldn't see anything at all. Before his eyes was only blackness. Indeed, this is the feeling, starting with obstructing vision. Although it's a bit inconvenient in the darkness, Zenhun immediately activated his enhanced senses skill. Thanks to this skill, everything around him gradually became a little clearer. The blackness quickly receded, giving way to the colors of the forest. But Zenhun's vision was certainly not as clear as when using his eyes to see. Is this roughly the feeling? Isn't this too simple? Zenhun looked incredulously at the ascetic mountain in front of him. This isn't all, is it? He sighed and continued forward. Now, let's follow the entrance to the first mountain. Show me the real asceticism. Within the first ascetic mountain, on the precarious cliff face, the voices of climbers echoed. Stop. Wait. What is it? What's wrong? The leader's voice trembled as he said, the ground here is suspicious. If we slip, we could fall right down. It's better to keep our distance so we don't bump into each other. Since we have plenty of time, let's move slowly for now. While they were talking, something whizzed past. The whole group immediately became flustered. What was that just now? Something just flew by, right? It was just the wind. Everyone calmed down. Zenhun looked at them appraisingly. If they've reached the 20th floor, their senses should be trained to a certain degree. They rely on their sight this much. Isn't that absurd? As he descended from the cliff, he even heard someone yelling for help, trapped in a swamp. Help me. There's a swamp here. The people around them panicked. A swamp. Where's the swamp? While they struggled, Zenhun reached the second mountain. You have entered the second mountain. The second asceticism, the restriction of hearing, is now in effect. At this place, many people were stamping their feet in place, unable to move an inch. At this rate, they couldn't advance any further. The deeper Zenhun went, the more uneasy he felt. Something's wrong. Is this really all there is? The 5 ascetic mountains, also known as the 5 mountains of asceticism. These mountains are called the 5 elements mountains, constantly testing players until they overcome all 5. The first mountain tests sight, the second hearing, the third smell, and the fourth taste. The final, 5th mountain tests touch. People must react to external changes, then think and make judgments to move. The only thing remaining when the senses are restricted is the self. Therefore, there are many cases where players cannot adapt to having their senses restricted like this. However, this is a land of opportunity for players who know how to train themselves, because the higher the realm, the greater the pressure the 5 ascetic mountains brings. Zenhun, while quickly traversing the mountain, recalled what he knew. He'd heard it was possible to push oneself to train rigorously, but what would be gained from doing so? It was clear that the 20th floor was the place most frequented by warriors from the lower floors. The journal also noted that most members on the 20th floor struggled greatly. Zenhun constantly pushed himself to the point of losing self-awareness. He challenged and surpassed his limits. And every day, he repeatedly confronted and overcame subsequent limitations. The ascetic practices of the 20th floor were merely a continuation of what always happened outside, so it didn't seem to particularly inspire him. He always surpassed everyone in terms of senses, to the point where he could use sensory resonance to perceive the movement of arrows from Section A. Sensory resonance means using one sense to understand the perception of another. For example, just by hearing a sound, one can perceive color. Ever since being deployed to Africa, he had survived barrages of unseen bullets time and time again. Moreover, thanks to his dragon senses, his sensory proficiency had reached 80%, making it no different from a passive skill. For Zenhun, who had once aimed to reach a new realm on the 20th floor, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with the current situation. He stopped midway up the second mountain and summoned his internal interface. Zenhun thought that even if it meant shackling himself, he had to increase the difficulty. He calmly removed each piece of equipment from his body. He had to add to even the special mask on his face was removed. The current Zenhun was a Zenhun without any divine equipment. Back when he first entered the tower, the system also announced that the operation of his magic circuits had ceased on its own. Zenhun wanted to return to the strength of an ordinary person. This meant putting himself in danger, so the system continuously flashed red warnings. There may be external threats. Please activate your magic power. He was voluntarily restricting his senses and skills. No matter how much the system protested, Zenhun didn't listen. He stood alone at the foot of the mountain, and the black space enveloped him once more. Now, with only a knife in his hand, Zenhun felt like he was thrown into a desolate wasteland. Not even the first time he stepped through the gate into the tower was like this. It reminded him of the time he was deployed after only basic training. Zenhun carefully stepped forward. If I had known it would be like this, I would have tried it immediately. Putting himself in danger in a situation with numerous enemies, even though he didn't know when or where they would attack, only prolonged the tension. But even if it was a risky gamble, Zenhun believed he would gain more. He reassured himself, this is just a little bit of hardship. Time passed unconsciously until one sunny morning. The system notified Zenhun, you have entered the third mountain. The third ascetic practice, the restriction of smell, is in effect. Zenhun was currently hanging from a cliff face, overcoming the mountains using sensory resonance and restricted senses. This is even more absurd than I thought. Although I'm quite used to this, the moment I make a wrong judgment is the moment it ends. My last remaining sense finally allowed me to grasp the outside world. I've set foot on flat terrain. Even my sense of smell is restricted now. I sit down. How much time has passed? Am I going in the right direction? In this current situation, the only sense I can rely on is touch. I focus on feeling every movement around me. When I collide with something, I can feel the wind brushing against my skin. Is this the only way to discern the path? Now that I'm focused, I realize there's something else. No, there's another way. I can vaguely sense the wavelengths of each object. A different world unfolds in my mind. Things are gradually becoming clearer in a different way. At first, the differences were too small for me to distinguish. But now I can differentiate them little by little. Each object has its own distinct and characteristic wavelength. If I focus too much on touch, I might miss it instantly. But there's a way to both sense and focus my fighting spirit. As I strive to maintain my consciousness at its maximum limit, my willpower accelerates. The system continuously informs me that the proficiency of my fighting will skill is increasing significantly from 31 to 46% in an instant. It has been quite a while since you maintained this skill. Continuously accelerating your thinking speed can put a great strain on your brain. You're at risk of falling into a void between mind and body. You should get more rest. These days, the warnings keep ringing. It's been too long since you maintained your skill. You may fall into a state of cognitive overload. Too dangerous. You should actively seek out dragon knowledge to significantly improve your thinking ability. The proficiency level of your fighting will skill has increased to 62. 2%. During this time, I keep wondering if a day has passed or two, or maybe a month has already gone by. Just then, the system announces, through continuous training, your soul can perceive a new aspect. I quickly realize the astonishing change as energy from my body shines brightly. What is this? The system display appears. You have realized spiritual pressure. You have achieved what not everyone can easily attain. Supplement provided. You have gained 3,000 achievement points and received an additional 2,000 achievement points. You should train more to achieve higher accomplishments. Only by realizing spiritual pressure are you qualified to reach a higher level. I realize with surprise that the warm energy radiating from me is spiritual pressure. So that's it, I exclaim. Spiritual pressure is the power of the soul, so it cannot be grasped by the information window or dragon demon eye. This power is not just external, but can see through to the very inside, a sense completely different from the 5 normal senses. Therefore, it is a power that cannot be achieved by artificial means like usual. Now I understand why high-ranking warriors often seek out Mount Wutai. The majesty of supreme beings like the Martial King and the Summer Queen is terrifying. Therefore, anyone with a high rank can sense their presence. Conversely, it's difficult for low-ranking players to perceive them. Zenhun thought, if he could perceive something smaller, and if he could listen more carefully, he could grasp his opponent's balance faster. It would open up a whole new perspective. If only he could manipulate this sense at will, perhaps he could find a clue to the Een sword. Speaking of the Een sword, it was something the Martial King had revealed to him. They were resting when the old man suddenly brought it up. Yes, the Een sword is the secret art that our clan has long dreamed of, along with the Yang Radiance. Zenhun listened in surprise. A secret art, the Martial King said. It's not widely known in the world. Simply put, do you know the origin of my clan? Zenhun answered honestly, I only know that it was a tribe that migrated with Xiaohao Jintian when he opened the tower. The Martial King nodded. That's close. We are an indigenous tribe originating from Xiaohao Jintian, and our duty is to inherit and develop the legacies he left behind. These include martial arts and divine techniques. But there's only one thing that, even after thousands of years, we still haven't been able to grasp. Damn it all. Zenhun hesitantly asked, could it be? The Martial King confirmed what he was thinking. Yes, the Een sword and the Yang Radiance. Our secret aspiration is to obtain and merge these 2 martial arts that Xiaohao Jintian used to achieve the ultimate Taiji, wisdom, ancient sword. 3 people opened the tower, their martial arts created Xiaohao Jintian, and naturally I also have ambitions. Even as a talented individual, I still haven't dared to touch it until now. Fortunately, thanks to a retainer skilled in wisdom eye, we were able to inherit the Yang radiance. But to this day, no one has touched the Yin sword. He then tossed Zen-hun a cultivation manual. So, try inheriting it. I'm not sure either, so I'm asking you to try. Isn't it all just airy-fairy stuff like monk's meditation? It's full of mythical stories, so it's not really my cup of tea. The martial king left, leaving Zen-hun dumbfounded. This is the final task I'm giving you as your master. Try to solve it. That's why Zen-hun was at Mount Wutai. I thought I'd find some clues here. Even though I copied the contents of the secret manual from the beginning, there are many sentences I can't understand at all. The book speaks of the beginning of time, when giants awakened and divided everything. Those above became the light that illuminated those below, and those below united and firmly supported the world. This stability brought forth resilience and built this world, blossoming and bearing fruit. I understand why the martial king said such mythical things. It's like, just then, Sanin and Hanong appeared. What's this? Already training your sixth sense? I was going to teach you when I had free time, but I didn't expect you to train so recklessly. Zenon asked them in surprise, sixth sense. Sanin nodded. Yes, you forgot. It's the sense you need to perceive in order to grasp weak points. He mentioned it, so I remembered. Of course, I remembered, but I didn't know this was the sixth sense. I thought of it as a technique to use spiritual pressure. This time he was even more surprised. Spiritual pressure. What are you talking about? Zenon asked back, isn't it for sensing the wavelengths of objects? I've only recently started to sense it, so I'm still clumsy. Thanks to spiritual pressure, I become aware of this new sense. I didn't know this was the sixth sense, but it's a very useful power. Sanin couldn't believe his ears. Wait, what are you talking about? Zenhan was speechless at his attitude. Why are you two suddenly so serious? Say something. Hanong got to the point. Clearly, the sixth sense uses instinct and the unconscious, so it's the gateway to spiritual power, also known as mental strength. But it seems the order is reversed. Sanin summarized. That's what I'm saying. Unbelievable. I'm going crazy. Zenon sat up straight and listened seriously. Please explain it simply. What is spiritual power? The close soul began to organize its words and explain to him, if spiritual pressure and the power of the soul develop at the same level, then spiritual power is what arises from that. Because this energy source often acts as a mana absorber in the mana flow, the stronger the spiritual power, the higher the magic level. However, because this spiritual power is the realm of the unconscious, it often lies dormant deep inside. Zenon nodded. So that's it. Because the sixth sense is based on instinct, it lies on the boundary between consciousness and unconsciousness. The close soul continued. That's right. So if you can completely control the sixth sense, and only then can you gain the authority to process the unconscious. But the unconscious is not an easily accessible realm because it's so deeply hidden that it accounts for 80% of consciousness. If handled incorrectly, there's a risk of damaging the ego or falling into a state of chi deviation. So be careful. Zenhun crossed his arms and considered. Ultimately, only when falling into an unconscious state can one touch the soul, meaning I can process spiritual power little by little. But I haven't even opened the gate yet. Do I use spiritual power to start opening the gate from the inside out? The close soul shook its head. That's not something that can be said so easily. It's absurd that such a thing could happen. Put simply, if you want to enter a building, how would you go about it? Zenhun answered without thinking, of course. I'd go in through the main door. The soul continued his words. That's right, through the main door, or if not, try thinking about going in through a window. But master, now you're quickly going up to the top floor first. Then it's like going down to the first floor. Zenhun realized, is the problem that's serious. Sanin's soul couldn't give a specific answer. It's hard to say right now. Zenhun pondered again and said, but I can do what I sense with spiritual pressure, and I still can't handle spiritual power. Sanin continued, if you've already handled that, Master, you must be amazing. Could it be that Master has already reached the 77th floor over there? The other soul also spoke up. Spiritual power is a force that even high-ranking warriors can't easily handle. The Martial King and the Summer Queen can only handle a portion of it. Freely handling spiritual power means becoming a complete being, a transcendent individual with perfected spiritual power, completely separated from the physical body. Zenhan fell silent, then said, "People like that are called gods or demons." The soul nodded. "That's right, but it's still too early for Master to handle spiritual power. If Master handles it incorrectly, your soul will weaken." After listening to their explanation, Zenhan slowly stood up. "To that extent, I can sense it. It's different from magic power, which can be replenished at any time like mana. Spiritual power is the power from the soul, meaning the soul must be perfected to obtain that power." The closed soul encouraged Zenhan. "Even so, just being able to sense spiritual pressure is amazing. This is a realm not easily reached. Things will be easier from now on. Practicing the sixth sense goes without saying. So first, think about developing the sixth sense externally, like sensing spiritual pressure. After all, the sixth sense is just a type of sense. It's not only in the unconscious, but can also be developed externally through consciousness. That is, use spiritual power to create a passage to develop it externally." Zenhan listened intently. "Create a passage myself." The closed soul replied, "That's right. One day, the time will come when spiritual power emits energy outwards. The passage for spiritual power to emit is the sixth sense, so Master should develop it." Zenhan considered carefully. Handling spiritual pressure and the soul means I have to start training seriously to become a transcendent being. He recalled the hardships he had endured. "I've been striving until now, but it was just a connection of fate. Even if I say I've been walking on the path that Yeon-woo prepared, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The diary is still full of useful and mysterious information, but now I have to open the path with the power I've accumulated myself." Zenhan smiled confidently. Developing the sixth sense must be quite interesting. A long time later, the system finally announced, "You have reached the fifth mountain. The fifth trial will take place during the completion of the challenge. The sense of touch will be restricted." Zenhan stood firm on the ground. He had always used spiritual pressure to sense the surrounding space. Blocking his sense of touch was like losing all his senses. Zenhan began to use magic power to cross the mountain. "But it's okay because I can still sense everything around me little by little with my sixth sense." The path Zenhan walked was perceived through a different sense he had never used before. "The more clearly I sense the presence of everything around me, the faster I can recognize problems through wavelengths." It felt completely different exploring things with his sixth sense instead of physically searching with his body. Even if his eyes couldn't see anything now, he could still perceive all the scenery through spiritual pressure and his sixth sense. "I can clearly feel each molecule, like seeing a completely new world, like possessing a third eye to see through this world." In front of Zenhan was a large, ancient tree shining brightly. This tree must have lived for over 1,000 years. The system displayed a notification. "You have learned another method to gather more power. You can now see the details of the souls of all things. You can prove yourself through your sixth sense." The system itself is bewildered by Zenhan's rate of development. "How can this happen so fast?" Sanin and Hanong complained. "Isn't the system being too unfair?" "Be quiet. Don't interrupt Master's concentration. Aren't you also annoyed seeing this?" Sanin exclaimed, "I've struggled my whole life trying to get here. The skill to reinforce the senses has increased by 100% recently." The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have successfully maximized the skill. All skills and powers related to it have been improved. Strength increased by 10, sensitivity increased by 12. Sanin enviously stated, "I mean, it's absurd that he reached this level so quickly." The system continuously reinforces Zenhan's skills. "You have also unlocked a new skill. A higher level skill can now be conquered in your name. The sixth sense skill can be used now. Thanks to the sixth sense skill, you have rapidly increased and reached the maximum level. Thanks to the player's high power and rank, a new skill is unlocked. A higher level skill called Inspiration can now be used and leveled up quickly." Zenhan achieved results beyond his expectations, but the two souls kept nagging, giving him a headache. "Sanin, please don't grumble so much. I'm very grateful for this. If it weren't for the guidance of both of you, things probably wouldn't be this good." He raised his hand. "Sixth sense means I'll be able to perceive things that my normal eyes couldn't see before. Thanks to it, I can not only achieve and even improve the sense reinforcement skill, but I can also maximize this skill, meaning Sanin's advice is very effective." Sanin asked him, but wasn't I right before? As soon as you unlock the sixth sense skill, you could also maximize it. Hanan commented, it must be thanks to the spiritual pressure he possesses. Zenon asked them, what is the inspiration skill? It's continuously increasing. This is the first time I've possessed so many skills at once, so it's a bit overwhelming. The system immediately announced, you have successfully maximized the inspiration skill. Zenon looked at the display. Oh, I've reached the maximum level already. Not stopping there, the system continuously announced, you have unlocked a higher skill, and this skill is rapidly increasing. A series of windows popped up consecutively, astonishing Zenon. Finally, a notification appeared. The system is searching for a skill that matches your achievements. The energy around Zenhan began to change drastically. In a moment, Zenhan's entire body erupted in a column of deep blue light. If Sanin still had a mouth, it would probably be agape. What the hell is that? The system displayed that the Super Sense skill can be used now. The energy enveloping Zenhan was very strong and dense, indicating that this is an extremely special skill. Zenhan checked the information immediately. The Super Sense skill has a score of 95, and the level is currently at the lowest. It's a combination of the 5 normal senses with the 6th sense, helping to perceive things beyond normal senses. Currently, it's possible to comprehend matters in a different way. The system clearly displays that this intuition is because you have leveled up to this skill, so many new lands will gradually open up for you to conquer further. At this level, you can easily determine the nature of everything. If you can display the ability to predict the future during use, you will possess the ability to glimpse the thoughts of others. The method of automatic defense operation is that when encountering dangerous situations, you can detect them faster. This skill also activates when health falls below 10%. You can only use it once a day. All abilities are temporarily increased by 200%. Sanin looked at Zenhan in astonishment. Super Sense. This is the strongest skill among the senses that he could unlock. Hanan also realized that once he had mastered the previously bestowed skill and continued to achieve a higher skill, he could then unlock the skill that symbolizes himself, a unique achievement that champions aim for. Although, compared to ordinary people, leveling up higher skills would be much more difficult. Sanin was still in awe. Wait, Super Sense. Who dares to say this makes sense? Hanong hesitated. I also find this situation a bit surreal, but despite the doubts of the two close souls, the truth was that the system's notification panel was continuously reporting that the Super Sense skill was rapidly increasing. The numbers continued to jump higher. Hanan exclaimed, our master is the one who can achieve this. Zenhan closed his eyes to feel the rapidly increasing skill within him, a feeling like he, himself, was being deployed. This was very different from awakening consciousness. The picture of the surrounding scenery appeared in Zenon's mind, even though he no longer had any senses. Thanks to Super Sense, he could even perceive the surrounding world more clearly, to the point that he was tricked into believing he was exploring a completely new world. This was how Super Sense worked. Zenhan hadn't expected this. Just thanks to this skill, so many new things had opened up to him. He couldn't wait to try it after the trial ended. As soon as the energy stabilized, Sanin immediately called out, Master. Now I know why that damn fake Martial King kept gaping at you. So outrageous. This is absurd. Other people have spent their whole lives striving for this, and they've never been certain they'd achieve it. Yet now, there's someone like you. Even if you're talented, people will still talk. Zenon was speechless with this close soul. Hanong spoke up again. There's something at a different level of completion compared to the 5 normal senses. An important discovery is that it can be said to be powered by the magic cycle, with a range sufficient to cover a hill. A controlling soul can use the 6th sense in addition to the soul senses. No matter how much one observes, it may still be unavoidable. Master, you can also sense the flow from the mana stream now. In other words, you can reach the level where you can clearly feel the mana stream flowing naturally from nature. Zena nodded. Yes, I think I understand what you mean. I can even feel this entire mountain more clearly than ever before. Zenon's Super Sense was activated, waves emanating outwards with him at the center. Zenhan stood still, but could easily scan the cliff face. Seeing through the mountainside was a simple matter. He didn't expect his actions to be noticed by someone enjoying a cup of tea, someone with long hair. She sat inside a large cave, gazing outwards. This energy emanating from someone. Who would have thought such a person existed? She quickly donned her armor and weapons. It seems you come to learn some new skills. Her beautiful amber eyes glowed in the darkness. With energy like that, you thought we wouldn't notice. At a nearby stream, another person, a man, was diligently fetching water. He too had sensed Zenhun. Finally, after all this time, a new challenger presents themselves. He abruptly dropped his water buckets and rushed out. It seems I must meet you personally. The red-haired man transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Thanks to super sense, Zenhun felt a subtle, dangerous shift in the nearby space. What's this? He commanded Sanin and Hanong, get behind me now. He knew whatever was approaching was incredibly formidable. So strong. It's coming this way. The red-haired man crossed mountains and streams, so fast that only streaks of light marked his passage. Zenin's eyes widened at his speed. He quickly realized he was the target. Like a gust of wind, the man appeared on a nearby branch. Looking up into the tree canopy, Cian saw Song standing there. What the? Why didn't you say anything? Is it because you just discovered your basic conscience? Song replied, this is called initiation, and it takes a while to control. Cian seemed to recognize the voice and tone. It really is Song. No doubt about it. He wondered, but why is he here? He recalled a past conversation. We're about to retire. He remembered Song promising to meet Doi after they retired. He shouldn't be here. Not only that, I also heard the tutorial starts whenever the tower wants, and I don't remember hearing anything about it starting when I entered. So how? Song said to CA in cheerfully, I thought we'd meet again someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. You, my friend. He jumped down from the branch. I'll teach you how to use initiation, so don't do anything rash. Cian asked, surprised like this. Sung chuckled awkwardly. Cian, you're one of a kind. Who would have thought you'd get it right away? But truly, Cian was that kind of person. Cian inquired, how are you doing here? Where's Doyo? Song scratched his head. About that. He thought to himself. He's completely different from when I met him in the tutorial. Back then, it was like he could barely contain his power due to lack of control. But now, he seems more relaxed and can conceal himself more freely. Cian said, hey, youngest, why are you the only one who gets to say hello? Song laughed. You're not even giving me a chance to catch up with an old friend. Suddenly, a girl appeared. She said, so, this is someone you know? Why don't you introduce him to us? Song said, Grandma, I'm not going to do anything weird to him, right? She unleashed a lightning attack, aiming it directly at Song. CA intervened. Wait. Stop. I said stop. She retorted, if you say another useless word, I'll rip your mouth off. Understand? Song acquiesced. Yes, Grandma. Witnessing the scene, CA was bewildered. It happened so fast. It was unbelievable. That was incredibly fast, even for my exceptionally sensitive senses. I couldn't predict it until the lightning actually struck. CA deduced, this is Zune magic. The language of the Zune god is incredibly difficult. Even within the tower, not many can use it this well. CA wondered, could she be a Sahu? I've heard of people living on that final mountain peak, the place everyone else wants to escape. People who embrace solitude, pain, and suppression. People who live on the 20th floor to continue their ascetic training. Are those rumors true? Song lowered his head. Sorry, Cian. I thought they'd kill me if I brought you along. You can consider this saving my life. Will you come with me? Cian was confused, not understanding what Song meant. He hadn't really changed at all. Cian and Song ran deeper into the forest. As they ran, Cian thought about Song. He had become incomparably stronger than when they met during the tutorial. Unlike me, who can develop quickly thanks to the dragon's blessing, Song has nothing like that, yet he's reached this level. It shows how much effort he's put in. He always wanted to surpass Fanny and Doza, but if he fought them now, Fanny would be the one in trouble. Cian asked curiously, hey, what the heck did you eat to get so strong? I can't read you at all. Did you eat some kind of dragon or something? Song turned back, laughing playfully. I did become a half-dragon. Cian said, unimpressed, not funny. He pleaded, I swear, how and when? You're a terrible liar. Song said bluntly, forget it. All we have to do is get through here. If I were you, I wouldn't relax for a second. Suddenly, at the foot of the mountain, they encountered two individuals with immense power. She asked Cian, a mask, such ordinary clothes. Sunare, you really came here to train. She said cheerfully, hello, handsome. CA, and only thought about her being the one who used Zune magic. Holy Executor, Victoria, one of the few in the rankings who can freely use the magic of the Zune god's language. I heard she's incredibly famous, but who would have thought she'd be in a place like this? CA and looked at Kaizet and could tell he was trying to suppress it, but there was a very strong demonic energy. That's Kaizet, the plague demon. He looks young, but he radiates an incredibly powerful energy. If you compare him to the Martial King is the king of the jungle, but he's a lone beast traversing the forest to hunt. CA recalled in the diary, there's a record that he belongs to the demon army, a group of fanatics who believe in an unknown demon god. The demon army is led by 9 bishops. It's recorded that Kaizet is the 2nd bishop, even though that's not widely known among the public. Perhaps it's because he's so incredibly secluded that even when the demon army goes to war, he doesn't show his face. In any case, very few people know this truth. I don't know how who knew about him, but he mentioned this guy living on the 21st floor for a very long time, searching for something. And it seems the rumors are true, but this information is from 10 years ago. What is he so diligently searching for? CA and scrutinized the man more closely. A moment later, Victoria said, I wish you'd show some interest in me too. CA and was flustered, unsure how to respond. She patiently continued, you see, I'm quite interested in you. My goodness, I think you're even more handsome up close. CA and thought to himself, I haven't noticed her at all. Since when has she? Song cheerfully interrupted the tense conversation. Were you looking when you said he was handsome? He's wearing a mask, he exclaimed. And do you even know the age difference between you and this guy? Victoria retorted, everything about you is great, except for that mouth of yours. Song flinched, curiously asking, what? Both of them attacked verbally, neither willing to back down. CA and thought, this time, I didn't sense her activating her magic either. No matter how proficient she is in Zune magic, it doesn't make sense that she can use it without any warning. Did she prepare the Zune beforehand and just use it whenever she needs to? He stared at her arms, noticing the flickering light on the bracelet. Could it be those bracelets? It's highly likely, since she's known to be quite skilled in crafting artifacts. CA and opened the notification window, preparing for the new challenge. Victoria said, you're handsome, because curiosity is a good thing and all, but if you keep staring at me like that, I'll get embarrassed. He replied, I apologize. It's my first time seeing Zune magic, so it's quite fascinating to me. She said, is that so? If you're interested in Zune magic, would you like me to teach you? Song warned, ouch. Hey CAN, don't be fooled by her. If you believe that that lady, you'll regret it. She'll tell you that you'll have a hot night together, but then she'll tie you up and use you like a lab rat. Song tried to explain to CAN, but I didn't lie to you, did I? We did have a hot night together. And I almost crossed over to the other side. CA and mused. It seems Song was tricked. Song insisted, anyway, don't bully him. He's my lifesaver. She started to suspect something. So is he the... Kaizet let out a sinister laugh. He unleashed a magic attack and vanished, leaving CA completely surprised and unable to react. CA admitted, he's so fast that even my enhanced senses couldn't keep up. He struck CA and realized he's truly powerful. But why did he suddenly attack me? There's no way I've been exposed. Suddenly, CAN's magic circuit was activated. Kain Gusset. Could it be because of the automatic defense system activation of that super sensitive sense? I feel strange. My agility has been activated, but my power is surging so much that I can hardly control it. Is my power reaching this level because of the combination of my super sensitive sense and my spirit channels? Kaizet's continuous attacks left CA and Song unable to react. He insisted this was his home and was determined to fight off the villain to protect it. CA and Kaizet fought hand to hand, both incredibly strong, brimming with energy. Fighting alongside Kaizet, both sides unleashed their strongest moves. During the fight, CA realized he was incredibly fast, but his movements were predictable. This must be the greatest effect of extrasensory perception. I can grasp the situation and predict his next move, meaning I can penetrate the enemy's defenses. Kaizet chuckled, saying, interesting. Suddenly, all of Kaizet's attacks were blocked. Watching from the sidelines, Song couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed, what the hell? Don't tell me the guy hasn't been using magic this whole time. How crazy is he? And this terrifying heat wave explosion, enough to roast a normal person 6 times over. Just what kind of monster have you become? Can. The fight between the two intensified, their fire attacks causing the entire room to explode. Victoria intervened. Are you trying to tear down my house? She demanded Kaizet stop playing around. Stop it. Kaizet ceased his attack. Mid-swing, Can asked, playing around. He replied, that's right. She told me to stop. Can and Kaizet expressed their disappointment. He said, too bad. I initially intended to give you a simple test, but your reaction was so interesting that I wanted to have a little fun. But you're pretty good. Can said, do saints always like to appear behind people? Suddenly, Kaizet attacked Can head-on, the force so powerful that the ground crumbled. Song yelled at Kaizet, isn't that a bit much? You never hit that hard before. What if you accidentally kill him? But he's completely fine. Suddenly, Can appeared, walking out from behind that attack, leaving both of them in disbelief. What? I can't believe the Demon Army's second bishop is this strong. Even Han Ong at his peak couldn't defeat him. If it weren't for my extra sensory perception enhancing my predictive abilities and my fighting spirit, I would have been down. Even my Kitna dagger couldn't withstand it. When I held the dagger, it felt like I was hit by a cannonball. If this continues, I probably won't be able to hold out any longer. An opponent I can only withstand by displaying all my skills. An opponent I'm not sure I can beat even if I give it my all. Kaizet asked, do you want to continue? Can declined. I can only hold out this much. And yet you talk as if you've been having fun. I really want to see your full power, but this time I'll be patient. Can curiously asked, but what's your relationship with the Martial King? He then said, what? Does Kaizet have some connection to the Martial King? The diary didn't mention anything about it. Kaizet said, I'm sure you can't say you have no connection. The swordsmanship you just displayed, although slightly different, is definitely similar to the Martial King's. Can stroked his chin, remembering something. He told Kaizet, you've got it wrong. My master is the Martial King. Kaizet was surprised. The Martial King, from the Unicorn Clan. He thought to himself, that makes sense. After all, the Martial King was also once a disciple of the Martial King. But he said he wouldn't take any more disciples after that one. Anyway, kid, Kaizet gradually understood. He said, I see why Tsong praised you so much. Are you planning to train on the Five Elements Mountain too? Can declared, that's right. Kaizet announced, all right, you pass. Leaping onto a tree, Kaizet looked down and thought about Can. Senare, you've grasped the basics. So, when you get stronger, you'll have to entertain me again. Can muttered to himself. It seems I passed the test. Sun Ra Kaizet is the leader of those who live on Five Elements Mountain. Having overcome the challenge, he realized Kaizet and Victoria were stronger than he thought, and surely every saint was powerful in their own way. Perhaps I can learn something from them. Learning extra sensory perception is great, but I can achieve even more here. I can become stronger. Song stood behind, watching him. In a different setting, Victoria, resting her chin on her hand, complained, unbelievable. You guys completely ruined my front yard. I'm only letting this slide because you're handsome, you know? Arriving at the lodging, Song said warmly, from now on, you can stay here. There are some basic household items inside that you can use. However, you'll need to find your own food and water. If you need anything, just look for me. And if you're curious about something, feel free to ask. Can looked around the house, feeling reassured. This place is tidier than mine. Song explained, that's because the people who train with me show me the best spots. Anyway, there's one thing to keep in mind. Don't stick your nose in other people's business. Everyone comes here to train, so as long as you do that, there won't be any problems. Song continued, Victoria and Kaizet got a little too excited earlier, but they're not bad people. As long as you don't bother them, you can continue to be friends with them, and the occasional advice they give is quite helpful. Can curiously asked Song, how long have you been in the tower? He replied, not too long. About 2 months. He continued, but all the records you submitted are insane. The first record about the secret mark in the Hall of Fame was you, right? Can confirmed. Song said, just as I thought, not even counting breaking all the previous records. I thought I'd gotten much stronger, but seeing what you did really hurt my pride. Can asked, what about Doi? He's not here. We've been going our separate ways for a while now. Don't ask for details. Can thought to himself, I heard they seemed to have a relationship that was closer than blood brothers. But I have no right to interfere. It's their personal matter. Still, there might be a rumor about the two of them entering the tower and the reason he dedicated his life to training. Doi is as clever as a fox. I'll keep climbing the tower, and I'll eventually meet him. I admire you, Can, but it's truly amazing that you could fight Kaizet for so long. Most people wouldn't even pass Kaizet's simple test. Thanks to you, I'm not the youngest anymore. From now on, you're the youngest, CA, and as soon as I get the chance, I'll treat you the way I've been treated all this time. CA replied, you're still as shameless as ever. Song cheerfully put his hand on CA's shoulder. You're still as stiff as ever, you know, and as mysterious as ever, too. Anyway, do your best. I've changed a lot during my time here. Although there were times I was really furious, I also gain a lot. If it were you, you'd probably gain even more than me. If we have time, let's spar sometime. CA readily agreed. Scene changes to a waterfall. CA is meditating. Sao said to Han, I don't know if this is right anymore. He's been like this for a while now. Even if his dragon body is fine, if he continues to stay there, all of his spell-casting power will be sealed. Sahu continued, has our master ever done anything pointless? This is to delve into the Een sword. Han asked about the Een sword. I heard he couldn't figure out how to use it last time. Sahu replied, because at that time, he didn't know the proper use of dragon wisdom. It's a method the Unicorn Clan has never tried before, but it shouldn't take more than 3 days to figure out, right? Night falls. CA is still meditating quietly. Sahu and Han keep calling him. Master, wake up and see, you softy. CA opened his eyes. Sahu and Han said, we thought you were going to die here. You're awake. Master, if you had stayed there any longer, you could have died. 1 or 2 days of meditation is enough. How could you do it for a whole month? Are you crazy? CA woke up. He asked in surprise, a month. Sahu asked, what was so amazing that it took you so long? Tell us what you got. CA couldn't answer yet. I haven't even had the slightest idea. His companion said, no way, are you kidding us? Kain filmed. He said, if I had gained something, I would have realized it as time passed. But I don't know where to approach it from, as if I'm wandering in a fog. Even when I mastered my first martial arts technique, wasn't this frustrating? Sahu said, no matter how long you walk in the fog, you won't see any path. So what if you try to take 1 step at a time? What do you mean? CA asked. She explained, shouldn't you master the sword first? First, you should train yourself to master swordsmanship. She continued, an adept is one who has perfected their skills to the highest level. A master is one who has elevated their martial techniques to a new level beyond perfect skill. A grandmaster is one who has surpassed all and mastered their own reasoning. At least try to reach the level of an adept. Kain understood. He asked, how do people usually reach the adept realm? How do people usually reach the state of mastery? She mentioned achieving Jiangqi. Kane wondered, Jiangqi. Jiangqi is the only thing, Chun, you couldn't approach. Of course, that's because it can't be attained. It's his innate man-tong characteristic. If man-tong is a balancing power close to all the elements that make up the universe, then Jiangqi is the opposing force. This is an area this diary can't help me with. But thankfully, I have these 2 teachers here to help me. Although San Nan can't become a Regia, her skills have also reached a high level. If I consider Han himself a martial artist, he'd be somewhere between master and supreme master level. Unlike San Nan's systematic Jikryong martial arts, Han has walked the path of an apostle, learning martial arts through experience by frequenting battlefields. If I can shift between the skills and experience of these 2 opposing characteristics at the same time, I should somehow be able to create Jiangqi. Suddenly, someone called Kane. Some urgent matters came up, so I contacted you late. Have you found Zaham's whereabouts? He said, yes, I thought you'd contact me soon, so I've been following him. Kane anxiously asked, where is he? He's on the 23rd floor. It seems he's been there for quite a while. Kane requested, then keep an eye on him. If there's any sign of him moving floors, inform me immediately. He agreed to follow him. The 23rd floor, this is a floor so crowded, it could create a gwilin with trees rumored to give birth to devils. The homeland of evil, the environment closest to the demonic realm, and also famous for having an ecosystem rarely found on other floors. If it's Zaham, who has mastered Zan's son and son, it's completely understandable that he'd be interested in that place. Kane paced impatiently around the room. I was worried he was on the 5th floor, so there's no need to rush to find Zaham. And now, he decided to call Zoza, waking her up. He said, sorry for contacting you so late at night. She said, it's okay. I couldn't reach you for a while. I was worried you were hurt somewhere. She asked him many questions. Where are you now? Have you eaten? The battle at the temple. Is it over now? I was so worried you might have been attacked or something. He said, it seems I made you worry a lot. I'm fine. Nothing major happened. Don't worry. Then, I have something else to ask. Can we talk now? Zoza was surprised. What is it? He asked, has Nova contacted you? I asked Nova to do something, but it's long overdue. She must be worried. If you can contact her, Zoza said irritably. She's been here several times. He said it's long overdue. She didn't show up despite the agreed-upon time. She's in my village now. Is that all you need? All right, I understand. Then she hung up. Just as I thought, I contacted her too late at night. Inside the forest, a fierce battle is now raging. At this time, Dan-woo must undergo arduous training with his two teachers. Chi is a power that can be earned step by step after mastering the sixth sense. Think of it as bringing your will out of your subconscious. Pay attention. You've already awakened extrasensory perception, which is higher than the sixth sense, so you can grasp the concept more easily. However, because you're turning something invisible into a tangible form, combining it with the right energy is essential, and that energy needs to be strong. After San-nan's advice, Dan-woo gradually understood. I understand, but what does it mean to bring out my will? He then added, it's difficult to explain because everyone's will is different. The method of bringing it out will also be different. For example, the perseverance to win, in my case, is the determination to become stronger. San-nan's explanation made Dan-woo understand even more. If so, there's no need to think too much. As for me, it's the power to destroy everything. His growth was highly praised by San-nan. Finally, you're about to become an expert. But just because you've chosen your will doesn't mean you can use chi. Once you've decided where you're headed, focus on combining the dozens and hundreds of moves of the 8 extremes fist into the 8 types of 8 trigrams divination. However, Dan-woo affirmed to San-nan, I've already done that, because the secret art of the 8 extremes fist will soon unlock chi. At this point, San-nan suddenly unleashed a full-powered attack. If that's the case, then faster, sharper. The secret art isn't simply mastered through practice. You have to adjust the different forms of kung fu in order. Hearing this, Dan-woo realized something. Did you just say sharper and faster? Yes, while focusing on the tip of the sword. Put all your will into it and think about it. Your will follow the flow of your soul power. If you can utilize your will well, chi will have many different uses, empowering and enabling you to withstand those unusual attacks. Dan-woo began to focus his mind, concentrating on the tip of his sword, recalling how his masters had used it. At that moment, a tremendous aura appeared around Dan-woo. This power even surprised San-nan. In that instant, Dan-woo lunged forward, unleashing a decisive slash. At the same time, the system announced, you have found a clue to the secret art of the 8 extremes fist. You have learned how to wield your will. With this newfound power, Dan-woo now feared no one. His attack destroyed everything around him. San-nan witnessed his power in astonishment. Amazing. So this is Heavenbreaker, the first secret art of the 8 extremes fist. Its destructive power is greater than I anticipated. Incredible. However, Dan-woo denied it. No, the power of Heavenbreaker isn't just this much. The martial king cracked the sun. San-nan, hearing this, became slightly worried. But you've reached the expert level in such a short time. Because chi has been engraved into the sword. You just need to get used to it and become stronger. This is the most basic skill of sword chi. Seeing the red color, it seems your characteristic is fire. Even Zun, who couldn't believe it? Is there a difference with the color of chi? Different colors don't necessarily mean different power. However, you can glimpse the blacksmith's potential level. I understand. The secret art of the 8 extremes fist, I also want to learn it. In another development, Victoria seemed extremely worried. No, I'm sure I didn't miscalculate. Finally, that damn number of situations exists. I think I did it. Can't really create a permanent one. As long as I complete the general combination, I can restore the magic mark over time. Immediately, the attack strategy not arriving won't be a problem either. No matter how simple it is, in the end, many new situations will appear and break the artifact. If that's true, then there's only one way. The idea is to reconfigure the combination flexibly based on each unexpected situation. But is that possible? It's still better than continuing to experiment with all those situations. If the thought pattern of a martial artist with a proactive mindset can be copied to artifacts, it might be possible. Come to think of it, there is someone like that, right? In the match against Kaizet, he might be quite useful. The way he reacts to situations seems pretty good. I have some hope for Kong, but the newcomer is definitely stronger. Although, of course, help from another Kaizet would be better. But I don't need to reveal my weaknesses to them. I'll rest first. Should I go for a walk and look at some handsome guys? If I had gotten just a little stronger in the past few months, it would have been nice. Right now, Victoria teleported to another place. I think this is where I sense the newcomer's energy. There's nothing here. What's more, what is this? The area around me is this desolate every day. Suddenly, she felt something very strange. What is this? Because the dark energy still lingers here, I didn't notice. Nor did I feel any trace of energy. Moreover, this terrible scene, it looks like a giant anaconda just swept through here. No way did he do all of this. When he released his magic energy to fight Kaizet, I was surprised, but this is on a whole other level. He got this much stronger in just 3 months. Is that even possible? Also, what is this dark energy? There are no undead monsters on the 20th floor. Predicting movement patterns through these traces is quite interesting. I can't believe no one guessed he would become this strong. She seems very interested in Zoon-woo. That evening, after training, Zoon-woo pondered. The training with San-nan and Han-eung was quite successful. There were also unexpected results. Most of his stats improved significantly. At the same time, he learned a new high-level skill, Ba-za-lat gap. While Ba-za-lat gap is active, I can think freely, despite real-time interference. However, it doesn't mean I'm completely separated from the world and have unlimited time. But the risk of mental overload is significantly reduced compared to before. Thanks to that, I've perfectly mastered the 3 secret arts. Finally, it creates an effect worthy of a numbered skill. Suddenly, Victoria teleported to Zoon-woo's house. She immediately explained, "I came to visit. Is there something wrong with that? I've heard there's a rule here about not bothering people. You're not very funny. Tell me, what are you doing here?" Immediately, she proposed, "Newcomer, do you want to make a deal with me?" Victoria seemed very eager about Zoon-woo. That kid is quite useful, and his face is pretty too. Making a promise like that within a month. Even if he did expose my scheme, there's still time. There are many interesting points, so I need to persuade him to become a lab rat. If there's anything to worry about, it's that he's quite intelligent. Even though he learned magic to enhance his spirit, it doesn't mean everything can be perfectly integrated within his body. Anyway, thanks to him, my years of research can finally yield results. If things go well, I'll be able to complete 50% of the progress today, right? End of the first day of the research diary. By day 20, Victoria was starting to feel discouraged. What's this? It's strange. There's no progress in the research. I thought I'd finish soon, but that's not the case. I can't even carry out the steps in the correct order. I've had him try all kinds of experimental drugs, used both magic arrays and artifacts for analysis. But the results keep showing errors. They can't be analyzed. I suspected it was his body's defensive capabilities, but it's not that. Moreover, why is his martial arts knowledge so extensive? The questions he raises are so profound that they give me chills. Finally, the conclusion is that this kid's mental strength is incredibly powerful. It's also vast and resilient. In any case, his mental strength is stronger and greater than mine. In the next 10 days, I have to figure it out at all costs. Even though I've searched very diligently and thoroughly, I still get nothing. And so, time passed, and the day came for Zoon-woo to say goodbye. I'm very grateful for this time. It was truly a helpful period. Well, I'll be going now. However, she stopped him. Wait, are you perhaps a member of a high race or a transcendent race? Zoon-woo immediately denied it. It's nothing. Goodbye. The situation left Victoria in deep thought. There's no way a kid who just passed the 20th floor could belong to a transcendent or supreme race. After several days of being experimented on, Zoon-woo rushed home. Suddenly, a thick, dark energy enveloped the inside of his house. It turned out to be emanating from Boo. "You called for me?" he asked. Boo replied, "Yes." "Do you clearly remember the magic I taught you recently?" "Yes," Zoon-woo answered. At that moment, San-nan also appeared. Although I know it's impossible to analyze or predict the thoughts of a dragon god or a demon, I still proceeded with the negotiations. "My master, you seem very reckless in taking that action." Zoon-woo calmly replied, "It's not like I did it on a whim. I just did what needed to be done, because that deal was a complete scam. Accepting that deal meant accepting the risks that came with it. Can the magic be combined? Enhance magic power, speed, and strength. We will synthesize those 4 elements." Boo also spoke up, acknowledging the possibility. However, different magic types have different compatibilities, so we must be very careful when proceeding. The pain will be beyond imagination. Despite this, Zoon-woo remained firm in his request. Just do it. Within a month, we must focus our efforts so it doesn't become useless. Even if it's slow, it will surely work. Boo immediately obeyed. I will keep that in mind. However, the inscriptions will move without any fixed trajectory, making them very difficult to control. Also, you absolutely must not faint. So, from now on, let your magic power flow along your bones to make contact with the inscriptions within your body. Deeper, I will carve it in. The final ritual has been performed. However, Sanan was quite bewildered by her master's actions. How could you even think of something like that? It's madness, thinking of carving magic onto your body. The pain is beyond imagination. But if you can endure that terrible pain, then your strength and will be enhanced beyond measure. Dragon bone has the highest magic conductivity of all the materials in the world. You can use magic proficiently and quickly, much more effectively than before. A period of peace had passed. Zoon, who stood on a cliff, lost in thought. I've been here for 6 months now. I've stayed longer than planned. I need to take care of the things I've put off. Xi and Sue also said she's about to be revived. Before that, I need to run a test. I also want to experiment with how my body has changed after fusing the magic. Also, using magic power will tell me if my body has adapted to the recent changes. Zoon, who immediately took out the holy sword, visit. Now the sword is quite long. It has been purified to 90%. So where? Let's begin. In that moment, Zoon, who displayed his new skills. Unexpectedly, after fusing the magic, his body was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to keep up. The power emanating from the holy sword was immense. It could destroy anything that stood in its way. Even Zoon, who was surprised. This is beyond expectations. Suddenly, he felt a sense of foreboding. He was startled. Why is this happening so suddenly? A familiar voice suddenly rang out. It would be better if you stayed quiet. Is that all you can do? Zoon replied, I wanted to test something. I apologize for disturbing you. At the same time, Sanan appeared, and he immediately ordered her to return. You think you could achieve this level without any special skills? Perhaps your body is adapting to the transformation, but this is just the beginning. Everything needs to happen gradually. Zoon had to admit, that's right, I can also feel the change. I hope it integrates with my body soon. Difficult battles lie ahead, so there's not much more to say. The dragon's power is completely immeasurable, but if it fully awakens, then, suddenly, Zoon sensed someone approaching. The person who arrived was none other than Kong. You did this just for that. Truly, Kong, you have surpassed the realm of understanding. Kong, are you leaving now? Anyway, it seems like she wants to talk about something. During this time, I haven't been able to face her because I feel like she's always avoiding me. I guess it was related to the team, but I pretended not to know, thinking it wasn't something I could interfere with. Then Kong spoke up. Actually, something happened, something that greatly affects you. Is it Victoria? What happened? Just now, Kaizet died. Going back to before the tragedy, Victoria was still talking with Kaizet. I thought we were pretty close. Why are you suddenly saying this? I know my place. I'm quite uneasy, so please stop. Magic can pinpoint our location. Hearing this, Victoria became agitated. I haven't done anything like that. I'm not saying you did. I'm asking if you could. You can, right? So, I'll ask you a favor. At that moment, 2 strangers appeared through a portal. Is it true that Kaizet died? No way. He's a character who's supposed to die on the 20th floor. Victoria also noticed their presence. It's been a while since I've seen you two. These two were none other than the demon sword Luna and the apostle of the mountain god, Rebecca, the hunt goddess. This isn't something to take lightly. I want you two to go inside first. At that moment, both Zoon and Kong also immediately went to Victoria. However, they were a step too late. It seems we arrived last. Zoon thought to himself, it's been half a year since we last saw each other, and now we meet like this. That middle-aged man seems to be Luna, the demonic dragon swordsman. The person next to him must be Rebecca, the hunt goddess. And then the 4 of them had a reunion. Seeing him, Luna said, so it was you who disturbed my sleep. I apologize if I caused you any trouble. This is clearly hostile. A few minutes later, Victoria came out and spoke sorrowfully. I'm sorry. It'll take a while, so everyone please go inside first. With the current situation, there were many questions from everyone. What happened? How can anyone kill him? I don't know either. Are you joking? This is no joking matter. I'm the most shocked one here. Rebecca spoke up. That means Kaizet had some premonition of his death. Are you saying you're now debating whether to listen to his dying words? Even Victoria admitted, that's right. This is the task given to me after Kaizet's death. I'll share it, so everyone, please check it. How annoying. There's no reason not to check. Finally, the secret mission of the Marquis King's palace seemed to be revealed. The 4 of them now had to prepare to seal the Marquis King. In return, they would receive extremely valuable items. Even Rebecca looked worried. Is this really happening? This is crazy. The name Marquis King made Yeon-woo quite apprehensive. It's a mission related to Sun Wukong. The existence of the Marquis King is like an anomaly to many gods. A small monkey born from stone, who became a god through opportunities and enlightenment. Dissatisfied, he caused havoc in the heavenly court and was sealed, then had to fight demons in the name of atonement. And finally, one is reborn as a true deity. In mythology, very few achieve such a feat thus. The Marquis King's name echoes throughout the tower, filled with those aspiring to godhood. Such a grand quest occurring on the 20th floor. The tower system cannot lie, but something feels very strange. No, it's not strange at all. There have been rumors that the 20th floor is somehow related to the Marquis King. The 24th floor's nickname has long been Five Elements Mountain. Could it be related to the Marquis King and his ceiling? And what about things like the Rui Jingu Bang and the 72 earthly transformations? The 72 transformations helped the Marquis King ascend to godhood. The Rui Jingu Bang is the divine treasure the Marquis King sees from the Dragon Kings. In any case, the prophecy is true. The two signature skills everyone uses, earth manipulation and clairvoyance, are also related to those transformations. So there are 72 transformations, the same ones the Marquis King used, so they can't be unconventional. Everyone here desires them. However, it's suspicious that the Demon Lord's bishop died on a quest like this. Perhaps this is a trap set by the Demon Lord. Yeon-woo silently speculated. As far as I know, the Demon Lord's bishops are all insidious individuals. They can lower themselves for over 10 years to obtain what they desire, and they are bold enough to lay traps, waiting for the opportune moment to seize their prey. And above all, they are ruthless. Kaiset was the same. Not only that, but his greed far surpassed that of the other bishops. Due to the nature of the Demon Lord's army, their ranks are determined by their loyalty to the demon god. Being the second bishop means he had an unusual way of thinking. If so, what was his purpose? Kaiset's power was so great that even the five of us here would struggle to cope. Therefore, he had no reason to resort to schemes, as they would be pointless. After a while, Rebecca spoke up. This sounds plausible. Could he still be alive? However, Victoria firmly asserted, no, I'm certain he's dead. You doubting my magic makes me uncomfortable. What magic did you use? Wind Whisper. It not only reveals the opponent's location, but also their biological signs. It's commonly used for tracking. No matter how well hidden, it's impossible to conceal from it. If you think I did something to Kaiset, I swear to the gods. At this moment, Victoria spoke up, requesting, I want to ask everyone for a favor. Go to the quest area and search for Kaiset's body. Honestly, I don't care much about him, but this is a dying wish I must fulfill because I owed him in the past. It's not exactly begging for help. I want to make a deal with you all. Yeon-woo immediately inquired, what are the terms of the deal? If anyone wants to know, complete this task, and I'll reveal the location of the cave. In return, take me to where Kaiset's body is. Those are my terms. Hearing this, everyone responded, you're looking for protection. Does everyone agree? Yeon-woo then asked the group, well, I think these are decent terms, though there are risks. It's inevitable to be tempted by the potential power and artifacts of the Marquis King. There's considerable danger, which is why he died in that cave. But Master, aren't you going? No, I will go, but for a different reason. After the battle in the Red Forest on manhwa Island, although the remaining 8 powers have developed rapidly, the Demon Lord hasn't shown any significant progress. So, this mission requires direct, visual confirmation to verify the situation. In any case, it's a place with ancient ruins and many new things. So I think this trip will be very beneficial for me. And more than that, Yeon-woo is acting strangely. Unexpectedly, he decided to take on the mission. Rebecca and Yeon-woo, in turn, also agreed to this deal. However, only Luna remained unresponsive. He finally concluded that I would avoid this. What's the reason I became a demonic dragon swordsman? I don't want to die meaninglessly. Suddenly, countless tentacles rushed out, restraining him. It seemed Rebecca was responsible for this. Although he could speak and move freely, it doesn't mean he can casually mock everyone's actions. There's no reason for him to go, right? In the small room, the light from the magic flames on the walls danced, illuminating the serious faces of all four. They sat on wooden chairs, the space quiet but filled with tension. Rebecca, her face filled with anger, growled at Luna. Despite Victoria's persuasion, the demonic dragon swordsman Luna still refused to listen, causing Rebecca to lose her composure. With a flick of her wrist, she used powerful magic to tighten her grip around his neck. Luna, though writhing, his body trembling in pain, still managed to maintain the stubbornness in his eyes, his voice hoarse. "What are you doing? I'd be crazy to do anything beyond the sight of the Red Tree God and the Mountain God's apostle. As I said, my life is the most important thing." Hearing this, Rebecca became even angrier, but her voice remained icy, full of authority. "You can do what you like, but never let it affect others." After speaking, Rebecca withdrew her magic, letting Luna fall back onto the chair, gasping for breath. The air in the room became heavy, with only the sound of Luna's breathing echoing. Victoria, seeing the tense atmosphere, decided to speak, breaking the silence. "Well then, tomorrow we will start moving. Until then, if there's anything you need, bring it. Prepare thoroughly." The next morning, as the faint dawnlight pierced through the trees, the four of them, Victoria, Rebecca, Zoon-woo, and Luna, were gathered and ready. They used magic to travel through the forest, heading towards the fifth mountain that Victoria had mentioned. While traveling, Victoria suddenly spoke, breaking the group's silence. "The dungeon is located on the peak of the fifth mountain," Rebecca asked doubtfully, her eyes flashing with surprise. "The peak. There's a cave there." Victoria nodded, her eyes filled with caution, and replied, "After all, it's surrounded by an invisible barrier." Kaiset also said that at first, after searching, it seemed absurd. Isn't it obvious that it was created by the Tathagata Buddha to protect the cave? The Tathagata Buddha is a supreme god on par with the god of death, so creating an invisible barrier that even high-level warriors can't detect isn't difficult. Rebecca was surprised by the information she had just heard and asked doubtfully, "If that's true, it explains why Kaiset wandered around searching for the cave for the past 10 years. Zoon-woo silently observed everyone. Throughout the journey, he hadn't spoken, only listened intently to the conversation between Rebecca and Victoria. Thoughts stirred within him. They seemed to have no doubts about Kaiset's death. Well, it made sense. Zoon-woo lowered his head and sighed amidst the turmoil in his mind. His thoughts wandered until he unconsciously turned around. His eyes landed on Zoon-woo, who was walking a few steps behind him. Zoon-woo thought to himself, "That kid Zoon-woo seems to be deep in thought. I wonder what he's thinking about." After flying over dense canopies and rolling hills, the group finally landed in a clearing amidst the thick forest. Victoria gently touched down, the magic around her dissipating like tiny sparks of light. She stood up straight and turned to look at the others. "This is the place," she announced with certainty. Zoon-woo landed last, his gaze immediately captivated by the scene before him. He widened his eyes slightly, exclaiming inwardly, "There's a place like this." After regaining his composure, he thought, with enhanced senses, "There's almost nothing I can't perceive." Although it might sound arrogant, I wonder if barriers created by gods differ from one another. I should try to memorize everything. Someday, I'll master barriers. If I can grasp the constituent elements, who knows, I might be able to combine magic to replicate them. Victoria, while using magic to break the barrier, spoke. "This is the barrier that Kaiset broke through multiple times, but it was always restored. So it's very durable. If he hadn't described it, I wouldn't have known about this place. Although I can't completely dispel the barrier, after I manage to create a hole, the force it repels with is immense. That force blows everything away," Victoria continued, recalling Zoon-woo's terrified reaction. "The power of that recoil is chilling, like something is enraged. Of course, I can't compare the differences between various power streams, but if this is Tathagata Buddha's barrier, the power within might contain some residual energy from the Monkey King's imprisonment here." After the smoke cleared, Zoon-woo stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Victoria spoke quietly, "That's all I know." Before them was the entrance to a dark cave. Victoria continued, "You can't search with your mind because everything is dispersed right at the entrance. It feels like the entrance is a gaping maw of nothingness, waiting for us." She finished. Rebecca stepped forward resolutely. "From now on, I'll lead. If we can't grasp it with our minds, we'll have to improvise." A system notification appeared. You have entered the Monkey King's Palace dungeon. For people designated, forming a group. Beware of intruders, remnants of the Monkey King. Curse trial commencing for the group. As soon as they entered the dungeon, a violent tremor made it difficult for them to stay upright. The system continued to display messages. Curse of mental taint, trial initiated. Curse of chaos, trial initiated. Curse of poison, trial initiated. Victoria's face pale with fear. This is insane. Is there no limit to the number of curse trials? A protective barrier formed around the group of 4. Protective shield activated. Zoon-woo worriedly thought, this situation is bad. A curse. Can I even block this external force? This is the worst-case scenario. With my 5 senses blocked, I have to rely on judgment and accept everything as it is with my current mental perception. Hearing the system notification, Rebecca cursed in frustration. This is insane. Let's just keep moving forward for now. Since the Monkey King was sealed for 500 years, the residual thoughts accumulated during that time must be incredibly powerful. Everyone, stay alert. Zoon-woo's group continued deeper into the dungeon. After walking for a while, the group encountered another fork in the path. Victoria exclaimed in surprise, "Another fork? This cave is like a maze. Haven't we just been going in circles this whole time?" Hearing Victoria, Rebecca agreed. "I think so too, but let's focus on maintaining the protective barrier rather than wasting time arguing about it." Victoria asked in surprise, "What? Do you know how difficult it is to maintain this barrier?" Watching the 2 women argue, Zoon-woo wearily thought, at this rate, they definitely won't last long, even though I don't know the specifics of the skills they're using. Rebecca's skill is consuming a significant amount of magical power and mental strength. Victoria is also rapidly depleting her magic to maintain the protective barrier and will soon run out. On the other hand, Zoon-woo seems to be holding up the best. He's not spreading his mental energy thinly, but consolidating it, effectively blocking the intrusion of the residual thoughts. Rebecca and Victoria, for a long time, have focused excessively on divine power and magic, forgetting basic skills. Even though this is our first time in this cave, if we continue like this, no one will last. Should I step in? The system displayed several notifications. The Monkey King's residual thoughts are attempting to inflict curses. Mental taint curse attempted. Chaos curse attempted. Poison curse attempted. You have entered an unstable state. Maintaining rationality with the cold-blooded trait. Unstable state nullified. Gained resistance to mental taint. Gained resistance to negative infection. Gained resistance to suicidal impulses. With the cold-blooded trait, the mental system has gained superior immunity to curses and attacks. A solid mental barrier has been established. You have been freed from the Monkey King's residual thoughts. The Monkey King's residual thoughts are shocked. Zoon-woo reminisced the cold-blooded trait, the power to maintain a calm mind in any situation. I gained this trait when I awakened, and it has been a great help. As my abilities have developed over time, this trait has also significantly improved. It has helped me immensely in difficult situations. Now that I'm free from the residual thoughts, the range I can search with my mental perception and 6th sense has expanded. I can't suppress or eliminate the residual thoughts immediately. I'll try dividing and expanding my range. The Monkey King's residual thoughts feel like tsunami waves. The waves grow stronger when the wind blows from within. In that case, I'll construct my mental energy like a solid breakwater to stop it. The system displayed more notifications. Regarding the sophisticated method of handling residual thoughts, you have realized how to protect your mind from intrusion and avoid curses. Proficiency in extrasensory perception skill has significantly increased by 12.8%. Zoon-woo maintained the protective barrier with magic, his mind racing with worry as he cast. If he saw any openings, he would attack immediately. Rebecca, seemingly sensing a shift, murmured in awe, "What? The residual thoughts, they're disappearing." Is someone pushing back the Monkey King's residual thoughts? A stream of blue magic enveloped the protective barrier. Astonished, Rebecca turned to find the source, wondering aloud, what's going on? The other 3 turned to look at Zoon-woo. Rebecca asked, How did you do that?" Zoon-woo scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "In places like this, you can only use your mind skillfully. I was just lucky enough to push back the Monkey King's residual thoughts." Victoria, hearing this, let out a relieved sigh. I had initially planned things out carefully, but the situation surpassed my expectations. She wiped away cold sweat and said, "Thanks to you, that intense pressure has lessened." "Thank you." Rebecca, her face tight with displeasure, spoke up. "But I'm not happy that you hid your strength like that. If you could do this, you should have helped us sooner. I know it would have been difficult for you, but it was necessary. After all, thank you anyway." Zoon-woo, noticing their gratitude mixed with dissatisfaction, wondered to himself, are they annoyed or grateful? It's hard to tell. I didn't want to deceive everyone. Revealing my strength here wasn't necessary. I have started to decipher the structure of this cave by expanding my extrasensory perception. It's a complex labyrinth, tangled like a spiderweb, making navigation extremely difficult. Even if we try to backtrack, finding our way out is nearly impossible. Furthermore, there are still many things I haven't seen yet. Traps are set everywhere, and there are many monsters born from the Monkey King's residual thoughts. Under normal circumstances, everyone could face them without any problems, but in the current situation, if we're ambushed, everyone could. Rebecca might be able to cope somehow, but I sense some monsters here are too much for Victoria and Calm. There's no other way. We can only advance to the center of the cave and eliminate all the enemies. Under the gloomy sky, Zoon-woo's group fought fiercely against a horde of numerous and ferocious monsters. The roars and the clang of weapons echoed ceaselessly, creating a scene of chaos. Waves of monsters appeared from all directions, flooding the battlefield and intensifying the fight. Everyone in the group exerted themselves to repel the enemies, but the pressure from the monsters grew relentlessly. Amidst the tension, the system suddenly displayed a bright notification. Monster-chan has slain Lister Zaman, 98. He has devoured the soul using his inherent skill, predation. Monster Ka has defeated Jai, 13. He has devoured the soul using his inherent skill, absorption. Goth, 71, has been eliminated, disarming traps with rapid speed. You have analyzed 45% of the labyrinth, conquering the dungeon at a rapid pace. However, thanks to their coordinated efforts and unwavering determination, Zoon-woo's group gradually gained control of the situation. After eliminating a large number of monsters, Zoon-woo smiled with satisfaction, slowly surveying the now somewhat quieter battlefield, and thought to himself, "Good, very smooth. Disarming the traps first is a good start." The residual thoughts within the cave have become excellent food for the monsters. Two birds with one stone. Moreover, it allows me to grasp the structure of this labyrinth more quickly. At this rate, I can grasp the entire structure of the Demon King's palace quickly. Going deeper into the cave, Zoon-woo saw strange colored marks and wondered aloud. What's this? What are these marks? The residual thoughts emanating here have a different nature than those felt elsewhere in the cave. The system then appeared to answer Zoon-woo's questions. You have discovered a very old knife wound. You have discovered a wound subsequently created by a spear. You have discovered chaotic footprints. Zoon-woo was surprised and spoke to himself. In my perception, the curse here is very strong. It radiates resentment frantically. How could it leave behind such powerful traces? What do these marks mean? Zoon-woo's attendant spirits, seeing this, exclaimed, "Wow, this is unbelievable, truly surprising. How could one think like that?" Zoon-woo then spoke, asking those ahead of him, "Do you know what that is?" Both behind Zoon-woo's group exclaimed. Master has come into contact with it many times, but still hasn't recognized it. Focus on sensing the residual thoughts emanating from it slowly. Hearing this, Zoon-woo had some thoughts. Slightly annoyed, but Sanon's words were never wrong. Suddenly, Zoon-woo sensed something. Super perception. A congratulatory system message appeared. You have received a great deal of super perception insight, which has been connected to the dragon demon eye and is tracing complex clues. Beginning to read the results. Zoon-woo was still astonished. This is martial arts, or rather, an ascetic practice. A frantic ascetic practice contributed to the formation of a god with transcendental martial arts and magic in this place. Traces like these are covered in a frenzy. Dot of fervor and resentment. So that's it. After being sealed in the cave by the Tathagata Buddha. But these are the marks of the Demon King's resentment as he sought to break the seal. After being sealed, the Demon King raged and cursed the Tathagata Buddha, rampaging and attacking frantically. But the absolute seal remained unshaken. The Demon King remained in this frenzied state for hundreds of years. Then, suddenly, the Demon King realized that if he continued to rampage like this, he would be the one to suffer. After that, he adjusted his mind and began to gather what he knew. He made relentless efforts to converge the scattered fragments of his consciousness. The accumulation process grew increasingly intense. It was an extremely difficult and arduous task, but the Demon King overcame it. He made significant progress in both his soul and physique. The only thing the Demon King had was time. He accomplished it step by step without rushing. And whenever he realized something new, he experimented on the cave walls. This gradually helped fill in his previous shortcomings. During that time, the Demon King, who once knew no fear in the world, learned to maintain composure, to become someone who bows their head and endures whenever necessary, as long as it achieves their goals. That's the great sage, equal to heaven's greatest strength, and the point that the world fears him the most. So 100 years, 200 years, more than 500 years passed. When nearly 1,000 years had passed, he finally had enough. Power to break the Tathagata Buddha's seal. Yeon-woo, astonished by the past he witnessed, exclaimed, "I can't believe it." So were the so-called 72 earthly transformations. Hearing Yeon-woo's question, Sanan replied, "What? The 72 earthly transformations? This can't be compared to the 72 earthly transformations. The 72 earthly transformations are the most powerful techniques among the skills the Demon King learned. It's the primary reason he rampaged across the three realms, causing so much terror. And it's also what we must obtain in this cave." Hearing Sanan's words, Yeon-woo sank into deep thought. The great sage, equal to heaven, a being so terrifying that he made even the Jade Emperor panic. Can I obtain his inheritance? What remains here are the traces he left behind after a long period of training. The Demon King is an existence that even gods and demons avoid. If I can understand all these traces, it will be of great help to me. It seems like I can't fully comprehend them right away. Let's memorize everything first so I can study it after I have time to analyze them. These traces are difficult to analyze at a glance. And from my perception, it's something extremely profound. It's not martial arts, nor is it magic or a curse. Is this divine art? It doesn't involve using my own magic power, but how does this magic power operate? I'm overthinking this. Lost in thought, Yeon-woo was left behind by the others. Khan called out to him, "Hey, what the hell are you thinking about?" Another fork in the road. Focus. If you get distracted, you're dead. I hope you haven't forgotten that we're inside the cave that imprisoned the Demon King. Even you would have a hard time surviving alone. Yeon-woo replied, I was a bit distracted." He then fell back into his thoughts. Even though we've explored most of the cave, we should still be careful. The closer we get to the center, the denser the residual thoughts become, and the greater the danger. BK cursed in frustration. "Damn it, this place keeps changing bit by bit." Jia also spoke up, "If I extend my consciousness too far, the Demon Kings will quickly repels it." BK, with an angry expression, said, "There's no other way. Wait a moment, I'll check this place first." Saying that, BK flew off. Yeon-woo marveled inwardly, such power. Yeon-woo suddenly emitted a surge of intense power, forcing Kong and Jia, who were standing nearby, to dodge. Without saying much, Yeon-woo grabbed his dagger and flew towards BK. Seeing this, BK asked in surprise, "Why so suddenly?" Looking ahead, BK asked in alarm, "What is that?" Yeon-woo, simultaneously embodying a heroic rescuer and a cold CEO, said, "Sorry, no time to explain." In any case, the Demon King's residual thoughts seem to be acting to capture us. Yeon-woo was lost in his own thoughts. The god of hunting grants what all skilled hunters desire most: recognition as their emissary. BK, immersed in a powerful magical current, was astonished. Yeon-woo continued to ponder. Such an immense honor would make anyone envious. It's a tremendous honor, one that anyone would be envious of. BK is currently immersed in a powerful magical current, which surprises her greatly. Yeon-woo is still lost in thought. Why does it seem to have little effect compared to the others in this cave? Why does it have so little effect compared to the others in this cave? Zoon, who was trying his best to dispel the Demon King's lingering thoughts. BK, watching Zoon, who with frustration, wondered to herself, damn it, has all my training to the point of death and back over the past few years been for nothing? I can't understand. I'm high-ranking, an emissary of a god. BK's eyes flashed with anger as she spoke. This is infuriating. Behind Zoon, who, BK began to summon her magic. Green gusts of wind appeared. Though slightly surprised, Zoon quickly regained his composure and joined BK in dealing with the lingering thoughts. Seeing the magic BK used, Zoon praised her silently. Truly destructive power. This is the strength of a high-ranking Zank, an emissary of a god. She's probably struggling to use even 50% of her power in her current condition. Even so, with this level of strength, I can't imagine how powerful she'll be if she can escape this 5 elements mountain. BK called out, Kong, from now on, you lead the way. Unable to believe his ears, Zoon asked in surprise me. He had his own thoughts on the matter. Unexpectedly, among the rare high-ranking Zank, there's someone who admits their limitations. Even as an emissary of a powerful god, entrusting the lead to a lower-level player is an unbelievable decision. However, such players somehow manage to grow incredibly powerful in the future. Jia spoke up, disagreeing. I should be leading. Of course, I acknowledge Kang's positive actions in this cave, but to reach the deeper parts, we need the power of a high-ranking Zank. I don't mean to underestimate Kong, but this is a cave that even Kins died in. I can't accept someone weaker than me taking command. BK immediately defended her decision. That's why I said Kong shows great potential, more so than any of us here. So, from now on, I'll entrust Kong with leading the way. Zoon remained silent, listening to the two women talk. He continued to ponder. Such a strong will, cold and calculating, but prioritizing survival. Either way, taking the initiative is crucial. That kid following behind is also a concern. BK and Jia, focused ahead, seem unaware, but that malicious brat, who knows what he'll do. Perhaps if something happens to BK and Jia, I'll intervene. That form, resembling a vampire skill, seems unaffected by the great sage's lingering thoughts. If necessary, I'll snatch the 72 earthly transformations and flee. This is incredibly dangerous. I won't act unless I'm certain. Since I don't know what Kins and that colorful character are planning, I must be cautious. Zoon slowly spoke. I understand. Inwardly, Zoon had his own plans. If anything went beyond his control, the best course of action was to escape this labyrinth. Survival was paramount. After careful consideration, Zoon said, from now on, we'll increase our pace. Everyone, follow me closely. The group of 4 set off again, with Zoon guidance. Zoon used his dragon eye to find the most accurate path. He thought to himself, right? Jia, seemingly still distrustful, spoke up, intending to stop him. Hey, but before Jia could finish, BK came up from behind and said, don't interrupt. Jia, surprised by BK's change in demeanor, asked what. BK immediately replied, trust me, when attacking this cave, the commander's decision is absolute. Pushing up her glasses, Jia asked, are you sure it's alright? Although leading the way, Zoon looked back and silently thanked BK. Thanks to BK, she trusted and followed his instructions. This was very beneficial to his plan. If so, he couldn't afford to lose that firm trust. Not betraying BK's absolute trust, Zoon led the way, clearing the residual thoughts wherever they went. Jia was puzzled as to why Zoon could move so smoothly and had to ask herself, what is his body made of? He moves as if he already knows the cave. He acts as if he's predicted where all the residual thoughts will appear. When I researched him, I also felt something strange. Zoon turned around and said, this seems to be the end of the cave. Lost in thought, Jia was startled by Zoon words and exclaimed, what? I didn't think we'd get this far so easily. All 4 of them used magic to travel, and after a while, Jia exclaimed in astonishment, are we really here? So fast. BK smiled and said, indeed, quite fast. Zoon exclaimed, this place is huge. Pointing at the door ahead, BK asked, what is that door? There seems to be some kind of pattern carved on it. Zoon turned around and answered, because it's so old and rusted, it's hard to see clearly. The group cautiously approached the door for a closer look. Kong, who had been silent until now, also spoke up and asked, Jia, is that Jia looked up, touching her chin thoughtfully, and replied, "Wait a minute, that's the script on the great sage's Rui Jingubang. This iron door is the Rui Jingubang." Zun, who also looked at the ancient characters, and pondered. "I never expected to find the Rui Jingubang here, and it's so rusted that even if someone looked, they wouldn't recognize it. Are these murals and patterns the last part of the Demon King's legacy?" The system appeared with a congratulatory message. "Congratulations. You have successfully restored the Demon King's legacy to its original state. You have been awarded additional battle points. You have received 30 million battle points. You have been awarded an additional 20 million battle points." Zun, who wasn't surprised by the system notification, only thinking quietly, "First, I need to memorize these characters." Jia spoke up again. "Even though it's only a part of the Rui Jingu Bang, I wonder if this iron door made from it can be opened." Unable to understand Jia's meaning, BK asked with an annoyed expression, "What are you talking about?" Jia replied, "Because it's made of divine metal, a legendary iron that can seal even gods and demons. If that's the case, its durability is exceptional, and naturally, it's very difficult to destroy." A moment later, Kong was trying to use his strength to open the door, but it seemed to have no effect. Both BK and Jia also tried using magic to open it, but it was like scratching an itch. The door didn't budge even a little. Finding it too difficult to open, BK complained, "Damn it, don't even twitch." Jia, panting, added, "The magic is dissipating into nothingness." BK asked, puzzled, how on earth did Kins get through this place? Zun, who seemed to have grasped the key point and had his own thoughts. "Divine metal, with my strength and theirs, it's impossible to open this door. It's not about using brute force. Clearly, Kins used a different method. I have to figure out what it is." Zun, who barely touched the door, and it opened automatically, leaving the four of them stunned and speechless. Embarrassed, Zun, who scratched his face and said, "Everyone come inside." The four entered the room. On both sides were stone statues of monkey gods bowing their heads in respectful greeting. BK exclaimed in surprise, "These statues are incredible. Each one contains power that surpasses even Jia and Kong. Compared to anything else, they emanate an aura of pressure that affects everyone. This place is so strange." Jia, seeing something, cried out, "Look over there. It's Kins." Beneath a stone tablet engraved with ancient characters lay a young man unconscious, a spear beside him. BK said in surprise, "That stone tablet, the 72 earthly transformations of the great sage." Kong, his voice trembling with excitement, said, "We found it. As long as we have this." The cry of a girl drew everyone's attention. "The 72 earthly transformations are mine." BK exclaimed in utter shock, "Luna." The lingering thoughts of the great sage spoke faintly. "You who disturb the slumber of a king, who are you?" Those lingering thoughts attacked everyone, especially Luna, the traitor who screamed in pain. Zun, whose group was fortunate, he stepped forward to defend them, thinking to himself, "It seems I've been mistaken all this time. I assumed Mount Five Elements was just a place to seal the great sage, so I thought the monsters blocking our way were also his lingering thoughts. But the movements of all these stone monkey statues aren't the great sage's lingering thoughts, but those of his subordinates. From the beginning, I only focused on the name of the dungeon. I was too careless. This is more serious than I thought. The great sage's palace isn't a place of sealing, so naturally, there can't be any lingering thoughts of its master remaining. I shouldn't have assumed from the start that such weak lingering thoughts belong to the great sage. All the traces left in this cave are the lingering thoughts of his subordinates. They were placed here to threaten and stop intruders from disturbing the great sage's sleep. The lingering thoughts of the subordinates spoke again, declaring that those who disturbed the slumber of the Demon King would pay with their lives. The system reappeared, this time presenting a quest. The terracotta army of the Demon King, after being freed from the 500-year seal beneath the Five Elements Mountain, underwent a long period of hardship and finally atoned for their mistakes, becoming divine beings. The demons, upon seeing their king again after such a long wait, felt resentful that they had fallen into another extended period of waiting. So, while waiting for their king's return, they constructed a palace beneath the Five Elements Mountain, where the king's relics remained. To prevent the theft of these relics, They stationed a terracotta army imbued with their own will to protect the place. From now on, seize the Demon King's relics under the threat of the terracotta army and prove yourselves worthy of becoming the Demon King's successor, worthy of participating in the complete sweep of the Demon King's palace. The reward, the 72 earthly transformations. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the terracotta statues suddenly began to attack. Kong was charged by a stone statue, nearly taking a fatal blow, but quickly dodged. Enraged, Kong roared, "Damn it!" Kang's eyes burned with hatred, their hand tightening around the hilt of their sword. On the other side, BK wasn't faring much better. She used her sword, emitting a pale blue light, slashing repeatedly at the terracotta army, but strangely, they remained unharmed. BK exclaimed in astonishment, "It's not even chipped. We can't let them get past this door, Jia." Jia, struggling to control her magic from the side, replied with determination, "I know." Meanwhile, Kong thought, "We have to stop them from crossing the Iron Gate, or we'll be surrounded. We have to block them here." Without hesitation, Kong quickly sliced their hand, letting the blood drip onto their sword. Kong yelled, "Awaken." Instantly, the sword emitted a crimson aura, powerful as a burning flame. With a single swing, Kong swept away a row of statues, staggering the terracotta army. In another corner, Zun, who was exerting himself, using his magic. Zun, who observed the terracotta army and thought, "Now I just need to find the source of the lingering thoughts. If the lingering thoughts are a connection of individuals, then I just need to separate them. There it is. Their weak point is the core. The core of their consciousness is stored there." His eyes lit up as he spotted his target, then raised his hand to the sky, summoning a powerful surge of magic, firing it directly at the army. Then, Zunhu yelled, "Attack the points I just marked. That's where their lingering thoughts are concentrated." Hearing this, the group asked in surprise, "Are you sure those are their weak points?" Wasting no time, BK immediately utilized her special skill, unleashing Floral Slaughter Dance. From her sword, hundreds of sword-shaped beams of light shot forth, targeting the weak points Zun who had indicated. Jia also quickly used her Thunder God magic, summoning bolts of lightning from the sky, striking down at the necessary locations. Meanwhile, Kong and Zun who coordinated seamlessly, using their swords in a continuous assault, shattering the terracotta statues. The group of four worked together in perfect harmony, and before long, the terracotta army was reduced to dust. At that moment, a system notification appeared. "You have safely passed the first trial. Prepare for the second trial. Time remaining, 5 minutes." BK collapsed onto the ground, panting and groaning. "This is insane." Jia, equally exhausted, sighed, "Because my magic dissipated in the void, I'm completely drained." Just then, Luna, who they thought had been defeated, suddenly burst out laughing. As expected, "You're all amazing." BK, astonished, jumped up and shouted, "What? You're still alive?" Luna calmly replied, "Do you know why I'm called Hyundai? Because I'm not that easy to kill. But you've worked hard." BK grumbled, "Oh man, I don't have any strength left." Jia reassured her, "Anyway, they can't do anything more. Recover your strength. It's almost over." Meanwhile, Zun, who silently called out in his mind, Sanin. Understanding his master's intent, Sanin replied with a chuckle, "Leave it to me. I also enjoy punishing despicable people like him." But Zunhu's heart was still filled with suspicion. Everything has come to this, but why haven't we seen any sign of the Demon King? This isn't over yet. Aren't they waiting outside for us to finish everything so they can reap the benefits? Zunhu gripped his sword tightly and continued to expand his extrasensory perception, searching the entire cave. But strangely, he couldn't find any trace of the Demon King. Zunhu muttered to himself, "I've continuously expanded the range of my extrasensory perception and searched the entire cave, but I can't find any trace of the Demon King. Only we are in this cave." The most likely scenario is that they are waiting outside, looking for an opportunity to steal the Rui Jingu Bang and the 72 earthly transformations. Also, what's this? Suddenly, something flickered in his sight. Jia stepped forward to investigate, turning over a young man lying motionless on the ground. But upon closer inspection, Jia gasped, "Is this just a mannequin? This is fake, just a dummy." Kong, hearing this, jolted. "What?" BK was equally bewildered by the news. "What's going on?" If that's the case, then Kaizi. The scene fell silent. They approached the tablet covered in writing to see what it said. Zunhu also stood to the side, observing. "This is the 72 earthly transformations. that you must memorize it all. If that's the case, the final objective of the mission is to steal the king's relics. The king's relics cannot be stolen. They have stationed a terracotta army imbued with their own will to protect this place. Anyone who steals the treasures will face the terracotta army. One must prove themselves worthy of inheriting the great sage's treasures. What exactly are the relics? How do we prove ourselves worthy successors? The relics, what do they metaphorically represent for the great sage? It's what the great sage obtained before becoming a god, the 72 earthly transformations. For the great sage, the relics are nothing but the 72 earthly transformations. We must prove our worth by mastering the 72 earthly transformations. The Demon King has tried to compromise or kidnap a worthy successor to brainwash them. If the first trial was a test of basic divine power, then the second trial must be to quickly grasp the contents inscribed on the stone tablet and apply them. The guardian warrior statues and the stone monkey statues carved here are meant to monitor and oversee the trials. If that's the case, why was the fake body placed here? He's cunning. Why would he do such a thing? Zoon, who was also intently listening to the entire event and the contents on the stone tablet. What was the key point? The preparation time had ended. The second trial was beginning. The monkey statues, clad in warrior-like armor and wielding sharp spears, suddenly began to move. In a terrifying moment, one raised its spear and attacked Jia. She was utterly panicked. Zoon quickly ran towards them, his heart filled with alarm. He yelled too late. BK, equally worried, rushed forward like a speeding arrow. Boom! Boom! A thick gray smoke erupted, completely obscuring their vision. Zoon, was uneasy, struggling to see, he tried to disperse the smoke. Suddenly, BK was thrown back, flung far away, unable to control her body. Zoon cried out in fear. BK. He used his fire sword to cut through the thick gray smoke. That monstrous fiend was incredibly ferocious. It trampled on everything, smashing all around. Zoon, strong and resolute, counterattacked with his sturdy sword. The sword erupted in flames as he struck back. He was becoming exhausted and worried. His hand numb from the previous attack. So strong. It looks large, but its speed is incredible. BK was unconscious. The other stone statues looked as if they were about to move. What should I do? The 72 earthly transformations aren't simple spells that can be learned in 5 minutes. Such a short time must imply something. To become the Demon King's heir, the top priority must be reverence or fear towards him. That's it. A loud sound rang out. Everyone kneel. Everyone obeyed the command and immediately bowed down. Zoon, silently assessed the situation. A sharp arrow was pointed directly at his head. Everyone was sweating with fear. They slowly looked up. All right, then what? The monster still wouldn't relent. It continued to brandish its spear, threatening anyone who dared to resist. This is crazy. Because this is the king's place, we must show respect. Is that it? Za so bad? Sobi. She murmured. BK had pushed her out of the way. Instead, her trembling hand slowly touched her friend's chest. BK seemed to have died, saving her. Having exhausted her magic power and unable to use healing magic, BK took her last breath, looking at everything around her one final time. She closed her eyes and waved her hand, bidding farewell to the world. Jia was stunned, in shock. She screamed, no. The death of her comrade caused her immense pain. Everyone saw it and couldn't help but feel sorrow and regret. Kong couldn't bear it any longer, while Jia had used up all her spells. Even if he gave his all to the mission, it would be incredibly difficult and dangerous. Those two will only be a hindrance. Zoon worried. Now that things have come to this, I must obtain the Demon King's legacy, besides the 72 earthly transformations. There must be other things, especially the Rui Jingu Bang, rumored to be an item forged from divine iron. If I had the Rui Jingu Bang, I can learn more about this black bracelet. First, I need to eliminate these obstacles. My teammate told Zoon that, in my opinion, it seems like the purpose of these trial statues is to find the Monkey King's successor. He wondered, the Monkey King's successor. The quest wants us to escape this place in the king's form and prove we are worthy successors. Perhaps that's the meaning of the 72 earthly transformations. So it wants us to master the 72 earthly transformations and prove we are worthy successors. Makes sense. Zoon asked, what about Kai Z? It's definitely a trap. He couldn't find the solution, so he used us as guinea pigs. Jia angrily said, damn it, that bastard. Think about Kai Z later. First, we have to get out of here. She asked Zoon-woo, "Do you know a way out?" He replied, "There's a side door next to the main gate. I think we can get out through there. But there are 12 stone statues. It'll be difficult to avoid them all." She reassured him, "It's okay, we have a decoy. I'll try to buy some time, so you two just run to the side door when I give the signal." Zoon-woo said, "On the count of 3, run. Za-boo-woo. Huh. Wait, 1, 2, 3, run." The team immediately got up and ran like the wind. Sanin appeared out of nowhere. It let out a crisp laugh, as if wanting to devour everything. "Haha, I've been waiting." Sanin grabbed their teammate. They screamed, "What are you doing? Let me go." Then suddenly, it threw the person high into the air. "Do you know who I am?" The stone statues seemed to receive a signal. Their eyes glowed brightly. Witnessing their friend being gagged, he shouted in worry, calling for help. Hearing this, Zoon-woo immediately charged towards Sanin with his knife. It firmly restrained the person it had captured. The stone statues had reactivated, silently observing every gesture and action around them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They began to charge towards Zoon-woo. He unleashed a move, defensive art. The power began to manifest. The force of the spell was incredibly fierce. Zoon-woo focused all his strength to defeat Sanin and save his friend. The stone statue behind also thrust its spear towards Zoon-woo. The power created a protective barrier. He thought worriedly, "Is it possible? It worked. I can block them." Have the other two reached the door safely. Jia had already made it outside. Zoon-woo, hurry up. You two go ahead. Zoon-woo locked the door, staying behind alone to challenge the ferocious monsters. Now, there's no need to hide his power anymore. His teammates outside yelled, demanding him to open the door. A notification appeared. "You have left the quest area. You cannot enter because you do not meet the quest requirements." They were helpless, unable to do anything. Damn it. It's always like this with Mom, with Doyo, and now too. I've been training nonstop, so I wouldn't be a burden. The 72 earthly transformations that so many have sought are right in front of me. Though I feel guilty, I need to trust him and ensure the safety of the two of us first. Za spoke up. Kaizi is probably waiting for us outside. I have a great idea. Do you want to hear it? Claiming territory. Inside, it feels like being immersed in a celestial paradise. Little Zoon-woo alone amidst these giants. Zoon-woo's territory has been claimed. You can use your power within that territory. The first step when the power is activated. Dragon's Blood. For a limited time, all stats increase by a certain amount, regardless of how strong the restrictions of this round are. Right now, this place is my territory. I can unleash my full power here. In this place, the limitations of the 5th mountain that were holding me back are gone. The half year I spent training wasn't wasted. I can feel my extrasensory perception being enhanced. I can see the wavelengths and mana flow of everything, and I can even interact with them. Zoon-woo's power is growing stronger and stronger. I've become much stronger than before. Fiery dragon wings sprout forth, looking magnificent, grand, and majestic. V has definitely changed compared to before, with divine power from the unknown master. Most of the curses are lifted, and it gradually regains its original form. But the source of the curse hasn't completely disappeared for some reason. The sword's blessing, when facing the enemy's final blow, it simultaneously curses all nearby enemies. Those cursed will have their defense and movement speed significantly reduced. War Spirit. When the wielder's fighting spirit and rage increase to a certain level, the souls of the heroes slumbering within the sword will awaken. Attack speed increases up to 30%. Attack power increases up to 1,500%, and damage also increases by 35 to 40%. Defensive skills are reduced by 50%. Cleansing Sword. The more it strikes, the more killing intent it absorbs, further enhancing the wielder's abilities. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the sword's strikes become, and the chance of a critical hit also increases. Those fiery dragon wings allow Zoon-woo to soar high. He looks stronger than ever. The sight alone is enough to terrify the opponent. The ferocious monsters also take to the air, declaring war. Zoon-woo says, "This is my greatest power. Prove your worth. Your worth as the successor to the throne." Boom, 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 crash, bong. The two sides clash, a fierce and dazzling spectacle. Sanin and Han-ung are brimming with fighting spirit against the enemy, having to face mindless fools like you. As expected, following Master never leaves a dull moment, just when we were itching for something to do. Let's turn them into mud. Zoon-woo must do his best in this battle. I have a strange feeling about what's happening in this cave. And then those giant soldier statues launch their weapons at Zoon-woo. Do not disturb the king's slumber, but large things naturally move slower than smaller creatures. Lin Hanbo is also targeted by them. At some point, Zoon-woo has leaped high into the air. Even though I'm fighting with everything I've got right now, but no matter how much I attack, their stone bodies make it difficult for me to destroy them immediately. They have infinite stamina and they're getting stronger. The longer this goes on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. The task of being recognized as the Monkey King's successor. That isn't to defeat these stone statues, is it? I have to quickly master the 72 divine arts and gain their recognition. Thinking about it, the actions of these stone statues are incredibly suspicious. They're displaying 64 different postures. There are 12 stone statues in total. If each statue performs 6 moves, that makes 72 moves in total. Could it be the 72 divine arts? Somehow, they're utilizing the time difference. My thinking speed and parallel processing are pushed to the maximum. Perhaps I can obtain the Monkey King's legacy and decipher the principles of divine arts. Damn, my head feels like it's about to explode. Zoon-woo's eyes reflected the flames of passion. He used Thaya to create a powerful attack. Finally, what Zoon-woo had been waiting for happened. He successfully severed an arm of the monkey stone statue. Zoon-woo successfully unleashed the first divine art, Thaya. He successfully learned one of the 72 divine arts. The 72 divine arts skill has been generated. Thaya's function is as follows. Within a certain spatial range, it can establish a different space, and Zoon-woo's skills are upgraded when used within that space. It requires an immense amount of mental strength and concentration. Failure will result in a state of chaos for 3 seconds. The 72 divine arts. This is the skill's son Wukong, the Monkey King, learned from his master when he was young. He became the king of demons thanks to the 72 divine arts, and finally used it to claim the position of one of the 7 great demon kings of the East. The 72 divine arts are composed of 72 different techniques, each with its own unique characteristics. It's extremely difficult to learn them all. If one understands them all, they could become a deity or a great monster. Not everyone can easily achieve this feat. Zoon-woo will be rewarded, and an additional 5,000 merit points will be added, plus another 3,000. The stone monkey said, "Insolent one, disturbing the great king's slumber. You have proven your worth. Our task is now complete." They began to vanish, leaving no trace behind. Even using just one of the 72 divine arts was enough for Zoon-woo to qualify. I did it. Zoon-woo passed the second trial. The third trial will begin immediately. Zoon-woo was surprised, not expecting the third trial to start so quickly. The door gradually opened to the place where Zoon-woo was awaited. The third trial officially began. This place had a clear blue sky and butterflies fluttering around an exquisite waterfall. A dragon flew in front of Zoon-woo. Are you the 10-star fragment? Seeing it, many thoughts crossed Zoon-woo's mind. Such a powerful presence. Could it become a dragon god? It's much larger than beings like the phoenix or Tao Tai. Then the dragon continued, "Here, it would be more appropriate to call you the successor. Whatever, are you the new successor? If so, climb onto my back. I will take you there." Zoon-woo set foot on the grassy ground. The Monkey King's voice rang in my ears. "Finally, you're here. It's been a while since our bumblebee got serious, hasn't it? I used to tease him a lot when he was younger. Now that he's older, he doesn't even bother to reply. Why are you looking at me with such reverence? Is your heart pounding because you're meeting your idol? Are you dizzy? That's right, I'm just too handsome. But I'm quite pleased that you didn't faint at the sight of me." Zoon-woo found this guy incredibly arrogant and talkative, perhaps even more so than his master. "I have a question." The Monkey King interrupted Zoon-woo. "Wait, before you ask, I must tell you what to pay attention to. I can only answer 3 of your questions. Because of karma, I can't do otherwise. If you ask about the fragments, I have nothing to say about that. It's a sensitive issue. As for the reason this place was created, I won't answer that either. You only have 1 question left." Zoon-woo thought this guy was too difficult. Even if he asked what karma was, he probably wouldn't get an answer. This is the 3rd trial, but he only told me to ask questions, not what the trial is. Could it be that asking 3 questions is the trial itself? If so, I need a comprehensive question about gods, but it definitely can't include the word God. "Then who are you?" The Monkey King's lips curled up slightly. "Finally, something I can answer. Interesting. You passed." Zoon-woo passed the 3rd trial. "You have successfully completed all 3 trials. Zoon, who has completed the main quest Terracotta Army and the hidden quest Palace of the Monkey King. You have received the additional skill 72 Divine Arts and the title Descendant of him. Not everyone can easily achieve this. You will receive a reward and be awarded additional merit points, 10,000 points, and an additional 15,000 points. The title Descendant of the Monkey King. Before breaking the seal and leaving the Five Elements Mountain, he left his legacy here. Although he hated this place because it was where he was sealed, it was still where he spent 500 years. Moreover, he wanted to leave the 72 divine arts to future generations according to his master's will. In battle, using this title will grant exceptional mental strength and focus. Furthermore, depending on the situation, if you use fire, metal, or earth, you can summon his power. The person in front of Zoon, who right now is the remnant thought of the Monkey King, before his true self disappeared somewhere. I am a wisp of divine consciousness left here. What? Just consider me a wisp of divine consciousness. And this world is like the realization of my inner world by my remnant thoughts. So, I really don't know where to go anymore. I know everything. That guy, compared to me, is much freer. I had to stay here to witness the inheritor and evaluate whether they were qualified. I'm sick of being tied down here. Anyway, it's fortunate that someone finally made it here after so long. Take it. Zoon, who observed the fragment in his hand. It felt familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Could it be the Divine Iron? The Monkey King's divine artifact. This is one of the dozens of fragments that make up the Rui Jingu Bang. Currently, there's no way to restore it to its original form. To restore the Rui Jingu Bang to its complete form, you must search for the scattered fragments and piece them back together. Zoon, who has received a hidden quest. The owner of the Rui Jingu Bang, the Monkey King's son Wukong, didn't have many inheritors, so he worried they would tarnish his reputation. Therefore, he decided to find a true successor. He broke the Rui Jingu Bang into dozens of pieces and scattered them everywhere. From now on, gather all the pieces of the Rui Jingu Bang and restore it. The one who restores the Rui Jingu Bang will not only possess the power and secrets hidden within it, but also the title of Great Sage, equal to heaven, and the qualification to participate. The owner of the title Descendant of the Monkey King or possessor of one or more fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang. There is no time limit. The Monkey King chuckled. The fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang are scattered everywhere. Where the fragments are, and exactly how many there are, no one knows but me. I sense that someone has already collected quite a few fragments. There might be a great war, as many are greedy and covet the title of Great Sage, equal to heaven. If you dislike this, give up. I'll just wait until another successor appears. However, Zoon, who had no intention of avoiding this quest. I accept the quest. The Monkey King said, such spirit at a young age. Then my task is complete. If you go through here, you can return to where you were before coming here. Before leaving, Zoon wanted to ask one more question. I wonder if you know anything about this bracelet. It seems to be made of the same material as the Rui Jingu Bang. Hearing this, the Monkey King was extremely surprised. What did you get this? A skill. If you say it's related to the soul, then this is definitely a divine weapon. There are also ones for the neck and ankles. Their shapes are similar to this. They are a type of restraint. Zoon, who had suspected this since obtaining it from a trap, but now he could be certain it was a divine weapon. The Monkey King warned him to conceal it if he ever met its owner. They have an immense desire for treasures and will relentlessly pursue them. Zoon would certainly remember this, but he didn't understand why gods and demons alike were so obsessed with Xiantai. The Monkey King's eyes gleamed. It's good stuff, but not to the point of obsession. It's fear that drives them to it. It's the only thing that can control or seal both gods and demons. It's used to control terrifyingly powerful gods or demons with countless sins. When I wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, it was essential for sealing great demons away from the mortal world. Perhaps your bracelet is also used to control someone. If it's an ability that deals with the soul, then perhaps that person is related to life itself. Zunu thought for a moment, the 7 Dark Kings, beings that even the demon gods feared. Thank you for your words. That's enough. It had been a long time since the Monkey King had met someone as interesting as Zunhu, the one who awakened the dragon's emotions. Se-ung, do you not think of anyone? Perhaps Se-ung thought Zun, who resembled his former master. The Monkey King sensed someone approaching. Something's wrong. There's an intruder. Who are you? daring to trespass on this sacred ground. It was Kai-Z. My apologies. Another face of the great heavenly demon. I've come to retrieve you. Zoon-woo emerged from the trial chamber, lost in thought as he walked. There was no sign of Kong or Jia. It seemed they had escaped safely, avoiding the demonic forces. Before Zoon-woo lay the body of a girl. Though he hadn't interacted with them much, they were good people. He wanted to collect her soul, but the bracelet could only collect the souls of the lifeless. There was no way to gather the souls of these people. I'll have to try later. I don't know what to do here anyway. Someone has already collected quite a few fragments of the Rui Jingu Bang. If that's the case, there will be a huge battle. More than that, even if it's just by chance, I absolutely cannot let anyone obtain it. Only I am allowed to possess the Rui Jingu Bang. The blue flame flickered behind Zoon-woo. Lines of text were obscured. The flames burned even more fiercely. And here is the village of the One-Horn tribe. Only Fanny recognized Zoon-woo. Isn't seeing him supposed to be harder than reaching for the stars? Zoon-woo asked about Sinsu. I said I'd come when the egg hatches. Fanty yelled angrily. Really? I'm talking to you. How can you be so inconsiderate? But Zoon-woo seemed indifferent, only wanting to go to Sinsu immediately. Fanny found him increasingly cold. Then, Jong brushed past Zoon-woo, his face looking vacant. Ah, you and Sinsu are closely related, aren't you? I was wondering why you look like such a fool, not alike at all. There must be a reason. Zoon-woo found this guy incredibly strange. Then Fanny asked, don't you remember him? There's no need to remember those I've beaten once. I really like that about you. He's the one who stopped you when you first came to the One-Horn tribe's village. But you still got in, so he must still hold a grudge. It's not a big deal that you don't recognize him. He's been irritable lately. It's unclear why he suddenly changed like this. Zoon, who had been observing Jong from behind. Demonic energy. He's done something during this time. I could sense a dark aura from him, but that's his business. Let him be. At the same time, a voice rang out. Our Jong has gone potty. Gone potty. Little one, if Jong wakes up, won't he be hungry? Bring the food quickly. Where's the record book? It changed color again. I have to record it quickly. Where's the book? This change must be recorded in the nurturing journal. Zoon, whose gaze was fixed on something. Ziffin. Ziffin is classified as the noblest of all discovered species. Judging by its hue, it seems to have absorbed very well. Moreover, its appearance suggests it has the potential for exceptional development. The system notified Zoon-woo. You have completed the hidden quest, Abido's trial. This is a great achievement that not everyone can attain. You will be rewarded with additional merit points and a reward. You are rewarded with 5,000 merit points. You are rewarded with an additional 3,000 merit points. From now on, you can control green souls. Your understanding of soul arts is still low. Familiarize yourself with soul arts and transform green souls into high-level souls. You have received additional rewards, tortoise shell fragments and snaketail skin. These are unique crafting materials that don't exist within the tower and are completely under the owner's possession. Currently, Zoon has also grasped a bit about the limits when using them to craft weapons and armor. The tortoise shell is as hard as adamantium. Moreover, it also has the special characteristic of being poisonous, so it's quite useful when crafting weapons. Zoon, who went to see his dragon, Growl, in the past half year, it seems you've undergone many transformations. Messi's chuckled. Master, you've returned. I've also awakened. Don't call me by that name Growl anymore. Could it be you still haven't chosen a name for me? In truth, Zoon, who couldn't think of any good names. He just stood there laughing. If so, then how about Messi's? The tone of voice made it clear Messi's was pleased. The name of the god of punishment and vengeance atop Olympus. The name of a god with such power is enough, because the symbols passed down from the gods, along with their beliefs, are spread among the people. If you use the name of a god, you will receive that god's protection, but you are not allowed to defile that name. Most of those who use the names of gods cannot surpass those gods. The majority end their lives by a curse or are annihilated. Zoon, who used telepathy to speak with Messi's. I see you're a bit different. I've attracted the attention of both gods and devils. I'm confident that in the future, you can overcome the common path and rise powerfully. If it's to represent the righteous side of the god Messi's, then I believe you can certainly do it. The gods and devils on the 98th floor were discussing amongst themselves. A few gods were feeling uneasy. Hermes was persuading them. Zoon asked again, what do you think? If you don't like it, I'll have to continue calling you Growl. Of course Messi's would like it. You truly are someone with extreme thoughts. All right, let's decide on that then. The demon dragon growl's name has been changed to Messi's. Following the name change, there has been a new change in the concept of designated summoned beast. Messi's has acknowledged Yeon-woo as its master. A new summoned beast, unprecedented in the world, has been born. No matter who it is, they cannot easily achieve such a feat. Yeon-woo will receive a corresponding reward and be awarded additional merit points. Lines of caution also appeared. The god Messi's will always watch over Yeon-woo. Be careful not to defile the god's name. The bird I named Chip Chip is the same. So what about me? I also want a new name. Yeon-woo thought about it and realized it was true. Up until now, it had always begged him to change its name. Then how about you be called Nike? That's the goddess of victory. I like that. All right, so we're done with the names, right? Messi's, since you've awakened, there's something I want to talk to you about. Messi's followed Yeon-woo outside. So, what's the reason for calling me out here? Yeon-woo thought it would know. How were you reborn? How is the ancient dragon, Kalatus, still alive? Until now, I've never asked you, but now I want you to tell me. Messi's slowly recounted the reason for my rebirth. During the past time, I continuously lingered in the void. In the void, everything exists eternally. All things, all time, constantly repeat. I waited and waited. One day, Yeon-woo, that friend, would come find me. But it was all just hope. I thought about waiting for someone in a place like this because Kalatus told me to. Isn't it strange? Kalatus clearly gave everything to Yeon-woo and closed his eyes to rest. He even gave me his dragon heart. We were there when he left this world. We even carefully confirmed it. But in Chunha, we were surrounded. Yeon-woo couldn't take revenge, and at that moment, I realized the truth. That Kalatus was truly gone. But then his voice, which I thought was gone, rang out. It said, "Wait for me. That child will definitely return." After entering the tower, Yeon-woo has always been curious about who brought Yeon-woo back from hell to earth. If so, wouldn't it be Kalatus? Where's a place worthy of Kalatus' presence? Messi said, it's the place Kalatus protected with his life, the 50th floor of the Dragon Temple. Yeon-woo pondered the 50th floor. That's also where my younger sibling died. Maybe Kalatus is waiting there. Ultimately, I still have to try my best to be okay, but I don't dare to do that right now. There are too many more important things to do. To do that, I'll start from the 21st floor. I have to climb back up slowly. Yeon-woo arrived at the 21st floor, the clone chamber, a magnificent building. The theme of the 21st floor is the defeat trial. Each room has 5 doors marked 1 to 5, with increasing difficulty. To pass this floor, one must go straight through 33 zones. In each zone, there's one task: defeat the clones, which are shadows. From rank 1 to 165, only those with top-tier abilities are listed in the Hall of Fame. Most of those listed there later become top figures like envoys and monarchs. Here, you can challenge repeatedly to grasp the opponent's weaknesses and have a chance to successfully pass the new zone. Therefore, you can see past images of those who will become future opponents and use them to research how to fight and deal with them. Ordinary players face significant difficulties in completing this floor, but there are exceptions, like Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo holds the top record on all floors except the 10th. It's not an exaggeration to say he has had a unique journey since the tower was built. Even so, Yeon-woo sighed, looking at the system screen. Rank 4. Yeon-woo's name is there. At Muku, well, my master is. Have you reached the 21st floor already? It's the clone chamber, so you'll have to fight my illusion, right? Yeon-woo nodded. Yes, master. Your clone is in 2nd place, and Yeon-woo is in 4th. What's there to be confident about? I'm not afraid. Of course I'll win. Though laughing outwardly, Neju was fuming inside. Look at this brat. Aren't you just pretending to be skilled to be here? But Yeon-woo wasn't joking. Even from an objective standpoint, it's the same. Even if it weren't, I've already decided to thoroughly enjoy fighting Master's clone. Is that alright? After all, Master's like the sky. It's difficult for me to win. Fanny, sitting next to him, was also surprised. Was there a legitimate way to fight one's father? Then Zoza spoke up. Both of you stop it. You're not children. Father, the Grand General came looking for you earlier. You should go. Neju sighed and left. I'm going. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, right. If it's come to this, then win. Climb to the top spot. Yeon-woo nodded happily. Yes, master. The person in the top spot is called on Forquin. Even master couldn't defeat the top ranker. What kind of person are they? Also, are you climbing the tower again tonight? Zoza smiled and said, yes, we plan to take Jaifin to the Abido area first, waiting for it to appear. I think we'll start right after that. I've been here too long. But why do you want to meet on the 23rd floor? So he meant to play together like the old days. All right, I'll remember. Fanny asked curiously, "Aren't you coming with us?" Zoon-woo shook his head. "I'm not ready yet. The 21st floor is where the clones of many monsters reside. I need to increase my combat ability. It's just the right time since I've found new materials. And I have to apologize. I entrusted the weapons to Sanin and Hanom. Because I couldn't make it to the appointed time as promised, I was extremely worried. At that time, I had to go to the One-Horn Tribe's place." Zoon-woo slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was bustling. "From now on, the remaining stock will be put up for sale. I will look at each item, and you will bid on them." Then everyone started offering what they could afford. Zoon-woo's subordinate yelled, "Hey, master, stop them. Isn't that my sword?" "Master, that item was made by 5 artisans, and it's being sold to those weirdos down there." Zoon-woo wondered where this guy learned his fiery temper. Normally, there isn't even a chance to see a sword made by 5 artisans. So it seems that even if they have to spend all their assets, everyone wants to have it. Zoon-woo immediately bid 500,000. Everyone was surprised. "Why is the loner over there?" "That loner is close to Hivona." Then the other guy bid 600,000, but the one next to him stopped him. "What's wrong with you? How can we afford that?" And then Zoon-woo made his final bid, 1 million, including the remaining swords. "No more bids. Then consider the auction over." The auctioneer snapped, "Why are you here?" "Fine, take it away, you brat." Zoon-woo turned and left. "I'm a big client who spent 1 million to buy these. It seems your hospitality is quite lacking. This sword, magnificent, not a single flaw. Hivona's straight and wave sword, forged on a dewy night. Because it was created with the purpose of a dagger, the 2 sides of the blade are crafted for different uses. Although versatile, due to the significant weight difference between the 2 sides of the blade, if not mastered during use, it can cause serious injury to the wielder. The sword contains lightning essence and the blessing of the wind. This blessing allows a whirlwind to cling to the blade, amplified by the power of the wind. The faster the blade is swung, the stronger the whirlwind becomes. Depending on the wielder's swing speed, the whirlwind's direction shifts fluidly. The faster the attack speed, the greater the attack power, making it difficult for enemies to react. Sword chi from the blade tightly envelopes the enemy like a spiderweb. Enemies trapped within this net of sword chi fall into a state of chaos. Their defense and attack capabilities drastically reduced. Lightning essence and a whirlwind swirling around the blade create a vortex. Depending on the amount of lightning essence released, multiple consecutive vortexes can be generated when using the sword. Enemies caught in the vortexes suffer significant durability reduction to their equipment and are easily destroyed. Depending on a user's proficiency, these 2 skills can be interwoven. The attack power changes dynamically according to the situation, potentially reaching 200% to 300%. Zoon-woo's subordinate was ecstatic. "Master, how is this only discovered now? What are you doing? This couldn't have been made in just a day." "Anyway, we've been gradually progressing this whole time. The other swords of this standard couldn't be created in such a short time." Zoon-woo thought he probably stayed up all night forging it while I was gone. "I'm sorry. I didn't even send him any messages. I sincerely apologize. I should have contacted him and let him know I'd be late, but I didn't. That's my fault." Hivona said pensively, "I don't want to lose anyone else. I don't want to get caught up in things like that anymore." "Oh well, just leave it at that." This time, Zoon-woo came to Hivona because he brought a lot of materials. "I want to ask you to process them for me. I obtained them during a mission. I want to change all the equipment I'm wearing. My old equipment has been used for quite a while now, and I've grown a lot since then. I want to entrust you with creating custom equipment in a style that suits me." Hivona was surprised. "Do you know what you're saying? Creating a full set of custom equipment means the player has to provide all their personal information to the blacksmith. It means exposing all their strengths and weaknesses to someone else. If the blacksmith has malicious intent and reveals all this information, it would be a powerful attack, causing immense harm to the player. Come to think of it, this kid, how can he trust me so blindly like a fool? All right, I'll help. Stay here and assist me. If you dare to slack off, I'll hit you with my hammer." That evening, Hivona focused on his research. Really, who could imagine a low-ranking player having such stats? I think with these stats, he could totally defeat high-ranking famous players. Although all the important information is hidden, unexpectedly, it's all been converted. If he's not a fool, it means he completely trusts me. First, the most important things are the gloves and armor. After all, those are the areas that get attacked the most and require the most effort. Magic Greatsword. I originally intended to make it for him, but from the beginning, training wasn't destined for him. Anyway, you'll be happier with your new master, right? You should befriend him. Then Hivona began crafting for many days straight. 15 days later, Hivona's masterpiece of magic armor was complete. Zoon-woo reached out to touch it, but Hivona stopped him. Hey, where do you think you're putting your hands? It's finished, but wait a little longer. Zoon-woo watched him take something out. When I was in the tower, one of the things that surprised me most was that they had no concept of birthdays. Even so, a birthday only comes once a year. The world inside the tower is so bleak. I hate that. So even if I'm alone, I still want to celebrate everyone's birthday. I gave Hivona the Tears of Hyo, something very hard to find for his birthday. Why did he bring such a useless thing here? Of course, I thought he had used it all up long ago. I didn't expect him to still have it. The Tears of Hyo are the last legacy of the giant princess. Hyo possessed such overwhelming power that she was considered the mother of hell. Among the many materials, excluding divine iron, this is the highest ranked material. Is it really the Tears of Hyo? Hivona nodded and said, yes, I've been thinking a lot about where to use it. I didn't know what to use it for anyway, so this time I'll specifically use it for your equipment. According to your attributes, I think equipment with dark or fire attributes will be suitable, so I used it. Hivona helped Zoon-woo complete an outstanding work that would receive praise from many art gods and also make many demons envious. Hivona's magic armor has the following description. This is a set of armor that Hivona crafted with all his might. It was created to be perfect equipment based on the information provided by the requester. Because it is coated with the Tears of Hyo, the armor possesses outstanding potential. When used, depending on the user's perception, the armor can freely change its form, automatically retract, and automatically recover after being damaged. The equipment is light and convenient for mobility. The Tears of Hyo, the essence of the Mother of Hell, are contained within. It has dark and demonic attributes, and also affects fire attributes. Depending on a user's proficiency, there are certain transformations. Super Sensory allows for quick perception of danger. Try it on. I made it just the way you wanted. Zoon-woo put on, and Hivona asked, how does it feel? Zoon-woo slowly felt it out. Very comfortable, like being in my parents' arms. Zoon-woo proceeded to open the barrier. Cracks immediately appeared in the outer shell, and Messes and Na were quickly summoned. Both divine beasts appeared after only a few seconds. Zoon-woo was grateful for their good relationship with him. Returning to the main issue, Zoon-woo said that they seem to have changed a lot recently, so he wanted to test them a bit. Messes and Na didn't object, instead promising to complete the test well. Next, Messes asked Zoon-woo, Master, do you know my inherent tornado and illusion skills? I know them to some extent, he replied. It is known that tornado is a skill that creates a whirlwind that sweeps away everything around it. Besides that, illusion is not inferior. It has the effect of reducing the pressure of magic over a wide area and can be considered a highly comprehensive support spell. Messes added, the skill I've acquired this time isn't much different from those two skills. The main difference is that it's visible to the naked eye. According to Messes, its name is Chaotic Dream. As soon as the words were spoken, darkness enveloped the entire area, even swallowing Zoon-woo into the abyss. After years of drifting in the void, I've embraced that power. Anyone trapped within will feel. Chaos, Messes explained. This experience brought Zoon-woo great amusement, even though it was just a prelude. He was already excited by Messes' flowery language. Is everything all right? Saying prelude makes it sound like you're overacting. Overacting? What is Master talking about? I'll show you that skill. Detailed information about the illusion skill appeared. In terms of rank, it reached to A+. This skill is divided into two types. The first is Bewitching Illusion. With this skill, Messes can trap enemies within a certain space. Those who fall into that space will continue to fall into a state of chaos and fear, as if they are dreaming. If these two indicators exceed a certain limit, the enemy will be put into a more terrifying state called crisis, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Furthermore, the enemy's chaos will be directly proportional to the recovery of stamina and the boost in morale for their side. The second type is called Terrifying Nightmare. This time, it's a dream world that overturns all the rules of the real world, significantly reducing the effectiveness of magic and spells. The effectiveness of magic and spell skills is reduced by a maximum of 20%. When other skills are used, they will also suffer considerable penalties. However, it has no effect on special powers. Because this skill creates a void and summons another world, it consumes a considerable amount of magic power. Besides that, the time limit, deployment range, and magic power reduction rate are proportional to the skill proficiency. While the magic dragon Messies deploys this skill, all equipment will be nullified. If the enemy can detect the main body hidden in the void and shatter it, the skill will be automatically dispelled. Messies' second skill is Poisonous Vortex, currently ranked A. With this skill, Messies can create wind, and from that wind, form a whirlwind. The movement speed of enemies in contact with the whirlwind will be reduced by 10%. In addition, a giant vortex is created, and enemies trapped within will have their stamina and movement speed continuously drained. Every time proficiency increases by 5%, the number of summonable vortexes increases by 1, accumulating to a maximum of 15 summoned vortexes. Zun, who highly valued this skill because, using it, he could focus more on controlling the Monster Legion and the Undead Legion. Therefore, Zun, who decided to assign Messies the role of disrupting the area, while he would focus on controlling both legions. The magic dragon then said, "Now, do you see the greatness of this body, Master?" It was worth memorizing those dramatic lines, wasn't it? No, it's not like that. Next is the Phoenix Na. She possesses the Fire Spirit skill, ranked from D to S+. A phoenix is born and dies in fire. Therefore, every fire in this world is a refuge and territory for the phoenix, capable of rebirth and transformation. Thus, this skill is divided into 2 levels. The first is Rebirth from Fire. When health drops below 20% in a single day, the body will be enveloped in flames and all injuries will be healed. During this rebirth process, the effects of all other skills are nullified. Following this process, the Phoenix proceeds to the Fire Incarnation skill, allowing the body to merge with flames and manipulate them at will. The larger the fire, the greater the transformation potential, the wider the area of effect, and the stronger the fire control. However, the only drawback of this skill is that flames created by enemies cannot be fully controlled and could potentially counterattack. Instead, it's possible to intervene to a certain extent, reducing their power or altering their trajectory. Zun, who, unable to wait any longer, immediately summoned Na. During the time he'd used the Wings of Fire, he'd always felt its limitations. Now, it seemed those limitations had been removed. The Phoenix Na transformed into wings, allowing Zun, who to lift off the ground, reaching a height sufficient to observe the scenery below. Zun, who set his sights on a mountain a few kilometers away. Moving quickly, and with the addition of Blink, Zun, who rode the wind, hurtling straight towards the mountain. Simultaneously, he utilized Na's regenerative flames to envelop his arm. Then, he struck down at the forest below, engulfing it in a sea of flames. Zun, who landed below, now understanding why Quazin's level wasn't fixed at a certain point. Depending on its usage, the attack and power would vary. He wondered what would happen if he unleashed its full power and awakened the dragon blood as well. Zun, who quickly received an answer. The mysterious person said that with such destructive power pushing him to the brink of death, he could also sense its threat. "What if I met you in your prime?" he asked. "Regardless, it remains a threat. Even I, back then, would have at least lost a limb or two," he replied. "But even if I had to face it, I wouldn't be afraid. Be careful not to get caught in the explosion. If you do, I won't have time to save you. Furthermore, not knowing friend from foe is too dangerous. If you can't control it, it's useless." Thanks to this, Zun, who knew he needed much more training, he decided that after checking his soul, he would complete everything. The blessing of the green soul had reached 18% completion. Besides some basic information, Zun, who paid particular attention to what was called the soul's ego. Its power was limitless and depended on how the owner trained it. This was both a strength and an obstacle for Zun, who, as he didn't know how to help it grow. Learning more about spirit arts could develop it, but he didn't have the time. After some thought, Zun, who chose to imbue the green soul with a complete personality so it could grow on its own. But a new problem arose. Choosing a soul for it was a painful dilemma. He thought of her first, but despite her noble character, her loyalty to the goddess O was equally strong, which would create obstacles. Luna was the second candidate, but he was too despicable to keep around. Finally, only one person remained, Rebecca's personality. Although her soul had left her body and disappeared, her consciousness still lingered. Only a fragment of her consciousness remained, clinging to her body. Zun, who intended to implant his will into it and bring her back. but realized what he was doing and was furious. The demons watched, amused by Zoon-hoo's actions. One of the demons declared something to him. When evil surpasses 70%, a neutral inclination will transform into evil. Numerous status messages from everywhere flooded towards Zoon-hoo. However, what was bound to happen happened. He merged Rebecca into the green soul and granted her complete consciousness. Rebecca gradually awoke from her daze. Where is this? This is outside the tower. Upon seeing Zoon-hoo, she was astonished. She thought she had perished in a labyrinth. So how could she be outside the tower? Rebecca realized she had merged with one of Zoon-hoo's souls, which Zoon-hoo confirmed. She immediately expressed her displeasure. This is insane. How did you awaken my fragment of consciousness? Rebecca, I need your power. What are you talking about now? I'm a messenger of Goddess O. Besides, this isn't even living. Zoon-hoo replied, but all your emotions, ideals, and memories are still intact, right? I think if you can still cause trouble, this is no different from living. He continued, Rebecca, I propose we make a pact. Living is better than being dead, right? Clearly, you still have some regrets. Let me help you fulfill them. Struck at her core weakness, Rebecca was furious, but indeed, a strong desire lingered within her. When she was young, Rebecca had seen a certain beast from afar. It evoked a sense of the divine, but conversely, it terrified her. It was the creature that destroyed her village and devoured her family. The horror it brought was the only thing deeply etched in Rebecca's mind. She had strived to become stronger ever since, thinking that she would somehow meet it again. But even after becoming a messenger, her power was still insufficient. So she went to the dungeon, ultimately hoping to achieve something. She struggled to make her decision, until Zoon-hoo threatened to retract her consciousness. Rebecca felt further pressured. Fine, I'm determined to get what I want. Finally, Rebecca agreed to make a pact with Zoon-hoo if he accepted her condition. She wanted him to grant her autonomy of action and thought. Zoon-hoo, not seeing this as a burden, agreed. Both Wolf-Fong and Domo appeared, making their usual boisterous remarks. Wolf-Fong muttered about his master being a stubborn, incurable case. Domo, on the other hand, implored Zoon-hoo not to create discrimination between different races. Seeing two such prominent figures serving Zoon-hoo, Rebecca added another condition. She wanted a new body, even if it was a tiny one. Zoon-hoo agreed, but explained it would take some time. He asked Rebecca if existing as a soul was manageable until then. The Green Soul is a member of the Abyss Turtle Guild. As you've seen, it has no ego. Merging with it is all that's needed. I'll do the same with OS Messenger and Luna's Soul. Not completely, but their power will be partially restored. And if you become one of my members, I won't be respectful to you anymore. You've never been respectful to me anyway. Rebecca accepted the green soul from Zoon-hoo and swallowed it. Just a second later, she felt a transformation within her body. Both of their stats rapidly increased. Because Rebecca had absorbed the souls of Herb and Luna, her ability stats were reconstructed, jumping from intermediate straight to advanced. Besides that, Rebecca simultaneously awakened the ability to command death and received a bonus reward, the Abyssal Soul Art. With a rank of A-, it is the most precious among the many types of soul arts with classified attributes. To grasp it, one must learn a greater variety of arts. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the soul's power. Goddess O and Serenot fiercely debated this matter, but eventually disregarded it, or rather, they stopped caring. Zoon-hoo suddenly thought, demons and gods are trapped within the framework of the 98 floors and cannot interfere with the lower floors, especially the player's achievements. I am focusing on exploiting the achievement of commanding death with the black chain as the core, so they can't arbitrarily stop me. Moreover, the demons have been interested in me for several days now. What do they want? I must be cautious. Currently, Zoon-hoo has reached the 21st floor, also known as the illusion floor. Upon entering the martial arts hall, the trial will immediately begin. This time, the trial seems quite troublesome. Zoon-hoo will possess something called a shadow, acting as a loyal companion, silently following behind him. However, among these shadows, some possess their own will, thinking and acting on their own accord. They always stand somewhere, attempting to steal the bodies of those who pass by. It is known that the path of the shadows is divided into 5 gates, and each gate has 33 zones. From now on, Zoon-hoo will choose a gate, fight against the shadows that want to act on their own will, and must overcome 20 zones or more. the more shadows overcome, the more ambition disappears. Zoon-woo hesitated slightly because the trial on this floor was so different from the previous ones. From afar, someone's whisper seemed to be directed at him. Is that really Zoon-woo over there? Zoon-woo immediately turned off the system and turned towards the source of the sound. Who is it? A timid boy with red hair and a teddy bear appeared. This kid is the highest-ranking manager, the boar among the 12 earthly gods. Luffy is the name of this boy. While crying his eyes out, Luffy said, "As expected, I was scared just hearing the voice." Zoon-woo already knew this boy. Unlike his frail appearance, Luffy is a hedonist always seeking thrills. He wondered why someone like this boy would seek him out. Zoon-woo immediately questioned, "What's the matter with the manager suddenly appearing?" I don't know if Lapla is here. But anyway, it seems like she's not here. Is something wrong? Zoon-woo curiously asked. According to Luffy, Lapla is currently being indicted and pursued, so a full-scale investigation is underway. Zoon-woo was a bit puzzled because Lapla was a supreme manager but was being impeached. He guessed it was because of the previous transmissions. But this wasn't worth Zoon-woo's concern. He turned to leave, but Luffy spoke up. "If not, then it's fine. Thanks for your cooperation." Seeing him walk towards the door of the 21st floor alone, Luffy offered to be his guide, but Zoon-woo declined. After pushing open the door, he was met with a guild full of familiar faces. "Long time no see. Heard you've been stuck on floor 20 for quite a while, huh?" Faced with numerous questions like these, Zoon-woo didn't bother responding, simply walking forward. He came here only to find Khan and Victoria. Could they be hiding from the demon army? It didn't seem like it. It was a little strange that they weren't clinging to him. He was quite worried about those lunatics being so quiet, but finally, Zoon-woo passed through the guild and chose gate number 5. For this gate, Zoon-woo would be facing players ranked from 165 to 133 as recorded in the Hall of Fame of floor 21. If he could defeat the shadow or endure for more than 5 minutes, he would be transferred to the next stage. And if he defeated 20 shadows, Zoon-woo would pass the trial and be granted access to the next floor. Standing before an empty room, Zoon-woo reminded himself that his top priority was to clear all 5 gates without rest. The first shadow appeared. From within the black smoke, rank 165, Zayden would be Zoon-woo's opponent in the first round. He caught a glimpse of his sword and knew this was a top player. It seemed like a younger version of Zith, especially the swordsmanship, the ability to copy others' sword techniques. Rebecca appeared. "Shall I take over?" He glanced at her soul. Unexpectedly, Cernot hadn't taken her divine seed. Therefore, she can borrow a bit of my power. She's a bit different now than before, and I also need to learn more about soul arts. Zoon-woo drew his weapon and replied, "No, only I am here. Make your own decision. This is a good opportunity to try something out." That weapon was Zuna's A-rank dagger, the favorite of a certain ascetic. However, after passing through many hands, the dagger fell into the hands of a mysterious player and underwent a significant transformation. It gradually developed its own consciousness, and only the basic frame remained. The other parts, after numerous modifications, had almost lost their original form. Alongside the dagger's origin was the ascetic's will, considered a power amplified by the synergy with the user's proficiency, creating a significant transformation. Finally, the Black Blade, crafted with a special connection to the 7 Knights Emperor's Despair, suited the Darkness attribute. If used by someone with the Darkness attribute, attack power would increase by 15 to 20%. Besides that stat, the dagger was also crafted to best suit its current user, infusing it with one's own would further enhance its skills. Currently, the dagger had been reinforced 3 times. Zoon-woo silently thanked Havona for the assistance that gave the dagger such overwhelming power. He also personally engraved 2 ancient characters onto it to align with his magic attribute. The battle officially began as the 2 swordsmen clashed, Zoon-woo's dagger against Zayden's twin blades. When his blade glowed, that was the moment Zoon-woo had to seize victory. Elsewhere, after Zoon-woo left, the purple-haired man, confused by the presence of 5 gates, asked his companion question. But it seems like I doesn't know much about this either. The purple-haired man thought that to achieve first place this time, he just needed to enter gate number 1, the highest numbered gate, but unexpectedly, he has to start from gate number 5. That means he has to go through all the gates, doesn't it? Even if the shadows inside are the younger versions of the masters, everything in there is a monster. No matter how strong someone is, they can't continuously confront a series of monsters like that. The two continued to argue. It's not like you can just pass through with a touch of finger like the rumors say. Don't you know? Strong people always have their tricks. Hatsi was also dragged into the debate, but she didn't look so good. At this moment, a huge tremor shook the entire guild hall. Such tremors had never occurred in this place before, causing panic among all the players. But when it calmed down, they realized the tremor had originated from the gate Zoon, who had entered. Hatsi followed the layers of sound and began timing it, until exactly 9 minutes later, the gate was blown open by blazing flames. From within the vibrant red, Hatsi was surprised to see Zoon, who emerged from the gate, having spent almost 10 minutes inside. He continued to conquer the remaining gates, and after completing 2, his total time was 2.5 hours. Looking at the numbers displayed on the screen, Zoon, who seemed disappointed at having taken so long, but at least he had grasped their movements and learned 2 new divine arts. Even if they had many talented individuals, their actions were still somewhat stiff. They were only low rank. Zoon, who was led to the next gate, he suddenly thought that gate number 1 wouldn't be as easy as before. They were all real monsters, not to be underestimated. Once inside, there was no turning back, only victory or death. Moreover, he had to subdue the first monster at gate number 1. This monster's identity was no small matter. People called it the Yiksha sword, the giant Van Devik. He was someone both hated and admired, also Zoon, whose first friend. The first time he met him, he was terrified by his massive 5-meter frame, but after overcoming Zone together and receiving much help from Vic, Van Devik and Vejizuni had bonded as a team, marking the beginning of the Asia squad. It was a long and memorable journey for him, but after his teammates died, Van Devik practically disappeared. Zunu didn't know the exact details, but one thing was certain. He was the one who initiated Asia's downfall, even if he didn't directly harm anyone with weapons like Zurchin or Van Honorable Vic was also a traitor, no different from them. Zun, who was determined to eliminate the giant and proceed with the trial at gate number 1. Vic appeared immediately. The battle began with a commanding roar that blew Zunu back. His crazy screaming is so annoying, Messi's complained. Zunu acted instantly. After enhancing his speed boost skill, he charged straight towards the Yiksha sword. Coupled with the enhancement of his dagger, confidence appeared on Zunhu's face. With a single slash, Zunhu swept away his opponent, successfully completing the trial. A small house in the forest suddenly erupted in a quarrel. So you're saying you know nothing about this matter? The interrogator questioned the disheveled, drunken man who claimed innocence and pleaded for his life. This masked figure with mysterious movements had received a request from the lower emperor half a year ago, but he had botched the job countless times. Despite carefully monitoring those around the bastard Baha, he still hadn't found the culprit. The last person he considered was Zunhu, whom Baha greatly favored. Impossible, right? A weakling like that could hardly be involved in such a critical matter. The drunken man continued to plead, but the outcome remained unchanged. After taking his life, the masked figure continued to ponder. The lower emperor believed someone was using the Scarlet Dragon and Azure Sword sects as pawns in this war. I trust his intuition is correct. Even though he's weakened, dragons are wise creatures who can always see the truth. I'll have to research more about those connected to Baha. As soon as he opened the information panel, Hivona suddenly appeared on the masked figures list. One of the 5 best artificers, Hivona, the Fire Anvil. Back to Zunhu's trial journey. This time, he faced the 21st sect. In Part 1, Episode 1 of 9 Tales, one of the 8 great sects appeared. In Part 4, the second general of the Kaizet Demon Legion appeared, and his current opponent was the Sword God. He was the grand disciple and the one who mastered the 8 extremities palm, thereby reaching new heights. An unparalleled genius. Didn't Hanong say that even the martial king couldn't match the sword god in swordsmanship? I think I know which path he's chosen for himself. The two began a clash, until Zunhu vanished and reappeared above. He knew he had won. Outside, the others were incredibly anxious as the 21st floor rankings constantly shifted. The unknown player had jumped from 15th place to 8th. The purple-haired man and his companion were extremely perplexed. What if he actually reaches first place on the 21st floor? Impossible. First place is Viva Vat, the invincible wall, who defeats all high-level experts in grand sects. Hatsi was drawn into the conversation again. Hatsi, what do you think? If I knew, I'd probably open a fortune-telling stall. True. Although she said that, Hatsi seemed worried about Zunhu's safety. She kept glancing towards gate number 5, which he had entered. After defeating the sword god, the next shadow appeared. Player number 11, Nocturne. His movements were shrouded in mystery, as the diary contained no information about him. Zoon-woo sensed that the power Nocturne emanated was very similar to his master's. Come to think of it, didn't he say I was his third disciple? The grand disciple is the sword god, so is Nocturne the second disciple? Zoon-woo observed his opponent's swordsmanship and judged he seems even more skilled than the sword god, so he's even more talented. Although I do sense traces of the 8 extremities palm, I can sense another sharp feeling from him. Anyway, I'm sorry, senior brother, but I have to get through this. Zoon-woo lunged forward with 2 shockwave slashes. After a few gasps, Nocturne met his maker, but time did not allow him to rest. The lower emperor appeared. Zoon-woo's strength was nearing its limit. After exchanging a few blows, he began to feel exhausted. The lower emperor let out a piercing roar. Compared to the one I saw in the battle with the Azure Sword sect, she is smaller, and the power emanating from her is weaker. But even so, the lower emperor truly lives up to her name. However, beyond this gate is that person I have to get through. The lower emperor tried to attack Zoon-woo with her soul flames, but unfortunately, he was a step faster, directly dodging and defeating her. Trial 13 is starting. Considering Zoon-woo's current condition, he will be given an additional 30 minutes to prepare. The cold-blooded attribute has been disabled for an unknown reason. The new opponent has appeared. This time, Zoon-woo was truly surprised when the person before him was Jeon-woo, his deceased younger brother. Seeing Zoon-woo gradually losing his will, his subordinates immediately reminded him, bringing him back. Zoon-woo laughed and removed his mask. The countdown has begun. I'm sorry. I thought you had abandoned me and run away somewhere else, and because of that, I hated you. It was the same when Zoon-woo left Korea. Their father died when they were very young, so their relatives had long since cut ties with their impoverished family. Zoon-woo bitterly resented all of it and left Korea, wanting to leave everything behind. There, he lived like a madman, and that's when he acquired the codename Cain. He might have left to find a place to commit suicide, but there was still a reason he couldn't give up. Before Zoon-woo's mother died, she made him promise to protect his rebellious younger brother until he returned. Rebecca's spirit appeared and was very surprised to see a face identical to Heaven's wing behind the mask. San-non and Han-ung had vaguely guessed Zoon-woo's identity before, but only now did they truly believe it. Zoon-woo wisely stopped dwelling on the past and focused on the upcoming battle. Messi's appeared as a spiritual manifestation. You must be shocked, right? I apologize. Of course, I'm still not as good as you. Do you think I could defeat that person? If it's too difficult, you can let us help. Zoon-woo just chuckled. Can I tell you something? What is it? Zoon-woo recalled the image of the 2 brothers when they were young and said, you know, I've never lost to my younger brother. The 30 minutes of preparation time has ended. Jeon-woo was ready to destroy his older brother. He sprouted a pair of pure white wings and shot wind attribute potions towards Zoon-woo. While using his shield to defend, Zoon-woo wondered if losing this time wouldn't be too embarrassing. Messi's chuckled. It couldn't fully understand, not having any siblings of its own, but it could guess at Zoon-woo's reluctance to lose to him, couldn't it? The battle officially began when Jeon-woo awakened the power of the White Shadow Dragon. He faced Zoon-woo, who possessed both the demonic dragon Messi's and the Phoenix Nai. The 2 dragons clashed, vying for dominance. Zoon-woo and his younger brother also confronted each other, a struggle for power within the dragon clan, much like the competition for rank among magical beasts. But upon clashing, Zoon-woo knew this dragon held a different rank than his own. Even so, he had to win. He had to conquer the Iksha sword. With the first blow, Zoon-woo found himself at a disadvantage, temporarily stunned and silenced. But the effects were quickly dispelled by his regenerated resistance to dragon might. Next, Zoon-woo used the cleansing sword to retaliate. It was known that the more it faced an enemy, the more it absorbed a portion of their killing intent, strengthening its wielder. Conversely, the stronger the opponent, the more its power amplified proportionally. Besides that, the goddess dagger also possessed a special ability. It could protect the body from arrows or daggers at blind spots and diminish the opponent's, while by emitting an overwhelming aura. Zoon-woo used the cleansing sword to repel Jeon-woo. then closed in and unleashed an arcing slash. Overwhelmed by his older brother's power, the younger boy continuously dodged to maintain distance. Upon reaching a safe position, Yeon-woo unleashed a barrage of demonic sky projectiles. It was a convergence of various magic types, resonating into a terrifying explosion. Yeon-woo had a way to dispel all those spells, but first, he needed to move from his current position. Using Blink, Yeon-woo lost sight of his brother as the smoke cleared. By the time he realized it, Yeon-woo had circled behind him and swung his sword. A shockwave erupted in the air. The demonic dragon Messes also delivered a finishing blow to its opponent, the White Shadow Dragon. As the smoke dissipated, Yeon-woo gradually reappeared, looking battered. The wings on his back almost completely gone. Yeon-woo could see the damage was considerable, but if it was him, he'd surely recover quickly. He couldn't give him the chance. At least Yeon-woo's swordsmanship was superior to Yeon-woo's. So, he chose to use the 8 Extremes sword to push his younger brother as far away as possible. No matter how he looked at it, they seemed evenly matched, Yeon-woo's equipment no less impressive than his own. For a lower floor player, this level was absurd. Especially noteworthy was the sword Yeon-woo wielded, the Dragon Slayer. It was the finest work of the legendary blacksmith, its main component being the ancient dragon Kalatus. Forged from the ancient dragon's rib bone, with various magical effects inlaid upon it, it was a legendary sword, or perhaps even more. However, all of that was nothing compared to the fact that Yeon-woo was gradually reading Yeon-woo's moves and finding his weaknesses. He even used techniques similar to the 8 Extremes sword, matching Yeon-woo's timing and speed. Despite this, the imitation still had many flaws. Yeon-woo knew that if this continued, his younger brother would turn the tables. He pushed himself to counterattack, the events of the past weighing heavily on his mind. Ever since they were young, Yeon-woo had only ever excelled at studying. How could he possibly be this good at fighting? I can't let him see any more openings. After numerous exchanges, Yeon-woo finally managed to wound his brother. Yeon-woo immediately used his wings to shield himself, then retreated. This action made Yeon-woo extremely suspicious. He wondered what Yeon-woo was planning. Thinking wouldn't accomplish anything, a finishing blow was needed. Yeon-woo unleashed a sharp, incisive slash aimed at tearing through Yeon-woo's defenses. However, it seemed he was too late. His brother's wings had evolved into a metallic membrane. It appeared Yeon-woo had awakened a new power. By the time Yeon-woo realized the gravity of the situation, he was struck by a kung bao loi from his brother. It descended like a calamity upon the entire space below, severely injuring Yeon-woo. Kung bao loi was a skill that condensed lightning and unleashed a chain of magical explosions. It was a skill created by a player on the 20th floor, but it also caused backlash to the user. Knowing Yeon-woo's personality, he would never normally take such a gamble. A vague answer surfaced in Yeon-woo's mind. He guessed his brother was trying to emulate him. Since childhood, Yeon-woo had been action-oriented, doing whatever he set his mind to. Conversely, Yeon-woo was always the one who followed behind, cleaning up his messes, scolding him whenever he made a mistake. Thanks to those scoldings, he had developed the habit of thinking carefully before acting. It seemed that even in this tower, the two brothers were becoming more alike. The kung bao loi subsided, leaving only devastation in its wake. But Yeon-woo showed no intention of stopping. He seemed poised to unleash another magical skill, just like before. Yeon-woo had been waiting for this moment. Anticipating his brother's actions, he chuckled. But behind the shattered landscape, light from Yeon-woo's attack seeped through the cracks, giving Yeon-woo a sense of foreboding. He had expected a fierce attack, but now it was too late to dodge. Even if he did manage to evade, he was certain his brother would simply unleash another wave of lightning. Yeon-woo decided to respond with an overwhelming counterattack. He could use magic outside the tower. If he combined his aura with dark energy, added the power of dragon blood, awakened it, and compressed it into a lightning bolt, then detonated it, what would the result be? It was the perfect opportunity to apply what he had learned from the previous encounter, blending different powers within his soul. If a massive explosion broke the chain, it might rival the destructive power of Yeon-woo's lightning. Yeon-woo knew this was incredibly dangerous. He might even lose his life. However, it was the only option he had left, so he would take the risk. After finishing his preparations, Yeon-woo immediately dashed towards Yeon-woo. As expected, the explosion possessed terrifying power, engulfing the entire surrounding space in a sea of flames. Long after the flames subsided, Yeon-woo emerged with numerous wounds covering his body. The chain had been destroyed by the heat from Yeon-woo's attack. Zoon-woo frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for his brother. In the distance, a familiar figure emerged once more from the inferno. Yeon-woo charged forward with his sword. Did he intend for them both to die? There was no escaping the explosion now. There was only one option left. The best course of action was to mitigate the damage. Zoon-woo sought the aid of his domin, hoping to control the flames and heat within a specific area. But as Domin entered Zoon-woo's arm, he found himself unable to control the terrifying heat. He forced himself into a state of immobility, activating his dragon scales. His consciousness was maintained thanks to his cold-blooded nature. The burning from Domin was destroyed, and at the same time, Zoon-woo developed a high resistance to fire, achieving supreme heat resistance. Thanks to his strong will, the properties of fire and lightning were brought under control. His dragon scales began to evolve and adapt to the properties of fire and lightning. Now, Zoon-woo's resilience had been elevated, and his knowledge of dragons was significantly enhanced, granting him a deeper understanding of their power. Although Zoon-woo had achieved a reduction in the damage he received, wielding his sword with both hands inadvertently became a problem. As for Yeon-woo, he had also survived the explosion and even used his wings. Yeon-woo's flapping had also mitigated the damage he received. His third awakened power allowed him to control the pressure within a limited range. This meant Yeon-woo had reached a level of proficiency in connecting with another race. Achieving this level of control was an arduous process. Zoon-woo barely managed to express his amazement at his brother before struggling to catch his breath. Messies was deeply worried about his master's safety, as were the other subordinates. They all desired to fight alongside him. Naturally, Zoon-woo stood up. He once again refused their request because of his previous promise. A brilliant light enveloped Zoon-woo. His second-level power had been activated. Zoon-woo needed to unleash his full power in this battle, so he chose the dragon's might. The source of this power originated from a dragon named Kalatus, who divided his power into 8 stages to allow the wielder to adapt to it gradually. The second stage was one of them. The dragon's will was so potent that it threatened even gods and demons, those who once controlled the laws of this world. By unleashing this will, it established stronger control with a clear scope. This led to 2 distinct modes of operation. The first was the dragon's breath of death, which unleashed terror in the hearts of enemies and ignited the will of allies. The second was the dragon's holy wall, which could amplify the effects of skills. Zoon-woo brought this newfound power to confront his brother, the dragon's power being devoured by Kung Bao Loi. But as the 2 ultimate techniques collided, Zoon-woo and Yeon-woo pushed it to a climax. A massive storm of wind and lightning formed, encased in the oppressive might of the dragon. Quickly, someone was blown away from the lightning storm. Yeon-woo, covered in wounds, was thrown to the ground. He struggled to get up, but could only manage to slightly lift his body. Opposite him, Zoon-woo stood tall and imposing. He approached his brother and returned the Dragon Slayer's sword to him. Thus, Zoon-woo overcame the trial and achieved various accomplishments. The rewards received after the battle were not trivial. The skill Fire Wave was created, and Fire Rain was also linked with Fire Wave, increasing its completion rate to 3.2%. Seeing Yeon-woo's figure gradually fading, Zoon-woo seemed to realize something and extended his trembling hand towards him. Just a little bit more, just a little bit closer, and he saw the smile of his deceased brother after all these years of separation. Deep within Zoon-woo's heart, the armor Yeon-woo wore now transformed into the uniform he used to wear. Furthermore, he uttered the sacred words, "It's good to see you again, brother." With those words, Yeon-woo completely vanished, leaving Zoon-woo with immense satisfaction. It was known that the shadow was created based on the records and achievements of the previous owner. It was no surprise that some memories of the previous owner were retained. But it's been a long time since I've seen my brother in the form of a shadow. The combat space was deactivated, returning Zoon-woo to the vast grassland. It also allowed him a longer waiting period due to his challenger status. The waiting period was 3 hours, meaning he had fought Yeon-woo's shadow for a very long time. The mask was returned. Zoon-woo thought about his next opponents. His younger brother, ranked only 4th, had given him such a hard time. He wondered how terrifying the remaining 3 contenders would be. However, regardless of their level, Zoon-woo was determined to conquer them. In the previous battle, his dragon transformation ability had improved considerably. He was becoming more proficient in that skill, especially the lightning frenzy skill. It was the first time Zoon-woo who could create that skill himself. Especially noteworthy were the awakened skills like Fire Wave, Lightning Fire, and Ball Lightning. The system assessed them as having very high potential. They must possess tremendous power that he needed to be mindful of. As for Fire Wave, since it had been created, Zoon-woo needed to determine how beneficial this skill was. He would learn something new as he continued to improve his fire-based skills. At this moment, the system sent Zoon-woo a notification. It stated that the match with Higo was about to begin and told him to prepare. That shadow appeared again. He was Higo, the Archbishop of the Demon Legion, an emissary of demons, but also possessing angelic traits. Although there was no other information besides his name, Zoon-woo needed to pay attention to Higo's second characteristic, the angelic power, and there was something else he wanted to check in this match. Finally, Higo appeared, a man with long, flowing hair. Flames blazed fiercely. The unlucky would be easily burned in agony. Zoon-woo recognized this as Firestorm, but now he could control it somewhat. The system announced that Zoon-woo had safely passed Trial 31. Although the surroundings had turned into such a mess, Zoon-woo suddenly noticed a golden object floating in the air, a divine metal fragment. He hadn't expected to find one in this trial. Of course, Zoon-woo collected it. He now had 5 divine metal fragments. He noticed that this fragment radiated considerable power. Finding it was fortunate, but he wasn't sure how many were needed to complete the set. It was also possible that this was a trap set by the Demon King. Perhaps he had entrusted a fragment to someone. The Demon King's true purpose was becoming increasingly difficult for Zoon-woo to understand. Everything required careful consideration. Without much time to rest, Zoon-woo immediately moved on, and Trial 32 officially began. There, he encountered a younger Neju. Zoon-woo had been curious about what his master looked like at his age, and now he could finally witness it firsthand. The atmosphere was both comical and sharp, like a wild beast. He'd heard that Neju caused a lot of trouble in his youth, and now Zoon-woo understood why those rumors existed. He felt that the young Neju was completely different from other opponents. It seemed he was more influenced by his master. Any disciple with a great master would have the same thought, to surpass their teacher. This was Zoon-woo's desire. He knew that if he could overcome Neju, it would truly prove his potential. He accelerated, rushing straight towards him, but Neju raised his hand in surrender. "You must take good care of that child later on," a voice from the past echoed. It was Rebecca. The entrustment the divine mechanism had given her on the 20th floor. Even though she had asked for the reason behind it, she hadn't received an answer. But now Rebecca understood. Perhaps they wanted her to carefully watch over Cain. However, this time, she was a little worried. Mu Quan was a powerful figure, considered the greatest chieftain in the history of the One-Horn tribe. Even though Cain was stronger than she thought, facing Mu Quan like this was difficult to predict. Therefore, when Rebecca saw Neju surrender, she was extremely bewildered. Zoon-woo felt the same. He wondered if this incarnation was expressing Neju's own will. Rebecca spoke up. "Master, could it be that this isn't actually your master's incarnation?" Zoon-woo thought it wasn't impossible. His brother's incarnation had also said something before disappearing. At this moment, the young Neju finally spoke. "Anyway, I know you can't win even if you fight me, so let's talk for a bit." Rebecca didn't expect what they thought was an incarnation to actually speak. It was truly chaotic. She warned Zoon-woo to be even more careful, because this was an unprecedented phenomenon, and they didn't know if this Neju was planning something else. Zoon-woo also thought that was true, but he wanted to be certain. What if it wasn't just a piece of copied data, but a copy with consciousness? If they could have self-awareness, perhaps his brother could too. Perhaps Zoon-woo could search around the 21st floor to ask him some questions. The Neju incarnation spoke to Zoon-woo. "I want to talk about the outside world. I'm only in here, so I don't know what it's like out there. I only have the original's memories. So tell me about the outside. So, how about I send you to the next trial? I think these conditions aren't bad for you." The incarnation proposed to Zoon-woo, who naturally didn't refuse. Zoon-woo also made a condition in return. Each side would take turns asking questions. "I also have some things I want to confirm with you." The young Neju incarnation readily agreed. Suddenly, Zoon-woo used his power to summon soldiers. The soldiers pointed their swords directly at Neju's neck. Zoon-woo asked, "What reason do I have to trust you?" Neju was taken aback by Zoon-woo's actions and fell silent. The incarnation grinned wickedly and said, "Damn it, I thought I'd caught another idiot. If that's the case, then there's really no other way." As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily unleashed a powerful force, instantly throwing back the soldier Zoon-woo had summoned. Zoon-woo thought, maybe I can find a way to bring my brother back to normal, and attacked. Zoon-woo ordered, restrain Mu Kwan's incarnation. A series of magic knights, San-non, Han-ung, and Bu appeared, ready to surround Neju. Rebecca also provided support. The soldiers, following the order, rushed towards Neju, but he repelled them with a single move. His mana transformed into tangible arrows that rained down from above, quickly decimating Zoon-woo's forces. Zoon-woo didn't expect young Neju's power to be so great. He truly was a monster. Moreover, just now, that was clearly the heaven-breaking fist. At this time, Neju should have only created the 8 extremities fist. This matter was even more puzzling. Zoon-woo wondered, could it be that the incarnation, training here on his own, completed the heaven-breaking fist in a different way than the original? The Neju incarnation observed Zoon-woo preparing to attack and scoffed. That move of yours seems to be the 8 extremities fist, doesn't it? You seem to have some connection to this body. The incarnation found it quite interesting. He had more questions he wanted to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoon-woo used the forbidden ground of man technique. This was what was called the dragon's territory. Vina had been created, so Zoon-woo could exercise power within a certain range. According to the system, this was level 2 with the ultimate power of dragon armor. All stats would be increased by a specific amount for a certain period. Physical defense would be increased by a specific amount for a certain period, along with a specific increase in defense or attributes. Zoon-woo, while using his new power, silently apologized to Master Neju. Before capturing the incarnation, he would fight to his heart's content. While the Neju incarnation was still bewildered, Zoon-woo attacked from behind. He quickly turned to block the blow. Zoon-woo suddenly remembered his master's words. Are you confident? Win. Take this opportunity to surpass me and reach the top rank. Who knows? Back to the present moment. The Neju incarnation was certainly no pushover and managed to block Zoon-woo's attack. Seeing this, Zoon-woo was confused, unsure if this was an illusion or something else. The incarnation was assessing Zoon-woo, finding him weaker than anticipated. Zoon-woo also realized that although the incarnation resembled his original self, there wasn't much change in the data. He thought it made sense. If the illusion was created and continuously developed, it might have reached a level comparable to the Demon King by now. It was probably due to the system's limitations. In any case, Zoon-woo wanted to use the 8 extremities fist because its power remained unchanged, and it was the only skill he had thoroughly honed. From above, Neju's incarnation descended, using the 8 trigrams iron palm to slam into the ground. This blow caused the dust and earth to erupt in chaos. From the incarnation's hand, lightning was summoned, while Zoon-woo unleashed a wave of fire. The two techniques clashed violently. Rebecca reminded Zoon-woo that they couldn't keep taking hits like this, and San-non and Han-ung also asked Zoon-woo to let them fight, but he disagreed, telling them to wait. The incarnation, having just been struck by Zoon-woo's fire wave, flew into a rage. Zoon-woo hadn't expected that his technique would only wound the incarnation that much. If the incarnation started fighting seriously, he would lose. If he received help from San-non and Han-ung, Zoon-woo's chances of winning would increase, and he might be able to tie with the incarnation, but he thought that wouldn't do. Zoon-woo was determined to find a way to achieve an overwhelming victory. He realized that, first of all, the incarnation and he were quite similar, but the incarnation had been practicing the 8 extremities fist in this place for the past 10 years. Although he also practiced, the essence was different. So, what was the difference between Zoon-woo, A.P. Mong, and the Divine Sword? It was that they had all met the Martial King's disciple in sectors 21 and 24. From that point on, they had all walked their own paths. However, Zoon-woo had learned many skills despite not following any clear path. Zoon-woo's own path was clearly something he wanted to pursue, to become faster and stronger. If he continued to improve himself, he would surely find something of his own and firmly walk the path he had chosen. Zoon-woo believed that. However, he wondered why he had to do it that way. If he couldn't immediately create his own path, he could make the path someone else had created his own. It just so happened there was someone to test it on first, allowing Zoon-woo to find the correct path he needed to take. Everything about them was deeply engraved in Zoon-woo's mind. This was also the moment Zoon-woo felt synchronization, his super perception skill increasing in proficiency. Immediately after, Zoon-woo seemed to awaken. From the divine sword's path, stronger and firmer, was the path of integrity. Zoon-woo, grasping this concept, struck Naju's incarnation with all his might. The incarnation was astonished, never expecting Zoon-woo to be such a formidable opponent, completely different from before. Zoon-woo continued, utilizing A.P. Mong's path. His path was a multitude of illusions, both soft and radiant, but with a hidden sharpness within that brilliance. This technique radiated considerable power and threatened the incarnation. He was bewildered. Zoon-woo was clearly alone, yet he felt like he was fighting against many people. Zoon-woo used the crescent moon, the sword severing one of the incarnation's arms. He screamed in pain. Zoon-woo still hadn't stopped. He wanted to synchronize with another skill. Next, the strongest person among those Zoon-woo had ever met was none other than Mu Kwan-Naju. The incarnation was both worried and furious as he saw Zoon, whose demeanor become identical to his own. Naju's incarnation suspected he was being toyed with. The path that Zoon-woo analyzed from the incarnation, originating from his master, was the tyrant's path. It was a violent whirlwind, and with his power, it would sweep the opponent away. Zoon-woo thought he didn't want to be defeated here, but he had also launched a relentless series of attacks, pressuring the incarnation to the point of madness, muttering Anfan Kwan's name. The final path Zoon-woo chose was named the Wings of Heaven, the path his brother, Yeon-woo, pursued. In other words, it was freedom. It was this final technique that cut young Naju's incarnation in two. In that moment, Zoon-woo seemed to have glimpsed a part of the path he was pursuing, a path that flashed by with a speed even the eyes of a god couldn't perceive. It was divine speed. The system finally congratulated Zoon-woo for safely passing the 30-second trial. Through this trial, he had made great progress. This was truly a surprising achievement, and Zoon-woo would receive additional rewards and merit points. As the incarnation gradually turned into black smoke and dissipated, Zoon-woo also realized it wasn't an illusion of his master. Because the Master Naju that Zoon-woo knew was stronger, nobler, and freer than anyone in the world. This was just a lingering remnant of Anfan Kwan's obsession. Suddenly, Zoon-woo was asked, "Master, don't you intend to keep that illusion? If you want to bring your brother's illusion back, then?" But Zoon-woo spoke up and refused. "Just now, when I saw my master's illusion, I came to my senses. I cannot consider the hatred within that illusion to be my true brother. On the contrary, it would only cause me more grief." Zoon-woo knew that he and his brother truly couldn't meet anymore. Perhaps he was just dreaming an impossible dream. Zoon-woo quickly regained his composure. Now wasn't the time, because he had to quickly escape the 21st floor as fast as possible. At the same time, the 33rd trial also began. Now, it was the final section. Zoon-woo wondered who it would be. The wall that even Naju couldn't overcome. The one called Anfan Kwan. The battle for first place was about to begin. But suddenly the system displayed. The first place illusion has been captured. For some reason, the data has been erased and cannot be retrieved. The 33rd trial will be automatically completed. All the trials had ended. Zoon-woo stared in disbelief. Sunset fell upon the town. At Hinova's equipment forge, a mysterious man stepped inside, but the owner of the shop announced that the store was closed and told him to go back. The mysterious man, the divine archer, didn't leave. Instead, he continued inside, examining the various armors and weapons. The owner, Hinova, shouted in frustration, "Damn it, I said we're not selling." "Who are you?" The divine archer suddenly asked, "Are you Hinova?" Behind his back, he was hiding a dagger. Hinova readily admitted it, asking, "So what?" Suddenly, a notification appeared. The Hall of Fame records for the 21st floor have been updated. Tied for first place are Undisclosed and by Ba. Third place is Naju, followed by Hyen, and finally Cha-Chan-Nu. Hinova was surprised that someone had tied for first place with Anfan Kwan. How could there be a tie? Hadn't Anfan Kwan's record been unmatched until now? Suddenly, Hinova remembered that Kane had said he would come to the 21st floor, so he had set an alarm. But to achieve such a record, it was truly worthy of all the hard work he had put into crafting equipment for him. This kid made Hinova genuinely touched and proud. Suddenly, Hinova thought he had sensed someone's presence, but when he turned around, there wasn't a soul in sight. Indeed, the man had left while Hinova wasn't paying attention. He walked away deep in thought. According to his investigation, Hinova had clearly stated that all items had been destroyed after Aisha's collapse. Yet, the items he had just seen were clearly high level. Moreover, Hinova had been smiling, which confused the divine archer even more, considering his disciple, Baha, had recently passed away. He knew something wasn't right. While he was lost in his thoughts, a voice called out, "Hey you, who are you?" standing there muttering to yourself. It was a member of the Ajuj religious order. He had come to trade with Inova, but noticing the stranger, he had followed to observe. He said, "Though not very quick-witted, my senses aren't bad. You radiate a dangerous aura. Who are you?" The divine archer assessed the situation. Getting involved with the one-horn tribe would be troublesome, but there was no other way. It just so happened he had something he needed to investigate. Annoyed that a simple task had become so tiresome, he decided to eliminate the religious member. Immediately after, blood stained the ground. The divine archer ruthlessly pinned the religious member under his foot and threatened, "From now on, if you answer all my questions, I'll spare your life." The religious member still had the strength to taunt him. "What are you barking about? Do you think I'll listen to you just because you say so?" The divine archer coldly replied, "I thought you would cooperate, but it seems there's no other way. This isn't my usual method, but..." Finishing his words, the divine archer used mana to summon swarms of snakes, controlling them to devour the religious member. He then collected the Ajuj member's memories. Now he understood why the One-Horn tribe had suddenly not participated in the recent battle, and he guessed that the person sitting in the center was the unique Cain. Cain's indifferent attitude, whether facing the fire dragon or the Tanhoa Dao, and his professional fighting style while participating as a mercenary for the One-Horn tribe. At first, the divine archer thought Cain was nothing special, but now he found himself intrigued. If such a thing were happening, it would be quite interesting. Meanwhile, Zoon had moved on to the 22nd floor challenge. It was a coastal city facing a vast sea where the monster Zaken, a giant octopus-like creature, had long been a troublesome problem. Zoon didn't hesitate to charge straight towards the monster, but his mind was preoccupied with what had happened on the 21st floor. 401. The data for first place is gone. The system has completely changed. Neither gods nor demons can escape the system. Considering the imprisonment on the 98th floor, this absolutely shouldn't be possible. The increasingly complex situation made Zoon feel the urgency to find the knight's location. Immediately after, he single-handedly defeated Zaken, the king of the sea, receiving 15,000 experience points and an additional 20 as a reward. The system prompted Zoon to add his name to the Hall of Fame, but he declined. Rebecca was still stunned, watching as Zaken's tentacles were roasted by Zoon. Following that, a notification appeared. Poseidon, god of the sea, showed great interest in Zoon. Even the god was worried about this. Zoon felt that after receiving Olympus's report, he seemed to be interacting with the gods frequently. However, he didn't think he would receive any requests. Furthermore, Zoon knew he didn't have time to delay here. From his position, he hadn't seen any sign of Zayam in the past few days, so he needed to quickly clear the 23rd floor. The 23rd floor's challenge concerned ancient demons, completely different from the current ones. While demons cultivated themselves and built a civilization, the ancestors of the gods were said to have come from an unknown world. In ancient times, no one could oppose them. Their world was a place without sunlight. The sky was crimson, and several hundred years passed without a single drop of rain. It was an extremely barren land, a land seemingly incapable of supporting any life. Yet it was there that a mysterious life form evolved and survived. A demonic tree of unknown origin, overly greedy, drained the energy of this world and continuously reproduced. This life form escaped the attacks of the greedy demonic tree and the haunting hunger of wild beasts. To survive, this life form killed more and more demonic trees, like starving wild beasts. As Zoon reached the 23rd floor, he realized these were the forms of the original demons, before they gained reason, living purely on instinct. Perhaps the demons on the 98th floor started from this lowest level, and now, after countless battles, they have reached their peak with immeasurable power. This place was supposed to have the purple ghost flower and the dragon's horn. Zoon initially thought he had to find that demon, but the complex terrain and harsh climate posed quite a challenge. Zoon didn't hesitate for long and immediately set off. Rebecca exclaimed, "This is clearly my playground. Was the 23rd floor always this comfortable?" Boo guessed, "It's because they've changed so much. Boo absorbed the demon on the 21st floor, so my demonic energy attribute increased by 2. San-nan and Han-ung were also brutally slaughtering demons, leaving Rebecca speechless. At this moment, Zoon found a place with a magic circle. He guessed this was the knight's location. Looking down from above, he discovered Elohim gathered below. They were a group who only believed in those with superior bloodlines, like the Chigo and Cho-Kwa races, being allowed to join. However, Zoon-woo wondered why these arrogant people were here. As far as he knew, the relationship between them and Zaem wasn't good. Among the Elohim, there was a special person, their elder, the bright god, Ider. Zoon-woo was bewildered. Isn't Ider from Asia? Why is Ida here? He's someone with a noble lineage and a high rank among the Elohim. People like him don't usually appear in public, Zoon-woo thought. Suddenly, he noticed movement from another direction. It was Gala. Zoon-woo froze. Show yourself. Gala, I know you're Zaem's friend. Are you trying to stop the Elohim from reaching him? Gala, from afar, raised his bow, an arrow aiming. The person in his sights was none other than Baha. I see. He quickly dodged the sneak attack. A sneak attack from above. Zaem stood arrogantly above, brimming with power, his face sharp. With determined eyes, Baha gave the order. Capture him. How dare he? A mere goblin. It's him. Seize him. The troops advanced to confront him, but Gala used a technique to vanish in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Before they knew it, he had circled behind them to counterattack. The power of his bow and arrow was formidable. They were struck by arrows, and only Baha remained, filled with rage. You bastard! He roared, unleashing his attack. Arrows of light shot from all directions, aimed at Gala. Baha's power was equally terrifying. It seemed to tear the sky apart, or pierce, right through Gala's body. The speed was breathtaking. Baha attacked relentlessly with strange and unique magic. Myriad tribulations, heavenly crown. Gala worried. Would his shield hold? Zaem struggled to maintain a protective barrier against the devastating attack. The scene was truly spectacular. Cracks began to appear, and he grew more afraid than ever. It was truly too powerful. The barrier couldn't hold much longer. In mere seconds, it would shatter. Suddenly, the vortex of light was deflected. It seemed some force had intervened to help Gala. Everyone was astonished. The attackers suffered heavy damage. Gala was surprised and bewildered. You. Kong had arrived just in time. He said, I'll explain everything after we leave this place. The attacker collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Baha was so furious. The whites of his eyes were showing. He was utterly enraged. He screamed, bastard. In another, quieter place, they won't follow us here. Probably not. Kong asked gently, It's been a while, Gala. He was still taken aback. It really is you. You've changed so much. How did you know I was here? Kong replied, by chance. I was asking someone to look for Zaem when I heard about the conflict between the Elohim and Gala. Zaem asked in return, So you helped me because of our past connection, risking making an enemy of the Elohim. The news of Zaem being hunted by the Elohim had spread everywhere, and the fact that Gazia and Zaem were friends. I thought something must have happened. Gala thought to himself, it seems he's not lying, but I can't trust him completely. Suddenly, Gala spoke to someone. Kong, standing aside, wondered, are they communicating with each other? Gala exclaimed, What? Zaem asked, How is it that the scent of the dragon clan emanates from you? Dragon transformation before full awakening must absolutely not be detected. Even the Summer Queen couldn't detect it. How did Zaem sense it? Kong asked again, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Go ask the owner about it. He told me to bring you there. Come with me. The sky grew more mysterious, dangerous, and ferocious than ever. Kong and Gala moved step by step. This space isn't simply divided into inside and outside. The inner space is reinforced with high-level magic and various advanced spells. A trans-dimensional barrier. Creating this place must have taken an immense amount of time, resources, and effort. You absolutely must not reveal this place to the outside world. If you ever want to come here again, Kong continued, his voice hardening, know that you'll be held here for the time being, at least until that matter is resolved. If you don't agree, you can still turn back now. Protecting this place is related to what the Elohim are searching for. Gala pondered, a trans-dimensional barrier creating a separate space and protecting it. This is the place the Elohim are looking for. What to be here? Suddenly, a girl walked by and saw them, along with a strange long-haired man, Zaem. They were bewildered. He was an incredibly arrogant man, always pursuing freedom, expelled from the Elohim due to conflicts and disagreements. The embodiment of a god descending upon the mortal world. Zayam spoke. You must be the one who carries the power of the dragon. Kong introduced himself. That child is a dragonborn. A dragonborn is a unique existence, born from the union of a human and a dragon. They carry half human blood, half dragon blood, an existence that transcends all racial boundaries. After the ancient dragon, Kalatus, perished, the dragon race went extinct. The number of players connected to dragons within the tower doesn't exceed 3. The Apocalypse Dragon, the Summer Queen, the dragon human Nanta, and the descendant of the ancient dragon, Yeon-woo. Zun, who wondered why Nana had suddenly hidden herself, but he knew the reason for her disappearance. She was the last person to see Yeon-woo. And yet, now another dragonborn appears. Zun-who asked directly, is this Nanta's child? Zayam was surprised that Zun-who also knew about Nanta. Zayam explained, I've only heard the name. Has the Summer Queen refused to create a new generation? The Heaven King is also dead. Only Nanta remains as the most likely possibility. Zun-who guessed that Zayam had sensed him thanks to the child while being pursued by the Elohim. He thought Zayam wanted to make a deal with him. From what I sense, this young dragonborn is much weaker than Nanta, perhaps possessing only a quarter of her power. The child hasn't even realized the dragon power within them. It seems Zayam intends to guide their awakening through me. Zayam didn't deny wanting to make a deal with Zun-who, but first, he had to check if Zun-who was qualified. Before we discuss anything, tell me about yourself. Instead of answering directly, Zun-who began to channel his power. Immediately, a layer of dragon scales emerged on one of his arms. Zun-who felt he no longer needed to answer Zayam's question. The sight he had just displayed was enough. Zayam didn't inquire further, simply telling Zun-who to follow him. He led Zun-who to his study. The room was filled with books and test tubes. Dan-who looked around for a moment, finally voicing his question. He had heard that Zayam was always indifferent to the affairs of others, and he didn't understand why he was taking care of Nanta's child. As far as Dan-who knew, Zayam was a man who strictly adhered to his own principles. Even if someone close to him died, he wouldn't lift a finger to help. Zayam refused to answer Dan-who's question, believing that all that mattered to them was fulfilling their own objectives. Sesha stood outside, eavesdropping. Zayam had only one request, that Dan-who stay and impart knowledge related to the dragon clan to the child, and occasionally act as its protector. Dan-who agreed to the request. The first thing he asked was the child's name. Zayam replied that it was Sesha. After Zayam stated his request, it was Dan-who's turn. He also had only one request, to study the Tui Tin Luke Emerald Record, written by Zayam himself. The Tui Tin Luke Emerald Record was a book that recorded Zayam's experiences before he descended to the mortal realm. It could be said that it contained all of Zayam's knowledge. When Dan-who voiced his request, Zayam became highly alert, but ultimately agreed on the condition that Dan-who sign a contract stating he would only study the knowledge related to alchemy. After that, Dan-who spent 2 hours every day listening to Zayam's lectures on alchemy. Thanks to the knowledge he had learned from Hinova previously, Dan-who quickly became acquainted with and gradually understood alchemy, while also learning a few other things from Zayam. And so, Dan-who studied alchemy at night and reluctantly played the role of a babysitter during the day. San-non looked at Sesha hiding behind the door and couldn't help but comment, she's already wary before even being taught anything. Master hasn't even taught her anything yet, and she's already about to cry. But don't worry, just do as I say. He hadn't even finished his sentence when Dan-who interrupted, who says I can't take care of her. First, Dan-who made a plate of cookies and offered them to Sesha. Although the little girl didn't know what they were, she seemed very excited. Both Han-ung and San-non were surprised that Dan-who knew how to cook. They even exclaimed that it must be a sign of the apocalypse. Sesha took a bite, and perhaps because it was so delicious, she closed her eyes to savor it. Dan-who gently asked Sesha if it was good. The little girl mumbled in response, yes. Seeing Sesha so happy, Dan-who was also delighted. Anyone who didn't know better might think she was his own child. The scene shifted to a battlefield filled with smoke and fire. A large part of the vast forest had been burned down, and on the ground lay the heavily injured Elohim. The more Eider thought about it, the angrier he became. Those of high rank were all dead, leaving only 4 survivors. He needed to replenish his forces and continue the attack, but But the problem was that he was too proud to reveal this to the outside world. If others knew that he had been defeated by a nobody, he would have to bury himself in shame. Reviving the ancient races had always been the Elohim's dream. After resurrecting the Dragon Clan and the Giants, they would force them to submit to the Elohim. But to do that, they had to capture the last surviving descendant of the Dragon Clan, Sesha. Eider had already missed an opportunity with Yeon-woo before. He clenched his fist. If only he had found Yeon-woo's body back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out. It was Mesa. Eider couldn't understand what she was doing here. Mesa said amiably, "Of course, I'm here to help you." Eider snapped irritably. Now's not the time for jokes. But it seemed Mesa wasn't joking, as she had actually brought an entire legion to provide support. Ida knew full well she wasn't actually trying to help, but rather to steal the credit. Yet he couldn't miss this valuable opportunity. Left with no other choice, Ida proposed a 50-50 split. Mesa expressed dissatisfaction, demanding at least a 30-70 split. Ida nonchalantly replied, 30-70ths is fine. You 30 and me 70. He held Zam's whereabouts, so he was very confident. If he didn't speak up, Mesa wouldn't know where to look. Although Mesa knew beforehand that Eider was very cunning, she couldn't do anything in this situation. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise with him. Back with Dan-woo, Sesha had fallen asleep in her chair after finishing the cookies. Just then, Zam returned and inquired about Sesha's condition. Dan-woo simply explained that she had become sleepy after eating several cookies. Zam suddenly announced that from now on, he would be the one taking care of Sesha, as he needed Dan-woo's help with something. That something was to go out and gather purple ghost flowers. What was the story behind these flowers? Since ancient times, the Dragon Clan and demons had been enemies. The Dragon Clan always adapted and adhered to the rules, while demons were capricious and followed no rules at all. Naturally, the two sides couldn't coexist and had clashed long ago. Because of their constant confrontation, they became natural enemies. The Dragon Clan devoured the souls of demons and transformed them into a powerful magical force. In return, demons consumed the robust bodies of the Dragon Clan and could use them to deplete energy instead of mana. However, even if they couldn't capture demons, there was a way to counter this element of theirs, and that was the purple ghost flower. Dan-woo didn't hesitate to say directly that he also needed the purple ghost flowers. Zam, on the other hand, wasn't surprised by this information. He knew Dan-woo was also planning to cultivate the demon element. Zam explained that Sesha still had many shortcomings in using the Dragon Clan's magical power. To enhance its level, he needed to refine the ghost flowers. But Dan-woo didn't need to worry about him competing for the flowers, as Dan-woo was looking for flowers with a concentration above level 4. Zam, on the other hand, only sought paler ghost flowers with a concentration of 3 or less. If the concentration was too high, it would harm Sesha. Zam also provided additional information. There were a lot of highly concentrated ghost flowers. Dan-woo was skeptical upon hearing this. As far as he knew, such flowers were rare in the vast demon forest. One would have to search 1,000 plants to find a single purple ghost flower. Zam, knowing Dan-woo didn't believe him, had no choice but to tell him to follow Gala for proof. Looking at the scene before him, Dan-woo was a little astonished. Gala, standing beside him, explained its food. As Zam said, demons were ultimately plant-based. As long as they were watered and fertilized at the right time, they would grow rapidly. At this moment, a notification suddenly popped up. The demons were expressing their displeasure at Zam's words. A nameless, useless demon king was enraged, and a nameless demon duke cursed Zam. Blocked by the god's barrier, it all dissipated. Because the barrier was reinforced, contact with the outside is absolutely impossible. Even observation from the 98th floor is impossible. Dan-woo didn't quite understand how they could cultivate purple ghost flowers in ancient trees like this. Something else must be needed. After careful observation, Dan-woo finally figured it out. Just as he thought, it was a magic circle. Demons are planted, and then ghost flowers are sprouted. The demons born from the demon trees have their minds scrambled by the formation, causing them to devour each other. These rapidly strengthening demons are used as sacrifices, resulting in the summoning of a devil. As soon as the devil is born, it's immediately captured by magic. Most of the alchemy and dark magic used are extremely complex. Some are even legendary spells. Now, Dan-woo understood why Zam had been absent during the day. He was was completing this formation. He turned to Gala and asked, "Do you think there will be a big fight between Zaem and the players in the tower?" Gala asked back, "Why do you think that?" Dan, who was just curious why Zaem was preparing everything to enslave a devil like this. Gala didn't know where to begin. He could only start from the root of the matter. You've met Sesha, right? I don't know if you've sensed it, but that child won't live much longer. Due to the limitations of her race, her body has been weak since birth. Despite being given many kinds of herbs, it only helped for a short time. After that, Sesha has been bedridden. When Dan, who first met her, he noticed her weak aura. He just always thought Dragonkin were born strong, especially possessing 1/4 of their power. Gala continued, "Sesha, being able to run around like this is a recent development. The time she started getting better coincided with her consuming that mysterious demonic element. But it seems she's reaching her limit. After all, Sesha's body has antibodies against it." Dan, who finally understood that he now needed to capture a whole devil to see if Sesha could consume it. But he still didn't understand why someone as famously cold as Zaem would do so much for Sesha. He couldn't help but ask Gala about their relationship. Gala, like Dan, who didn't know all the details. He only knew one thing: if it would help Sesha recover. Even if it were a god, Zaem would capture it. Dan, who then picked a whole basket of purple ghost flowers and brought them back. Not seeing Sesha, he asked Zaem, who simply said she had gone out for a walk. Dan, who had thought Zaem was a gruff man. But now, in his eyes, Sesha was nothing but a silly little girl. Zaem, seeing Dan, who's staring at him, asked if he had something to say. Dan, who retorted, "And what are you looking at?" Zaem honestly replied that he was reviewing his emerald tablet. He needed to check if he'd missed or miswritten anything. Zaem asked Dan, who if he understood everything he taught him. Dan, who said he was practicing what he'd learned about transmutation. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Although Dan, who tried hard to learn alchemy, it wasn't easy. Zaem taught him more than he expected, and Rebecca's advice also helped a lot. Thanks to this, Dan, who was able to analyze the Mezzatala he'd kept stored away all this time. There was one undeniable truth. This thing was real and unequivocally clear. To achieve a singular miracle, above and below are the same. Below and above are the same, and everything originates from a single thought, all connected as one. Boo and Rebecca also joined Dan, who in the analysis, but they still couldn't find a reasonable solution. Suddenly, Don Haui's door opened. Sesha, clutching a teddy bear, sleepily walked in. Dan, who knew at a glance that Sesha was hungry again. Dan, who put all the documents aside and bustled off to make Sesha a snack. His subordinates still found it miraculous no matter how they looked at it. Dan, who curiously asked, "What have you all been thinking about me lately?" They honestly replied, "Thick-skinned and shameless, what else?" Having finished the snack, Dan, who brought it to Sesha, not forgetting to remind her to keep it a secret from Zaem. Sesha was sitting there writing something on Dan, whose blueprints, and she startled slightly when he arrived. Dan, who wasn't angry with her, since he was going to discard those papers anyway. After receiving her snack, Sesha happily ran off. Dan, who looked at the blueprints Sesha had been playing with. At first glance, it looked like she had just been doodling, but looking closer, he saw that everything was applied according to a specific formula. Dan, who sat reading for a while, feeling as if the sun of truth had just shone through his heart. Thanks to Sesha, he could now analyze the Sage's Stone and create an accumulation momentum, thereby generating infinite magic power. Not only that, but it could also act as a medium to amplify the amount of magic power emitted. This drawing contained the workings of the sun, and the workings of the sun were the cycle of magic power. Now Dan, who knew why Leon and Bill couldn't complete the Sage's Stone. The missing piece was the accumulation momentum. The accumulation momentum was the most important part of activating it. If Dan, who could capture something similar to the demon that Zaem and Gala had captured and seal it inside the Sage's Stone, it would become a magic power supply. If so, the Dragon Heart and the Sage's Stone. These two would become a massive source of magic power. Perhaps then, Dan, who could achieve an infinite supply of magic power. Thinking of this, Dan, who abruptly stood up and looked at Sesha. The scene shifted to Fanny and Zoza. They seemed to be in a desert. Fanny couldn't help but complain. Even the 12th floor wasn't this boring. While he was rambling, Zoza suddenly realized something was strange. According to the coordinates Fanny had given, they should have arrived at the correct location. Dan, who was playing with Sesha, when he heard someone call out. It turned out to be Fanny and Zoza. They arrived and asked Dan what he was doing. He simply said he was working on this and that, telling them not to worry. Dan, who also took the opportunity to introduce Sesha to them. Zayam seemed a bit displeased by this scene, as he didn't want outsiders here. Gala intervened, saying, "I think it's fine." Sesha also seemed to like them. If she were uncomfortable, she would have immediately gone to find them. Looking at Zayam, Gala suddenly remembered Munduk. He wondered if Sesha felt lonely since she had been isolated from the outside world for so long. Zayam didn't say anything, just silently observed Sesha. He realized that Sesha didn't often smile so brightly. Zayam realized that he had been doing everything for Sesha's benefit, and perhaps because of that, he had unintentionally made her lonely. A moment later, while Sesha was playing with Zoza, Zayam called Dan, who was aside to talk. Zoza watched Dan, who's retreating back, unable to hide her sadness. She thought to herself, he hasn't changed at all. It would be nice if he was happy to see us, or said he missed me. Sesha carefully observed Zoza's expression for a while. Then she asked directly, "Do you like Dan-who?" Zoza blushed and asked, "Why would you think that?" Sesha grinned. "Your eyes are always glued to him." Zoza hadn't realized her gaze was so obvious that even a child could see it. Zayam led Dan-who back to his room and asked, "You're aware that the construction of the Devil Tree Barrier is almost complete, aren't you?" He also felt fortunate that there hadn't been any news about the Elohim Society or Ache recently. Once the barrier was complete, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to find them quickly. Dan-who thought to himself, if that's the case, this area will become Zayam's private territory, meaning a sanctuary might be built. A space with its own boundaries, and Zayam the supreme god with absolute power within that space. Zayam continued, "I entrust these matters to you. Once the Devil Tree is complete, I'll be very busy, focused on summoning demons." Though he was being roundabout, Zayam essentially wanted Dan-who to rest. Outside, Dan-who, at some point, had changed into iron armor. Fanti pleaded, "Since we came together, tell me." Seeing Dan-who's refusal, Fanti continued to whine, "If you don't, I'll be so frustrated every time I come here." Dan-who had reached the top rank on the 21st floor's leaderboard, sharing the position with On for Quan. Though he didn't show it, the Martial King felt quite resentful about this. Fanny didn't know when he would be able to catch up to Dan-who, so for now, he still had to train himself further. Dan-who changed the subject to Zoza. "I don't understand why she has that expression." Fanny hinted that she had suffered a great shock. Putting that aside, there was also something Fanny was curious about. That was why Dan-who had suddenly changed his appearance. Dan-who simply replied, "Because I don't want to get into trouble." Hearing this, Zoza suggested that she and Fanny should also disguise themselves. After all, Dan-who is known as a vicious person who often travels with young unicorns. On the way, Fanny complained, "This is so uncomfortable." Dan-who turned back to ask him what was wrong, and Fanny tugged at his mask. "It's something unique to our tribe, often used to conceal our identity. Actually, it's not really necessary." Even if Dan-who asked for it now, the Martial King wouldn't give it to him. After a while, they finally reached Lake Zeppeli. For some reason, there were a lot of people there. Dan-who guessed it was probably because this was where Zark Long had appeared. Zark Long was a variant form of the demon race, occurring when their power reached its limit and they were about to evolve to a higher level. It was like a caterpillar that grows, forms a cocoon, becomes a pupa, and then transforms into a butterfly, breaking free from the cocoon. Fanny wondered, isn't Zark Long just a rare monster? Dan-who couldn't help but scoff, saying it was embarrassing that it was now being hyped up as some mysterious fragment. Fanny suggested they should chase away everyone who was talking about it, and seeing Dan-who's lack of reaction, thought he was being merciful and planned to hunt Zark Long with them. Dan-who immediately expressed his true intentions, saying he was waiting for the opportunity to snatch it, not join forces with anyone. He also threatened Fanny not to draw attention, warning him not to ask why the sea is salty if they were discovered. Fanny immediately put on an extremely trustworthy expression, claiming that when it came to patience, he was undoubtedly the shining example. And just a few minutes later, that shining example was now smashing a guard's face in. Seeing the other guards rushing towards him, not only was he unafraid, but he also challenged them, daring them to come at him all at once. Dan-who and Zoza could only facepalm in exasperation. The reason for Fanny's fight was simple. A group of soldiers suddenly appeared and declared they would take possession of the horned dragon after it appeared. Not only that, but they also demanded everyone leave the area. No one agreed, but no one dared to stand up either. Except, of course, for one person. Fanny, acting like he'd just downed 7 barrels of premium liquor, was ready to smash the face of anyone acting high and mighty. Zoza wanted to intervene, but Dan-who stopped her, saying he felt this was a good thing, because the Blood Kingdom was also present, led by poisoned serpent Bang Jiao. The Blood Kingdom claimed their flag represented a nation, descendants of a world that had been destroyed. Their goal was simple, the Promised Land. They had no territory and no specific rules, always acting with a fervent belief that one day they would find their lost land. In other words, they were wanderers living in a delusion of what was lost. However, they were always responsible and constantly trained themselves. Furthermore, their group cohesion was very strong, so no one wanted to get involved with them. Dan-hu observed silently. These people, Elohim, all appeared on the 23rd floor. Was this just a coincidence? Of course not. Lake Zeppeli's horn dragon was famous. If those belonging to an organization were doing this, they wouldn't send a named rank here. The problem was, Dan-hu didn't know what Poison Serpent Bang was thinking. Suddenly, Bang Jiao turned and looked in their direction. At this moment, the soldiers surged forward, shouting in Fanny's face, "You think you'll get away with messing with us? We have the Blood Kingdom behind us." But Fanty, contrary to their expectations, didn't flinch. With the pride of the One Jungle Tribe, a name enough to make others use themselves. And this time, if these soldiers didn't back down, he would show them the wrath of the One Jungle Tribe. Just then, Poison Serpent Bang Jiao stepped forward to intervene. Fanny pressed, trying to convince him to allow the attack, saying fighting a named rank would be quite interesting. But Jiao's actions made Fanny feel strange. Suddenly, Jiao walked straight towards Dan-hu. He smiled cryptically and said, "It seems there's no need to fight. What if we stop here?" As soon as Bang Jiao finished speaking, Kane felt the fishbone transmitting a voice. "I am Baron Jiao, emissary of His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty extend an invitation to you and Zayam." What do you think? Kane was stunned. Not only did Bang Jiao recognize him, but he also knew about his collaboration with Zayam. Bang Jiao continued speaking to Kane through the fishbone. "Actually, not many people here know your true identity, so there's no need to worry. You've been lying low, and we've been quite busy, so I'm almost certain. However, I can't say that absolutely no one knows." These words made Kane contemplate. As the last dragonkin, many were interested in him. Besides the Red Dragon clan, he was currently the biggest point of interest. The major tribes were paying more attention to this matter than Kane had anticipated. This was something he hadn't foreseen. Therefore, he would have to be particularly careful about his movements in the future. However, because of his collaboration with Zayam, Kane was caught in a dilemma and couldn't avoid attracting the attention of others. After considering, Kane turned to Bang Jiao and said that there was no need to complicate matters further. At the same time, Kane tried to probe him. "How did you know I would come to Lake Zeppeli?" Bang Jiao confidently revealed, "Because of your habit. You can't be satisfied until you've completed the hidden fragments, right? Therefore, I guess that you would definitely come here." This explanation surprised Kane, but it wasn't enough. He was curious. "So how did you recognize me?" "I clearly changed my appearance completely to conceal my identity." Bang Jiao pointed to his eyes and said, "It's because of my skill, the Nine Serpents' Eye. It allows me to see the characteristics and traits of others." At this moment, Kane realized that from the beginning, when Fanny was causing trouble, Bang Jiao had only stood still and observed to find him. Bang Jiao continued cheerfully, "His Majesty the Emperor is particularly interested in you. Surely you won't refuse his invitation." However, Kane was still hesitant. The gluttonous emperor was a greedy king who wanted to devour anything he desired, including anything his hands touched. This naturally included people. When he ate, he absorbed the abilities of his food. In essence, his nature was extremely cruel. The gluttonous emperor had taken notice of Dan-hu and considered him a special dish. He wanted to eat and devour everything Dan-hu possessed. The reason the gluttonous emperor had taken notice of Dan-hu was that he had eaten everything in the world. However, dragon meat was one of the only kinds of meat he had never tasted. This disgusted Kane, and he thought he truly is a madman. The gluttonous emperor also wanted to meet Zayam. However, Kane immediately dismissed this thought. To be precise, he wanted to meet Sesha. Seeing that Kane had been silent, Bang Jiao stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that His Majesty will harm you, right? Don't worry. All those rumors are fabrications meant to slander us. His Majesty simply appreciates your potential and wants to have dinner with you and build a friendly relationship first." Hearing this, Cain couldn't bear it. Nonsense, he thought, though outwardly he remained calm. For now, he would have to pretend to cooperate. This way, Cain could use them as a shield against the Elohim. This thought pleased Bang Jiao. However, he still had something to do, so he told Cain's people to relax, as they would be protected. However, Cain knew that Bang Jiao was trying to probe his strength. Just then, there was a sound from under the water. The rhinoceros dragon appeared. At the same time, Fanti, Zoza, and Cain charged forward. This was the perfect opportunity for Bang Jiao to observe the princess and prince of the One Jungle tribe and see how strong Cain truly was. Just then, the rhinoceros dragon opened its mouth wide, roared, and swallowed all three of them. Bang Jiao was surprised, unable to anticipate this. Swallow them. Meanwhile, inside the rhinoceros dragon's body, Fanti felt extremely uncomfortable. It was sticky, slimy, and disgusting. But after all, this was within the rhinoceros dragon's residual thoughts. It felt like being inside intestines. Unlike its hard outer shell, the inside of the rhinoceros dragon was like that of a demon tribe member with a complex nervous system. Just then, Cain arrived and brought something bright red. It was the rhinoceros dragon's heart. There were 5 pieces in total. To find the remaining 4 pieces, they had to go inside the rhinoceros dragon's body. The current hidden quest was to destroy the rhinoceros dragon. If they failed, they would be trapped here forever and become nutrients absorbed by the rhinoceros dragon. At this time, the system also announced a 5-hour time limit to find the dragon heart. Suddenly, a new demon tribe member appeared, and the system immediately warned them to survive the monster's attack. They lunged forward, attacking fiercely, causing Fanti and Zoza to panic. However, Cain quickly cast magic and created a shockwave to stop the monsters. The wind grew stronger and stronger, causing Fanti to exclaim, "You should have told us about this beforehand." The number of demon tribe members Cain absorbed was gradually increasing. Cain absorbed the residual thoughts of the Lake Zero-E rhinoceros dragon at a rapid pace. 1021 demon tribe members. Cain turned to Fanti and said, "Focus on what's ahead. From now on, you two have important work to do. You'll see 2 bright spots ahead. Those are the locations of the dragon heart pieces. Collect them." Hearing this, Fanti immediately accepted the task. "I'll bring them back to you quickly." Now, Fanti confidently moved forward to destroy the monsters. Even Zoza did the same. Despite being disturbed, Cain tried to concentrate. Suddenly, he realized that's the main body. At that moment, a voice echoed, asking, "Who are you?" Cain knew this was the rhinoceros dragon's main body and a rare opportunity to gain more experience with demons. And the demon tribe, said to be the dragon race's sworn enemies. However, Cain was truly puzzled. It had only recently evolved into a rhinoceros dragon, so why did it already have such animosity towards the demon tribe? Now, he sensed that someone had intentionally nurtured this rhinoceros dragon. But first, Cain needed to defeat it to obtain the heart. He immediately used his skill, territory expansion, to destroy the main body, followed by Fire Wave. The battle was extremely fierce. However, Bang Jiao had no idea what was happening inside, only that it was causing the rhinoceros dragon to roar and writhe in pain. Clearly, they hadn't been eaten by the rhinoceros dragon as he had thought. Now, Bang Jiao was even more curious about what they were doing inside the rhinoceros dragon's body. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I don't recall ever hearing about the One Jungle tribe and the Blood Kingdom joining forces." Turning around, Bang Jiao couldn't help but be astonished by the appearance of Elohim, along with his legion of soldiers. This made Bang Jiao extremely curious. Why would they appear at this moment? They tried to capture Gala, but were humiliated by the rhinoceros dragon, so their intentions are definitely not ordinary. Bang Jiao then stepped forward to explain, "It seems there's a misunderstanding. We've joined forces with the rhinoceros dragon, not the One Jungle tribe." This enraged Elohim. He warned Bang Jiao, "If you don't get out of the way, I, Elohim, won't show any respect to your blood kingdom." But Bang Jiao just smiled and sighed. "There's nothing more to say. Why should I?" With those words, the venomous snake, Bang Jiao, unleashed an attack, leaving Elohim's men stunned. Without pausing, Bang Jiao continued to attack with even greater ferocity. Huge, sharp shards of ice, capable of freezing everything, emerged. Bang Jiao gloated, "From the beginning, you shouldn't have even thought about threatening me." But upon closer inspection, Elohim was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he appeared and attacked Bang Jiao from behind, catching him off guard. Elohim's men also began to surround Bang Jiao's soldiers. He quickly ordered everyone retreat toward the lake. Elohim immediately pursued them, taking advantage of this opportunity to deal with the rhinoceros dragon and the Blood Kingdom at the same time. Such a rare opportunity can't be missed. This is the end. Suddenly, the rhinoceros dragon roared in agony. The water in the lake churned, leaving everyone astonished. The rhinoceros dragon's tough hide began to crack and explode. It erupted like spewing lava, engulfing the soldiers. Elohim was bewildered. What's happening? Everything was incinerated. Elohim couldn't believe it. He was a descendant of the great god Ziza. But Cain thought differently. That's for ordinary humans. At this point, Elohim pleaded with Cain, "Eliminate me. Your comrade, Ider, must be suffering terribly right now. Haven't you thought about that?" Cain was aware of it, but hadn't he thought about it? Perhaps it's all a trap. Hearing this, Elohim was both shocked and confused. Thinking back, Cain had consulted with Zayam and Gala. What do you think about taking advantage of the demon summoning to eliminate Elohim? It just so happens you had the same intention. To capture us, they must have prepared many traps. In that case, we'll just turn their own methods against them. The members of Elohim are all born from the bloodline of gods. Therefore, they all possess divine power. That's precisely the delicacy demons love. We'll use them as food for the demons. This surprised Bang Jiao. They had helped Cain so much, yet now they face betrayal. Without hesitation, Cain removed his mask, and that was the answer to his actions. Bang Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. This can't be. We were completely used by you. You pitted us and Elohim against each other. My sovereignty, please, I hope you'll deal with him wisely. With those final words, Bang Jiao collapsed and died. Cain looked down at him coldly, without a shred of pity. Cain then put his mask back on and asked, "Things are going smoothly over there, right?" Meanwhile, Zayam was observing everything through the crystal sphere. It seems they brought in reinforcements. Even Ziza has appeared. Those two always want to kill each other, yet they're twins. Just then, Gala spoke up indeed. In this world, the only thing they can trust and rely on is their blood ties as siblings. Hearing this, Zayam scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. Those two, having feelings. If necessary, they'd even kill their own parents. Depending on the situation, of course. Who knows? Maybe Ziza is planning to eliminate Ider." But Gala couldn't believe it. They're twins, though. Zayam knew better. Even so, they still live in the society of the gods. If necessary, they'll kill and devour each other, just like in the demonic society. They are beings without blood, without tears. If they share a common goal, they will cooperate to achieve it. Therefore, our priority now is to keep Sesha out of their sight. And Gala was tasked with that crucial mission. This time, Zayam was determined to protect Sesha. "Today, I will use them as sacrifices to heal you. This is also the last gift I can give to Nanta, your mother. And this is also my way of atoning to you. You're no longer in this world." Within the mystical book, a mysterious energy resided, an energy only Zayam could wield. The scene changed. In the dense forest, Ider ordered all the soldiers attention. It seems he's activated his magic. Suddenly, a soldier wondered aloud, "Havri." This prompted Ziza to question, "Where's Havri?" Even Numbin and Zan have vanished. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Someone yelled, "Tiana has been taken by something." Ziza cursed and ordered everyone to gather together. At that moment, Ziza sensed something strange. It felt as though divine power was slowly being drained from her body. No, this feeling isn't right. Something in this forest is devouring our divine power. Among their soldiers, one was watching. To be sure, Ziza decided to use her divine power. She unleashed a white light, and it finally worked. A soldier praised, as expected of Lord Ziza. But suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down their spines. The eyes of ferocious monsters were watching them. Ziza and the soldier were stunned. Before their immense size, dragons began to attack, and other bizarre monsters also charged forward. Ziza immediately realized Zayam was behind this. They're coming in greater numbers. This isn't good. We need to retreat. However, at that moment, Ziza was killed by a fatal blow, and Ider was the perpetrator. Ziza still had the strength to curse him, calling him a fool. If he killed her, his own life would certainly be forfeit. But Ider asserted confidently, "No, I will live. All thanks to you." On Ider's forehead appeared a symbol that Ziza recognized instantly. "Everything in this world belongs to the great gods. You will visit this land whenever you please. All those who covet it will perish. At that moment, a spatial gate opened. From within, 3 cloaked figures emerged, causing the soldiers to tremble in terror. They were demon soldiers. Eider immediately knelt down, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Bishop. Please forgive me. Due to my carelessness, I have not yet been able to retrieve it." Kinzet replied, "Is that so? Then there's no other way." He then commanded, "Exterminate them all." At that moment, Sesha also sensed the danger. She said to Gala, "Zaum is in danger." Gala couldn't ignore her words, because Sesha possessed the hypersensitive perception of the dragon clan, which others lacked. However, Sesha's safety was the most urgent matter, so Gala tried to dismiss it and quickly ran to save time. Monitoring the situation through the orb, Zaum realized, "I miscalculated. There's no other way." Zaum chuckled to himself. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I'm done playing with you, Zaum." He recognized him. It was Kinzet. Years ago, when Zaum was living in a forest, a woman suddenly approached him with a request. "I entrust this child to you, Zaum." He was taken aback by this. Zaum questioned, "Are you in your right mind? This child isn't even yours." However, she asserted firmly, "No, this child is mine. Even though I didn't give birth to her, I consider her my own. That's why I'm asking you." From that moment, Zaum was enlightened by maternal love. "The first time I met this child was also the last time I heard from her father. It was the only time my daughter, who always resented me, asked me for anything, so I couldn't refuse her. Perhaps what I do for Sesha is atonement for the mistakes I made in the past. But I don't know when I truly came to love her. Sesha, can you stand up?" Sesha's innocent smile captivated Zaum. Just like that, I truly became Sesha's grandfather. However, something interrupted Zaum's beautiful memories. Unexpectedly, Kinzet arrived through a spatial rift. He immediately lunged at Zaum. Kinzet's sudden appearance caught him off guard, forcing him to dodge repeatedly. After a while of fleeing, he successfully lured Kinzet into a lightning formation. At this moment, Zaum thought to himself, "What? He's hijacked my vision and ruptured space." Regardless, he's very powerful and acts with complete freedom. In a flash, Zaum sensed something amiss. Even after that lightning strike, Kinzet still stands firm before me. The current situation forces me to constantly ponder, only now do I understand the reason Kinzet can act so freely within my domain. He's in a spectral state, escorting the demon soldiers. If he's a god of the demon soldiers, then even I, a being that is a god, yet not a god. An existence that is both a demon and not a demon. Those in the tower call it a demon god, but in truth, because it's closer to the light than anyone else. It is a contradictory concept, breaking down and rebuilding everything. Therefore, the demon soldiers call it this, a demon from the sky, a heavenly demon. Faced with Kinzet's overwhelming power, Zaum has no choice but to flee. Even if I use all of my power, it would be difficult to defeat a heavenly demon. It's very difficult to defeat Kinzet right now. My mindscape is gradually being dyed with the heavenly demon's colors. If I don't defeat him now, there will be no other way to defeat him. Therefore, Zaum is forced to risk a counterattack against Kinzet. I will blow everything away along with this mindscape. However, with my current strength, I can't even injure Kinzet. At this moment, Zaum casts spatial magic, simultaneously firing sharp shards of mirror towards him. In this instant, my magic enveloped Kinzet. Despite this, Kinzet still managed to dodge everything. Without stopping there, Zaum continues to counterattack. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Kinzet's subordinates fly in to support him. "Bishop, are you alright?" Unfortunately, Zaum's subordinates have arrived to ambush us, so they still dare to be arrogant. "I will blow you away." However, he still couldn't anticipate his strength. Returning to the battle between Zaum and Kinzet. At this moment, he is pouring all his life force into this fight. Damn you, Kinzet. Because the power of both sides is so great, even the fabric of space is being torn apart. Zaum seems to have reached his limit, his hands trembling from exhaustion. If the mindscape collapses, its sanctity and power will also disappear. Just that much is already beyond my endurance. Even if I die, I don't care because I have no regrets. But if I die here, he will capture Sesha, and that cannot happen. In a flash, Zaum was sent flying by Kinzet. His current state constantly recalls the image of his granddaughter, Sesha. My poor child. Even if my divinity falls to the depths, I must protect her. Unexpectedly, Zaum uses the last of his life force to summon a demon. From beneath the earth, a giant gate is summoned. The door slowly opens, and a murderous aura gradually emanates. A demon with a savage smile slowly steps out. How refreshing. The air down here is quite different from up there. It is known that the demon Zaem, just summoned, is the second-ranked demon among the 72 demons of L'Infernal. He is the Grand Duke of the entire Eastern Demon Realm, the symbol of destruction and madness. Called Gazette, the appearance of such a high-ranking demon left Kinzet awestruck. There's no way this demon is merely from the 98th floor. How could such a high-ranking demon directly descend to the lower floors like this? He's definitely targeting the Dragonkin. If he's allowed to use his demonic spirit, this will be difficult to end. At this point, Kinzet had no choice but to utilize the power of the great sage equal to heaven for a preemptive strike. The attack, with its immense power, destroyed almost everything around them. Kinzet briefly rejoiced. Yin-yang harmony, a technique combining two opposing forces, instantly created a massive explosion. Even if it couldn't defeat Gazette, he would at least try to prevent his full manifestation. However, after the attack, Gazette remained completely unharmed. Are you trying to do something? Are you preparing something adorable like this as a gift for me? But you're still far from becoming a true descendant of the great sage equal to heaven. After his mockery, Gazette finally counterattacked. With just one blow, Kinzet was critically injured, almost losing consciousness and vanishing. A clone, you truly act like my master, always busy sleeping. No matter, now that all obstacles are gone, tell me your wish, summoner. Zaem, startled, questioned, I did summon, but only something like Belair or Tanlin. How did you appear here? Gazette calmly replied, indeed. Why do you think? Zaem guessed, if you want a dragon's body, I've had the corpse of a dragon lord for a long time. I'll give it to you. It's incredibly valuable, worth more than gold. Is that enough? Suddenly, Gazette coldly questioned, what are you talking about, Zaem? Did you think I wouldn't know? I'm taking that dragonkin brat. Even though she's trash with no talent or power, as the daughter of the angel's wings, her body is a sufficient trophy for me. Hearing this, Zaem was enraged. His subordinates, eavesdropping from behind, couldn't believe their ears. What? Sesha is Yeon-woo's daughter. Zaem's voice boomed. Gazette, I will tell you my wish. My granddaughter, I ask that you sacrifice yourself for Sesha. After these words, he deployed a formation, countless iron chains binding Gazette. Both I and the Mercury Grimoire have reached our limits. My divinity is depleted and aging is taking hold. Sesha, I want to see you healthy, but there's no other way. In this moment, I will sacrifice the remainder of my life. Elsewhere, after the battle, Yeon-woo was receiving numerous items. He also acquired the demonic diagram skill. Fanny softly asked, Tanlin, where should we put this? Just leave it for now. Suddenly, Yeon-woo sensed an incoming attack. He quickly created a barrier to protect them both. What is this? What's with this gale? Moreover, Gazette's demonic energy is mixed within it. This unsettling feeling. I must get to Zaem quickly. It's said that Yeon-woo's younger brother was Gazette's obsession. My brother, through demonic studies, tried to familiarize himself with demonic magic, and through various means, Gazette became his teacher. He taught my brother his magic while constantly proposing a deeper bond. Every time he proposed, my brother firmly refused. But his refusals only angered Gazette. He continued his advances, yet my brother remained steadfast, leading Gazette to sever their connection entirely. Gazette vanished for a time, then returned, and they rekindled their relationship. This was years later when my brother was living alone. Take my hand, and the disease consuming your soul and body will vanish. I will grant you terrifying power, so you can take your revenge. However, Yeon-woo remained resolute. My answer remains the same. I refuse. This answer seemed to infuriate Gazette. Arrogant fool. However, sooner or later, you will be mine. Returning to the present, Yeon-woo is deeply confused. Why would Gazette appear here? With his status, he could obtain anything he desires by granting wishes to lesser demons. Furthermore, these dissipating clouds are fragments of Zaem's mindscape. The mindscape was sealed, wasn't it? Something must have happened. These fragments are residual thoughts containing afterimages of the mindscape. Using them, I can see what transpired. After witnessing the events within the mindscape, Yeon-woo is unsurprised. I see, but Zaem's residual thoughts are tinged with regret and tremble. Ikansen Saitalia. What could possibly worry you so, Zaem? At this moment, The conversation between Zam and Gazette appears, leaving John-woo stunned. Simultaneously, John-woo is thrown into a state of turmoil. He is utterly shocked to learn that John-woo has a daughter. He still can't process what he just heard through the mindscape. The diary never mentioned having a child. The only person John-woo ever loved was Visa, and after her betrayal, he never gave his heart to anyone else. Could there have been someone else John-woo was involved with? Nanta, always solitary, fell in love at first sight upon meeting John-woo. However, unlike Nanta, John-woo only saw her as a friend. Come to think of it, the last time he reunited with Nanta, she left him with a cryptic message: "No matter what, I will protect it." That statement makes John-woo suspicious. Could have been about Sesha. Suddenly, a fragment of Zam's memory flows into his mind, causing him immense discomfort. Zam's mental fragments are gradually assimilating with me. Nanta's existence is my fault. When I grew tired of the responsibilities of a god and sought amusement, I made the mistake of trifling with a dragon. I couldn't acknowledge that child, living as if unaware of its existence. I heard that child took a liking to Dragonkin. One day, Nanta brought a newborn child to me. The first time she called me father, handed me the baby. That child was born between John-woo and Visa. Visa had long hidden the fact that she had a child from John-woo. During the night in Vabuzit, Nanta happened to discover this and secretly ran away with the baby. She actually raised that child as her own. I heard that Nanta and the witches are at war with each other. John-woo is also fighting with other guilds. But I can't help with anything because I have to protect Sesha. Now John-woo understands everything that has happened. The reason Gazette came here, I know now. It's to take away John-woo's only trace. I have to stop that, even if John-woo doesn't keep his promise. Sesha, my granddaughter, I must protect her. Back to the fight with Gazette. Despite being bound by Zam, he still shows great disdain for him. So this is what you've been preparing all this time. But unfortunately, I can't grant your wish. The world's mental landscape has been shattered, so magic has weakened. Just like that, Gazette easily destroyed the formation that Zam sacrificed his life to cast. At the same time, Sesha was captured by him. So it's this, the mistake he left behind. Although I'm not very satisfied, this is worthy of being a war trophy. At the moment when Gazette was almost about to complete the plan he had been cherishing for so long, Sesha suddenly remembered what her mother had said. Sesha, you resemble your father a lot, so you look beautiful when you smile. So stop crying and smile. At the moment Gazette was about to absorb her, something unexpected happened. John-woo finally arrived in time to rescue his granddaughter. He quickly teleported away from Gazette and placed her in a safe place. He looked at Sesha, his heart aching. Her face resembled his own too much. In that moment, Sesha mistook him for her father. "Father, is it really you, father?" John-woo immediately embraced her. Zam, seeing this, hurried over to question him, but John-woo dissuaded him. "I'll explain the details later. Please treat your wounds first." His appearance made Zam quite suspicious. Although their faces are very similar, this isn't John-woo. His power, aura, skills, way of speaking habits, everything is completely different. Are they brothers? At the same time, both San-nan and Han-ung were also summoned. Damn it, how can we face that thing? It's a demon after all. Gazette spoke up, questioning, "Are you his brother?" Looking directly like this is quite different from looking down from above. Interesting. And then John-woo spoke up, confronting him. "You want Sesha. Yes, a long time ago, your brother offended me. So I must receive compensation, right? However, a Grand Duke threatening someone about to die like you would ruin your image. So I'll give you a chance. You want power, right? I'll give you as much as you want. Sacrifice your granddaughter, and you'll receive a corresponding reward." At this point, he suddenly countered, "What if I don't?" This question made Gazette recall John-woo's image. Just a human, and you dare to speak like that. Immediately, Gazette launched an attack towards John-woo. On John-woo's side, he simultaneously ordered his 2-deck army to counterattack. Gazette still appeared arrogant. "I don't want to use coercion for the dragon soul, but if you refuse to this extent, then so be it." At this moment, he suddenly felt something unusual. What's this? What is this feeling? How can I sense the existence of someone on the same level as me? How can that be? A giant vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone was captivated, unable to believe that a heavenly gate appeared at this moment. Standing back, Kane had witnessed Gazette's power, enough to defeat Zam. He was just a mortal. How could he possibly defeat him? So, I have no choice but to summon someone who can oppose him. Kane and the others watched Gazette summon his power to open the gate, everyone surprised. He's restoring his circle and summoning another gate. The gate opened, and suddenly Hermes' voice was heard. "Who are you calling?" Gazette. The deal was complete. The gate opened, and Gazette saw Hermes sitting majestically on the back of a serpent. It's been a long time, Gazette. 900 years, hasn't it? This is the first time we've met since Lucy was sealed, isn't it? Gazette said, you were supposed to just watch. Why did you come down here? Hermes replied, the same reason as you. I received a favor and came down here to repay it. You have to make your own decision. Will you fight me here, or will you retreat and return up there? Gazette chuckled. He said, a demon fighting a god on this lower level isn't inconvenient at all. Gazette began to transform, ready to battle the god Hermes. Cain witnessed the fight firsthand. This is the power of gods and demons. Just looking at them makes me feel suffocated. It feels like my lungs are about to burst open inside my body. Surely, if it weren't for this sudden divine light, I wouldn't have survived. Cain watched the divine light spread throughout the space. This familiar warm energy. Athena. I didn't think Athena would be summoned in place of Exit. Moreover, it seems like it's not just saving me, but Zaum and the others as well. I don't know why Athena favors me, but this is my chance. Somehow, I have to help capture Gazette. Cain used the apple of dark discharge, the reward he received from the previous trial. He realized his body might be overloaded, but there was no other way. I have to awaken the elemental link. He was trying to connect the power source to his body, enduring the pain. Notification. She is very pleased with your unwavering determination. Athena has blessed you. Dragon blessing and demon blessing have awakened. Demonic nature has been etched into the dragon bone. Cain endured the pain, but he thought. Whenever I remember my brother, he left behind some theories about demon dragons. Since ancient times, dragons and demons have always been in conflict ideologically. Their mutual repulsion is deeply ingrained in their instincts. However, their mutual influence is so great that sometimes they abandon their own kind and accept the characteristics of their natural enemies to become stronger. That is a demon dragon, a dragon that begins to absorb demonic nature. A demon dragon possesses the power of both dragons and demons, allowing it to achieve immense power. It's absurd for a great dragon to discard its inherent power and cultivate strength through demonic energy. The existence of demon dragons has always been a disgrace to dragonkind. Moreover, even if you form a pact with Gazette to learn magic and acquire demonic nature, you must not exceed your limits, lest you become consumed by the demonic. If you cross that threshold, I will nullify every pact I have with you. Cain promised the demon dragon. John, who kept his promise to Calitho and never tried to become a demon dragon. He wondered, what if someone surpasses the demon dragon threshold? If they could retain their human nature and avoid being demonized, could they then possess all the characteristics of both demon gods and dragonkin? To what extent would their power grow? Notification. You have successfully combined demon blessing and dragon blessing. The foundation has been successfully changed. Dragon body has been transformed into demon dragon body. Further explanation. The power of the black dragon, both dragon and demon, can be gradually increased. Dragon and demon depend on your level. You can determine the limits and understand the demon dragon. Knowledge of dragon and demon is the world of knowledge of the dragon Hakma, and on the other side, the knowledge of the demon Niza. The power of dragon and demon depends on your level. You can unlock the true power of the dragon Kincaidor and the demonic power of Faget. This power is difficult to control, so exercise caution when using it. Dragon blessing has reached its limit. A critical situation has occurred, requiring a change. Demon blessing has reached its limit. Another change has been implemented to seek other possibilities. Demon dragon power has been unlocked. Finally, after the pain, Cain felt the elemental link power overflowing within him. His face gradually transformed. Nyan Mezith pleaded, "Please wait, master." Suddenly, he said, "The dream has vanished." He unleashed a flame burst attack. 72 pronouncements of Julit, Dan. The power between dragon and demon is immense. Cain unleashed the power of his wings, rushing into battle alongside Hermes. The fight was evenly matched, chaotic. Sesha prayed, "Oh, my guardian deity, please bless me." Hermes said, "Serpent, it's time." The serpent swiftly attacked. Its fangs bared menacingly. It struck at Gazette, who roared, "How dare you!" Cain saw Gazette under constant attack, thinking they might actually defeat him. If only I could attack again. Cain, wielding the divine sword, charged forward to save Sesha. He lunged, but suddenly felt his body's attributes shifting. Kane's strength waned, but he remained determined to capture Gazette. Then, he suddenly collapsed. He was still conscious enough to think, John who is gone, that I can't lose Sesha too. I called out worriedly, Master. Are you alright? Say something. And I continued to call, Master, are you okay? Please say something. I think you've exhausted your strength. You expended so much energy just now. Kane struggled to sit up. He strained to speak. Sesha, we have to save her. Meanwhile, the battle between Hermes and Gazette raged on. Hermes' serpent gained the upper hand, coiling around Gazette, binding him tightly. Gazette cried out in desperation. Hermes said, I had no intention of destroying him, but there's no other way. Sending him down to the 98th level will be quicker. Gazette remained stubborn, shouting, it's mine. Hermes said, Gazette, why don't you give up and go back? Gazette replied, you can't push me down to the 98th floor like this. This time I won't miss. Hermes cursed, damn it. Meanwhile, Kane struggled to get up, but he was in danger. He lunged towards Gazette, disrupting his attacks. Gazette said, this time, you have to come with me. With me, only me. Kane, enraged, summoned a new power. The vampire blade activated, stealing life, force, and soul. He absorbed demonic energy as Gazette stared at him, wide-eyed. Notification: demonic energy is being absorbed in large quantities and is exceeding your limit. The balance with dragon energy is starting to waver. The demon dragon body is at risk of dissolving. Gazette, furious, gritted his teeth. How dare you oppose me? Sennon warned him from the sidelines about the dangers. Kane focused solely on defeating Gazette. Bastard, I was going to show you mercy, but now you've pushed me too far. He used the divine sword to attack, severing Gazette's arm. Gazette screamed, then was pushed back. Kane said, such obsession. It's shameful for a man to be so fixated on something like that. Zaza and Vike watched from the sidelines. She said, seriously, every time I look, you're causing some major trouble. Should we try to deal with the trial first? Kane was in pain, exhausted. 12 Zodiac Palaces. They are the supreme guardian deities. Notification: all trials have ended. Calculating individual contributions. Vike laughed loudly. Quite a lot of contributions indeed. I think I can give you the reward you need right now. He then produced a glass vial and handed it to Kane. He drank it down in one gulp. He wondered what kind of medicine it was to have such an amazing effect. Vike laughed and explained, what you just drank is a medicinal herb called nectar. However, that's not quite enough of a reward for you. Well, consider the rest a free bonus. Kane realized it was demonic energy. Vike said, the demonic energy you absorbed has been transformed into a crystal. I specifically created it for you. This is a crystallized gemstone of the demonic energy emitted by Grand Duke Gazette. Because it's newly formed, it's unstable, so if you touch it carelessly, your body will suffer immense pain. Kane thought, this demonic heart is more than enough to heal Sesha, but it's still very unstable, so I can't let it out of my body in this state. So I have to figure out how to stabilize it before I can use it to treat Sesha. Hermes approached to comfort him. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be too hasty just because you're rushing. If you do, you'll make a lot of mistakes. You know that, right? He placed a hand on Kane's shoulder, offering encouragement and support. Hermes saw a light in the sky and recognized it as Athena. She said, you always look at this child with such warm eyes, such special attention. Then she asked Hermes, do you want to go? Yes, I don't have much time. Please keep an eye on him. Athena agreed. Leave that to me. The scene shifted to another doorway. Vike said, shouldn't we finish up the rest now? Zaza wiped Kane's face with a cloth, concerned. Are you awake? As soon as he woke up, Kane asked, where am I? Zaza replied, we're on the 24th floor. The atmosphere in the demonic forest was a bit too gloomy, so I brought you here. But Kane was already concerned for others. How is everyone else doing? Zaza suddenly asked, were you looking for this? She handed him his mask and smiled gently. Kane thought, damn it, I should have been more careful. How many people saw my face while I was unconscious? No, Zaza wouldn't be so presumptuous. So, Fanny and Zaza are the two who have seen my face. A myriad of questions flooded his mind. Should I silence them? But how? Does this mean they both knew my face from the beginning? No, even if they don't say anything, I can't leave any potential threats. I have to deal with this now. Zaza opened her arms, embracing him and comforting him. It's okay. Everything will be all right. We're always here for you. And then they held each other tightly. Zaza's embrace made Zunhu a little uncomfortable. He shifted his body back slightly. Zaza said, surprised, so you do get embarrassed. Zunhu glared at her. What do you take me for? Zaza chuckled nervously, not daring to speak the truth. That's a little hard to say. She changed the subject. Fanny hasn't seen your face yet because you didn't willingly show him. He said he'll wait until you personally tell him and let him see your face. I thought the same as Fanny, but in the end, I chose differently because I wanted to see how your injuries were. She looked at him sincerely and carefully asked Zoon-woo, I want you to share it with us. Is that wrong? Her words touched Zoon-woo deeply. He thought, maybe it'll be okay with this kid. Zoon-woo hesitantly touched the mask in his hand. Then he decided to say, someday, I'll tell you everything. As if that were enough, Zaza smiled happily and replied, yes. Zoon-woo quickly went to Zayam's bedside. Despite his fatigue, Zayam still showed his disapproval. You look just like that man, exactly the same, but the impression you give is somehow different. Zoon-woo didn't argue. I've heard a lot of people say that. Amidst Zayam's coughing, Vike bowed and excused himself. It seems you two have a lot to talk about, so outsiders like us will leave for a bit. We'll take our leave. Zayam looked at Zoon-woo. You know, I really hate this face because it's the face that made my daughter suffer. Zoon-woo smiled. That man is truly despicable. Then he got straight to the point. Zayam, do you no longer want to live? But you have to live to see and help me bring him to justice. Moreover, you have to help Sesha recover and meet Nanta. These were all things Zayam couldn't let go of, even at the end of his life. Though near death, Zayam still used his remaining strength to respond to Kane's words. He stroked Sesha's head as she wept by his bedside. I can't leave this child behind. Sesha clung to his hand. Zayam, don't go anywhere. His voice grew weaker. Though I was once called a god, now I will become another's follower. His eyes held no resentment. Perhaps this isn't so bad. With his last breath, Zayam's arm went limp and he passed away. Sesha cried out Zayam's name, but he didn't answer. Kane comforted her. Sesha, just wait a moment. He began to release magic power from his hand, enveloping Zayam's body. Suddenly, Sesha offered Kane a jade bottle. Please take this. Zayam said if he couldn't cure my illness, he would use this. Using this, even Zayam will be healed. Kane immediately used the system to check the information on the liquid within the bottle. This is homunculus soul fluid type elixir. Its level cannot be determined as it is incomplete. Homunculus is a compound intended for various creatures, which Zayam created using all his knowledge of alchemy and magic. However, he couldn't find a way to form a soul, so it was left incomplete. Kane held the soul fluid in surprise. So it's homunculus soul fluid, another of Zayam's treasures, equivalent to the glass book. Sesha looked at Kane with innocent, trusting eyes. You'll definitely succeed. He smirked, thinking to himself, it seems I'm not allowed to fail. Without further delay, he began to merge the homunculus soul fluid into his own magic power and channel it into Zayam. The light from the bottle grew increasingly bright. The system repeatedly displayed the notification. You have received a blessing from the divine. Zayam's body began to transform at a speed visible to the naked eye. The debilitating illness vanished, and his body seemed to be filled with vitality. The screen displayed information. The revival of the once powerful being has been successfully completed. You have successfully granted his soul a new body using homunculus. Congratulations on discovering a new method to control death. Your power to control darkness has expanded. The gods and devils watching you from the 98th floor are astonished. Many pantheons are displeased, and an atmosphere of resentment is beginning to spread. The Hindu pantheon is reacting even more intensely. Hermes calmly observes you. Athena cheers you on. Poseidon is lost in thought. He has negative opinions about you insulting the honor of the gods. Az and Hephaestus are considering offering you a position as a messenger. Many devils are amused. Many devil legions are arguing fiercely. The L'Inferno Legion shows little interest. Looking at the notifications before him, Kane knew that both gods and devils were in an uproar. Because even though Zayam had lived on the lower floors for a long time and suffered greatly because of Gazette, he wasn't a low-ranking god. Instead, he was a god who once led a pantheon. Such a god suddenly becoming the follower of an insignificant, unranked mortal would naturally cause such a reaction. Sesha, unconcerned with these worries, was overjoyed that her Zayam had returned to life and rushed towards him. Zayam caught Sesha and embraced her. Sesha immediately noticed the small changes in Zayam's body. Zayam, why is your body so cold and stiff? Zayam hesitated, searching for an explanation for her. About that. He looked at Kane and asked, now that I'm one of your spirits, tell me exactly what you were talking about earlier. What's the cure for Sesha and the way to save Nanta. Kane presented 2 diagrams, one purple and one green. Could you take a look at these first? Zayam seriously put on his glasses and examined them. This is the matrix I created to seal the demon's summoning, and this is. Zayam exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this the Wisdom Stone? How did you get this?" Kane answered honestly, "Visa took the important part and left only this, so I don't know the details either. I happened to find it and was exploring what it was. What if we combine it with your glass book?" Zayam clearly knew the potential of this. Then the Wisdom Stone would be complete, and if this formula is used to create a conversion circle. He suddenly fell silent, thinking fearfully to himself, "This time, we can truly cure her. We can place the crystal inside Sesha without any risk." Zayam asked another question, "And then what? Tell me how you'll save Nanta. She must be fighting somewhere too." Kane told him, "I plan to take advantage of the flash auction. I'll auction off the Wisdom Stone formula, after refining the key structural formula and adding some reasonable anonymity." Zayam stroked his chin. "This will drive the tower crazy, you know?" Kane said darkly, "More accurately, the Red Dragon Guild will react the most strongly. The Drought Queen's dragon heart has been destroyed. That's why she's desperately searching for anything related to the Wisdom Stone. The guilds under the Red Dragon Guild's command will go crazy looking for the Wisdom Stone and the real structural formula on the market." Zayam finished his sentence, "And then you'll conveniently draw everyone's attention to the V8 Budget family, right?" Kane nodded. "That's right. Next, we can start hunting witches. So, the way to attract attention to the VA Budget family is..." The conversation continued for a long while. By the time it got dark, the door opened, and Kane, wearing his mask, returned to meet Vike. Vike asked him, "Is the conversation over?" He gestured for Kane to step into the teleportation circle beside him. "Then we should go." Vike brought him back to the castle. Kane was now in disguise. Just as I expected, wearing a mask feels more familiar. Vike invited him to sit at the table in the large living room. "Would you like to sit here?" He poured a cup of hot tea for him. "This is a rare tea made from precious herbs. It's very good for purifying the blood and clearing the mind. You can try it." Kane didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Don't you have something to say? Be straightforward." Vike chuckled. "It's hard to joke with you." He immediately opened the current notifications for Kane to see the commotion among the gods. The 2 Norse gods are desperately trying to request something. Shiva, the god of Hinduism, is strongly voicing his opinion. Nikhat, the prince god of Zen Buddhism, is very upset. Zeus, the god of Olympus, is yelling threats at the other gods, but all the other gods are ignoring him. Amon, the demon of Longino, is watching you. Tao Fu of the extreme demon sect is licking her lips with interest. Kane stared wide-eyed at the notifications popping up one after another. What was going on? Vike cryptically replied, "What else? They're all very interested in you. 41 gods and 55 demons all want you as their apostle." Vike rubbed their hands together. "You know, the condition for becoming an apostle is that you have to be a duelist, right? But they seem to think waiting until you reach level 50 is too late. So everyone's trying to get you to sign a provisional contract. Some are even saying they'll grant you their power the moment you sign." Kane thought to himself, "There's a great power called Dragon's Awakening, but I don't need power that grand. I don't intend to be dependent on anyone anyway." He told Vike, "I refuse their offers. I don't want to be tied down anywhere." But then he realized something. Wait a minute. Thinking about it, there might be a way to take advantage of this situation. Vike had already started working on the system. No matter how valuable the treasure, it's useless if you don't like it. So, I'll close these channels now. The divine and demonic societies were enraged by his refusal, threatening the organization's office. Some even wanted to find their way down to the 24th floor. Kane immediately interjected, "But if they grant me their power, I won't refuse." This made Vike pause. Kane's meaning was clear. If they wanted him, they had to show him their power first. "Even if they do, I still don't intend to obey anyone." Vike smiled, praising him. "You truly are something. I think you'll be the second person to play on the 98th floor, sir." Immediately, the gods and demons took action. Gazette displayed the power of the evil spirit. 2 envoys of the Norse gods displayed the power of the ending cadence and a rare element, Jelah's horn. Ganta, a demon of the extreme demon sect, also displayed the power of the great sealing force and the divine artifact, the Vu sword. Vike silently assessed the situation. This isn't a provisional contract, it's a gift. Unbelievable that they're showing all this. It seems everyone really wants him. Kane carefully examined each divine power and declared, "I'll only accept the 4 powers I need right now. The first was the relic of the goddess, a power bestowed by Athena, the Olympian goddess. She had a deep impression of him. You fought hard to protect my grandchild. Therefore, I bestow upon you this power to replace the aegis. The goddess's glaive was the blessing she granted. Your body will be protected from arrows and blades, and your opponent's soul will be shattered. In addition, those who consider you an ally will also be blessed, and all defensive attributes will be increased. The goddess's glaive possesses tremendously increased durability and wide area defense. Furthermore, it can erect a temporary barrier. The second power is Tri-Soul, bestowed by the mighty god Azazel. He is the god of death and souls, and has long shown a particular interest in the despair of your 7 Black Kings. However, he's still annoyed with you, who is still lacking in soul manipulation. So he has granted you a new power, one he feels you will need. Demons and monsters. You can implant thoughts into the souls you possess to use them at will. Sometimes you can even seize their bodies and control them like puppets. 100 Night Demons causes the souls to move as a swarm. Souls have a natural instinct to regain their life, so they will absorb life force the moment they see it. The area where the swarm of souls passes through will become a lifeless zone. The third is Evil Spirit, a power granted by the demon Gazette of Lu Infernal. Despite being gravely injured, Gazette couldn't abandon his obsession with you and bestowed upon you a power comparable to his own. However, you may go mad if this power is activated for too long, so special care is required. Demigod causes the anger and hatred within you to transform into acts of madness. When activated, your attack power increases along with the level of insanity, but your defense also decreases accordingly. Archdemon causes the madness to affect your opponents, attacking their minds. Their reason becomes your stamina and magic power. Finally, there's Faceless Law, a power granted by Hong Mang, a demon of the extreme demon sect. Hong Mang has eyes but cannot see, ears but cannot hear, and lacks internal organs, so he cannot eat. However, he possesses excellent senses and intelligence. His reasoning ability is astonishing. Countless spells were born after a prolonged debate, too different from the existing system to be compiled into a separate magic book. He has gifted you this power. Cain was extremely satisfied. These powers would be of great help, and he couldn't simply refuse the remaining powers he hadn't accepted. He would just leave a message so he could retrieve them later. The system announced, Athena, the Olympian goddess, looks at you with joyful eyes. Gazette sneered at the other demons. Azazel resented your decision. The extreme demon, sect demon, Ganta, silently observed your choices. Cain knew that for gods and demons, seeing a human like him do these things wasn't pleasant, but they wouldn't take back the gifts they had so proudly bestowed. Vike laughed heartily. You're clever indeed. One last thing, as you can see, the battle between Hermes and Gazette was too fierce. The damage was so severe that the arena had to be temporarily closed. Most of the players on this floor have perished, and there are numerous complaints from players and guilds everywhere. Our office won't impose any further penalties, but the other guilds and players might. Cain interrupted him. They might hold a grudge against me. Vike nodded. Just as expected, you know everything. That's all I needed to discuss with you. Please continue to work hard on the next floors. Just as Vike warned, any commotion never escapes the notice of the great families. They're also keeping an eye on Zayam and Sesh's whereabouts. So, staying on the 24th floor any longer would be too dangerous. We left the tower and headed for the Unicorn Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, we saw everyone gathered in a commotion. Zaza looked on curiously. Strange, why is the village so noisy today? She caught sight of the warlord within the crowd. Fanny and Zaza, sensing something important, rushed over and called out, Father, what happened here? The warlord said, Xanu is dead. The murderer is known as the Sorcerer of Quazo. The troops sent to pursue him were defeated. 6 people, including Elder Kazam and the White Demon Lord, are dead, and the 9 who returned are all in critical condition. Cain comforted Zaza and wondered, why would the sorcerer suddenly target the Unicorn clan? Fanny, unable to contain his anger, demanded, what about the murderer? What are you going to do, Father? The warlord's face hardened. I will pursue him again. If he strikes at us like this, it means they consider us a thorn in their side. His eyes flashed with killing intent. If I catch that bastard, I'll wring his neck. With that, he turned and began issuing orders. Everyone, prepare to move out. The clan members responded in unison, yes, sir. Cain guessed, the tower will be in an uproar for a while. I'll stop by Nova's. Kane quickly visited Nova's smithy. He sat down and said, "Nova, by any chance, do you know anything about the Philosopher's Stone?" Nova's expression soured. "What do you mean by that? Are you here to sell me snake oil?" Kane denied it. "No, but it's something quite important." He recounted Zayam's words. "I can only help with the theory and experimentation with the Philosopher's Stone. Nova will be the only one who can properly execute it. In addition, you'll need a lot of help. That's why I came to see you early, Nova. That's how it is." Nova nodded slowly. "Yes, I understand." Kane quickly asked, "So, will you help me?" The old smith was embarrassed by the attention, but replied gruffly, "Who said I'd help you? I'll only try it because I think it'll be fun if it's the Philosopher's Stone." Kane chuckled inwardly. He's always like this. So, according to his plan, he brought Zayam and Sesha to Nova's smithy. Zayam nodded a greeting to his old friend. "Long time no see, Nova." The old smith was also cheerfully excited. "It's been 20 years. How'd you get caught up in this kid's business and end up in this situation, Zayam? Anyway, it's good to see you again." He then joked, "I hope that old blood sage doesn't slow us down." Novelogid, and the blood sage said such things. "So, you're saying we all have to go out there and risk our lives, are you?" Rebecca felt a bit doubtful. "Why is this team so unstable?" Everyone sat down together. Kane, leading the group, said, "Now that everyone is assembled, let's begin. We are attempting to complete the Philosopher's Stone ourselves." Zayam generously and trustingly shared all his blueprints and notes for everyone to examine. "We combined our efforts to review the formula countless times. If we deemed any method correct, Nova would immediately apply it for testing." The research proceeded very quickly and it seemed like the Philosopher's Stone would soon be completed, but there was a problem. A month later, they failed again. Zayam dejectedly held his head in his hands. "We were so close to completion. If this keeps up, I'll be exhausted." Vike, also anxious, rubbed his forehead. "We have to find a way to fix the Philosopher's Stone and the energy flaw in the power source. But there's no way to just toss all the ingredients into a bowl. I'm going crazy." Rebecca suggested to him, "Why don't you bring in someone renowned from a different field and ask for their help? Looking at it from another perspective might lead to a solution." Vike immediately refused. "No, everyone here is trustworthy, others aren't. If we do that, Sesha could be in danger." Rebecca nodded. "However, I just thought of someone suitable." Vike looked up at her. "Who?" Rebecca uttered a familiar name, Victoria. Vike was persuaded by Rebecca's words. "I wish we could contact her, but I don't even know where she is anymore." Vike pondered, then said, "I'm not certain, but there's one place Victoria might have gone." He stood up abruptly. "Where?" "I'll go check it out." Vike hesitated. "That place is—" They quickly reached the location Rebecca mentioned. A lavish city with beautiful women seductively, yet alluringly, enticing passersby. Sesha remarked in surprise, "I can't believe such a wonderful place exists." Vike explained, Victoria had a master who taught her magic and martial arts. She said that if she ever decided to go into hiding, she'd likely go to her master. Vike thought to himself as he walked, "Does this master really exist in a place like this? I hope we can leave quickly before someone recognizes me." Just then, a man waved to them. "Oh, there you are." Vike approached him. "Have you found what I need?" The man nodded. "First of all, I've found the location, but it's a bit complicated. Please follow me." They arrived in front of the most luxurious and expensive inn in the city. "The person you mentioned is in a special room on the 8th floor." From the moment Vike entered the building, he felt uneasy. "The smell of this place, it's making me uncomfortable." So he wanted to get in and out quickly, directly barging into the large room upstairs. Inside were numerous scantily clad maids. The woman sitting in the middle of them spoke up. "What's going on? I didn't even order any extras." Vike forcefully pulled back the bed curtains. "Anastasia, right?" The woman was surprised that Vike knew her name. She revealed her extremely alluring and beautiful face, looking at Vike with captivating eyes. "Oh, you know me." The system automatically activated Vike's defensive skills. Maintain composure with cold-blooded trait activated. Supplemental resistance to enchantment. You are highly resistant to curses. Vike thought curiously, is she using a charm to enchant me? Anastasia asked again, "What do you want with me?" Vike stated directly, "I'm looking for Victoria." Anastasia immediately lost her composure. "What?" A loud explosion echoed as the entire 8th floor was incinerated by Anastasia. Behind her, the spectral form of a nine-tailed fox manifested, indicating she was prepared to continue her attack. Vike frowned as he observed her. A nine-tailed fox as her true form. Perhaps it's nine-tailed fox magic. Anastasia bared her fangs, the magic behind her swirling intensely. Vike, not to be outdone, drew his fire sword. Just then, a voice called out, stopping them both. The familiar voice made Vike turn his gaze. It was Victoria. Rebecca's spirit emerged behind Vike and called Victoria's name. Seeing her friend's current state, Victoria was heartbroken. "Rebecca, why are you like this?" She remembered Rebecca risking her life to protect her and felt a pang of guilt. "It's definitely because of me." Rebecca approached to comfort Victoria. "I'm all right, but you've gotten thinner." They sat down together to talk things through. "After we safely escaped the Monkey King's cave with your help, we started being pursued by a mysterious group." Rebecca asked, "You mean you didn't recognize them?" Victoria nodded. "That's right. But one thing's for sure, the family behind them is no small fry." Vike and Rebecca wondered aloud. Nobles. Victoria continued. "After being chased day after day, Khan decided to stay behind and deal with them. After that, Khan disappeared. I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find him." She recalled how she couldn't stop Khan from walking into danger. Victoria was choked with guilt and on the verge of tears, but she didn't speak. Anastasia embraced her disciple to comfort her. Anastasia directly refused to help Victoria. "I don't know what happened, but this child is in no state to see you. So, you should leave quickly." They failed and returned. Rebecca said to Vike, "I've lived with Victoria in the Marble Mountains for many years, but this is the first time I've seen her like this. The Victoria I know is shameless and selfish, but on the other hand, incredibly kind. She's much stronger now, perhaps because she feels guilty towards Khan or me." A girl's feelings were something Vike didn't dare to speculate on. Just then, a purple book appeared before them. Rebecca looked at it curiously. Suddenly, "What's this?" When Vike touched the book, Anastasia's voice echoed. "Victoria said she's very sorry that she couldn't help you, but she told me to at least give this to you. I don't know why Victoria gave you this, but since I've received it, please use it wisely." Rebecca examined the book and realized this is the thesis Victoria was planning to submit to the Magic Tower. It contains all of her research, and yet she gave it to us. Vike silently lifted the book. "Victoria, do you feel that guilty? But perhaps this book will help with my Philosopher's Stone research." Vike returned to Nova's smithy with the book. Victoria's research was so thorough that even Zayam was deeply impressed. With the help of this new knowledge, they poured all their efforts into their research once more. The result was that Vike could confidently declare, "This is it. Finally, after a long time, we've completed the structural formula for the Philosopher's Stone. It's a shame we can't craft this magnificent work. It requires 10,000 souls as ingredients, which is an insane number." Nova sighed. "Damn it, we have the ingredients, but if this formula falls into the wrong hands, it'll be a disaster." After summarizing and preparing everything, Zayam resolutely declared, "Then let's begin." This time, it was Vike's turn. He mobilized all the magic power in his body to use it, to absorb it. He poured all his concentration into this attempt, knowing he had only one chance. Failure meant instant death. The ingredients were crushed by magic power and then molded. Small fragments gradually joined together in midair, forming a round stone. Reaching this stage meant he had passed the halfway point. All right, it's complete. Next was combining the Philosopher's Stone with a magic power source, a Gazet's magic heart. The stone slowly integrated into Vike's chest, until the system displayed the information panel about the Philosopher's Stone, Erank Stone. Among the myriad energies existing in the world, the purest form is the human soul. This stone is born by processing countless souls in a direction indicated by the emerald gem. Because it is filled with terrible hatred, you must be careful when using it. Currently, the hatred is gradually increasing as a Gazet's magic power seeps into the stone. Hatred report. It can amplify the magic power emitted from a Gazet's magic heart by supplementing the hatred-filled mana accumulated within the Philosopher's Stone to a near-infinite degree. This item is unique. There is only one stone in the tower, and it is wholly owned by the master. It cannot be traded or transferred to another person. Be further warned that this item contains a powerful curse. As you may be affected by the curse, extreme caution is required when using it. The item is complete, but not yet usable. It needs to be connected to the current magic heart. A powerful curse resides within the item. Be extremely careful when connecting it to the magic heart. Dense energy overflowed from the stone in Vike's chest. Now, if I can connect my magic flow to the stone, it'll be a success. A second later, the system displayed another notification. Achieved internal synchronization with the dragon body's characteristics. Hatred-filled magic power, like a torrent of mana, violently erupted from Vike. Zayam quickly signaled the others in the workshop, Magic Storm. Quickly erect a magic barrier. The Blood Sage reacted the fastest. Understood. A thick barrier was immediately deployed, but the power and pressure were still formidable. The stone within Vike shone ever brighter and constantly shifted. Both Sanin and Hanung were also strengthened alongside Vike. Is this the Philosopher's Stone? ZBK felt the abundant power seeping into his soul. So bright, such terrifying magic power. In my current state, I don't think I can withstand this pressure. Vike's dragon-like pupils remained wide open, and even dragon scales began to appear on his face. A moment later, Vike's entire body seemed to sink into an endless, dark abyss. Is this the hatred of the Philosopher's Stone? So dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be swallowed whole. Deep within the darkness, the entity confronting Vike let out a chilling laugh. Not yet. A little longer, a little riper. I will return and devour you. The voice echoed in Vike's ears. Kane, are you all right? After taking a deep breath, he slowly sat up. I think so. What happened? Zayam omitted the unpleasant details. It seems you're unaware of what transpired outside. It wasn't pretty. The Blood Sage brushed the dust off his sleeves and asked, putting that aside, how is the Philosopher's Stone? Does it work? Vike remained silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Shall we test it out? That evening, in a small house, Sisa played quietly by herself. You've been acting suspicious lately, she muttered. Sisa confided in her phoenix companion. I haven't even been able to play with you because you're busy doing something important, making some kind of stone. I haven't seen Zayam either. Sisa pouted. You're so stingy, aren't you, Chip? The phoenix, its wings clipped, was speechless. Sisa, I'm a phoenix, not a chip. Little Sisa disagreed. Grabbing the phoenix by the neck, she shook it. No, you're Chip. The phoenix was truly suffering at the hands of its two owners, both uncle and niece treating its phoenix status as a joke. Sisa hugged the phoenix. Hey Chip, what do you think he's doing right now? The phoenix blinked and lied. Oh, your uncle is probably out with friends, having a good time. The first part was true, the latter remained to be seen. In the training grounds, Sanin was sent flying backward from a powerful blow. Sanin's opponent was none other than Vike, testing the new capabilities of the Philosopher's Stone. He was using demonic souls, refining the rage and hatred within them into a frenzied state and shifting into a pseudo-human form. In this state, his attack power was amplified, increasing his ferocity, but at the cost of reduced defense. Sanin struggled to his feet, leaning on his sword. This is the power of the Philosopher's Stone. The training area had been reduced to a barren wasteland, unrecognizable from its original form. Vike radiated a dark and dangerous magical aura, a terrifyingly immense power. The first time we met, this kid could barely hold a sword. To think he's improved this much in such a short time. Damn it, but I can't fall here. I've sparred with Master, and I've defeated countless other experts. With my resolve, a surge of determination filled Sanin with renewed energy. A fierce willpower awakened a new dark element. Congratulations. You have successfully taken your first step towards death's door thanks to the dark element. For Horseman Sanin has become something different. The current gap has increased by more than one level. You have earned the title Deathbringer. The dark flames around Sanin flared violently. Four Horseman Sanin has successfully evolved into a Dark Noble. Dark Nobles are knights who suffered the injustices of society. After death, they become wandering souls in the nine heavens. Some of these fallen knights are granted power and unique titles by the Lord of Hell. Wherever they go, they sow death, and the more trust they earn from the Lord, the stronger the power of their bestowed title. Furthermore, the greater their power, the higher their ability to level up and create their own army. ZBK and Hanung looked at him with newfound awe. Sanin struggled to control his newfound power. It's terrifying, but now I can attack with full force. He took a defensive stance, preparing to face Vike. Then, he charged again, weapon in hand, his aura 100 times more intense than before. However, Vike showed no fear. Their clash resulted in a massive explosion. It took a while for the dust to settle. Zayam was the first to approach. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. Honestly, a soul bound to its master will always be limited. Looking at the crater blasted into the ground, he concluded there's no hope of defeating his master. Zayam asked Vike, how are you feeling? Any better? The stone's power truly lives up to its reputation. Vike nodded. It's a problem. The power of these three won't stop here. Neither Hanun nor ZBK have recovered their full strength. Zayam sighed regretfully. They were both renowned hunters. Vike reminded him, Zayam, you need to recover your divine power. He bowed his head humbly. Thank you for your concern, but you know it's not easy. Since the tower was erected, no player has achieved divinity. There's much speculation that it might be an all-for-one scenario. To attain divine power, the possessor must accumulate power comparable to a supreme being. Zayam was startled by this thought, but he muttered in denial, you can't. Vike seemed to understand what he was thinking and smiled without saying a word. Vike changed the subject. Now that the stone's power is confirmed, let's move on to the next phase. To Zayam's astonishment, Vike declared his next step. Let's wipe out the witches and rescue your daughter. A few days later, within the Kalet auction house, people bustled about like a festival. Hanung tilted his head curiously. It's noisy here every day, isn't it? Why so many people? It's not market day, is it? Vike, now disguised with an ordinary face thanks to the most reputable disguise mask brand from the Jungle Tomb. No good, no pay. Looked around. It must be around here somewhere. Finally, a sign caught his eye. There it is, the West Wind Guild, where my brother often does business. This is one of the most powerful guilds. If someone were selling information about me here, the rumors would spread throughout the city in less than a day. As Vike entered the guild with his backpack, the guild master was seeing off a customer. Farewell, dear customer. Welcome back to our services next time. Vike vaguely recognized the swindling voice. That voice, after careful consideration, he realized, isn't that the suspicious merchant who always sniffs around. The guild master greeted Vike warmly. What can I do for you, dear customer? He hesitantly stepped forward and said, I'm just here to sell some things. The guild master was completely fooled by Vike's acting. His first impression was, this guy looks incredibly stupid. This will be easy. Thinking this, he became even more enthusiastic. Is this your first time using our buying and selling services? Vike pretended to confirm. Yes. The guild master smiled brightly. Well then, you've come to the right place. Our West Wind Guild is one of the most reputable organizations here. So, may I have a look at what you brought? Vike fumbled with the backpack on his back. Of course. He laid out an array of gleaming weapons on the table. The guild master chuckled. Are these good enough? Though he said this, he was inwardly ecstatic. They were all high-quality goods. Where did a newcomer like this get his hands on these? He wondered. Not enough, huh? He said to Vike, of course, sir. They are all quite excellent. His mind raced, calculating. But there was nothing this guild master couldn't handle. He adopted a critical tone. Unfortunately, however, look here, the runes engraved on this sword have faded considerably due to improper maintenance. The durability is also quite poor, so will likely fetch a lower price than its original value, about a quarter less. In this case, after hearing the potential price, Vike looked utterly dejected. All right, that's enough. The guild master felt his tactics were backfiring. A true merchant knew when to reel in a customer. Blast it, I think I overdid it. Better stop here. But even though the quality isn't great now, you could still sell it for a reasonable price with a bit of repair work. Since you've brought in so many items, I'll add your name to our list of potential clients for future collaborations. What do you think? Vike considered for a moment, then readily agreed. All right, let's make a deal. The deceitful guild master laughed inwardly. Another one hooked. Now came Vike's real objective. He said to the guild master, and could I also trade this? The guild master nodded and asked, what is it this time? A black scroll was placed on the table. The guild master carefully examined it. What's wrong with these characters? Most of them are smudged. It's difficult to read. But after squinting at it for a moment, his eyes widened. This is advanced alchemy knowledge. It's all in-depth information I've never seen before. If I can restore this document, I'll easily possess knowledge considered lost. I must have this, no matter the cost. The guild master immediately grabbed Vike's hand and held it tight. Of course, you can sell it. Could you tell me a little more about it? After exchanging information and settling on a price, their transaction concluded successfully. Farewell, valued customer. Come again soon. Vike quietly left the shop as if he knew nothing. Having found his true target, things would be easier than he imagined. I've planted the main formula for the Philosopher's Stone, and the most crucial part is the worn emerald shard. The format is ready. Now all that's left is to let the rats fall into the trap. The guild master carefully divided the scroll into 3 parts, and they put the record up for auction under the guise of being the legacy of the great alchemist, Chimesides. Those who recognized its true value began flocking to the Kaled auction house and making inquiries. The 8 great families, having heard the rumors, also grew curious. On the day of the auction, countless players, including those participating in the bidding, packed the auction house. Mr. Roy won the right to purchase the first transcript. On the first day, the auction proceeded quite smoothly, and the fat Mr. Roy, rumored to possess the most gold in the tower, became the owner of the transcript. The research lab affiliated with Roy's family produced numerous significant results based on the text within the transcript. The value of the copy was greater than they had imagined, and soon the story of the transcript spread beyond the auction house, throughout the entire tower. Amidst the attention of everyone, the second auction began. The second transcript was sold to the tower's archmage. He had to scrape together all of his family's assets to afford it. During those days, within the gloomy castle of the Summer Queen, she continually suffered from nightmares in her sleep. In a scene of blazing fire and scorching heat, a man said, "Poor Minute." His voice deeply etched itself into the queen's mind. Though his words were of pity, he spoke with a smile on his lips, the last dragon. The queen awoke in terror. She rubbed her aching head. "Again, that bastard in my dreams. Ever since he died, I haven't been able to sleep peacefully." The queen leaned against the wall as she got out of bed. "This dragon heart has shattered to the point it's turned silver. I've reached my limit. My power is weakening day by day." The queen breathed heavily. There's not much time left. She gritted her teeth in anger. It's all because of the heavenly wings and that damned bastard. Just then, a servant appeared. "Forgive me, your majesty. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I have an urgent matter to report." The Summer Queen softened her voice and asked, "What is it?" The servant presented a reflecting image in their hand. "Please look at this first. Your subordinate has found the Philosopher's Stone, although it is an extremely low-quality, unfinished item. The operating system and configuration principles are identical to what we've discovered." The queen urgently asked, "Where did you get that?" The servant reported in detail. It's rumored to have been created by the tower's archmage, based on a transcript obtained from the auction house. Last night, there was an announcement that the 3rd copy will be put up for a secret auction. What should your subordinate do? The queen remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, she coldly commanded, "No matter what, you must win it at any cost." Then, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. "No, bring me all the transcripts." On the day of the auction hall was more crowded than ever. People gossiped as they passed by. All the key figures of the 8 great families have gathered here. And from the group of mages, there's the 4th and 5th bishops, Marquis Nagerlin and Duke of Vaso. Those 2 are notoriously never seen. They're the Marquis and Duke from the Blood Kingdom. While whispering amongst themselves, they noticed an even more shocking presence. "Look, it's the Red Dragon." The handsome, red-haired man who appeared amidst the Red Dragon's entourage attracted everyone's gaze. "Oh my, is that Tom? I didn't think the Summer Queen's son would come here in person." The Summer Queen transferred dragon blood into dragon warriors and turned them into her children, the 9 dragon children. They have a total of 81 eyes and hold immense power within the Red Dragon. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage and called out, "Thank you all for coming to our humble auction house. The auction will begin now." He pulled back the red cloth, revealing the final transcript. The item being auctioned today is the 3rd transcript. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "I will now announce the starting price." But Tom, unconcerned, raised his hand and preemptively bid Elisy. Duke of Vaso angrily questioned, "Red Dragon, what the hell are you doing?" Elisy is the best new medicine, one that even Atiz's heavenly wings desire. Something you can't buy even with 1,000 gold pieces. Some even say its value is comparable to the Philosopher's Stone. Tom ignored the others and looked only at the auctioneer. "I know I should be paying with gold, not an item like this, but this is still acceptable, correct?" The auctioneer stammered, "Perfectly acceptable, sir." Elicy is accepted. Does anyone wish to offer a higher bid? If no one raises their hand, we will begin the countdown from 10. Duke Avasso became incredibly agitated. Red Dragon, do you think you could just take the transcript as you please? As arrogant as ever, Tom slowly stood up. I think there's been a misunderstanding, and I don't just want this one. He smirked provocatively. I want all the transcripts. His declaration caused an uproar in the auction hall. At the same time, Roy's people and the Archmage's people rushed to deliver messages. What? The research lab was attacked. What happened at the tower? The transcript was stolen. The entire scene was shaken by Tom's actions. What the hell are you doing? How could you? This is treason against the tower. Tom calmly walked onto the auction stage. Someone began to threaten him. Red Dragon, are you insane? Are you trying to start a war with the tower? He didn't answer immediately, but shattered the glass case containing the auction transcript. After taking it in hand, Tom smiled with satisfaction. Finally, I have it. He had never been so joyful. It will cure Mother's illness and make the Red Dragon the ruler of the tower. Zoon-woo, smirking, recounted the events to everyone in the smithy. That's what they thought. Zayam clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Indeed, the auction hall must be in chaos right now. He laughed until tears streamed down his face. They won't suspect any trickery, will they? When the copies were made, the structural formula of a magical poison was cleverly incorporated. A poison deadly to demons and dragons, like their natural enemy. Because the dragon heart was already fragmented, that weakened body will be further ravaged. Zoon-woo said calmly, by the time the Summer Queen realizes something is amiss, she will already be poisoned. The wrath of the Summer Queen, injured and consumed by rage, will be directed at the source of the transcript. The original transcript is the emerald. Soon, people will learn it was leaked through Buzit. Zayam stroked his chin. So, the witch's banquet is over. You're truly remarkable. On the table, Zoon-woo picked up Zero East's exploration journal. He was preparing to go somewhere else. Well then, this is enough. Let it be. We have our own methods. Just as Zoon-woo predicted, after obtaining the 3 transcripts, they immediately sent them to the Summer Queen's palace. The 3 transcripts were laid out before her. The Summer Queen grinned, delighted. This was the Philosopher's Stone. The Summer Queen wasn't simply the leader of the guild. The reason the Red Dragon Tower was so formidable was because of the Summer Queen's rule. The reason Red Dragon players were so powerful was because they shared her strength. She was the foundation of the Red Dragon and the Red Dragon itself. But what if she made a mistake? Inside the vast palace, the queen clutched her head, seemingly possessed by something. Screams and agonizing pain filled the air. It seemed the stone was affecting her body. Outside, Chozo-cha asked the man before him if he had found the owner of the print. He shook his head, saying he hadn't yet. But in the past, the witch's night in Lanti had been witnessed by many and recorded on a stone tablet somewhere in the ruins of the room. At the auction house, there was proof that someone witnessed the witch's night, but it was unclear if it was related to this. Hearing this, Chozo was furious. Those fools, how dare they cause such trouble? The scene shifted to Zoon-woo's location. He had destroyed Zero East's exploration journal. The journal's secrets were revealed, and his demonology skill level increased to 2B+. Not all of it, but a portion of the exploration journal was easily obtained. The auction house did a good job, didn't they? Now, for the remaining parts. The third mind, demons and monsters, can implant the caster's absolute will onto a possessed soul in various ways. Those with weak mental fortitude would fall into chaos, some even temporarily losing control of their bodies, becoming puppets. Night parade of 100 demons, souls moving in swarms. The undead possess an instinct to assimilate living beings, stealing the life force of anything that comes near them. The souls controlled by Zoon-woo began to disperse. Their faces were a grotesque combination of monster and demon, forming their current appearance. Furthermore, Zoon-woo commanded them to jump into the water, creating a chaotic scene of biting and thrashing. Zayam watched in astonishment. Terrifying. Its methods are completely different from mine. The battle of these larger beings excited everyone, causing them to cheer. Zayam, holding the book, approached a defeated one. It begins. Let the comparison commence. The dragon's corpse began to twitch, and from its head, emanated a dark aura. Zoon-woo had succeeded in cultivating the lowest-level artificial demon. A new method of manipulating life was discovered, expanding the range of control over the power of darkness. The ability to manipulate souls deepened, and proficiency in the power of the third mind increased dramatically by 21.5%. The Dark Army trait and the title Guide of Demons were obtained. Zoon-woo achieved a great accomplishment beyond the reach of others, receiving additional rewards and further evolution of demonology. Calculating the value of the player's abilities and traits to form a new skill influenced by the Dark Army trait. The high-level skill, Demonic Arts, has been formed. Demonology, the form of demonic studies, has been upgraded and advanced several stages. Although the lowest-level demons cannot enter the demon realm, simply by creating demons, one gains superior understanding of the demon realm and special attributes. Black Demonic Arts is unlocked on this foundation, granting countless powers far exceeding basic limitations. Demonic Chi. When activating a skill, it stimulates demonic factors to continuously generate the necessary amount of demonic energy. Curse of the Demon. Upon discovering Black Demonic Arts through the skill book, the skill level increases proportional to the amount of stored demonic factors. Poison Demon King. The created Poison Demon King is far more effective than demonic poison, with the quantity and quality of the poison proportional to the stored demonic factors. The community of many demons became chaotic, with a few discussing Zoon-woo's actions. Azageth revealed their greed towards him. Chaos breeds further appetite. The Demon of Severance is curious about him. The name that just crawled out of the dragon began to act smug. You have awakened me from a long slumber. I cannot express my gratitude with mere words. I shall regard you as my loyal servants. Before he could finish, Zoon-woo grabbed his neck. Shut up, and surrounding formations began to appear, binding him with iron chains. Zoon-woo thought this should do it. Fanny's group really liked what Zoon-woo did. He looked at the demon and only uttered 2 words. Shut up. Zoon-woo handed the red stone to Zayam. This might help alleviate Zexa's condition. And then Kabul's people arrived. What's going on? He saw Zoon-woo and said, Zichtra, isn't it? Zoon-woo looked at him thoughtfully. Marquis Kabul of the Blood Kingdom, one of the 12 treasured swords most cherished by the gluttonous emperor. Could it be that you came to me because of Baron Lao? Kabul roared. As I suspected, it's related to you. Lao is a subordinate I cherish deeply. I sent him as an envoy to you, but he hasn't returned. I want to know the details of what happened then. I want to know the extent of Elohim's actions. Zoon-woo had to lie a little. He couldn't shake the loyalty of the Blood Kingdom players. I agreed to the invitation, but Elohim suddenly appeared and attacked. There was a significant difference in strength between us and Elohim. I didn't want the Emperor's guest to be in danger, so he told me to escape while he stayed behind to buy us time. Thanks to that, we survived, but that's the whole story. Kabul, having heard this, had no further questions. So, your acceptance of the invitation to the Blood Kingdom as a guest is still valid. Zoon-woo nodded. Of course. This is the place where that friend saved us. Kabul said, all right, if you're a friend of Lao, then you're a friend of the Blood Kingdom. I swear here, according to Lao's wishes, we will form an alliance with you. No matter what danger you face, we will wholeheartedly protect you, and Elohim will pay dearly for what he has done. Marquis Kabul's declaration carries the weight of a decree bound by the Oath of Mana. Zoon-woo didn't add anything further. Elohim and the Blood Kingdom. That will deal with that later. When Kabul arrived at the Duke's place, all that remained was utter devastation. What happened here? The Duke and his right-hand man are gone. You're back. Don't make a big deal out of this. The Blood Dragon is starting to go berserk. The Magic Tower, the Golden Beetles. We don't have the resources to deal with enemies like that. Tell me everything related to Elohim. They're not in their right minds anymore either. Kabul, rebuild the army. Whether it's Elohim or the Blood Dragon, wipe out all the insects who defy his majesty the Emperor's will. Kabul bowed his head in unwavering loyalty. Yes, I obey your command. The Blood Kingdom had declared war. The long-maintained peace of AIA had finally shattered. Zoon-woo's group also arrived at the scene of the chaotic battle. What a mess. Boo, tell me what happened here. Zayam looked at the soul before him in astonishment. This thing, every time I see it, I'm amazed. Where did you even find it? For it to have developed to this extent is unbelievable. This guy must have been incredibly famous when he was alive. If we use current terminology, he was probably like one of the 9 kings. This made Zoonhu a little doubtful. But like the Nine Kings, the Summer Queen, how is that possible? Who prepared to create a viewing for Zoonhu? Master, prepare to watch. First, there's a man chuckling to himself while holding a piece of paper. Next to him are two girls who seem displeased about something. Why is the emerald tablet there? Who leaked it? Who did this? First, let's get out of here. Those two were in Zoonhu's memories. Deek and Magath, the first witches formed by the night, Visa's henchwomen, and the origin of other witches, who has found their base. I'll open a portal. Before stepping through the portal, Zoonhu instructed Fanny, the most important thing right now is information about Nanta. We don't know what traps are laid on the other side, so everyone, be prepared. It's like going back to the time when I was deployed. Got 4 operations in Africa. All right, let's go in. Zoonhu entered the world of Eternal Night. This is private territory. We need permission from the owner of this world. Unauthorized entry may result in various negative effects. This has nothing to do with the tower scenario. Zayam recognized the place as the demonic world formation. It creates a fog that limits sight and hearing. It also causes hallucinations, draining life force from the target's fear. Completely neutralizing it is difficult, but I can weaken its power. Zayam bestowed blessings upon his allies, curse defense and illusion defense. 2 missions have been created. Capture mission at Scene 1. A while ago, the Bureau decided to discipline the blood dragon who attacked the Kellett auction house for personal reasons. However, there's a limit to what the Bureau can do, so assistance is needed. You can take a percentage of the skills or artifacts of those you defeat. Completion conditions. Blood dragon members eliminated. Blood dragon building destroyed. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, artifacts or skills of the defeated. Additional rewards depend on comma. Capture mission at Scene 2. Blood Dragon is demanding an explanation from Kwa Buzit for what happened. However, since they denied all accusations, Summer Queen Minute has made a decision. From now on, destroy and seize everything related to Kwa Buzit. Only participating players and guilds will receive rewards, and the top 3 players will be awarded Dragon Blood. There's no time limit. Completion condition. Destroy Kwa Buzit. Reward. Unlocks internal if conditions are met. Blood Dragon. Zoonhu observed the system screen. Finally, the Bureau is taking action. Summer Queen Minute has diverted everyone's attention by using Kwa Buzit as a reward in another mission. This is also good for Visa and the witches. Let's hurry. The fog here is incredibly thick. I can only see chaos. Everyone, be careful. What? Since when? Over there is Zoza. Thank goodness. But her demeanor seems a bit different. Zoonhu, knowing this wasn't Zoza, swiftly took their head. But it seemed to have no effect. That was excessive. How could you suddenly attack a weak girl like me with your sword? I never thought you were this kind of person. Then the fake Zoza transformed into Zoonhu's form. So disappointing. That's Dobel, one of Visa's experiments. Sanin, restrain it. There's much we need to learn. Sanin quickly subdued him. He didn't think he'd lose so fast. But Sanin is a skilled warrior. No matter how much you struggle, it's pointless. Do you think you can endure this, my friend? Zoonhu noticed Sanin's personality seemed to have changed. He wasn't this ruthless before. Dobel's body continuously regenerated, but Sanin kept tearing it apart. He confessed everything to die peacefully, from the terrain structure to information about the night. So you don't know how to destroy the demonic world formation. Zoonhu reiterated. Since Pataza manages it, he naturally wouldn't know. Although he confessed, Zoonhu wanted to bring him back to Say. How could he let him die peacefully? Before leaving, Dobel cursed Zoonhu. He simply replied, I know I won't be going to heaven. Don't worry about it. Locate the person he mentioned. I'll go alone. That brat is just proficient in magic, and I'm not weak anymore. Zoonhu is now restraining someone in a dark corridor. Unbelievable. How can my fortress be breached? There's no way I wouldn't know about an intruder. Zoonhu had many questions, but she had no intention of answering properly. You don't have to tell me. I don't necessarily need to hear it from your mouth. She couldn't believe her eyes. Zoonhu had somehow managed to learn the truth. All that could be seen was a wisp of black smoke escaping. Nanta is locked up in the basement of the fortress. So the reason contact with Zayam was lost was because Visa captured him. As expected, the current situation isn't normal at all. I have to speed up the search. Zoonhu quickly left after saying that. Shrouded by the night that enveloped the town, the cloaked man wandered and muttered to himself. It was so hard for me to escape. The unicorns are like a poisonous race after all, especially the Martial King. He's so cold that every word he utters seems to freeze the air. I heard that even among the top martial artists in the tower, he's considered a monster. It's quite thrilling to be chased by someone like that. Ever since I became a top-tier expert, I've rarely felt threatened by others. Now it feels like I've returned to the time I was on Earth, constantly surrounded by danger. Sister, I think I still have a long way to go before I can see you. A piece of paper flew towards him, with the following content written on it: recruitment notice. We are looking for mercenaries who want to join the Azure Wind Society. Requirements: originate from Quabuzit. Cooperation and reward missions are permitted. Participation fees will be negotiated separately. Recruiting mercenaries, Well, I heard that the Red Dragon has arrived at the Kellett auction house. It's Quabuzit's submission. If I handle this well, I might be able to gain an advantage over both clans at the same time. All right, I'll join. There's one more person. If he's there, it will be perfect. The witches have started a war. Magath was delighted to unleash his magic upon his enemies. Various spells from different witches were fired. Chozo felt something was wrong. Even if these witches are powerful, they shouldn't be able to cast spells continuously like this. They must be using Philosopher's Stones. Another knight spoke up. A third of our troops have been killed. We need to retreat for now. But Chozo was different. Shut up, heal, and keep fighting. Suddenly, something happened on the other side. There was an explosion in midair. The witches fell to the ground one after another. Chozo didn't know what was happening. What is that black flame? Did the Philosopher's Stones explode? Though he didn't know the reason, this was his chance. Run. We have to get to Elohim first. On the towering mountain, there was a castle called Fern. More accurately, it was the witch's castle. The demonic world fortress has just been breached. The main defense energy, both the reincarnation formation and the underground formation, have been activated. The enemy is close. We have to stop them somehow. The AC, standing beside him, was both surprised and worried. Thanks to the barrier, we were able to survive. But who did this? For now, focus on stopping them. It's not complete yet, but if we have this, then we can somehow block them. This is a Philosopher's Stone. It's a pure Philosopher's Stone, incomparable to anything else. Everyone, prepare for battle. As soon as the words left her mouth, a red aura enveloped Deracy. She smelled blood everywhere, and then a sword struck down instantly. The AC couldn't do anything to avoid it. Who is this? I didn't even sense his presence. By the time I noticed, the other witches had already. First, we need to use the stone's power to stop him, then inform Visa. But the stone reacted differently than the AC expected. Her face paled. Zunhu's voice echoed. It might not work. It was the same for the other witches. The AC couldn't resist Zunhu. She had no chance to say anything more. Zunhu looked at his handiwork. Thanks to you, I've eliminated 42 of them. Good work. It is my honor to carry out your orders, Master. Even though this stone is incomplete, Quabuzit should have almost completed the Philosopher's Stone if it weren't for this flaw. Because the Philosopher's Stone is the embodiment of perfection. The finished stone doesn't need interference from other magical forces. Using this, he subtly interfered with the mana flow, making the mana stone mediocre. I have completed the absorption of the stone. Zunhu and Bu left the place, heading to another location for their next task. In the castle where the other witches were, only their panicked voices could be heard. Visa, there's been an explosion, and the witches have. We need to find a solution immediately. Visa, please hurry. The mercenaries are approaching fast. Chief Faga is at the south gate. There are champions there too. Elohim, they are preparing to breach the north gate. The witches observed through the orb, the situation growing increasingly chaotic. The unicorns have appeared in the demon world. The earth formations, the underground formations, they're all shattered. Even the demon world formation is under attack. I can't believe they destroyed the barrier so quickly. This is unbelievable. It's the Martial King. The Martial King has appeared. At this rate, the entire clan will be annihilated. That can't be happening. Visa finally spoke. Mother told me. Everyone gathered around. Really? What did your mother say? Visa rose from her chair. I need to go to the laboratory. There must be a solution. Please give me some time. Mother will soon manifest to care for her children. The gate has been breached. They're all pouring in. Zunhu observed everything from above. Elohim has broken through the gate. Thank you for saving me the trouble, but Visa's head is mine. Zunhu's face sprouted numerous scales. His sword was at the ready. Third stage dragon body awakening. Achievement of the goddess of carnage. 72 divine arts of the twin flames. Heat, domination, truth. Elohim's people didn't know what was happening. The wall suddenly burst open with a massive hole. Everyone scattered and fled in terror. Zoon-woo ran to find Nanta, rearrange everything in the basement. The hallway was dimly lit with purple light. Zoon-woo walked around, scouting. As expected, they're doing the same thing as the Azazen. Zoon-woo stared blankly in one direction. Finally, I've found you. The girl inside the test tube. It's Nanta, unconscious. Before, Nanta faced Cho-hoo. What? Who is this dried-up, corncob-looking guy? Cho-hoo has never heard words related to ugliness in his life. Nanta's gaze towards him wasn't very friendly. Cho-hoo just stared at her and laughed. An interesting person. It's not because of Zam's request, but I really want to get closer, don't I? I don't like you. I have a girlfriend. Nanta, seeing Cho-hoo constantly bothering her, he laughed and said, actually, I was planning to play with you. Your eyes are sparkling like a puppy's, so I want to play with you. No thanks. Where else in this world will you find a friend like me? Hey, don't swing that sword. Nanta's face was completely flushed, but that joyful scene didn't last long. She was captured by Deke and interrogated. Tell me where test subject BX-71 is. Nanta said, test subject. Why are you asking me about that? Deke angrily shouted, don't pretend you don't know. That's the dragonkin you stole, the one who can bring our mother to this land. Nana scoffed. Are you all insane? Visa, tell that woman, the one who calls her own daughter a test subject. That one day, I'll tear her body apart. Zoon-woo shattered the test tube and brought Nana out. Could it be they're trying to create a replica of her? She's almost completely devoid of consciousness. If even Nanta has become like this, then the other test subjects. He stepped through the circle of light in front of him. If that's the case, then letting them go peacefully, without further suffering, is the right thing to do. Zoon-woo left and met Boomaster. In the basement, the treasury and the study, and the philosopher's stone. Everything else has been brought here. Visa's voice echoed from afar. What happened? Why is the warehouse empty? This is serious. All the treasures are gone. Even the Amazon tablet in the study was stolen. Go to the laboratory. The laboratory is in danger. Seeing Visa like that, another which tried to reassure her. Are you alright? But Visa seemed distraught. How could this happen? The ingredients to create the vessel from Mother's descent. The Holy Mother has given her revelation. There is still something missing to hold my body. Prepare a vessel as a temporary solution. I will descend and punish those who obstruct me. What have you done to cause this? Visa was no longer in human form. Snakes began to appear. All of you, listen carefully. Before those uninvited guests arrive, find Nanta and bring her back to me. Even if it means all of you must sacrifice yourselves. Do you understand? Visa retracted her serpentine form. There are traces of the security system being hacked. How did this happen? She's trying to figure it out. What? The way magic is being used is very familiar. It seems quite similar to the Dragonkin system. No, this is clearly identical to that person's. A sudden earthquake occurred, blowing away all the witches there. In no time, it created a scene of utter devastation. Zoon-woo suddenly appeared before Visa, the one he had been searching for all this time. Zoon-woo's eyes never left Visa. Now, panic was visible in Visa's eyes. She immediately remembered someone who had also seen that smile and that valiant armor. It was Cho-hoo, Zoon-woo's younger brother. How could you? Zoon-woo didn't care about anyone else now. There was only one person he wanted to take down. Visa's life was about to end. While turning his back on Cho-hoo, Lante and Baha also gained something. Each of them held high positions within the Tonkin-mon and Honglong-mon sections. Their fame and power had even increased compared to when they were in Asia. But Visa's ending wasn't so fortunate. She did become the head of the Buzet family. But if she wanted to leave Asia, Visa knew more than anyone that Zoon-woo's younger brother would understand. Despite that, she poisoned Cho-hoo and even used their child, Sisa, as a test subject committing heinous crimes. What made her become so twisted? Or was she always this kind of person, just pretending to deceive him? In the end, Cho-hoo couldn't find the reason and lost his life. But whatever happened, it wasn't Zoon-woo's concern. Visa woke up from her delusion, still feeling something brush past her neck. Seeing this, everyone panicked and ran towards her. Why did you suddenly shapeshift? What happened? Are you alright? Shapeshifting was Visa's signature skill, inherited from the Great Mother. This skill allowed her to transfer her body's data stream to another body. Simply put, it allowed her to switch bodies. Visa clutched her head in panic. Impossible. There's no way. He's reincarnated. He's gone. But those eyes for sure. Tell me, he's dead, right? I definitely killed him myself. Tell me I destroyed him. Upon hearing the confirmation that Cho-woo was truly gone, Visa finally calmed her anger. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. The moment my head was almost severed, the Philosopher's Stone didn't activate. The stone I kept with me was set to activate automatically when threatened. But he could prevent the stone from working. How far has their research progressed? It's possible other witches have also died for this reason. Nanta must be among them. First, I must capture him. Everyone, set up the defensive formation. Suddenly, the witch froze. Watch out. Visa turned around in shock. A dark shadow appeared. Where do you think you're going? The previous scene repeated itself. Visa's head fell. Zoon-woo's eyes were still filled with hatred. He didn't even spare the other witches. But Visa kept reappearing in a new form, as if nothing had happened. Where am I now? This time, Visa was like a puppet. She remained in a state of panic. How is this possible? Zoon-woo chased her into the forest. I said no. Please stop. Don't run from me. Finally, Zoon-woo has Visa under control. Don't overreact. Nanta endured far worse things than you, Sisa too, and even her. If you want to atone for everything they suffered, you shouldn't be screaming like this, don't you think? Visa's face turned pale as she shrieked. Who are you? Zoon-woo's laughter echoed from behind his mask. I haven't taken this thing off yet, have I? That wouldn't be any fun. I hope you'll be reborn again and again, Visa, and each time, I'll send you straight back to hell. Zoon-woo sensed a murderous aura behind him. He quickly jumped out of the way. That was close. Zoon-woo almost got hit by that terrifying attack. That was Kinzet's voice. Not bad. You were able to predict that. Not every warrior can achieve that speed. Kinzet appeared, cloaked in black. Your senses have become much sharper than when you were at Ngungwen's son, haven't they? Zoon-woo was irritated to see him. Kinzet asked about Zayam. You think I don't know, so you're asking. Of course, he should be dead, but he's still alive and kicking, isn't he? Zoon-woo suddenly thought, how did the demon army know about this? Did he order someone to follow me? I can't let these guys know too much. I have to be more careful in the future. Kinzet continued, I've been anxiously waiting for you to appear. Of course, it's according to the heavenly demon's will. By the heavenly demon's command, you need to stay with us now. Zoon-woo didn't understand what they planned to do with Sisa. Kinzet didn't know either. Didn't I tell you? I only act according to the heavenly demon's will. The heavenly demon commands me what to do, and I simply obey. Zoon-woo only heard him spouting nonsense. What heavenly demon? He hasn't given any commands in a long time. Kinzet continued, enough talk. The heretics will be here soon, so you must come with me. Zoon-woo was silent for a few seconds. What if I don't want to? Kinzet's demeanor changed. How dare you defy the heavenly demon's command? You disrespectful wretch. Do you think you have a choice? I can make my own decisions. These words astonished Kinzet. He caused the area to begin collapsing, the entire castle shaking violently. The castle of Dak Khan was no longer stable. They didn't know what Zoon-woo had done. Only Zoon-woo's amused expression was visible. It begins. As the castle crumbled, Zoon-woo's plan commenced. Elsewhere, in the forest, Zayam's subordinates rushed to report. The entire holy barrier has been broken. What should we do next? Isn't that magic that requires a huge price to summon? However, Zayam was strangely calm. Of course, we must be prepared. Zayam pulled several Philosopher's Stones from his bag. This should be enough, shouldn't it? The witches wouldn't have dreamed that the Philosopher's Stones they created for their protection would become the knives that stabbed them in the back. At that moment, countless meteors plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards the castle. The meteor shower Zayam created fell upon the castle with swirling speed. Regarding the meteor shower, it's a magic that even the Dragon Clan would expend more than half of the Dragon Heart's magic power to deploy just once. Even for players or S-rank mercenaries, facing such a colossal power, everything is useless. The castle was now a sea of flames. Zoon-woo wanted to witness it firsthand, so he slowly descended towards it. He thought to himself, at this scale, even body transmutation wouldn't be of any use. I came to retrieve Visa's body. Suddenly, a voice screamed. Unexpectedly, after the meteor shower magic, Kai's was still alive. He carried his wounded body towards Zoon-woo. Despite being gravely injured, he still acted arrogantly, the likes of you dare. Seeing Kai's still alive, Zoon-woo had a few words of praise for him. You're still alive in that situation. Well done, Kai's. What are you hoping for this time? Meteor shower. Don't tell me you thought I only prepared one thing. At this moment, Kai suddenly sensed something unusual. a massive magic formation suddenly appeared in the sky. Kai's frantically charged towards Yeon-woo. However, before he could do anything, a meteor struck his head. Unfortunately, it was only his clone, but Yeon-woo was quite pleased. After all, his main body must have suffered a significant mental blow. After searching for so long, he finally found Visa's body buried under the rubble. Dying too easily. Considering Sisa, Nanta, and Who's share, you should have died in more pain. Finally, Yeon-woo completely absorbed Visa's body. His stats increased significantly. Upon receiving the Philosopher's Stone, he immediately gave it to Boo. This is for you. Countless of Yeon-woo's skills were greatly enhanced. While organizing his skills, he suddenly became startled. Before his eyes was a regeneration skill. It was immortality. Of course, it didn't mean he couldn't die. But the immortality skill of All for One was no different from true immortality in the face of others. The power to heal even when the head and soul are crushed, that's immortality. It's a power that, even if one dies several times, will make All for One reappear as if it were a lie. Because of that power, no player could overcome the wall called All for One. If I can master the regeneration skill and fulfill some other conditions, I might be able to approach the secret of All for One, something even the Summer Queen couldn't overcome. It's just a thought. I need to be careful with all my actions. So, I brought everything I need. I must leave before they wake up. Suddenly, the system presented Yeon-woo with a quest completion notification. Thanks to that, he received a new reward. Now, Yeon-woo could travel to Enchanted Number 11, owned by the Red Dragon. For the next 12 hours, he could go there and take 5 items he desired. He also received the Sitch Dragon Serum. Yeon-woo only needed to drink it to dramatically increase his stats. There is even a chance of awakening dragon transformation. This item is incredibly perplexing. Dragons are extinct. Something like this is impossible to find now. Does the Summer Queen intend to create new dragon soldiers? This is a valuable reward, but I don't know how to use it yet. Suddenly, Yeon-woo sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching. Unexpectedly, it belonged to the Summer Queen. It was a dragon. She roared, "The Philosopher's Stone. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? Give it to me." Yeon-woo then thought to himself, the Summer Queen appearing right after Visa's death was confirmed was my mistake. Finally, she noticed Yeon-woo's presence. She immediately flew into a rage. "It was you. You killed Visa and stole the stone." He contemplated his options. Just one slip up and I'm dead. The odds of death are 9 out of 10. Against the might of a primordial dragon, he had to gamble. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and lightly tapped his shoulder. The situation made his heart jump. Upon realizing it was Neju, he felt a sense of relief. Rewinding to before the battle erupted. Due to Chozo's failure, the Summer Queen came directly to reprimand him. "Let me hear it, Chozo. Why did I have to come to this wretched place myself? Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The other high-ranking members looked down on him, seemingly wanting nothing to do with it. Chozo pleaded desperately, "I apologize. Please give me one last chance." Fortunately for him, the Summer Queen agreed. "If you can't salvage this, there won't be a next time." She suddenly detected the presence of the Philosopher's Stone. "The demonic poison has seeped into my very marrow. No matter what, there must be an end to this." In that moment, she once again transformed into a ferocious dragon. "I must use the last of my magic power. Even if I revert to my original form, as the last dragon, the sole descendant of the Dragonkin, I absolutely cannot die here." Back in the present, Yeon-woo now had the support of his master. Before the massive and ferocious dragon, he showed no fear. Neju chuckled, "What do you want? What should I give you? Are you looking for this?" Even Yeon-woo was speechless at his master's cheekiness. To joke around in the face of a dragon, truly, this man mocked. She roared and lunged at them, as if to devour them whole. At this moment, Neju spoke, "Disciple, watch closely the greatness of your master. Don't cry when you get hit." Neju swiftly charged towards the Summer Queen. "Let's see how strong you are." Despite his trust in his master, he seemed quite worried. He's still joking in the middle of a fight. Has this lady not lost any weight? Just for one disciple, I'm participating in this fight. I'm so weak. Having experienced the failure of 2 disciples, I was determined not to take on any more. He looked at me with those sparkling eyes. I couldn't pretend. A master standing before his disciple cannot show any cowardice. Neju continued to fight fiercely against her. Unbelievably, he's actually pushing back the Summer Queen. Her subordinates are starting to get worried. Incredible. Our mother is being pushed back by that power. Despite this, Chozo felt a surge of joy. No, on the contrary, this is an opportunity. Who knows if this is my last chance to maintain my position? He immediately jumped into the fray. The others suddenly panicked. He dared to overstep my position. You lot, don't just stand there. Attack! Simultaneously, countless soldiers charged into the battlefield. With this many, even a martial king. Strange red lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky. Who dares to obstruct the Summer Queen? The lightning struck down where the enemy was gathering. Within it, a familiar figure appeared. Even the high-ranking commander looked frightened. You, the Blood Sage. He calmly spoke. There are still people who recognize this old man. How touching. The Blood Sage. Currently, he has withdrawn from active duty and become the Grand Elder. However, he is a master who can threaten the supreme authority of the One-Horn tribe's martial king, and once stood atop the tower. At this moment, he spoke, so there's still those who recognize this old man. What an honor. If that's the case, then negotiations should be easier, shouldn't they? If you continue to bother our king, then prepare to die. In that moment, he unleashed a devastating technique, sending a thunderbolt crashing down upon them. Most of the soldiers panicked after his attack. Only the commander seemed relatively unaffected. On the contrary, she transformed into a dragonkin. Then, she angrily questioned, "You told us to prepare to die." "Those are my words. I will teach you the meaning of the Sitch Dragon." Now, all of the Summer Queen's high-ranking commanders revealed their true forms. You insects dare to harm Mother. They all launched their attacks into the tense battlefield. On the other hand, the One-Horn tribe was no less impressive. They suddenly appeared through a spatial gate. It's been a while since I've had some fun. Seeing Biha rushing towards him, the Blood Sage thought, are they getting this close for hand-to-hand combat? You fool. There are times when even the king avoids a direct confrontation with me. Her arms are so slender, my martial arts will. However, his assumptions were wrong. Biha suddenly attacked from a distance. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. The Blood Sage was astonished. Is that 100 Steps Fist? How does a Sitch dragon possess the secret techniques of our tribe? The battle had become incredibly intense. Almost all of Biha's techniques left the Blood Sage in awe. Her strikes flow like water. A novice couldn't reach this level. I've experienced this before. Even someone at the peak of martial arts, like the foolish martial king. The Summer Queen, the pinnacle of magic. Surely the Summer Queen created something like this to keep an eye on the martial king. So you're truly a One-Horn. Whose child are you? You probably have no reason to tell me, do you? It seems I'll have to beat it out of you. All right, Summer Queen, I accept it. The result you've created is quite astonishing. However, it's all useless. Even if you forcibly connect those imitations, the limitations are clear. It's no different from a stone bridge that will one day collapse. At the very least, we won't know if it truly is that child. The combination of martial arts and magic, from a certain perspective, is quite similar. However, the path that child walks is not merely imitation. At this moment, the Blood Sage seems to have launched an attack to finish off Biha. At the same time, the Summer Queen suddenly collapses. This throws the outcome of the battle into chaos. Naju suddenly laughs in delight. It's ridiculously heavy. The Summer Queen's collapse causes all her soldiers to panic. Now, every member of the One-Horn tribe is rejoicing. Your strength alone is admirable, invincible. At this rate, will Fanny and Zoza have another little brother? Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent emanates from the Summer Queen. It exerts tremendous pressure on everyone. I will kill you, Naju. However, Naju still seems excited. All right, let's see who gets to punch that brat. Let's end this here. The mysterious merchant is so terrified that his legs cramp up. He trembles uncontrollably, muttering nonsense. He recalls the incident when the Sitch Dragon auction house was destroyed. He wanted revenge against the Summer Queen at all costs. That's why he spent his entire life saving and hiring the best S-rank mercenaries. The prominent names on his nomination list included the Ice King, Toei, Black Skull, and a few others. The merchant was even surprised to meet people like Tan and Zhang. So many experts from the tower had gathered, making him feel that such a powerful force could at least take one of the Summer Queen's arms. Yet, Black Skull, a notorious mercenary whom the merchant had relied on, he not only confidently declared he could rip off a toenail from Hang Ong, but also mocked the dragon's power. The result for the one who dared to claim he would fillet the Summer Queen was only one. His skin was burned, leaving only a few scraps scattered beneath the merchant's heels. He went mad, only chuckling superficially. Because before such overwhelming power, even with countless magic circles surrounding Hang-ong, an ordinary person like him could only utter the word monster. Beside the merchant, then Vo also appears. He doesn't show any fear, but silently observes the situation, before the sea of fire engulfing the entire space. A glimmer of hope flashes when Naju is on Hang-ong's back. With his own strength, he forcefully tears the Summer Queen's left wing, then laughs maniacally. Then Vo also starts to act. He runs along the hillside, constantly clicking his tongue. Truly terrifying. I knew the Martial King was strong, but to this extent, he truly lives up to his reputation as the most vicious monster in the tower. But it's precisely because these monsters know their own standing that they're always immersed in the delusion of being the strongest. That arrogance makes them think no one would dare attack them from behind, completely unaware of how dangerous that thinking is. Reaching a suitable position, then Vo took out his strongest weapon and identified his target. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way. Like his deceased captain, the bowstring was drawn taut. Unexpectedly, then Vo aimed to pierce both the Martial King and the Summer Queen with a single arrow. As he prepared to release, an indescribable feeling enveloped the entire battlefield. Then Vo felt as if he were falling into the illusion of some psychic power. He frantically searched for the source, until he saw a figure cloaked in black in a nearby depression. None other than Naju, with his familiar mask, had appeared. Then Vo wondered who this person was, possessing such a terrifying aura. As for Naju, he clenched his fists, thinking that this battle should have originally been his. The Summer Queen had inflicted grievous injuries upon his younger brother, Cho-hu. Poisoned by those demonic ghosts wasn't enough to satisfy them. Naju swore he would repay the Summer Queen for everything she had done to his brother. Suddenly, a voice from hell whispered in his ear, "Yes, that's right. It's good to think that way. Hurry up, isn't that your prey?" It was his demonic ego, only appearing in special moments like this, like a phantom. But now, Naju didn't have the time to pay attention to it. Naju immediately opened his system. He had received many rewards from the Summer Queen's quest and wondered if any would be helpful. The Phoenix Egg, Zon-the-Yute's Flame, and the King's Festival were all high-level items, but none were useful in this current situation. However, a glimmer of hope appeared when Naju saw a miraculous item. He immediately chose Zadabao's gold bar as his reward. Back with the mysterious merchant, he was still in despair as his surroundings were about to turn to ruins. His body slumped as he tormented himself over his bankruptcy. Suddenly, Naju appeared before him. The mercenaries pointed their spears at him, demanding, "Who are you?" Naju looked towards the mysterious merchant. He, overcome with fear, hid behind his henchmen, recognizing Naju as the hoarder he had met before. Naju greeted him, causing the merchant's jaw to drop. The voice he was hearing came from the weak, foolish person who had once been in the same guild as him. "So it's you, the swindler who sold me fake goods. You're perceptive. Why are you here now? Are you here to mock me, or to watch a bankrupt merchant?" Noctin, beside him, seemed to want to say something to Naju, but he used his telepathy and told him to talk after the battle was over. Next, Naju revealed his purpose for being there. He wanted to make a small transaction with the mysterious merchant. Of course, the merchant wouldn't agree after Naju's spectacular swindle back then. The mysterious merchant yelled, "Transaction my foot. Take a look at your own behavior. Getting involved with scammers, what's so great about that? Really? But I think this deal is quite profitable." Finishing his words, Naju took out a gleaming gold bar. This was Zadabao's gold bar, with an A+ rank, purer than any other type of gold. Thanks to its high magical conductivity, it was often used as a conduit. A flurry of numbers flashed through the mysterious merchant's mind. It was Zadabao's gold bar, an item impossible to purchase because the whereabouts of the mystical merchants were untraceable. How could this little punk possess such a valuable item? After hesitating for a moment, he coughed a few times, implying he wanted something more to satisfy him. Understanding the merchant's scheming mind, Naju increased the quantity 5-fold. "So how about this?" The mysterious merchant, predictably, fell for the bait. He started chattering, spouting the motto, "The customer is king," and promising to serve wholeheartedly. His subordinates remained silent. Naju, not holding back, said he wanted to buy the entire stock of Dragon Slayer. What Neju wanted to possess was no ordinary item. It was coveted by players decades ago, known as the dragon-slaying spear. With a length of over 6 meters and weighing hundreds of kilograms, its weight was immense. This weapon was created long ago to slay dragons. Cho had thought about this a long time ago when he witnessed Guan Quach using this spear to slay a dragon. And Guan Quach became famous overnight after that battle. With 5 precious gold bars, Neju splurged on 31 dragon-slaying spears, along with 14 support components, 2 Fabio Hunter's bows, and a great monkey tail whip. Such a large-scale transaction made the mysterious merchant extremely excited. He also wanted to know what Neju was buying all this stuff for. Unable to contain his curiosity, the mysterious merchant spoke up. "Why do you want to buy so many things besides the dragon-slaying spears? What, are you worried I'll skip out on paying?" "Oh, come on. Why would you say that? I trust you, but you know the economy is tough." Neju sighed. "Did you really think I'd steal this stuff?" "Of course, I'll pay," Neju continued. "I'll pay with my reputation." The mysterious merchant's attitude immediately cooled down. Before Neju left, he unleashed a barrage of words. "You were talking big just now, you cruel, evil thing. Stabbing a merchant in the back. Go to hell. All right, to show my gratitude to my investor, I'll put this stuff to good use." Neju walked straight towards the blaze. He simultaneously summoned both San-non and Han-ung to join him in subduing the Summer Queen. However, both of them had once served under the Summer Queen, having fought alongside her before joining Neju, so they were hesitant. This greatly annoyed Neju. He immediately reminded San-non that he was the true master and would only forgive him this once. San-non regained his composure, his gaze lifting. "I have acted wrongly. Please forgive me. Then let's begin." Declara territorial ownership. San-non immediately transformed into wings for Neju. Along with the holy mark of the goddess and the souls of the 3 heavens, demonic skills and sins are significantly enhanced. "Come forth and melt your soul in my boiling cauldron of magic oil." A black hole appeared in the middle of Neju's chest, absorbing the flow of magic power. Then he compressed it into a sphere containing that terrifying power. Both Zam and Bo also performed support magic. Quickly, countless magic circles appeared around Neju. The pressure was so terrible that he coughed up blood. Zam was extremely worried about Neju's safety due to the muscle enhancement, magic enhancement, aura boost, and explosion creation. The weight there must have increased several times. It was unbelievable that Neju's body could still withstand it. The system continuously warned Neju that his body was about to be crushed by the extreme pressure. Furthermore, it had reached its limit, so if he continued, it would cause permanent damage. Neju activated the regeneration skill. The data and blessings stored in his cells began to be restored. The proficiency level of the regeneration skill increased significantly. After reaching the threshold of 21%, Neju's body entered a new level of power. Notifications continuously arrived with increased stats. The injuries also ceased to exist, marking Neju's overcoming of the tribulation. Holding the dragon-slaying spear firmly in his hand, he now possessed the power of dark magic and the Demon King's poison. First, Neju would clean up the nuisances bombarding the battlefield. Not far away, a venomous dragon was rampaging, causing the players to fall into dire straits. Moreover, it was preparing for its highly poisonous attack. The players immediately sought shelter, but it was probably too late. In less than a second, the venomous dragon would unleash its damage. Fortunately, from above, Neju, like a falling star, plunged straight towards a monster. With just a streak of black lightning, the venomous dragon was miserably defeated. Before the players could recover from their surprise, Neju's deathly lightning transformed into thunder and struck down. The venomous dragon died with its eyes wide open. Its entire body now smelled of roasted meat. Neju slowly landed on the ground. He received many reward points after defeating this Chimi venomous dragon. On the other hand, the remaining monsters were extremely terrified of Neju's fearsome power. One of them, to avenge Chimi, recklessly attacked him. At this moment, Neju's subordinates appeared. Without a word, they immediately descended upon the monster. It continuously received damage and couldn't move. But then, a rare event occurred. the dragon named Tom appeared. It grabbed its comrade by the neck and quickly left. San-non and Han-ung were about to chase after it, but Neju stopped them because they were about to face the strongest fiend on the battlefield. The Summer Queen was about to arrive. In the forest, the two dragons from before returned to their human forms and continued to flee. He repeatedly thanked Tom for saving him in the nick of time. He suddenly thought, "Not long ago, I laughed at you, yet you still saved me. Did you do it because you still think of us as brothers?" Tom placed him in a safe location, then replied, "You're welcome, but I don't know if you've heard. What are you trying to say? That today's the day Mother abandons us? What nonsense. It's obvious. How could she possibly win against the martial king with her wings torn to shreds? Then the dragons will go completely extinct, just like the giants." "Shut up. Mother can't. If she doesn't die, then what? We, the remaining dragons, the inheritors of Mother's blood, will be reborn as a new, more brutal species. And to do that, I still need a lot more blood." The closer Tom got, the more frightened he became. "Don't come any closer. Get away from me. Sleep tight, brother." The screams grew louder. Perhaps these were his comrades' last moments. Han-ung felt another one of her chains break, filling her with rage. Screams echoed again across the crimson sky. The martial king knew she was enraged again, and he didn't like it. So, the martial king prepared to attack once more. This time, he aimed for her abdomen. Han-ung cried out in excruciating pain, truly infuriating. The only opponent who could stand against him, besides official Enfant, was going to die like this, and in such a gradually weakened state. How frustrating. The martial king leaped into the sky. Han-ung's subjects sensed their queen's life was in danger. They urged her to dodge, but it was too late. The martial king had gathered a multitude of magic spells in his hand. The area around him shimmered with vibrant colors. Then, he locked onto his target, the Summer Queen's head. Below, cries of anguish arose. Han-ung suddenly thought of Cho-hu, Naju's deceased younger brother. "You will never know the feeling of despair and utter loneliness until the very end. You'll have no desire for anything but to close your eyes." But Han-ung's eyes were wide open. She roared, as if venting her anger upon the world. "Give me back Heaven Queen. Give her back." The martial king's eyes widened in surprise. Then realization dawned. "So, the one you saw before you died was that brat, not me. How annoying. Sleep well, Summer Queen." The martial king, along with his accumulated magic, hurtled towards Han-ung. Just as the battle neared its end, he heard Naju's voice. "Master, I have to take her away." His attack dissipated, disrupted by flashes of light from Neju. From above, Neju, wielding the dragon-slaying spear, created a whirlwind of fire, imbued with dragon-slaying power. Han-ung writhed in agony. In less than a minute, she was reduced to a charred husk, covered in severe burns. Before closing her eyes, Han-ung still thought of Heaven Queen. Soldiers from both sides watched the outcome. Han-ung, the mother dragons, had truly left this world. The last dragon, the ruler of the tower, the legendary queen who had reigned over the tower for millennia, had fallen forever. It was a truth difficult to accept immediately. Some pinched themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming. They refused to believe it. Bihi, Han-ung's daughter, witnessed her mother's death. She choked out, "Mother." Then she flew towards the queen's body before it turned to ash. But it was too late. Bihi gritted her teeth. "Martial King, you've taken everything from me. You deserve to die." Bihi immediately charged towards the martial king, unaware of who she was facing. Spatial rifts appeared above the martial king, but they weren't Bihi's doing. When he finally saw clearly, he realized it was a legion of cavalry. Why are they suddenly here? The one behind the blood territory, the gluttonous king, spoke in his shrill voice. "How unfortunate. We thought a grand tea party awaited us." A beam of light descended to the ground. The martial king questioned, "Why has this stupid pig dragged himself here?" The gluttonous king flew into a rage. "Who dares call me?" He saw the martial king. Well, if it isn't my dear friend, Neju." Neju accused the ruler of the blood territory, gluttonous king, obsessed with consuming everything, a madman who slaughters thousands without blinking, just to satisfy his own greed. There was a time when the gluttonous king took a fancy to eating the unicorns. The martial king single-handedly stormed his fortress and caused such devastation that the entire palace was nearly destroyed. Neju stood before the gluttonous king, his indictment causing him to tremble. The gluttonous king thought to himself, "I still remember how he ruptured my eardrums back then." Neju continued, "Now the Summer Queen is dead, and everything is still. The only truly powerful being in this tower San-non finished the sentence for the gluttonous king, implying it was best not to oppose Naju. Naju questioned him, "Are you here for revenge for that incident?" He adamantly replied, "Why would I fight you? I'm here to help one of my good friends." "My friend," he said, flustered. "Ah, perfect timing. There he is." He seemed to be pointing to Cain, who stood atop a mountain. Cain spoke to the mysterious merchant. Taking in such an excellent disciple must be quite relaxing. The atmosphere was tense. The gluttonous king called for his orchestra. He said cheerfully, Now, let's not spoil the mood." Cabin appeared, booming, "Let the feast begin. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content." Cabin thought sinisterly, "I finally get to taste dragon meat." The mysterious merchant urged Bihi, "We need to move. Now is not the time for this." Bihi said she wanted immediate revenge for her mother, but now she had to care for her siblings and the subjects her mother left behind. The captain ordered his men, "Retreat. The prey is fleeing. Don't let them escape. We'll eat them one by one." Notification: You have received a large amount of sin in the surprise mission, Capture on Battlefield 1. You contributed significantly to the slaying of the Mios, inflicting heavy losses on the Blood Dragons. Final ranking. First place goes to Naju with 501,953 points. You have also completed the mission with high achievement. The right to choose your reward has been entrusted to the council. Please wait a moment. You have received the 4th and 5th innate abilities. The final reward is the dragon's corpse. While reading the notification board, the system on his hand suddenly emitted a signal, disrupting the electronic display. He asked, "Who are you? Who are you to do this to me?" Cain guessed it was the Summer Queen's spirit. It retorted, "Does this answer your question?" Cain, enraged, exclaimed, "How can you? Impossible. Just as I thought, a dragon spirit remains powerful even after death. Should I temporarily lock it away?" Elsewhere, near the mysterious merchant, in the divine zone, Mesa panicked upon seeing Naju. They both warned, "Everyone, be careful." Naju approached them, his teeth gritted in anger. He raised his fist to attack. Fortunately, Cain stood there to fight him one-on-one. Both of them lunged forward. Everyone watching from the sidelines wore expressions of worry and panic. After a while of fighting, Naju landed a blow on Cain's head. He said, "After devouring all the fruits of your master's hard work, you dare speak back. Should I beat you black and blue like I did the Summer Queen to straighten you out?" Cain explained, "I was only trying to lessen master's burden." He complained, "And I still get hit again." Naju simply stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. He calmly stated, "This is also part of your revenge plan, isn't it?" Cain hesitated, as if he wanted to say something to his master. Naju continued, "You caused this mess, so clean it up before you come back. Get yourself together. Now, out of my sight." The mysterious merchant casually remarked, "We'll go catch giant termites again." Everyone seemed to misunderstand Naju and started moving towards him. Cain quickly stopped them. It turned out they were rushing over to have a friendly chat with him. His Majesty is truly harsh in words, but kind in heart. Just praise him for a job well done. There's no need to say such things. Cain was surprised by their conversation. He thought to himself, he seems to have a vague understanding of why I killed the Summer Queen. An old man said, "Long time no see. Like master, like student." Naju responded awkwardly, "Are you praising me or insulting me? You seem to be in good health. Spar with me next time." The old man replied, "Even if you're joking, don't joke like that. At my age, my joints ache. Well, I'll see you later." Naju met his former disciple. The two stared at each other for a long moment before the old man left. Cain muttered, "Even though he's his disciple, he acted like he wasn't even there. Is this what they call abandoning your child at the market?" He looked around at the scene of carnage. Thousands of wounded soldiers lying amidst the flames, which were spreading and intensifying. Speaking of which, this truly is a battlefield. Looking back, this battle was truly horrific, with so many forces involved. Zoza suddenly arrived. She worried about him. Then, looking up at his head, she exclaimed, "There's a huge bump on your head. Are you all right?" Cain, now aware of the bump, touched his head. The lump made him wince in pain. Finally, the Kwa clan was defeated and the Summer Queen was dead. After a few days, his final reward, the endless night world, the battle ended in chaos. Entering the Zam library, delighted, he exclaimed, "This place is amazing. That's the reward for the in-channel mission." Suddenly, someone walked in and barked, "Hey you, do you know what I'm looking for here?" Cain calmly asked, "Did you find anything good?" The man replied, "I found a grimoire about bloodlines. This thing is practically a supernatural power. Moreover, this place doesn't just hold magic books, it's brimming with all kinds of knowledge. This might be the treasure trove of knowledge that the Dragon Clan tried so hard to protect. I think besides what I just mentioned, there are even more special things here. Anyway, I'll do some more research and get back to you. See ya. Kane thought to himself, he's really excited. After completing the mission, the council rewarded me like they were waiting for this opportunity. One of the rewards was the inn channel, and there were 3 more. A treasure vault filled with all kinds of gold and silver, and an armory full of precious artifacts. A library filled with grimoires that the Summer Queen herself collected and wrote. And the final reward, the endless space of the night. That place has become a complete wasteland because of the war. To use it, I have to rebuild it from the ruins. Kane pondered, if that's the case, there's only one way to utilize this place. An alliance lottery. Until now, I've always been a lone wolf, but now I'm on the front lines. I need to borrow the strength of others. Kane recalled the past, thinking, my ally is my gentle younger brother. The next morning, in a garden near the Unicorn Clan's village, the old man shook Kane's hand. See you later. Thanks to you, I had a great time. Kane didn't forget to ask the merchant standing nearby, I want you to connect me with the Death Ledger. He considered. The Death Ledger is an association whose members consist only of the greatest trading companies and the wealthiest merchants. How does this bastard know about it? He said, they are considered superiors even among us mysterious merchants. We must always respect them and rarely reveal them to others. Kane firmly said, just connect me. I'll take care of the rest. He held a pile of gold in front of him. This should be enough, right? The merchant joyfully replied, the customer is king. I love you. He grabbed the gold and quickly left. Kane entered the village, feeling how quiet it was. Once again, they've all left to chase after the Bao God. Recalling the Bao God, he thought, who is he to play with the Unicorn Clan like this? He's skilled enough to confront the Martial King, meaning his level is at least equivalent to the 9 kings. He immediately thought of his master. No matter where he tries to run in the current situation, Master will catch him soon. No need to worry. Later, Bu arrived to report to his master. Everything has been prepared. Bu has absorbed the Philosopher's Stone and many Sorcerer's Souls, so he has quickly grown stronger along with an increase in level. His previously clouded mind has also returned. That's why Bu wants to establish his own laboratory. Kane made a decision regarding Bu. I left one of the enchantments I received as a reward for him. Bu remembered he needed to return the fire power to Master. Kane recognized this power and recalled the past. If I hadn't given this to him, I would have been in big trouble. At this time, he received the order to withdraw and support Bu. Bu sighed, saying, you've arrived, Master. Don't make me do this again. Kane assessed the surrounding henchmen. Why is he so meticulous? He looks so gullible, but deep down he's unexpectedly cruel. There seems to be animosity among them. If there were a hierarchy among them, I would have thought San Nan or Han Ong would be in charge. But looking at the current situation, it's surprising that Bu is the one in power. Since that's the case, he handed the weapon to Bu. This is the ring to open the 2 remaining places. He asked Bu, this treasure can combine this place and the other 2 correct. Bu said it could. Kane continued, from now on, we will collect more items while climbing the tower. So before that, we must build the foundation for the dungeon. You understand what I mean, right? Bu nodded in understanding, but he still anxiously asked, what about me? Do I get anything? What? Why are you sighing? Hey, Master. Kane and San Nan continued further into the vault. The guard said, this is the place. I have prepared everything as you commanded. Kane was satisfied with the preparations. So call her here. Behind the black mist was a beautiful girl. She appeared, rushing to attack him. While charging, she yelled, Chun-Chi. It seems she mistook that for his name. She lunged as if she'd been wanting to punch Kane in the face for a long time. The guards had prepared a trap. When the time came, they only needed to spring it to capture her. Despite being chained and bound, she stubbornly yelled, release me, Chun-Chi, I will kill you. Kane retorted, how dare you? He removed his mask. You said Chun-Chi. I'm not the Chun-Chi you know. He approached her and explained, Zun, who is my name? She wondered. Chun-Chi has a younger brother. Indeed. She said, I should have torn you to shreds when I first met you. Kane apologized. You're right. I should have been the one to do that to you, it menus. That's because, at this moment, I will tear you apart and devour you. She laughed sinisterly, defiantly saying, do what you want. You think I'll scream? We'll see about that. He called for his men to prepare everything to enlighten her. She was stunned, recognizing the image before her as herself. She couldn't believe it. He explained, all parts of a dragon are usable. From this moment on, I will dismantle your body piece by piece right in front of you. She demanded he stop immediately, but he flatly refused. I can use your eyes as a source of magic, your scales and skin as armor, and your bones will be forged into indestructible weapons. I'll have to soak them in a solution and slowly dismantle each part, so it will take quite a bit of time. And I also plan to let you see the finished products made from your own body parts. She begged him to stop, to just kill her instead. Cain added, furthermore, I should also use your bones to create a dragon skeleton. Don't you think so? He did everything to inflict more pain on her, but in that moment, she was resolute. You'd better just kill me. What do you want? Cain questioned her, demanding the reason for Cho-hoo's death. She was dumbfounded. Cain pieced together the events. Cho-hoo's diary contained detailed information about everything he went through. But there's still a part one don't understand. Why was Cho-hoo betrayed? Even if people were worried after his power rivaled the Nine Kings, Asia isn't a place that could collapse so easily. Above all, I can't understand why the Nine Kings, who usually fight amongst themselves, suddenly joined forces against Cho-hoo. There must be something I don't know. He demanded of her, tell me. Why did the Nine Kings go to such lengths to kill Cho-hoo? She asked him, if I tell you, will you kill me? After hearing his decision, she suggested it was the Soul Stone. Lucy's stone, Cain mused. Although he was a transcendent being, he couldn't join any faction, whether gods or demons, light or darkness, and he just wandered everywhere. Then 1,000 years ago, his wings were torn apart by the gods and demons, and he fell. But then he reasoned it was because of greed. Because if anyone possessed Lucy's soul stone, they could surpass the level of an ordinary player, even become a transcendent being. But why didn't Cho-hoo mention this? Why? He asked, so where is the soul stone? She bluntly refused, I don't know. If I knew, I would have it already. No, you must know. Even the smallest detail must be thought of. Only then will I let you die peacefully as you wish. Do you promise? He called Bu to deal with her and turned away. She screamed hopelessly, stepping out of the vault. He thought the 98th floor would be in an uproar. Zayam was waiting for him outside. He mentioned the extinction of the giant race, even the dragon race. He remembered when Zayam was rearranging books, he'd asked, have you finished organizing? Zayam had simply replied, what's left to organize? Just tidying up so that the things that have been arranged look neater. He shared with Cain, I would be truly grateful if you could create a dungeon or laboratory like this for me. Of course, it's not because I'm envious of Bu. You've received a lot this time, haven't you? You'll need to experiment further too. I think that would be good for Che XA as well. Cain covered his mouth, laughing. Zayam seemed annoyed, displeased. I mean, isn't that good? It's not that I'm greedy, but to help you in the future. He read the notification board, his mouth agape. The authority of the space-time continuum of the endless night world, the eternal night realm, has been granted to Zayam. The setup with the outside collapse rate of the eternal night realm at 96.3% is complete. Please proceed with the restoration process. The longer the delay, the faster the collapse rate. Cain cheerfully said to Zayam, I'll leave the enchantment to Bu, and in return, wouldn't it be more beneficial for me if I didn't have to clean this place up? Currently, it's almost completely ruined, but if done well, I think it could become a laboratory even larger than Bu's. If Bu is responsible for external matters like mass production and strengthening the army, then I can entrust Zayam with internal tasks like creating illusion barriers to reinforce stability from within. What do you think, Zayam? Zayam covered his mouth, chuckling, quite pleased. If you're that stubborn, I don't have any other choice. I'll take responsibility for that space and try to restore it, but doing so won't be easy. It'll require quite a lot of materials. Is that all right? Cain recalled his conversation with the mysterious merchant that morning. My connection with the balance is for this reason, isn't it? Zayam is right, as you guessed. You really are planning to fully reveal your identity. Cain was certain of his decision. Zayam added it won't be easy. In the future, all eyes will be on you. Cain was firm in his goal. If they attack, we'll just destroy them all. Zayam and Cain analyzed the plan. Cain was surprised that there were still no new messages from the 98th floor. Are they being cautious? Because of his soul stone or something? Zayam said, so, is that the end of your story? If so, then it's time for the main course. Cain nodded. They began preparing for the task. Suddenly, black smoke billowed from his arm. After the smoke cleared, Visa was there. He removed his mask and looked. He hadn't expected her to appear. Many magical hands surrounded her. It turned out to be Cain's trick. He didn't even want to open his mouth to speak to her. She thrashed, screaming in despair. He asked Zayam, do you want to go first? He nodded, then shouted at Visa, I have a lot to discuss with you. This is Dragon Mountain Elixir. I created this out of curiosity to see if a demonic monster could be injured. However, I wonder if it will be effective on your body. He poured the elixir onto Visa. She struggled and pleaded, I'll confess everything, so please stop. Zayam approached her. We're not done yet. She was terrified and said, wait. I said I'll tell you everything. Visa began to confess everything. Capturing Nanta and the child was to awaken our mother. The experiments I conducted were all to complete the vessel for mother. I also deeply regret what Nana had to go through truly. I tried everything, but I know how to cure her. I'll tell you both. Cain pondered. As expected, the witches tried to summon the Earth Mother. Is this the same Earth Mother they mentioned? Mother isn't exactly a true god, but more of a presence in the primordial consciousness that witches worship. Mother is one of the great gods present since time immemorial. Each time she appears to save the world, she uses a different guise, making her intentions difficult to discern. Because of this, she has many names, such as the Babylon Whore, Tiamat, Nia, Eta, Liana, Baal-Bai, and even Mager. But her most famous name is Gala, also known as Zama. Visa is the only human Mother has ever shown interest in. The fact that she's become increasingly powerful and holds authority in the Witch's Night is all thanks to Mother's favor. Cain pieced together all the information, but then one day, all contact with Mother was lost. She must have been very disappointed, and that's why she decided to summon Mother to this land. It's highly likely that Lucy's soul stone, which Chohu possessed, was stolen by someone very close to her during the chaos. Like a lover, for instance. Visa said indignantly, I've told you everything. Why won't you kill me yet? She suddenly seemed to go mad and said, Cho, who is me? Don't you remember me? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Arguments between lovers are normal. Let's start over. I'll do anything you want. That's right, you loved resting your head on my chest, didn't you? Do you want to relive those memories now, my love? Witch or mother, I can abandon them all. From now on, I'll only be loyal to you and Sisa. Cain told her, Chohu longed for you until his very last breath. Even after everything, he didn't hate you. Now I understand how foolish he was. Visa said blankly, You're not Chohu's father. You're the older brother he used to talk about. Cain said, It's pathetic that you're only realizing it now. In the end, he was cornered like a dog. He was truly foolish. She retorted, And what about you? Do you know why my comrades and I turned our backs on him? She thought she could manipulate Cain. Is it working? Even if it's not working, it's time to play my last card. Everyone around him left. Doesn't that mean he was the problem? Oh, right. In your eyes, your little brother is always innocent and kind, isn't he? Yes, it was because of our greed, but it was also because Chohu's father was terrible. He was always a perfectionist, always taking the lead in every battle, always doing things his own way. He was a greedy, tyrannical man, and he made us sick of him, understand. Visa finished, laughing triumphantly. She thought that was enough to break him. Now, she just needed him to be distracted for a moment. Cain repeatedly asked Visa, Are you done? What do you want from me? She yelled in his face. Yes, life isn't always smooth sailing, but that doesn't give you the right to stab someone in the back like you despicable people did. He pressed his power onto her shoulder, saying furiously, So drop that disgusting facade. Return to your true form before you revert to your witch form. She gritted her teeth. You two brothers are always so damn annoying. Cain used magic to return her to her original form and to Mother. Visa softly called out to him. You see, Chohu cherished me in return, Visa recounted. I wanted to one day conquer the top of the tower, a place where gods and demons cannot reach. Are you curious what's there? Chohu silently looked at Visa for a moment. She continued, So, Chohu, if you get in my way, I will abandon you. You understand me, don't you? Come with me to the very end. Visa, consumed by greed, asked him to climb the tower with her. Chohu asked about the reason for this obsession several times, but Visa only laughed without answering. When he used Bathory's vampire sword to absorb Visa, he realized what she had always longed for had come true. The Visa he absorbed was just an empty shell. The real Visa had left the mortal world and become Mother. She had devoured the very god she served. Zun used the perfected Philosopher's Stone to cut open Chohu's heart and use the dragon's heart along with the Soul Stone. She received endless mana, enhancing her magical ego. Visa connected with Mother, nurturing her ego and gradually absorbing Mother's power. Like a virus stealthily attacking and destroying data in a computer. Zun, who looked up at her, thinking Zun, to achieve ascension, ultimately became a monster, devouring the very being that created her. Zoon-woo asked, is the air up there as wonderful as you imagined? Visa said contentedly, wonderful. It's an atmosphere that mortals will never know. Zoon-woo smirked. Of course, you must love it. You gained it by harming the man who loved you and betraying those who helped you. Visa pondered, then replied, I only came down to warn you. Zoon-woo asked, confused. He thought for a moment, an irritating wavelength, as if tens of thousands of people are speaking at once. Visa replied, that's right. I don't want to interfere in your brother's affairs right now. I don't regret my life in the lower realm, because the Visa of the lower realm is dead. Just stop your revenge here. It's bothersome. Hearing this, Hozu could only laugh. Cho, who resented not seeing through her true nature. He gave her his body, his heart, and his memories. To Visa, he was merely a tool for her advancement. Zoon-woo spoke seriously. Then let me warn you too. Visa, amused, a trivial thing like you. Zoon-woo thought, the difference in our abilities is vast, perhaps even greater than Hermes or King Mihu. But Zoon-woo warned, wash your neck and wait. Visa said, surprised, what? Zoon-woo angrily said, it won't take long. I'm coming for your head. Zayam was stunned. Visa angrily asked, do you know what you're saying? Zoon-woo calmly replied, of course. Oh, I stand corrected. You don't know what it means to say you'll kill a god. You don't know what that means to a god. Zoon-woo countered, I know what I'm saying. A series of warning notifications appeared before him. Gazette has strengthened you, combining magic with demonic and monstrous power, helping you use it more effectively. Gazette returned to the demons, but they ignored him. Visa said, annoyed, you're crazy. It's the mortals' freedom to do what they want. I'll be here. After saying that, she disappeared. Zayam, hearing her words, could only laugh. Gods, that's interesting. One becomes a spirit, while another ascends. The one who took my daughter's life is now a god. You said you'd help me get back to where I was. Zoon turned her head and replied, that's right. Then, Zayam revealed an angry expression and said, you better keep your promise. I will kill her myself. Zoon's refusal surprised Zayam. She continued, I'll be the one to tear her to shreds. I can't give you this opportunity. Zayam was stunned. He sighed and said, is that so? That opportunity should be mine. I won't yield it to you. Zoon said triumphantly, then why don't we bet on who will do it first? Zayam shook her hand and said, sounds good. Many gods watched this conversation with disdain. Yes, I believe this young woman will overcome all difficulties, even if it's a vague belief. That belief stems from the fact that even though everything is almost lost in the difficult prophecy, I still see everyone happy. After the death of the Summer Queen, the Blood Dragon clan split into 3 factions due to a civil war for the throne. The White Dragon faction, led by the Spring Queen's official. The Black Dragon faction of the Autumn Lord, Baedum, and the Azure Dragon, commanded by Hyen, Lisso, and Byzantin. The 76th floor, having just stabilized, fell into chaos again, sinking into a war for power. To adapt to the times, other races also changed. New races and players emerged, threatening the power of the 8 great clans and gradually replacing the natives. This is an era of chaos. In the world of tower climbing, strength determines everything. Despite the chaotic tower, Zoon has entered a new stage of development. With the information Visa revealed, Ananta was healed and woke up in a rural village in the forest. Zayam is helping Ananta out for some fresh air. Sisa, seeing her mother, happily called out to her. The little girl joyfully ran to her, but Ananta only responded with an indifferent look. Sisa, looking into those eyes, was frightened. Zoon silently stood from afar, observing. Returning to a few days prior, Zayam anxiously asked his daughter, do you recognize me? Perhaps thanks to everyone's wishes, she woke up after a long sleep. Ananta's indifferent eyes, looking at everyone, made her father extremely scared. Ananta didn't recognize anyone. She remained silent with a blank stare. Zoon slammed her cup on the table. She sighed, thinking, I'm so frustrated I want to smoke a cigarette. If I had known Sisa or Zayam earlier and saved Ananta in time, would her current condition be better? My beliefs are now starting to conflict with each other. How would you know? You don't have the ability to see through everything like On for On or prophesy like the 3 non-sisters. That's right. Please don't keep it to yourself. Doza worriedly asked, why are you so melancholic? Are you okay? Zoon thought sadly. I realize there are still many people who need my protection. Ananta, Sisa, I have to become a strong roof for them. Fanny, Azoza, Gala, there's something that I have to tell you all. Zoon stammered. I promised I would reveal my identity when the time came. Fanny mumbled his mask. Suddenly, Fanny froze, sniffing the air. He called out a name in astonishment. Prophet. Doza frowned, looking at him silently. Zoon recounted his journey to the tower to the two of them. He spoke calmly, as if telling someone else's story. Fanny became furious and lost his composure, while Azoza remained silent. This can't be left alone, Fanty exclaimed angrily. He suffered so much, yet the patriarch remains indifferent. I have to tell father, Doza shouted angrily. Sit down, you fool. What? Fool? Fanty sputtered indignantly. Doza nodded firmly. Do you think father doesn't know about him? He's giving him a chance to spread his own wings. He knew he would leave one day. Zoon set his cup down. I hope the two of you can become my wings. Fanty and Doza stared blankly at his request. Zoon affirmed, what I'm planning is very risky. I'll be going against the entire tower, and danger could fall upon the tribe at any moment. So, Fanny said brightly, when you face difficulties, just ask for help from everyone. Don't worry, that girl is no different from a monster, and I just need to fight back against whoever tries to steal the successor's position. Doza grumbled, you could talk later. What are you doing? Zoon, relieved, thanked them. Seeing his cheerfulness, both of them smiled along. Doza, remembering something, asked, you planned this out before telling us, so what are you going to do from now on? Zoon nodded cheerfully. I plan to establish my own tribe. The next morning, Zoon was training in the forest. After training for a while, he breathed heavily to regain his strength. Zoon looked at his scratched hands, lost in thought. I have to become stronger to protect everyone. A voice echoed in his mind. Place your consciousness into the sword. You must become one with it to achieve the complete form you desire. Body and sword is one. Parallax, supersensory perception. Zoon focused his thoughts, picturing the image. Overwhelming power, martial king. At least I can sense that realm. A few months ago, the sword enveloped in flames gradually shattered. The shards of glass clinging to the sword broke off. Then, a massive explosion swept through the surroundings. Zoon was thrown back by the explosion. He collapsed in pain, supporting himself with his sword. Just as I thought, Zoon said in disappointment, it's useless. He thought, the dragon's body and the philosopher's stone helped my body quickly strengthen in the third step of awakening and regeneration. But my consciousness can't keep up. I've tested my strength and awakened my abilities to surpass my limits, but it feels like I'm blocked by a huge wall. Zoon leaned against a tree trunk and sighed. The wind rustled gently through the leaves. Suddenly, someone called his name, startling him. Zoon replied to Gala, what are you doing here? You look down. Zoon sighed. I'm wondering why I'm not improving despite all this training. What about you? Gala sighed. Cease's been a picky eater lately. I'm trying to figure out how to get her to eat vegetables. Everyone says she's half human, half dragon, so she only likes meat. Zoon thought for a moment. How about making some meat-flavored ground nuts? Gala repeated in surprise, meat-flavored ground nuts. Zoon explained, you grind the nuts to resemble meat, then add a sauce to mask the nutty flavor. Gala said with interest, there's such a dish. Teach me how to make it. I'm on my way to Cease's now. You can visit her too. Zoon nodded in agreement. After arriving at Cease's and finishing the meal, the girl excitedly praised the dish. This is the best thing ever. Gala's cooking is terrible. Zoon whispered into Gala's ear, if you change the ratio of nuts to meat suddenly, she'll notice. You have to adjust it gradually. Gala replied, got it. After putting Ceasa to sleep, Gala asked Zoon, why were you so lost in thought in the forest? What's bothering you? Zoon brushed it off, trying to change the subject. Gala became serious. If something's wrong, tell me. Even if I can't solve it, I'll listen. Zoon sighed and then recounted. Lately, I feel like I'm stagnating. My consciousness fades, and my energy surges and then disappears. I feel like I've reached my limit, and I'm regressing. Gala thought for a moment. Follow me out back. Zoon agreed with surprise. They both went out to the backyard. Gala quickly broke off a nearby branch. Zoon wondered, what does he want me to do with this branch? Gala said softly, attack me. Zoon asked, confused, what? Gala calmly replied, attack me. But only use basic skills, like when we train. Zoon worried, what is Gala thinking? It seems like he's trying to tell me something. Gala's skill is John Ko, and he's only using a branch to fight me. Even though he has the physical ability of a high-level John Ko, Gala taunted, are you just going to stand there? Hearing this, Zoon became serious. He quickly rushed towards Gala. Gala lightly swung at him. The branch suddenly extended and struck Zoon. Zoon collapsed with a minor wound on his forehead, surprised and disbelieving. Zoon looked up, thinking how is this possible? I couldn't sense the speed of the branch. It doesn't seem like an ordinary branch. Gala said with amusement, what do you think? Want another round? Zune thought for a moment and agreed. As he stood up, he thought, I won't be fooled again this time. No way. I have to focus. I have to see the branch's trajectory. No matter which way it strikes, I have to dodge and break through. The two continued to exchange blows, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, something appeared, causing Zune to lose his guard. Zune was hit and sent flying. He thought in frustration, I was clearly using the Ti to track him. Gala said smugly, so what do you think? Zune, still Bufu cheat. Want another go? Gala replied, it won't make any difference. Zune denied this. This time will be different. After saying that, he darted towards Gala again, trying to dodge his attacks. But he was still hit. Zune was surprised, not understanding why. He tried to reason it out. His technique wasn't wrong. Even though he had observed Gala without Ti, Gala hadn't used any skills or magic. Zune wondered, how did you do that? Gala said seriously, Will, I always push myself to the limit in training. Zune replied, that's true. Gala continued, with the dragon's physical characteristics, this is probably the best way. Pushing the body to its limits isn't easy, but the question is what comes after. Zune was puzzled. Gala answered, it's not that you lack skill, but you lack imagination. Zune thought to himself in surprise. Gala's entire body is emanating his will. Will is when a person unleashes their inner strength outwards. There are two ways to use this technique. Heightened senses to understand the opponent and the environment. Aza combines his sword and will, making his sword stronger and sharper. However, I never thought about combining physical strength and will. Gala has combined his will and body into one. Now I understand what I've been overlooking. That branch didn't change. It was Gala. He transformed into a whirlwind and lightning strike. Gala asked smugly, do you understand what Will is now? Zune, still dazed, could only manage him. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred, and Zune lay motionless on the ground. He recalled, I used to think destructive power was true strength, so I only focused on strengthening my destructive power. Gala extended his hand and said, Will is just a catalyst. To control power, you must control your will. Zune, embarrassed for a moment, then said, Chohu used to mention you. Now I understand why he called you his first master. Gala said bashfully, master. Even after hearing those words so many times, I still can't get used to it. He recalled a memory between himself and Chohu. Gala smiled. Since we come this far, I also want to be your master, his older brother. Do you agree? Zune happily agreed. Scene change. Beneath the city, people were buzzing, discussing something. In a dark corner, a mysterious man was smiling, watching them. He thought to himself, eyes that seem indifferent, yet can burn everything. Commander, sister, the commander has entered the tower. We will finish our unfinished business on Earth and end it here. After saying that, he walked into the darkness. Scene change. That same night, Gala was teaching Cain the importance of the mind. To activate it, Cain needed to control his body, and the best way to control his body was to master footwork. One of the most important aspects of footwork is speed. The foundation of Shukuchi, one of the three main skills of On for Zone. Since Cain has already mastered speed to a certain extent, he should already know the basics of it. However, speed walking isn't simply moving very fast. After that, Gala demonstrated the ultimate technique right there for Cain to witness. Gala leaped and explained, speed walking can make the body lighter or heavier, flashy like this or silent like this. Speed walking is truly a versatile technique, isn't it? Seeing Gala so enthusiastic about it made Cain even more curious. So, what do I need to do first to master it? Looking at Cain's bewildered expression, Gala smiled with amusement. Begin lower body training. Run around the village 1,000 times. The next morning, the farmers plowing their fields couldn't help but gossip. They said Cain was at it again, that he was practicing some strange kind of jumping. At this time, Cain was also training diligently, but even he wasn't sure if doing this would make him tired for sure. Both Fanti and Doza, who were there, also didn't understand what Cain was doing. Gala got into a ready position. He threw a stone upwards. Cain immediately jumped up and caught it, repeating this several more times. While Fanny didn't understand what was happening, Doza found Cain incredibly cute, like a puppy. On the last repetition, Cain ran quickly, stretched out his arm, and caught it. It was done. The method to control the body is to enhance the senses, changing the perception of things from the outside world and directing them inwards. achieving a new method of using willpower. It's the channel for spiritual power to flow through, and through training, various applications can be achieved. When willpower is strengthened, spiritual enlightenment becomes freer and hypersensitivity is improved. Before, Ken only focused on rigorous exercises, so his muscles were as hard as rock. But now, they're as flexible as rubber. Kane could feel every heartbeat, every cell and muscle in his entire body. Gala also acknowledged that Kane had gradually mastered the basics, understanding how to walk, so he was contemplating whether to let Kane learn how to run next. As soon as Kane heard this, he asked Gala how to do it. But Gala replied that, at times like these, practice is the best thing. This made Kane even more confused, and then Kane stepped forward to spar with Gala. Both Fanny and Doza watched intently. However, while Doza worried about their safety, Fanny felt a pang of jealousy. Anger welled up inside him. He wondered why he couldn't keep up. Then he turned and walked away. Back to the village, Fanny suddenly remembered something from the past. When he first met Kane, he had said, "I want you to become my wings." And Fanty, full of himself, had replied, "At times like these, you can rely on me, no problem." After such a confident statement, as time went on, Fanny felt the distance between them growing wider. From the very first time they met, Kane had always been impressive. It was normal for someone to be stronger than Fanny, but he had been so sure of himself. Fanny kept deluding himself with that excuse to hide his own insecurities. However, now, he couldn't allow that to happen anymore, and he couldn't keep chasing Kane's shadow. Fanny decided he had to become stronger. Without hesitation, he rushed to see the elder. This startled the blood sage, who couldn't understand what was happening that made Fanty so hurried and urgent. With blazing eyes and a determined voice, Fanny shouted, "Please pass down to me the Thunderblood." Hearing this, the elder looked at Fanty and asked, "Do you know what Thunderblood is?" Fanny nodded in response. "Yes, sir, it's the invisible martial skill that uses the mind to control the secret weapon of the One-Horned Clan. It is also the symbol of the Blood Sage succession." The elder then thought that Fanny was both weak and ignorant. Among his siblings, there were many who were stronger, and out there were even more outstanding warriors. There's always a higher mountain. In fact, the reason Fanny was considered the most likely successor was due to the strength of his mother and sister, not his own. As he spoke, the elder walked forward angrily. Even the Black Dragon heretics, who once wreaked havoc here, had to be wary of the elder. Even the current ancient texts were compiled by him, and furthermore, he was the one who raised his father, the martial king. Yet a weak, foolish person like him dared to covet Thunderblood, the culmination of the elder's years of dedication. Hearing these contemptuous words, Fanny couldn't help but feel angry. But then, he understood and endured the humiliation. Seeing this, the elder told Fanny to leave. However, Fanny still didn't give up. "Please, give me a chance." He pleaded with the elder with sincerity. The elder was surprised by Fanny's earnestness. He thought this kid would get angry at the slightest provocation. To obtain a high-level skill like Thunderblood requires perseverance. Although Fanny was skilled in martial arts, his impatience often led him into trouble. But with the boy's current attitude, perhaps the elder needed to reconsider. After some deliberation, the elder agreed, making Fanny overjoyed and surprised. However, there was one condition. Fanny had to prove whether he was worthy of inheriting the elder's Thunderblood. Finishing his words, he kicked Fanny out of the room, causing him to fall to the ground in some pain. He looked up and saw his sister, Doza, standing there. At this moment, Doza made a decision. "I will climb the tower." With a determined look in her eyes, she surprised Fanny. Afterward, he wished Doza a safe journey and saw her off. Since Doza had also embarked on her training journey, Fanny had to take action immediately. The scene shifted to Kane. He was surprised that Fanny had entered closed-door cultivation. Gala sighed and said, "It seems he went before the martial king and demanded the key to the sealed convergence space." That's the deepest level of closed-door cultivation techniques. The cultivator can only bring food supplies and cannot open the door from the inside, forced to be confined in a narrow space of only 5 square meters. Gala also said that Kane left without a word, leaving only a letter. He really seems serious about climbing the tower. Now, Kane can't afford to fall behind. He has to continue training even harder. As the oldest, Kane can't let those kids surpass him. So, all 3 of them began to silently walk their own paths. Time quickly passed. Finally, Kane reached a state that far surpassed his own limits. His body and mind were now one, operating in harmony like a perfect machine. Every sense, every movement was in absolute sync. Not only that, but Kane's speed skill had surpassed its maximum, opening the door to new possibilities. Most notably, the wind path skill could be combined with the Hell Soul skill to gain the Wind Spirit protection. With this protection, Kane not only increased his strength, but also achieved a superior level of defensive ability. He could not only control the energy around him, but also master the inner flows within his body and transform them into powerful elements like fire and wind. Gala couldn't help but rejoice at Kane's training results. Congratulations, you've unlocked the Eye of the Storm. For an outsider, this must not have been easy. At the same time, Kane also acquired the Dark Pressure Hunter skill. Gala immediately suggested he try it again. Kane then took out his familiar sword. He felt every breath harmonize with the soul of the sword. His suppressed will controlled the deep energy flows within. And then, a powerful flame erupted, engulfing the blade. Each spark blazed as a testament to Kane's absolute control. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames suddenly died out. A look of disappointment flashed across Kane's face. "I knew it wouldn't work," Kane said. A few months ago, at the Martial King's residence, Kane had visited his master because he couldn't seem to improve any further. The Martial King simply replied, "It's because that's not your path." However, Kane still didn't quite understand, so he asked again. The Martial King told him to go and figure it out himself. Back in the present, Kane finally understood what the Martial King meant. Bagua and Tai Chi Chuan were not his path, because Kane had completely understood his body through his subconscious. His swordsmanship talent had also reached its peak. Seeing this, Gala came to comfort him. "I knew it wouldn't be easy. Don't rush it. The progress you've made training today is already fast." Gala also announced that a visitor had arrived in the village and asked if Kane wanted to meet them. Hearing about the visitor, Kane realized who it was. Meanwhile, a bustling fair was taking place in the village. They exchanged items with each other, and Fanti excitedly went to take a look. Meanwhile, an arrogant person caused trouble, prompting the merchant Akan to remind him, "Excuse me, sir, that item is very expensive." But the man looked rather foolish. He was the one who had grabbed the head of the 81-eyed skull with one hand and made it explode, causing the surroundings to be drenched in blood. Yet another member of the One-Horn clan appeared, frightening Akan. The guy next to him is the madman who sliced off the leg of a dragon-like creature with a single sword stroke, ate it raw, and then praised its deliciousness. Just thinking about it terrifies Akan. And there's another one, that woman. She's the craziest. She screamed, "I have built the highest tower," while standing atop a mountain of corpses. Ever since then, the One-Horned clan warriors have played this game of building towers with the skulls of their slain enemies. They even compete to see who can crush the most enemy skulls, or who can send an enemy flying the farthest with their skills. It seems like they're all brawn and no brain. Akan couldn't help but worry about his expensive wares. But thinking about those people, they're all individuals best left unprovoked. At this moment, Akan also recognized another rather powerful-looking person, the Martial King. When he came over to chat, Akan was extremely worried. The Martial King wouldn't break his shoulders, would he? However, those were all needless fears. The Martial King was much kinder. However, he did ask him to relay a message to Zija. "I will put to good use." This surprised Akan a little. Even though he's the Martial King, he shouldn't be so casual about mentioning that person's name. Just then, Akan turned to his left and saw Kane. He remembered the last time he met him. Kane had asked Akan to open a portal to Anchakja, and they had agreed. Akan also made it clear to Kane that only a request for a meeting was possible. Because they are all the highest-ranking figures in our merchant world, just meeting them can be considered an honor. Following that, Akan activated the spell through the crystal sphere. A dazzling light appeared. Finally, the two of them crossed over to another space. Kane wondered, is it similar to Zayum's imaginary world? I can't believe that just a crystal sphere can create a barrier like this. This is truly Anchakja. At that moment, Kane was startled when he saw a giant white wolf appear before him. Akan was also startled. The person standing next to it, stroking it, was Zija's master. Akan couldn't help but be shocked. Why would that person come here in person? Then, Kane stepped forward and spoke. I didn't expect the master of Anchakja to reveal their true form. And so the two faced each other. The first interaction with Anchakja was when Thias Reputation was spreading. And Chakja, at that time, expressed their desire to support Thaya. They provided a large sum of money beyond imagination. Thanks to that, Thaya was able to expand to its fullest. In return, most guilds would ask for strategic results or make difficult demands, but Anchakja didn't do anything like that. At that time, Chohu and the other members were extremely curious. Why are they supporting us like this? And, of course, everything related to Zija was a secret. The head of Anchakja rarely appeared in person. It wasn't until later that Chohu discovered her true identity. Still, no one knows Anchakja's true purpose. But one thing is for sure, the occasions when Zija appears all have one thing in common: the appearance of a king. She usually appears before the masters of the towers or those she deems worthy challengers. Therefore, Zija personally coming to meet Cain like this means she also regards him as highly as Chohu. Zija smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Did you want to see us?" And Zija was also curious about Cain's purpose. Cain immediately replied, "This time, I'm planning to establish a faction. I heard that Anchakja sponsors some factions." Hearing this, Zija pondered. "So you're asking us to aid a newly established faction of the Accumulator. However, many people know and contact us just like you, but we refuse almost all of them. So this time is no different from the previous times. The answer is always the same." Hearing that, Cain didn't say another word. He turned to leave, then thanked Zija for meeting him, leaving her bewildered. What is Cain's intention? Does he think he can make me chase after him by acting tough? No, the accumulator she investigated isn't that simple. Cain is very cunning and knows how to turn a disadvantage into an advantage. After a moment of thought, Zija spoke, "But we can still chat a bit, right?" Hearing this, Cain guessed that Zija was looking for individuals to rob the kings. So Chohu was right. Then, Zija offered to ask a few questions, and Cain readily agreed. What Zija was curious about was, "You possess the Summer Queen's assets, so why do you want our aid when you have all that money?" Cain immediately retorted, "Because it's not enough," leaving Zija astonished. "It's clear that the Summer Queen's assets have fallen into your hands." Cain hesitated, then suddenly shouted, "That's because I've used it all up." The Summer Queen's estate was of immense value. It was an incredibly large sum, which no one dared to spend recklessly before. However, what's true for others isn't necessarily true for Cain. To build the dungeon, restore the outer universe, to renovate the laboratory, and purchase new research equipment. However, Zija couldn't believe those words. Cain explained, "Besides the treasure, all the equipment has been sold, keeping only the necessities, and I used all that money." Akan was also astonished because he was the one who sold it on the black market. Just the equipment alone far exceeded the annual expenditure of a large guild. But Zija couldn't believe it and burst out laughing. "You have quite the appetite, truly bottomless greed." Then Zija asked Cain, "How much more do you need?" The answer was, "The more, the better, because that money will be used up immediately." Hearing that, Zija gave a sinister smile. "It seems you already have plans for it." Finally, Zija accepted and told Cain to discuss the details with Akan. But before leaving, there was something Cain should know about her. "I never make a deal when I'm certain of losing. If I think you're unable to repay the debt, or if I lose interest in you later, then..." Zija trailed off, making Cain uncomfortable, speaking like a shark about to hunt its prey. Then Zija continued, "That concludes our meeting." With those words, she vanished. Akan quickly bowed. "It was an honor to meet you." Now Cain had the necessary funds to establish his guild. His priority now was to climb the tower again. But before that, he needed to confront the Summer Queen and settle things. At that moment, high up in a large tree, a giant snake was stealthily following Cain. The scene changes to the 98th floor of Alabu. Hermes smugly asked Athena, "Sister, why the long face? Are you worried about that kid? It's been a while, hasn't it? It seems the gods still haven't managed to take that kid down. Truly unexpected." Hermes told Athena not to be impatient, as they knew the kid had defeated AZ. So now they just needed to sit back and watch how things unfolded. Athena also felt fortunate that everything seemed to be going according to plan. However, intervening was always a delicate matter. Therefore, Cain's tower climb would surely resolve this worrying concern. Hermes was equally annoyed. "This damned system has hindered us long enough. And clearly, all the trouble stems from Apollo. By the way, this is the first time I've seen you, sister, so concerned about someone like this. Our other siblings would be shocked to see you like this. I wonder how many gods and demons are watching our little prodigy. Dozens or hundreds." Meanwhile, Cain had arrived at Bo's dungeon. Before him, A skull bowed respectfully and greeted its master. Deeper inside, other soldiers lined up on both sides, making way for Kane. Bo appeared, greeting him. "Have you returned, Master?" Kane was currently preoccupied with the magical beasts beside him. Bo said, "Everything here is ordinary. There's nothing to be surprised about. Golems, zombies, ghouls, a death goddess, and even a night demon. It seems their loyalty will deteriorate over time. So, can order Bo dispose of them all. They've become a burden." And the creation of the bone dragon was complete. Deeper inside the dungeon, Kane's followers were diligently attaching bone fragments and meticulously refining every detail. Gigantic, cold, and terrifying skeletons were erected like monstrous works of human hands. But what caught Kane's attention was the figure of a girl sitting quietly in a corner. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost's. Kane approached and asked, "Itmanius, how does it feel to see your own body torn to shreds?" Itmanius just let out a cold chuckle. She seemed to have seen through everything. "Is it time?" Kane quickly replied, "Yes." What would happen if a young half-dragon absorbed a dragon? Can you imagine? Hearing this, Itmanius laughed loudly with defiance. "Try it and find out." Then she fell silent. The fire that eternally burns within the dragon race and the curse of eternal solitude. I'm finally free from them. So this is what Shohu always called a ghost. To think that Kane would realize it before departing forever. Farewell, Itmanius. Chun-Hu once said if you could escape the ghost, you could see sights you'd never seen before, and then I would visit you. Let me know when that time comes, Itmanius. But perhaps it's too late now. Chun-Hu, become the flames of the Summer Queen. Kane could feel it everywhere. It seems the embodiment of flames is chasing something, perhaps a soul, like a powerful energy, and now it's trapped in a physical form. It's slowly spreading outwards. Is it dangerous? Or perhaps it's something else entirely. Suddenly, Bo approached, calling "Master," and congratulated Kane. But he didn't know what he was being congratulated for. It turned out Kane had successfully captured Itmanius' soul. The dragon's incarnation had absorbed her soul. The power of his spirit and dragon body increased dramatically. Yet, Kane couldn't feel it, so he wondered if he should enter his mindscape to check. Upon entering the space of his mindscape, Kane's potential rapidly transformed. The capabilities of his body and soul became even more profound and unpredictable. Suddenly, Kane realized something. He could also perceive countless gazes observing him. Kane had felt this before, but now it was even clearer. Some gazes were warm, while others were full of anger. Though unpleasant, for now, Kane needed to put it aside. Kane also went to see Zayam. He was sure Zayam would quickly finish the laboratory and continue treating Nanta, then told Kane to focus on climbing the tower to gain experience. And he also advised Kane, if he found anyone useful, to bring them along, but not to trust anyone carelessly and invite trouble. Yes, Kane understood and promised to return soon. Then he stepped into the portal and returned to the tower. He arrived at the 26th floor, the Wailing Wall. This floor was located in the snowy mountain region, but looking closer, it was a fortress. Looking down from above, Kane couldn't help but be surprised. Is that the accumulator? Unexpected to meet him on this floor. Of course, Kane didn't need to bother with such weaklings. The system announced the trial mission on the 26th floor. This attack was massive, unseen since the wall's construction, and the commander of the monsters was at least at the legendary level. For 1 month, he had to protect the God's Tier within the Wailing Wall from the monster attack. After grasping the mission, Kane thought to himself, dealing with a few thousand monsters was manageable, but if it reached millions, he couldn't handle it alone. In other words, cooperating with the other players was essential to protect the God's Tier. But looking at them, perhaps they weren't simply looking to cooperate either. Therefore, Kane reluctantly left. This 26th floor is inspired by the ongoing war between the sun god Jia and the shadow devil Abaphit. Abaphit's ice monsters possess potent ice energy. They feel no pain even when their bodies are torn apart, and the closer to the center, the stronger the monsters become. Even high-level players may struggle to cope. Currently, there are 2 ways to clear this floor. The first is to protect the God's Tier from the ice monsters' attacks for 1 month. The ice monsters attack around midnight every day. The problem arises when food and water supplies begin to dwindle. That's why infighting occurs. If there were around 1,000 monsters, Cain could handle them alone, but not millions attacking simultaneously. In other words, to protect the God's tier, the other players will have to cooperate. That's the key. But it seems those players already consider each other enemies, so cooperation is unlikely. Dealing with the monsters is already difficult. Their fighting amongst themselves makes it even more of a headache. Finally, Cain decided to take matters into his own hands. Moreover, he wanted to try a few things. At that moment, a dark energy enveloped the space, causing the players to panic and become extremely frightened. Everyone suspected Cain was responsible, but he didn't care and ordered them protect the fortress. I will provide the necessary supplies, because I have already obtained the God's tier here. Having said that, Cain immediately departed, leaving most of the players there enraged. He jumped down from the 26th floor of the tower. The second way to clear the mission was to steal the fawn of Abaphit from the center of the ice monster's base. Cain descended with lightning speed and landed safely. Cain also knew that stealing Abaphit's fawn was far more difficult than protecting the God's tier. Then, he spread his wings and flew off. The situation was extremely tense. There was no longer any need to summon monsters at midnight. Meanwhile, atop the tower, the ground suddenly shook violently. An avalanche was beginning to engulf the tower, and the players were all in a panic. Because there were millions of ice monsters in the center, Cain had to charge in with all his might. Just then, a beam of light appeared. Cain immediately drew his holy sword, Summer Queen. The noble blood had created the lowest-ranked red dragon. Cain wondered what would happen if it were applied to the sword. Without hesitation, he dripped a few drops of the precious blood onto the holy sword. Instantly, it transformed into a one-handed greatsword. Long ago, in a distant age, there existed a legendary holy sword coveted by all great heroes. However, it eventually became drenched in the blood of countless heroes and, after becoming infamous for harming its own wielders, transformed into a cursed dark holy sword. Yet, after many years, an unknown master succeeded in lifting the curse using divine power and dragon blood. Now, as the holy sword reveals the light it once concealed and reclaims its name, great heroes will be filled with fear and envy, while lowly foes will be overcome with terror and awe. The holy sword ascends as it faces more enemies, absorbing their life force and enhancing its user's abilities. Bestowing blessings upon delivering a final blow to an enemy, it simultaneously curses all nearby foes. These cursed targets suffer a defiled state, with significantly reduced defense and movement speed, while granting the user a corresponding strength blessing. The indomitable spirit of a hero. When a user's resolve and hatred surpass a certain threshold, they can awaken the souls of heroes slumbering within the holy sword, at the cost of a significant amount of magical power. Finally, the annihilation of enemies. The more the souls of fallen monsters are bound by hatred, the more tightly they are interwoven with the holy sword. Currently, approximately 99% of the curse has been lifted. Although all functions have been unlocked, the true name remains undiscovered. To regain its final form, the hidden true name must be revealed. Aiming to annihilate the ice monsters, Cain decided to use fire, creating colossal flames with the power to incinerate everything. Even a dragon could not withstand such flames. Cain believed it would undoubtedly be powerful when the holy sword, Summer Queen, was unleashed. But at this moment, Bo was truly concerned about his master's safety when releasing so much energy at once. But Cain had made his decision. If my body cannot withstand the heat of the fire. Have you understood the meaning of the concept I mentioned? Become your own storm, become lightning. I will become fire. Cain focused his energy. The ice monsters began to fiercely charge and attack. Cain's power was gradually growing. Cain couldn't even remember how many times he had swung his sword so frantically. But on the 15th time, Summer Queen emitted a light more intense than ever before. From that moment onward, it no longer emitted light. On the 90th time, the flames no longer appeared. Only the sound of wind remained. On the 95th time, even the wind fell silent. It became as still as cloth. Light, heat, and even wind, all skills were trapped within Cain's will. On the 99th time, Summer Queen turned completely black, as dark as the abyss. Black fire was born, annihilating the ice monsters. Cain also succeeded in defeating the 13th Legion and its commander, Hugh. Furthermore, Cain surpassed his own limits. perfecting a powerful aura and learning to control the flames within him. His mastery and power over the fire element increased dramatically. Most notably, Cain successfully mastered the fire dance skill. The fire dance skill, which Cain just learned, allows for diverse applications through suppression and release. Above all, fire dance possesses immense destructive power and explosive force. Accompanying this skill are additional elements like fire thunder, capable of shattering defensive barriers and instilling caution in opponents, and lightning bolt, which can destroy anything in its path. Black flame slash inflicts severe burns on opponents within its range. Cain utilizes his powerful slashes to decapitate his enemies. Despite the ever-growing snow and ice, the flames he creates remain inextinguishable. Messages from numerous gods flooded Cain's inbox, each vying for his attention with enticing offers. Bo returned to Cain after completing his task, saying, "It seems you're enjoying causing trouble again, Master. We're in for more trouble now. Do you enjoy watching those deaths?" Cain sensed something unusual in Bo's words. He clearly thought Cain was amused. Cain continued deeper into the cave, where he encountered a colossal dragon with tough scales and numerous heads. It commended Cain's ability to reach its lair. However, Cain's silence led it to believe he was terrified. "It seems your stamina and magic are nearly depleted. There's no need for me to intervene personally then, children." The heads acted in unison, attacking Cain simultaneously and shaking the entire cave violently. Each head was a monster comparable to a legion commander, remnants of Shadow Devil Abaphit. Cain could sense the threat, even from his current position. He had hoped for something different, but was met with disappointment. Cain quickly moved before the heads could tear him apart. "I suppose this dragon is just a minor challenge." Cain approached one of the heads with impressive speed. His stamina would recover with rest, but his magic wouldn't be so easily replenished. Nevertheless, he could still defeat it. Reaching a safe position, Cain immediately deployed his domain with awakened dragon form, combined with the goddess relic and the devil's soul. An immense flame quickly incinerated the unfortunate head. It roared in pain before dissolving into smoke. The battle seemed over. The dragon was no longer moving. A question appeared before Cain. "Do you wish to inscribe your name in Hall of Fame?" Cain immediately declined. Bo reappeared, his voice urgent. "Wait a minute, I think we forgot something." Suddenly remembering, he yelled, "Master, what about Shadow Devil Abaphit's fangs?" Cain seemed to realize the issue and decided to return to the still-burning inferno below. With this level of destruction, the remnants probably aren't all dead, right? "Master, are you crazy?" Before Bo could react, Cain plunged into the abyss. Cain quickly obtained Abaphit's fangs. According to the system, they contained venom glands, and if used to craft an artifact, it could imbue the artifact with poison properties to damage enemies. However, the fangs were severely damaged after the recent battle and required skilled craftsmanship to restore. Besides that, Cain also obtained the incredibly rare tears of the divine family. Bo caught up, constantly scolding Cain for his impulsiveness. "As long as you're not injured, it's fine, right?" Holding the two items, Cain refined them into a liquid called the God and Devil Core. With this mixture, Cain was allowed to choose between divine power and demonic power. He suddenly thought, "Back then, my brother and I wondered whether to choose the path of the divine or the demonic." In the end, he gave the divine power to Eder, the one who desperately needed it. He was the one who obtained the divine power I yearned for, and in the end, he used that power to betray me. Seeing Cain lost in thought, Bo inquired, "What's wrong? Are you struggling with which one to choose?" "No, I've made my decision," he replied. Cain chose divine power, and the God and Devil Core was reformed into the God Core. The dormant divine elements awakened, but the available amount was insufficient. Therefore, Cain needed to secure more attribute elements to awaken the latent divine power. The element of divine power he had obtained in small amounts by serving Zaum was now further reinforced. The divine power in Cain's hands moved as if it wanted to take on a specific form. The scene changed, and Cain was transported to the waiting room on the 27th floor, the River of Death. Unlike usual, he was transported to the waiting room instead of the starting area. There was a reason why the 27th floor's start differed from others. It was because the trials from now on would unfold in a completely different manner than before. Unlike the lower floors, which consisted of a single trial and a single world. From the middle floors onward, there were places where the world was divided into multiple sections based on one major trial and several minor trials. From the 27th to the 30th floor, the starting point would consist of interconnected trials. On the 30th floor, the players' accumulated achievements from the 27th to the 29th floor would finally be evaluated. Therefore, no mistakes were allowed on the preceding 3 floors, as these 3 floors served as the basis for assessing the player's abilities. Even a single mistake on the lower floors could lead to an unimaginable level of difficulty. More than anyone, Kane knew he needed to handle multiple trials simultaneously. Though slightly challenging, it wasn't the first time he had encountered this. The scale of this trial might be larger than the others, but the objective remained the same. As long as he achieved a higher score and earned more, it would be fine. He stepped towards the entrance, and after passing through the door, Kane was transported to a snow-covered region. There, he saw a few of the players who seemed to be examining something near some ruins. At the same time, the system notified Kane that the 27th floor trial had begun. He was told the legend of this land, where various mythologies coexist, such as Sanzu, Styx, and Ibis. Moreover, Kane has become one of the deceased, and his mission is to safely cross the river of death within 49 days. If Kane doesn't reach his destination within the allotted time, he will be stripped of his right to reincarnation and condemned to wander as a ghost for the rest of his afterlife. First, the system instructs Kane to safely escape the various threats on the island. A brief overview of the river where Kane currently stands. It possesses extremely corrosive and toxic properties, making it nearly impossible for ordinary boats to navigate. Therefore, players have no choice but to seek assistance from someone to acquire a boat. And that someone is none other than the ferryman, Sharon. He is a figure originating from Greek mythology, responsible for ferrying the souls of the dead across the rivers Styx and Acheron to the underworld. Sharon requires payment to ferry passengers, traditionally by placing a coin in the mouth of the deceased. Previously, Sharon has exploited players arriving at the River of Death, taking their karma and benefits, and selling them false information and engaging in deceitful practices. He can also provide materials to players, but building a boat comes at a fixed price. However, even with payment, the quality of the constructed boat is random, and Karen's demands are so exorbitant that many players have lost trust in Sharon and fled. As soon as Kane arrived at the River of Death, Sharon approached him with a familiar question. "Greetings, traveler. If you pay a small fee, I can teach you a very simple way to cross the river." Kane immediately challenged him. "What would happen if I reported all your betrayals of players to the higher-ups?" As a result, Sharon became terrified and vanished instantly. Before leaving, he gave Kane a useful piece of information. High-quality materials for boat building are located within the forest on the island. But while Kane was pondering this, 2 strangers appeared. They approached and introduced themselves as Hecto and Muvik. Kane was puzzled by this superfluous appearance, but when he showed his indifference, the seemingly tough individuals became apprehensive. One of them spoke hesitantly. "You don't know us. Is there any reason I should?" Kane replied, "I'm the captain of a 92nd Regiment of the Illusion Legion, and this is my lieutenant." Upon hearing this, Kane recognized the Legion's reputation. After the Holy Sword, 3 Fields, and Red Dragon factions split, the internal dynamics of the 8 factions had shifted. From highest to lowest, the ranking now consisted of Enfant Palace, White Dragon, Black Dragon, God's Domain, Demon Tribe, Blood Kingdom, Eternal Sea, and lastly, the Multitude Brotherhood. The White Dragon and Black Dragon factions, splintered from the Red Dragon, had filled the void left by the declining Holy Sword faction. With everyone vying for higher positions, competition intensified, and several new powers emerged, threatening the established order. The Illusion Legion was one such power. 108 large and small groups had allied to form this legion, and in reality, at that time, the Legion had swept through the lower and middle levels of the tower. However, in Kane's eyes, they were nothing more than a gathering of mediocre individuals. He asked them their reason for seeking him out. Hecto began to explain, "I'm sure you've heard about Karen's exorbitant demands for materials and money to build a boat, right? No matter how skilled you are, gathering that many materials in such a short time won't be easy. So, how about joining forces with us?" So it was an invitation to cooperate. Kane saw a large group of members behind them carrying a substantial amount of materials. But with his sharp perception, Kane realized they were coercing others into performing heavy manual labor. They were using the pretense of cooperation to threaten other players with force. To avoid trouble, Kane firmly declined the offer and left directly. This abrupt refusal quickly angered Hecto. His tone changed as he roared, "You bastard. Accept the offer while I'm still being polite." Kane knew that any response would offend one side or the other, so he chose to resolve the situation with force. In less than a second, Kane gave Hecto a permanent tattoo on his stomach. Hecto died in front of Muvik. Kane looked at the remaining man and questioned, "Do you have anything else to say?" In the end, Kane spared him and entered the forest to gather materials. With just a few steps, he entered this desolate place. Bones of various creatures were piled up and shrouded in mist. Kane found the necessary material for his boat-building process. It was a special type of wood, resistant to the corrosive river of death, called ghostwood. Not only did it have a unique name, but ghostwood also housed an evil spirit within. It could not only speak, but also attempted to flee when Kane targeted it. Unfortunately, there was no escaping. Kane quickly chopped it into manageable pieces. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching his movements from a distance. This individual was a subordinate of Muvik. When the opportunity arose, he returned to report to Muvik that Kane was the accumulator. He recounted breathlessly, "It seems he's gathering materials, but the materials he's collecting seem a bit strange." Muvik replied, "Whatever it is, it's probably a rare material. After all, he was the top-ranked player from the first floor. We must finish building our boat before him." The subordinate seemed confused, not understanding Muvik's intent. Muvik explained, "To launch a ship, you need many roles, like a navigator or helmsman. But Kane is alone. Therefore, Muvik believed Kane wouldn't be able to single-handedly create a complete ship and would be forced to enlist under his command. That's when Muvik decided to brand Kane with the Illusion Legion's tattoo. This tattoo was the Illusion Legion's method of expanding their forces, coercing others into joining their ranks by marking them with a demonic contract tattoo. With the Legion's ruthlessness, Muvik ordered all of his subordinates to gather materials for him. The messenger will have a separate task. He has to give Sharon more karma so he can build a boat for Muvik. Back with Kane, the ghostwood harvesting is still going smoothly. His subordinates kept chattering. "Master, what kind of boat are you planning to build? I don't know what kind of boat you're making with the materials you've gathered so far." "I feel the same way. There's no boat made of ghostwood in Karen's list of finished products." Kane said he didn't need Sharon, just a skilled shipwright. As he was about to cut down a few more trees, trouble arrived. A savage tribe armed with bows and arrows appeared above him. This is the infamous cannibal tribe of this area. They possess the intelligence and thinking capacity to build their own civilization. But the players treat this savage tribe like monsters and hunt them down. This savage tribe has a strange hobby. They like to hunt down unlucky players, then cook and eat them as an everyday event. This has created a feud between the two opposing sides, and if either side is careless, they become prey for the other. Muvik sighed, knowing the fate of anyone who dared to confront Kane. The savages began to act, using their special weapons to launch sharp projectiles. Although their speed was considerable, Kane deflected them back towards the savages. When they were weakened, Kane used his special language to interrogate them about the location of their village. Initially, they were extremely surprised that he could speak their language and refused to cooperate. Even after Kane unleashed a massacre and repeated his question, they stubbornly chose death. Finally, Kane sent them all to meet their maker. However, after their deaths, their bodies emitted a jet-black smoke. It rose into the sky and accumulated into a large mass. The cause of this incident stemmed from someone called the High Priest, who performed a ritual for the 25 cannibals who died at Kane's hands. The strange chant uttered by the High Priest inadvertently created elite-level cannibal monsters. The players were terrified of this type of monster, but Kane only smiled knowingly. The quiet forest suddenly became frightening, and the players warned each other to be vigilant before venturing deeper inside. But after a while, the group was overwhelmed by the horrific scene. The top-ranked players had died, tragically with multiple wounds on their bodies. Bill told Haiji to look to the left wing, because there seemed to be something strange. According to her understanding, Cannibal monsters considered powerful players as prey, and after killing them, they would try to keep them in the most intact state possible. But the scene here was the complete opposite. It could be said they were playing with them to kill time. Just as Bill's group was facing many questions, the system immediately warned that a large number of cannibal monsters had died somewhere throughout the forest. When the Pope realized that many players were no longer alive, he was furious. By the Pope's order, the lowest-ranking priests began praying for the repose of the monsters' souls. The difficulty of a trial has increased. The cannibal demons will appear more frequently. In less than a second, they appeared from all directions. Haiji became wary, knowing that these cannibal demons possess a unique skill. They use their blood relations to share power with those of the same bloodline. And when a member of the lineage dies, their power is transferred to another member, thus automatically strengthening the others. Ultimately, the more cannibal demons die, the fewer their numbers become, but the greater their individual power grows. Knowing this, Haiji made a wise decision, instructing her team to hide in the bushes and crouch low to the ground. As soon as they did, hordes of cannibal demons rushed through the forest. Suddenly, the ground shook as a giant foot swept past their position. When Haiji looked up, she saw several cannibal demons riding on the backs of giant gorillas. Fear intensified within her. They were too strong. Her team members were no match for them. Seeing them depart, Haiji's entire team breathed a sigh of relief. But elsewhere, things weren't so peaceful. Players were not only brutally murdered, but some even became guerrilla fodder. As for the arrogant Muvik, he could only hide behind a rock and tremble. Recalling Zoon-woo's words, he was convinced that he was the culprit. Muvik then observed the demon's movements. Before that monster notices me, I have to get out of here. I've hidden a boat. I have to use it now. He activated Gale Force and quickly made his way to his secret boat. Upon seeing it, hope flickered within Muvik. But in the next second, the gorilla crushed his only chance of survival underfoot. It chuckled as if playing hide-and-seek, then swiped at Muvik with its claws. He didn't know how much time had passed before he started hallucinating. Where is this? Oh right, after catching me, it played with me like a toy. Will I die like this? Suddenly, Muvik saw a masked figure with fiery wings fighting the gorilla. It was none other than Zoon-woo. The gorilla was subdued by his overwhelming power. Muvik wondered what could frighten the gorillas so much. I want to see. Really, I'm at my limit. So tired. Finally, he met his end. Several other gorillas, hearing the commotion, began converging on Zoon-woo. He effortlessly felled them all, which only led to more trouble for him. A new type of monster, called the Cannibal King, was about to appear. Zoon-woo caught the scent of the final boss and only hoped it would be stronger than the previous Abafit. According to the information he gathered, the island before him was the demon's base. Zoon-woo spread his wings and flew towards the island. Upon landing, he saw a small passage leading deeper inside and proceeded. Before him now stood the boss of the demons, seemingly awaiting him. Furthermore, upon seeing Zoon-woo's black fire-tinged blade, it remarked sarcastically that this was amusing. It believed that because its body was blessed by the calamity water, Zoon-woo would also be destroyed. As for Zoon-woo, he knew of its power through his younger brother, Chun-woo, who had only been able to defeat it with the help of his teammates. But now, Zoon-woo had only his sword as a companion. Without wasting words, he circled behind the boss. Before it could react, Zoon-woo slashed a deep wound into its chest, ending its life. He was deeply disappointed that its power wasn't as formidable as he'd imagined. The villagers expressed sorrow at the boss's demise. Zoon-woo hadn't wanted to kill it, partly because they were skilled shipbuilders and sailors. He knew of a secret passed down only to the elders, how to build ships to cross the river of the dead. The vessels they created were invaluable, capable of finding hidden passages on the river. Chun-woo, his younger brother, had used such a ship to cross the river of the dead to meet a woman. She was Chun-woo's second master, Lana. Then, Zoon-woo spoke in a unique language. To the cannibal demons, you must keep your descendants alive. Your king is no more. However, your fate rests with me. Now, if you wish to live, hand it over. After defeating the leader of the cannibals, Zoon-woo turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the trembling crowd before him. His powerful and majestic voice boomed, "If you wish to live, then serve me." His words, like thunder, caused the group to lower their heads in fear. At that moment, a gem materialized in Zoon-woo's hand, emitting a brilliant violet light that illuminated the sky. This strange light astonished everyone. Immediately, the system appeared, displaying information about the gem, insignia of the Cannibal King. Type, Holy Relic, Rank A, usable only on floor 27. Requirements, defeat the Cannibal King. Fear level of the cannibal monster tribe must be 30 or higher. Exterminate the warriors and hunters of the cannibal monster tribe. Description, an insignia left behind by the priest who became the Cannibal King. The insignia is engraved with the tribe's blood pact skill, allowing the owner to command cannibal monsters linked to the insignia. Gazing at the insignia in his hand, Zoon-woo had his own secret thoughts. This was the hidden item, the insignia of the Cannibal King. Chun-woo had used this to control the cannibal monsters to build ships. Zoon-woo gently infused the insignia with a bit of his magic. As the magic flowed in, the insignia glowed brighter than ever, unleashing a hidden power that assaulted the cannibal monster tribe, causing them to clutch their heads and cry out in pain. Despite the agony caused by the insignia, one of the cannibal monster tribe members stubbornly refused to submit, saying, "We will never become your slaves," ignoring the defiant words of the cannibal monster warrior. Zoon-woo spoke coldly, threatening, "If you continue to resist, I will kill those standing behind you." But the women of the monster tribe, upon hearing this, trembled even more, clinging to each other and shrinking back. Even the one who had just spoken couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. A warrior from the tribe spoke up, suggesting, "What if you allow us to become your subordinates?" But unfortunately, Zoon-woo wasn't one to accept the disadvantage. He interrupted before the warrior could finish. "No, don't offer conditions or try to negotiate. All of you must accept the insignia, or you can all die together." The elder of the cannibal monster tribe, hearing this, turned around with a sorrowful face and looked behind him helplessly. With so many in the tribe to worry about, the elder could only sigh and reply, "Very well." After the cannibal monster tribe's acceptance of subjugation, the system appeared with congratulatory notifications. "You have fulfilled the oath of submission and received additional achievement points. You have received the title, Leader of the Cannibal Monster Tribe. You have successfully claimed Cannibal Island 2311 as your territory. You can use it as a base." Zoon-woo, deeply skeptical, mused to himself, "I don't know who designed floor 27, but their sense of humor is truly baffling. Create a floor where you have to escape within 49 days, but then give you territory. It's like they want you to claim it, but not keep it. But if used well, this place could become a very convenient secret reserve base. Specifically, that poison-obsessed Bay, Liu had his eye on this place. My brother gave him the island's coordinates. He's probably still making good use of it. I'd love to hunt him down and destroy the island. But searching this vast sea within 49 days is impossible." Zoon, who was giving orders to his new subordinates, "You may also withdraw." Suddenly, from behind him, he heard sobs and trembling voices. "Thank you." Zoon, who turned around in surprise. It was the players captured by the cannibal monster tribe. The players continued, their voices shaking. "We almost became their food. How can we ever repay you?" Zoon-woo waved his sleeve, pointing in a direction, and said, "No need to thank me. Over there is a small boat. Use it to get to a larger island." The grateful players quickly replied, "We understand." Having reached safety, the players talked amongst themselves. "Phew, we survived. But what do we do now? We should have tried to latch onto that accumulator." But remembering Zoon-woo's cold voice and oppressive aura, they immediately abandoned that idea. "But he's so terrifying." Haiji was walking through the forest when she suddenly spotted a figure. "Someone's there." Haiji asked worriedly, "What happened to everyone?" After hearing the story from the players captured by the monster tribe, Haiji asked in surprise, "So, you're saying the accumulator wiped out all the cannibal monsters?" One person spoke up for the group, replying, "That's right. He turned the remaining monsters into slaves and used them to build a boat. What are we supposed to do now? We survived, but we don't have much time left, and the cannibal monsters took all our items." Haiji looked at everyone with pity, thinking of a way to help them. The cannibal monster rampage had left many injured, and the polluted air was also weighing them down. This situation had crushed their spirits. "My team still has the strength to move, and we can still build a boat to cross the river. But if these people are left here, they'll die. I don't want to be like father." After careful consideration, Haiji made a decision. "Please take me to the accumulator. I need to talk to him." Zoon-woo asked in surprise. You want to board my boat? Haiji replied immediately, without hesitation, yes. Of course, we don't expect you to help us out of kindness. We'll give you half of our achievement points. We're also willing to do all the menial tasks or anything you ask. Seeming to doubt Haiji's words, Zoon-woo asked skeptically, anything? Can you take responsibility for those words? The pressure Zoon-woo emitted was immense, making a fragile girl like Haiji tremble with fear. He's so terrifying, but I can't back down now. These people are relying on me. Despite her fear, Haiji bravely replied, I will take responsibility. Silently looking at Haiji for a long while, Zoon-woo finally answered, his tone softening. All right, I agree. Haiji was overjoyed. Thank you so much. But before they could board, Zoon-woo added a condition. However, I have conditions. First, the price to board is 90% of your achievement points. Non-negotiable. Second, you will follow my orders without question. Third, you will not interfere in my affairs. Haiji quickly replied, yes, I agree. Inwardly, Zoon-woo thought, it's a good thing I can accept these conditions. The other players, who had been despondent, heard Haiji's news and jumped for joy like children. Sanin exclaimed in Zoon-woo's mind, Slave Army number 1, and now Slave Army number 2. Huh. The cannibal monster tribe is Slave Army number 1. Zoon-woo replied casually. No, this is Army number 3 and 4. Surprised by Zoon-woo's answer, Sanin continued, Huh, why? Zoon-woo replied cheerfully, because Army number 1 is already here. In Zoon-woo's mind, Army number 1 was Sanin and the witch Dr. Boo's soul. Hearing this, the two of them were furious but couldn't do anything about it. Hey you! Ignoring Sanin and Boo's complaints, Zoon-woo looked towards where Haiji was standing and thought to himself, that woman, her name is Haiji, right? She's quite talented. She still has a lot of shortcomings, but I can train her, because there aren't many people with eyes like hers. She's worth keeping an eye on. At this moment, at the Illusion Legion mansion, west of the Illusion Lands, two members of the Illusion Legion were sparring. Their sword strikes were incredibly decisive, and the captain powerfully defeated their training partner. Both chatted cheerfully. It seems I'll never surpass you, Captain. I thought I was almost catching up this time. Huh, not quite. You've improved a lot. Maybe next time I'll lose. They reached out and helped each other up. You flatter me. Really? While wiping away sweat, another member of the Illusion Legion ran up. Slightly surprised, the captain asked, Why are you here? Has your leader finally come out? The other person hurriedly replied, Not exactly, sir. Actually, I came here to report something urgent. The captain asked, surprised, something to report to me. The Illusion Legion member handed over a stack of papers. Please take a look at this, sir. After reading, the captain's face turned cold. The accumulator. If the Legion commander finds out, he'll be furious. Zoon-woo's boat and everyone on board were crossing the deep ocean, battling large waves. For most of the journey, they were enveloped in a thick fog. Several days had passed since they began traversing the river of the dead. On Zoon-woo's boat, Haiji clearly understood why Zoon-woo had said those words. True to its name, the River of the Dead was a place full of trials. Monstrous, man-eating fish gaped their massive mouths, attempting to devour the boat. The boat rocked violently. Those on board screamed in fear and panic. Man-eating fish. The boat's going to capsize. Hold on tight. Several fish lay in wait ahead of the boat, while a monstrous fish gaped its jaws from behind. There's one behind the boat, too. Haiji stood on the deck, observing the scene with worry and contemplation. There are safer routes. Why did he steer the boat here? What is the accumulator thinking? But the scene unfolding before her eyes astonished Haiji. Zoon-woo was using his phoenix fire wings to soar high, his sword blazing with fire. Without hesitation, Zoon-woo unleashed powerful attacks. It didn't take long for the man-eating fish monsters to float lifelessly, dyeing the river red. After finishing them off, Zoon-woo landed back on the boat, causing it to rock. Inwardly, he sighed with relief. That was close. Almost everyone would have been finished, because they hadn't just entered the waters of the man-eating sea kings. Having just dealt with the fish, another problem arose. Pirates ahead. Zoon-woo, seemingly unconcerned, leaned against the railing and remarked, They've arrived at the perfect time. I need a guide. Zoon-woo's calmness surprised Haiji. He even smiled upon hearing about the pirates. Wearing his terrifying mask, Zoon-woo threatened the pirates. Where's the Crystal Palace? Or do you know anything about the Blue Rose? If you want to live, tell me everything. Terrified, the pirate stammered and trembled, his soul nearly leaving his body. "I'll tell you everything. Please spare me." Haiji watched in silence as Zoon-woo tortured the pirate's soul. Worried, she thought, the river of the dead. Can we really cross it safely? Zoon-woo's boat had gained another slave to act as a guide. In a corner of the boat, Zoon-woo gazed at the blue stone in his hand, thinking to himself, the Sea King's gem. That person will definitely like gems like this. Zoon-woo thought of a beautiful woman, Blue Rose Lana, Zoon-woo's second master and the ruler of the 28th floor. The first meeting between Zoon-woo and Lana wasn't very pleasant. Because of a small misunderstanding, they clashed. They had no choice but to fight each other. But Zoon-woo scratched his head and sighed, thinking, she doesn't seem like a bad person, so I'll go easy on her. Zoon-woo continued his train of thought. At that time, my younger brother had just awakened for the third time and achieved heaven's might, so he thought he was invincible. The result was that Zoon-woo was completely defeated. Lana possessed outstanding magic and swordsmanship skills. Her bold and carefree personality, along with her charismatic aura, immediately captivated Zoon-woo. Afterward, Zoon-woo persistently followed Lana. Initially, Lana found Zoon-woo to be quite bothersome, but gradually, she found a sight of him chasing after her like a puppy rather endearing and opened her heart. And they became a close master and disciple. And this relationship continued until Zoon-woo's fall. Even when the war between Zoon-woo and the 8 clans erupted, Lana stood by Zoon-woo until the very last moment. Because of this, almost all the power she had built crumbled, but she never regretted it. No one knows what happened afterward. The last clue indicates that she might be living in the Crystal Palace somewhere in the River of the Dead. I really want to see her. If I can invite her to join my side, that would be best. According to those guys, the palace is somewhere around here. Hopefully, using this as a bribe will work. If not, I still have plenty of other gems. Lost in thought, Zoon-woo seemed to notice something strange and raised his hand to signal the boat to stop. Haiji, seeing this, quickly relayed the message, "Stop the boat." Before the boat could fully stop, Zoon-woo swiftly leaped into the river. Haiji, witnessing this, asked in fear, "Is he crazy? Someone stop him." A little more information. The water in the River of the Dead is highly acidic and extremely toxic. Zoon-woo, now submerged in the river, looked at his hand and assessed, "It seems I can withstand it if I cover my body with fire chi like this." The ghosts beneath the river, with their sunken eyes and outstretched hands, seeing a human figure, also reached out, as if wanting to grab Zoon-woo's feet and pull him down into the icy depths. This person, a living being, showed no fear. Zoon-woo smirked, his eyes flashing with a sharp, knife-like glint. He raised his hand and activated Third Heavenly Spirit. Immediately, streaks of crimson energy, swirling like hellfire, shot down into the river. The ghosts, before they could touch Zoon-woo, were entangled and constricted by these energy streams like invisible nooses. Screams tore through the air as the ghosts writhed in agony before turning to ash. Zoon-woo walked through them with disdain, as if he had just crushed insignificant insects. Behind Zoon-woo, the river's surface returned to its tranquil state, but the air was chillingly cold. As soon as the ghosts dissipated, system notifications echoed from the void. Azel, the god of Malik, is smiling upon you. Azel has blessed you. Azel has used his power to enhance your third heavenly spirit. In the future, many more mysteries will unfold. Seeing the system notification, Zoon-woo thought to himself, "It seems Azel considers me one of his apostles now. Well, having more support will be beneficial." Another system notification appeared. Gazel, the demon of hell, roared angrily and told Azel not to meddle in affairs that weren't his. All the gods and demons ignored Gazel. Zoon-woo delved deeper, searching for something. After a period of silence, he roared inwardly. Found it, the Crystal Palace. Zoon-woo proceeded into the palace, observing. What is this? Everything has collapsed. The Crystal Palace was originally protected by a shield, but that shield is gone, so the entire palace is being corroded by the river. And there are even traces of a fierce battle. Were these gems? Did Lana collect them? Looking at the pile of gems, Zoon-woo saw a gem and, surprised, recalled the past. Did you know, Master? A younger Zoon-woo cheerfully asked. Lana asked back in surprise, huh? Know what? The younger Zoon-woo replied gently. On Earth, there's a day called Teacher's Day. He took out a necklace with a shining crimson gem attached. Lana asked in surprise, what is that? As he put the necklace on Lana, the younger Zoon-woo smiled brightly and said, this is a gift from me for Teacher's Day. Touching the gem on the necklace, Lana smiled tenderly. Blue Rose Lana's face was more radiant than ever as she turned and thanked the younger Zoon-woo. Meanwhile, on the boat, everyone saw Zoon-woo plunge into the river and began to talk amongst themselves anxiously. The accumulator abandoned us and jumped into the river. I knew he was crazy, but how are we supposed to steer the boat without him? Haiji immediately spoke up to reassure everyone. Everyone, the accumulator will be back soon. Until then, please stay put. In the distance, a fleet of boats was rapidly approaching Zoon-woo's boat. Everyone on board became even more worried and frightened. That is, at this moment, beneath the Crystal Palace, Zoon-woo stood before a skeleton sitting on a throne. He solemnly called out Lana's name. The power of the third heavenly spirit has been fully activated, but because her body has been submerged for so long, I can't awaken Lana's consciousness. However, through her fragmented memories, I was able to read her final moments. Lana's final memories surfaced in Zoon-woo's mind. Lana, trembling with rage, asked, "How could you, Bintet? How could you do this to me?" Bintet smiled, but his words were incredibly hurtful. "My dear fiancé, my Queen Lana, please don't resent me. You brought this all upon yourself." Bintet had been Lana's right-hand man and also her lover, and a student of Poseidon, the supreme god of Alibu. Lana, a student of the ancient sea god, Soto, and Bintet, a student of Poseidon, gradually led the Blue Rose Pirates and made a name for themselves, ruling the 28th floor. However, when Lana lost her power because she helped younger Zoon-woo, Bintet staged a coup. At this time, Bintet, who had injured Lana, laughed, but within that laughter, there was an indescribable sorrow. She always said that having power means having everything, and now I am the strong one, and she is the weak one. So, even if I take everything from a weak person like her, she won't be able to resist, right? Not knowing whether the pain was from the wound, oozing blood, or from being betrayed by her lover, Lana shed tears and cursed, "Bastard." Lana shouted Bintet's name and rushed towards him, blood splattering from her hand. The scene shifted to Lana, sitting on the throne in the middle of the Crystal Palace. Lana looked at the necklace and wearily uttered her last words. "Younger Zoon-woo, I'm sorry." Zoon-woo sighed inwardly. The reason Poseidon didn't like me was because Bintet and I were destined to become enemies one day. The gem of the necklace shone brightly in Zoon-woo's palm. The system displayed a notification. "You have received Soto's sacred artifact, the Sea Amulet. A new quest has been created. Sudden quest, Soto's grudge." The ancient sea god Soto holds a deep grudge against Poseidon and his student Bintet for killing his own student. However, Soto lost too much power to directly confront Poseidon. After a long wait, Soto has found a way. Follow Soto's will and assassinate Poseidon's student. Throughout the quest, Soto will grant you power and protection like a student. Time limit, none. Rewards, Soto's sacred artifact, Soto's blessing, Soto's power. Sea Amulet classification, necklace, sacred artifact level. A sacred artifact bestowed by the ancient sea god Soto, containing his remaining divine power. Ancestor of many sea monsters. Wearing this grants you the power to command sea kings and sea creatures. Furthermore, it can be used to read the ocean's memories to find the clues you seek. However, the divine power granted is limited. Once depleted, the sacred artifact's value will disappear. To restore its power, complete the quest Soto's grudge. King of the Seas. You can control sea kings and sea creatures with your mind. The amount of magic consumed and the success rate depend on the target size and rank. Song of the Sea. Countless memories scattered across the sea. Among them, you can easily find specific targets. Tracking specific targets is easier at sea. After Zoon-woo put on the necklace, the system displayed several notifications. Gazel looks at you with a cunning smile. Gazel tempts you with greater power for revenge. Athena looks at you sadly. Hermes falls silent. Poseidon stares at you intently. Zoon-woo thought to himself, I can feel a powerful aura. This must be the power that made Lana the ruler of the 28th floor. Now I can also feel Soto's resentment at the loss of a student. The system displayed another notification. Divine power reacts with the hidden divine element. Divine power has been enhanced. Zoon-woo thought, let's try using this ability. As Zoon-woo activated the ability, red and black auras enveloped him. Zoon-woo thought resolutely, first, Bintet, where are you hiding? As the current pierced through the layers of water, Zoon-woo saw a large fleet firing cannons. Zoon-woo wondered, surprised. Is that the symbol of the guild led by Bintet? Are they attacking my ship? Damn it, could it be that Poseidon has noticed and started to act? Zoon-woo used his wings to fly quickly towards the ship. The people on the ship were struggling to defend it. Everyone, hold your positions. Turn the helm. A man on Bintet's ship announced. People on the accumulator's ship, the king of the sea, Bintet, has spoken according to the will of the gods. The accumulator will be punished. Anyone who sides with him will be fed to the sea monsters. Those who surrender will be spared. I'll give you 1 minute. Hearing this, the people on the ship panicked and started to run. I'm sorry, Captain, but I want to live. Me too. Heidi worriedly called after them. Everyone don't. Ignoring him, the people jumped into the sea, raising their hands and shouting, I surrender. Throw down a life raft. A man on Bintet's ship replied cunningly, I said we'd spare you, not that we'd save you. Those who had just betrayed Zoon were stunned and speechless. What? Zoon-woo's ship was hit by a cannonball. Heidi stumbled on the rocking deck. He thought worriedly, no, if this keeps up. Zoon-woo arrived just in time, like a hero. Seeing Zoon-woo, Bintet's henchman shouted, Look, the accumulator has appeared. Get him. We are disciples of the sea god Poseidon. This place is surrounded by water. Your fire will be extinguished. Attack with all your might. Zoon-woo, unafraid, simply smirked and asked, Is that so? What about this, king of the sea? Numerous sea monsters appeared at Zoon-woo's command. One of Poseidon's apostles spoke boldly. At least you've shown yourself, accumulator. We are the gods of the sea. In this watery domain, your fire will be easily extinguished. He ordered, attack with all your might. Zoon-woo, not to be outdone, smirked provocatively. Oh really? Then come on. He activated the soul stone and used the Sea King technique. He soared into the air, determined to attack Poseidon's apostles and stir up the sea. They gasped in terror. Zoon-woo continued to activate the power of the stone, unleashing the fire tide technique. Their leader panicked, ordering his comrades to scatter and get as far away from him as possible. The battle at sea was now engulfed in smoke and fire, with countless cries for help ringing out. Zoon-woo, having gained the upper hand, declared, I don't need these small fry. Bintet, it's time for you to show your face. Many apostles called for their captain, but he remained calm, saying, 10 ships have been destroyed. The first mate, Rin Jiang, anxiously asked, What should we do, Captain? Bintet remained nonchalant, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. He said, The fireworks display is beautiful. Bring me my spear. A moment later, Bintet read a report, stroking his chin thoughtfully. For the first time in Poseidon's reign, the one who hasn't even spared a glance at the lower realm, not even once, has urged me, even going so far as to create a mission. That means the accumulator has done something to offend Poseidon. It seems I finally have an opponent entertaining enough for me. He paced back and forth, taking his spear to battle. His fighting spirit surged. Using the storm technique, the battle between Zoon-woo and Bintet began. Zoon-woo assessed him. He can unleash divine power to this extent. Is it because of that spear? That's Poseidon's sacred weapon, Trina. Its power is immense, compressing river water to its utmost limit before attacking. The two faced each other, Bintet provoking, It's an honor to meet the accumulator. Here's a welcoming gift. Bintet extended his hand, revealing compressed water spheres. The battle between fire and water intensified. Bintet laughed with delight, unexpected to find such a talented individual on such a low floor. Zoon-woo's spirit boiled. He brandished his sword, threatening his opponent. Bintet saw his necklace glow, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That looks familiar. Where did you get that? Have you been to the 28th floor? That thing reminds me of 2 people I utterly despise. It's making me quite irritated. Zoon-woo was taken aback by the question, unsure how to explain. A notification appeared. Poseidon is attempting to impose divine punishment upon you, observing you with clear killing intent. Hera is cheering you on. Athena is blessing you and wishing you victory, looking at Poseidon with a calm gaze. In the heavenly realm, Alibu was steeped in silence due to the tension between Poseidon and Athena. Back on the sea, the battle between Zoon-woo and Bintet raged on, evenly matched. Zoon-woo gritted his teeth. I hope you'll fare better than Ahe, king of the man-eaters. Bintet was momentarily stunned, as before him Zoon-woo awakened his dragon form and 3rd heavenly spirit. Evil spirit slayer and the goddess's holy seal being his support. Zoon-woo's powerful weapons. Zoon-woo charged. Bintet's eyes widened as he looked up. He thought, when did he get so close? Suddenly, Zoon-woo's eyes emitted a bright light. He stared, hesitantly saying those eyes. You're the same as me. I suppose so, he continued. All right, this makes things more interesting. I'll think about that necklace of yours after I defeat you. Both sides clashed, neither yielding. Both sides unleashed their strongest techniques in a direct confrontation, summoning numerous spirits to battle. Zoon-woo gained the upper hand. Bintet was cornered by a serpent spirit. He roared, "You nuisances." The battle was far from over, a bloody spectacle unfolding on a battlefield. Bintet declared heroically, "This is it. This is the battle I've been longing for. You too. You have the same eyes as me. You're enjoying this too, aren't you?" He grinned. "Come on, let me see your expression." Bintet reached out to rip off his mask. Athena jumped from her seat and yelled. Bintet threatened, "Let me tear off your mask and see what expression lies beneath." He gripped the mask as if about to rip it off, causing Athena intense fear. It's too dangerous, she thought. I've used up all my divine power. Just a little more. Suddenly, a fiery vortex erupted with incredible force, sweeping Bintet away. A moment later, Athena stood in a different location. She sighed in relief. It seems my ship is gone. Honestly, no one wants to get caught up in this mess. Even Poseidon's sacred artifact has lost its power. Even with the sacred artifact, he's difficult to deal with. Bintet is truly a formidable opponent, but there are many others with similar skills on the higher planes. I must train harder. But then, she smirked condescendingly. It's been a long time since I've felt this excited. At that moment, the seawater beneath Athena began to boil violently. Bintet, it turned out, was not only still alive, but grinning mischievously. "You monster are quite resilient," Athena remarked. Bintet laughed heartily. "Look who's talking." He retorted, "Trina has lost its power. Poseidon's curse must have weakened you. But I'm the same. My chi and body are in chaos. So now, neither divine protection nor sacred artifacts have any effect. This is the perfect time to truly test our skills." He laughed loudly, brimming with confidence. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy froze him in place, neutralizing his trident. "This is the perfect time to truly test our skills." Athena gasped, covering her mouth at the unexpected turn of events. The gods of Alibu were astonished and in an uproar. Zoon-woo was surprised to receive another item. A notification indicated it was the Black King's charm, with the function of protecting the knees. The item was unique, the only one in the tower, and would only obey its owner. It could not be traded or transferred. Currently, there was no information on the requirements to unlock its powers. Bintet thought the phenomenon was very similar to when he obtained Ahe and wondered who the Black King was. Light from the lightning surrounded Zoon-woo. It was the power of the Black King. Bintet simply stared wide-eyed. Poseidon roared and decided to gather the lesser gods for a discussion. Poseidon glared at Zoon-woo, preparing to retaliate. Ahe crossed his arms, nodded, and chuckled. He sent Zoon-woo a message. Hera smiled mysteriously and also sent him a message. The Malik gods were watching Zoon-woo, while the Aga gods remained silent. The Chan god sighed and began to observe the celestial signs, foreseeing the danger ahead. The Lu internal nobles were delighted, while the Jukot nobles of Alibu were mocking. Zoon-woo received many messages. They were pleased from Ga to be chosen to accompany him. Hera offered encouragement. "Don't worry too much. It's nothing serious. Ga messaged you. You are actually that person." Zoon-woo guessed that person was the Black King. Bintet appeared, saying, "It's too noisy. Poseidon is a god. Couldn't you foresee this? And now you're blaming me." He said, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being trapped here, unable to do anything. So shut up." Standing before Zoon-woo, Bintet said, "I apologize. My divine temper isn't very good." Zoon-woo replied, "Sure, whatever. Let's begin, though I've lost my enthusiasm a bit." Challenged, lost a divine artifact. Two of my gods are furious. None of that matters anymore. What matters is you, and this fight with you. Bintet, along with his treasured spear, lunged forward and roared, "You are the most important thing to me right now." Zoon-woo retorted, "I think you are too, accumulator." He thought to himself, "While I calculate meticulously in battle, Bintet is the opposite. He fights purely on instinct. When injured, I'll use Ghost Path or Regeneration, but he won't even care. So, let's clash and decide this." Both opponents, equally matched, refused to yield. Zoon-woo thought, "We both thrust at each other simultaneously. Now, it's a matter of who will cut off the other's life first." He's probably thinking the same thing. Though both were injured and exhausted, they continued to fight. Zoon-woo used time shift, disorienting Bintet. "I thought we both struck at the same time. Why am I the only one?" Bintet regained his composure. "It seems you still have a trump card up your sleeve. But this body is overloaded. I can't lose." Dan-hoo and Lena also fell defeated. Zoon-hoo resolutely declared, I won't be like them. He thought, no movement. Could he have another power besides the divine artifact and his divine abilities? I have to dodge. Looking directly into Bentet's eyes, he said, so you must die. Suddenly, his mask shattered. He unleashed an attack directly at Bentet. Fortunately, Rin Jiang, the first mate, appeared. You have to dodge, Rin Jiang exclaimed. Zoon-hoo worried about his broken mask. Damn it, I have to restore the mask. My power is at its limit. He flew off to recover. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Duke. The Duke inquired about his well-being, cheerfully addressing him, my dear friend of the Bloodlands. The two flew off together. Are you all right, Captain? Bentet asked. Rin Jiang, you know I hate this kind of thing, right? I'm sorry, Captain, but in the current situation, there's no way you can fight the Duke again. Don't worry about it. Just rest. Meanwhile, Dan-hoo was being supported by an old man. If I'd been a moment later, I would have been in serious trouble. Are you all right? Dan-hoo asked. How did you get here? The old man chuckled. I was ordered by His Majesty to bring you back to the Blood Kingdom safely. You promised to visit, but you never came, so I had to come myself. Dan-hoo thought, that's funny. My image in the Blood Kingdom is still good. It's a good thing I restore my mask before showing my face. I really thought I had reached my limit. Suddenly, a strange voice emerged. We meet again, familiar face. In the sky, a figure with large wings loomed behind the clouds. It was the Spring Queen. Why is she here? There's no way she'd abandon the battle in the upper levels with the White Dragon just to come here. The old man stared at her and said, that's a newly born soul body, a copy created by separating internal energy from the main body. I heard that only those who have reached the master level in the One-Horn tribe can possess it. So that means the Spring Queen's martial arts have reached the master level. Isn't she busy? Why is she here? She replied, I think you know why. I'm here to take the one you're protecting. Even being torn to shreds isn't enough for sending my mother to the Yellow Springs. I won't be satisfied until I throw him into the river as fish bait. Immediately, the old man stood in front of Dan-hoo. She's gathering magic in her palms. It seems you won't hand him over easily. A surge of power erupted from her hands, shooting forcefully towards the two of them. But fortunately, the old man blocked it just in time. I can't believe a copy has such terrifying power. Moreover, the accumulator seems unable to stand anymore. Damn it, at this rate we'll both die. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang in his ear. Can you hear me? We're all here to help the accumulator. We'll be there soon, so when I give the signal, throw the accumulator down. The voice came from Spirit. The Spirit signaled to throw immediately, and a swirling vortex of water shot up into the sky, intercepting the Queen's attack. Zoon-hoo was pushed back by the old man, and at the same time, the Spirit arrived and caught him. The Spring Queen was furious. You think you can escape me? Those purple sparks redirected, attacking the Spirit, causing her pain. Seeing this, her two teammates below cried out in worry. The Spirit continued to endure the waves of lightning, refusing to yield. No, I'm different from my father. I have to prove it. Suddenly, an immense surge of spiritual power flowed from within her, repelling all the lightning. Zoon-hoo thought to himself, a silver-haired, blue-eyed elite. She must be from one of the most prestigious, noble spirit families. But I heard they all died a long time ago. As soon as they landed, she said, there's no time to stand around gawking. We have to get out of here quickly. Row faster. The Spring Queen still wouldn't give up, trying to approach, but the old man blocked her. Where do you think you're going? Fight me first. Ignoring him, she fired a bolt of lightning right next to the boat. On the deck, Zoon-hoo asked, why did you save me? You could have just left me. She just smiled and replied, because I don't want to be like someone. Take off that mask. All right, thank you. Then he closed his eyes, startling her. He scared me. Is he unconscious? I thought he was dead. Even if he is the accumulator, he's still human. He's always like a monster, so it's hard to see him any other way. Get some rest. Within Zoon-hoo's subconscious, he was in a dark space. I can't see anything. Suddenly, a figure approached. Sleeping well, aren't you? Seems like you're living quite comfortably. He asked, are you the one who called me here? The other replied, am I not allowed to call? I'm your other personality. We're like twins. Your younger brother called because he wanted to see how his older brother was doing. Is there a problem? Hearing him say that made Zoon-hoo agitated. He reached out and grabbed the other's neck. Watch your mouth. Look at you, getting angry after just a few words. Is your cold nature wavering? Zoon-hoo let go. All right, why did you call me here? It's nothing serious. But hey, don't you think you're too weak? You possess treasures like the Sage's Stone, the Ma-ong-the, and Viji, yet you can only do this much. Just now, watching you fight that guy made me fall asleep from boredom. You can't be this weak. You have to increase the difficulty. Only then can my hunger be satisfied. Back in reality, Zoon-woo woke up with a start. In the empty room, he was alone. I finally couldn't hold it back. Remembering what that entity said, I'll give you one chance. Don't forget, this is your last chance. The slumbering devil within the sage's stone has unlocked the stone's hidden power and helped my body recover. Even with regeneration skills, I couldn't have recovered this quickly. This is unsettling. The old man entered and said, "It seems other forces have continued to pursue this ship. Where should we go? With the current situation, we have a perfect hiding place. We'll go to Bae-zook's fortress." Bae-zook's floating island was originally hidden by countless layers of defense, making its location difficult to determine. But using the Sea King's gem, I discovered its location through Bae-zook's memories. It's an impenetrable fortress that Bae-zook spent a long time completing. A perfect place to hide. Of course, we can't easily get there. After passing through the fog, the defense system will activate. The spirit said, "You've just recovered. Don't move around too much. You look tired too." I was worried they were chasing us, so I stayed up all night. Suddenly, there was a large explosion in the distance. She stepped out to see a pile of floating debris. So he didn't just channel magic power into the air, but also spread it around. He truly is a terrifying person. Faintly in the fog, the shape of the island gradually appeared. It's right there. Prepare to drop anchor. Everyone on deck busily prepared. Zoon-woo thought to himself, "It seems different from what I saw in the records. Something strange." Then everyone went ashore and began to scout the surroundings. Unbelievable, but something strange. I don't sense any signs of life. Yet there are half-eaten meals and books on the ground, as if people vanished into thin air. One of them pointed and shouted, "Isn't that the Athea insignia over there? Didn't this island belong to Athea?" Seeing him lost in thought, the spirit asked, "Is something wrong?" He turned around and replied, "Nothing. I'll scout this side. You check below." "Understood. You don't want anyone going this way, right? Just do as I said." The two split up. Zoon-woo, with a cold glint in his eyes, muttered, "That bastard." Even though Loanta and Baha had switched sides, Bae-zook was the one most involved in overthrowing his own brother, just like Zoon. He created the deadly poison that destroyed Zoon-woo's body and slaughtered the players who try to help him. And he dares to use the Athea insignia on the island Zoon-woo granted him. As much as I want to blow this place up, I still need to know what happened here. Even with outsiders appearing, the island remains quiet, so it's not certain that those on the island have left. That bastard wouldn't leave behind his precious research and test subjects. If he planned to leave, he would have blown up this island first. Definitely, something happened on this island. He then descended into a hidden chamber below. Inside the room, he dispersed the shadows at his feet, gathering everything. While walking around and tapping on the walls, he discovered an anomaly. He took out a book, and another door swung open. Time shifted back to the past. Bae-zook, you've set up a massive experimental facility throughout this island. What exactly are you experimenting on? Researching poison wouldn't require this many resources. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just curious. What's your ultimate goal? He replied, "Super pharmaceuticals." Back in the present, Zoon-woo found the super pharmaceutical vials. After entering Bae-zook's research room, Zoon-woo unexpectedly discovered containers of Bae-zook's antidotes. At this point, he surmised that Bae-zook wanted to create superhumans to recreate the legends of the world he once lived in. So, these potions would likely enhance divine power. Of course, I understand him too well. I know more than half of these are definitely deadly poisons. He then summoned Boo and ordered, "Analyze these, report their effects and countermeasures back to me. Separate anything unnecessary." Hearing the command, Boo immediately complied. "I will obey your command." Zoon-woo thought to himself, "I'll leave the basement to the monsters and focus on the second and third floors." Since he spent his life conducting horrific experiments without interacting with others, there won't be anything down there. A moment later, after ascending to the third floor, which was Bae-zook's study, Zoon was astonished by the lavishness of the room. It made him laugh out loud. Bae-zook, you wanted to live like a human too, decorating your home and enjoying the beautiful scenery. After what you did to Zoon-woo, your comrade. Suddenly, he noticed the chain on his hand. After receiving the chain, the sensitivity to the shackles has become even more profound. Dealing with monsters and third-tier spirits isn't the same anymore. More importantly, there's this indescribable, gloomy, and clammy feeling. Am I gradually understanding the Black King's despair through each piece of this set? At this moment, the system issued a warning. Azel is calmly watching you. Azel quietly suggests you should inspect the artifact. Zoonwoo pondered. Alabu has been silent after losing his composure. But Malik's Azel is becoming increasingly interested. Why? It's best to follow Azel's advice. The notifications are quite bothersome anyway. Immediately, Zoonwoo examined the Black King's sorrow. However, its information remained a mystery to him. As expected, it wouldn't be easy to learn more about the Black King. But the clues aren't just in the chain. The shackles devoured Zu's sacred relic, and the chain devoured Poseidon's sacred relic. Could there be a connection to Alabu's gods? In the past, those who couldn't resist the supreme Black King had to live in fear. They turned traitorous and imprisoned him in darkness. And from betrayal, did Alabu's gods betray the Black King? That must be why despair and sorrow absorbed Achery in China. Because the Black King himself formed a hostile relationship with Alabu. So, were they once close friends? The Titan Ma-che and Ziggy Ma-che, the disappearance of Uranus and the Trojan War. If the Black King was one of them, the Black King is an existence related to death, close to or a part of Alabu. At this moment, countless gods sent incredibly strange messages through the system. All the death gods are watching you. All the death demons are awaiting your judgment. Zoonwoo grew increasingly tense. These entities related to death and the afterlife that are clearly showing their craving for the artifact. Are they worried that I'm getting closer to the Black King's identity? It makes sense. This is a power on a different level compared to necromancy or magic. It can easily manipulate souls on a large scale, and it can even enhance their power and turn them into minions. It's a realm of death that no one has ever mastered. Not to mention, that's not all. That power is truly. No, it's something beyond just powerful. Suddenly, Zoonwoo received a message from Azel. Do not doubt. Accept it. Trust absolutely and obey. Glory will come to you and accept me. Become my apostle, and I will guide you. I am the loyal disciple of the Supreme One. However, Azel's words made Zoonwoo suspicious. Did this arrogant being just call himself a disciple? A noble being who can control life and death. After Azel spoke, almost all the other gods fell silent. Zoonwoo became bewildered. No one followed Azel. Does that mean they all know who the Black King is? But Azel is Malik's god. He has no connection to Alabu. Was my guess about the Black King being connected to Alabu wrong? It's strange that Hades hasn't reacted yet. Shouldn't he be the one to react the strongest? Could Hades be the Black King, betrayed by his two brothers, Zeus and Poseidon? Or perhaps Kronos or Uranus, defeated by Zeus and his followers? Or maybe Lucifer, whose wings were torn apart by both gods and demons? I need to complete the entire set to narrow down the possibilities. Zaza said each artifact takes the form of handcuffs, chains, or shackles. Coincidentally, there are three main gods of Alabu: Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. This means, to obtain the final shackle artifact, I need Hades' sacred relic. Sacred relics are typically used by apostles. But is there anyone in this tower who is an apostle of Hades? Zoonwoo sat down on a chair to ponder. I'll have to find another way then, someone who knows about this period. Immediately, a name came to mind, the Kai triplets. I must find them, the ones who created the sacred relics for Zeus and the other two. Suddenly, one of his subordinates appeared, carrying someone's body. I brought what you requested. Elsewhere, after his defeat, Bentik was brought here to be healed. In a moment, he suddenly woke up and flew into a rage at his servant, repeatedly shouting, "Where's Qin Zhang?" Just then, Qin Zhang arrived with a tray of food. "Stop yelling at innocent people." Bentik, as if going mad, said, "I told you not to interfere in my battle." However, despite his reproach, Qin Zhang remained strangely calm. Seeing him remain silent, Bentik seemed to let it go and began to think calmly. Calm down. If I continue being stubborn, I'll follow in Lana's footsteps and ruin everything. If you decided it, then it must be the right choice. Thank you for understanding. Qin Zhang finished, and Bentik questioned him with a murderous tone. But this is the only time. Never stop me again. At that moment, Bentik suddenly remembered his severed arm. Come to think of it, my arm couldn't regenerate with Poseidon's blessing. Even if my entire body were destroyed, it could regenerate thanks to divine power. Could it be? He couldn't believe that the one holding his arm was Zoonwoo. An apostle is the embodiment of a god, both physically and mentally. In other words, this is full of nutrients. Just then, Poseidon warned, "Stop. How dare you? However, despite the threat, Zoon-woo ignored him and slowly absorbed Bentik's arm. On the other side, Bentik gradually realized, so my arm is being devoured so deliciously. It must be you. Eat it all. The accumulator becomes stronger and comes back to me. Let's fight like crazy next time. After successfully absorbing Bentik's arm, Zoon-woo received numerous rewards, including a large amount of divine essence. The old divine essences resonated with the new essence. Now his body felt like it was exploding. The divine essence of Poseidon that I absorbed is spreading throughout my body. The divine essence couldn't cause any effect before because its quantity was less than that of the dragon or demon. But this much should be enough. Every cell in my body is changing. Even my demonic dragon body is being affected. Perhaps I can awaken the demonic dragon body with divine essence. My understanding of Poseidon has increased. Now I hope I can also develop other aspects. Even the attributes compatible with the water element have increased by 30 points, and I've gained an additional 25 proficiency points. At the same time, the system also informed me that Poseidon is extremely furious about my actions. However, these things are nothing to me. This floor, the river Styx, is a water-based area. That puts those who use fire or darkness like me at a great disadvantage. Now I don't need to worry anymore. Just one arm is this impressive. I wonder what will happen when I absorb the entire body. Just you wait, Bentik. The scene shifts to a castle within a forest. Suddenly, Nai appears and softly asks, "Master, are you alright?" At this moment, he suddenly thought the recent events seemed to have made them worry about him. Knowing that Zoon-woo is fine, they are overjoyed. Weren't you too complacent this time? From Chiton to Kot, there were countless opportunities for you to summon them. Yet you chose to fight alone and lost control. Where's the calm and collected accumulator I know? You fought so fiercely that you even forgot about revenge. Even Zoon-woo couldn't deny that. There's something terrifying lurking deep within my subconscious. A brutal beast, eagerly awaiting the day, can devour me. The demonic instinct, another aspect of myself that I don't want to acknowledge. I lost control and became immersed in the battle. That's why I couldn't be myself. I was excited by the enemy before me and didn't want anyone to interfere in my fight. That cannot happen again. No matter who the enemy is, I must always keep a cool head. At this point, Zoon-woo also admitted to his subordinates that he was wrong. They all seemed to understand him. If you understand, then please look around next time, okay? We're always by your side. Suddenly, Nai interrupted, "Don't bother Master anymore. He's already reflecting." Stop roaring. However, let's talk about the present. The situation isn't good at all. How do you plan to deal with Biha? That monster has its eyes on you. Despite this, Zoon-woo remained calm. It's all right. I have insurance from escaping Kot. And then he suddenly took out a stream of black energy. It surprised the demonic dragon. Is this the river Styx where you were fighting? Yes, it allows me to view the current situation from afar. Kot and Obuth, the people of the Blood Kingdom, are coming. It seems Obuth has summoned another duke. The battle between them and Biha is now very intense. Her power partially impressed the demonic dragon. She can still dodge the attacks of 3 Blood Kingdom dukes simultaneously, even though it's just a clone and almost out of energy. Impressive. She truly is the daughter of the Summer Queen and the clan chief. How can you see this scene? Is it thanks to an artifact? Zoon-woo explained, "I'm sharing vision with my soldiers. When I received help from the two, we attached a phantom to Obuth's leg. That action surprised the demonic dragon with your cleverness. Truly an intelligent decision. It makes me ashamed for scolding you earlier. But nothing has changed. Even if Kot's clone is defeated here, she will continue to pursue you." Zoon-woo reasoned, "Therefore, I will make her abandon that idea for a while. The more intense the battle, the more interesting it becomes." It seems the combined strength of the 3 dukes still can't injure her. As the battle reached a critical juncture, Zoon-woo suddenly ordered Han-ung to act. Han-ung's appearance immediately startled both of them. The other 2 dukes were still bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Unexpectedly, Han-ung struck down Obuth before their very eyes. Bia speculated, what was that just now? It was like a slash emerging from shadows. Seeing Obuth fall, the remaining 2 dukes furiously charged forward to avenge him. "How dare you harm Duke Obuth? You will never be forgiven." Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Bia still held the upper hand due to her strength. Just like that, Han-ung completed his mission. "I will restore the target and return." Han-ung reported to Zoon-woo, "Master, I have completed the mission. I will retrieve the target and return." Zoon-woo gave a satisfied smile. It seems they've ignited quite a large fuse. The demise of the favored duke, whose desire was to taste dragon meat, was enough for the gluttonous emperor to establish his own army. Furthermore, it was the reason they believed Zoon-who was still on their side. Messies suddenly spoke, "I knew it." Zoon-who asked, "Knew what?" Messies replied frankly, "Knew you would betray the Blood Kingdom." Thinking about it, your acting skills are truly superb. Nai, standing beside him, couldn't help but agree. Zoon-who coldly turned and walked away. Only fools are deceived. I just hope Sei Xa's personality won't be like his in the future. Han-ung, at this time, was absorbing a powerful soul, his level increasing and surpassing its previous limit. Zoon-who quietly observed from the side. He was the one who instructed Han-ung to devour Obuth's soul. Although he was defeated by Kod, Obuth was still one of the four great dukes and a close subordinate of the gluttonous emperor. The power he held could not be underestimated. He seemed shocked to realize Zoon-who's true identity and understand what had transpired before being absorbed. Of course, Zoon-who felt no remorse. After all, Obuth and the gluttonous emperor were the ones who had targeted him. For Zoon-who, it was all just a big gamble. If the duke hadn't been distracted by the battle with Kod, or if Han-ung hadn't been strong enough, the outcome would have been different. Zoon-who told himself that he had to become stronger, so he wouldn't have to rely on such tricks anymore. Not only him, but his subordinates as well. In a blink of an eye, Han-ung finally evolved into a death noble. Now, Han-ung held a different position. He prostrated himself at Zoon-who's feet. "I request an audience with my master." Immediately afterward, Zoon-who boarded a ship drifting at sea. Sitting in his room, he began to formulate a plan. The moment Han-ung finished evolving would also be the time he left Beizuk's island. This trial had a time limit, and Zoon-who had already taken everything he could from there. Of course, Zoon-who had also blown up the island to prevent other players from finding it. Watching Beizuk's home burn to ashes was a rather satisfying feeling. As long as everything went according to plan, the trial wouldn't encounter any obstacles. Now, only Bentik and Chi-tun remained. The Poseidon tribe was one of the new powers making a name for itself under the leadership of Tun Vong-bentik. All the members holding high positions were apostles of Poseidon. More accurately, only Bentik was a true apostle of Poseidon, while the others were apostles of gods under Poseidon's command. The constellation Orion, the hunter, the giant Antaeus, one with strength comparable to Hercules, and even the sea goddess Charybdis. All of them were children of Poseidon. Perhaps that was why the mission called them apostles, because Poseidon considered the apostles of his children to also be his own apostles. Although Zoon had become stronger, facing Bentik and Chi-tun was still dangerous. The good news was, thanks to the time difference, he would have some time to review the previous battle and analyze Bentik's fighting style. Bentik's greatest strength, and also his greatest weakness, was his unyielding nature, refusing to suffer any loss. His unwavering personality, never backing down, was exactly what a king needed. But the harder something was, the easier it was to break, and Zoon needed to find a way to break his offensive. He was also a battle maniac, which was why he personally confronted Zoon instead of coordinating with his subordinates. Zoon didn't know if it was due to confidence in his own strength or arrogance, but he would surely do the same thing again next time, and that was Zoon's advantage. There was still some time before he had to face Chi-tun. Until then, Zoon had to prepare thoroughly. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. All the trials were over. This was the 29th floor, the land of the dead. Hearing that announcement, the group immediately embraced each other in joy. One of the players also ran over and put an arm around Heidi, thanking her for saving all of their lives. Heidi couldn't hide her happy smile. She knew that if it weren't for the accumulator, they wouldn't have survived until now. Suddenly, Heidi saw Zoon figure flash past the crowd, jumping off the ship. After drifting at sea for several days, Zoon finally returned to his beloved homeland. But next was Chi-tun's 30th floor, and he needed to maintain his focus. Before he could take a step, Zoon heard someone call out to him. Only one gaze was directed towards him. It was Heidi. She anxiously asked, "Are you leaving?" Zoon briefly replied yes. He believed that the agreement between them had ended, so there were no more obligations. Heidi didn't mean it that way, but Zoon's words weren't wrong either. The agreement had ended, so Heidi had no reason to stop him from leaving. It was just that she didn't understand why she wanted to hold Zoon back. Contrary to Heidi's feelings, in Zoon eyes, Heidi was a gem he couldn't ignore. He had this thought before. Heidi's determined gaze was rare. She could also lead those around her while taking care of them naturally. Heidi had the innate qualities of a leader. Zoon-woo could clearly see Heidi's potential for growth. Before leaving, Zoon-woo told her, "If you change your mind, come find me." Heidi listened, still not understanding what Zoon-woo meant. Although Zoon-woo really wanted to recruit Heidi immediately, looking at her now, and then at the people around her, he understood that too many people needed Heidi's help, so he would let her go for now. The scene shifted to Chi-tun's base. Shin-jong had just returned from somewhere, his face pensive. Test, standing nearby, asked, "How's the captain?" Shin-jong hasn't been this happy in a long time. Shin-jong only replied, "The captain is still resting and recovering. Reconnecting a severed arm isn't easy." Test suddenly questioned, "Are you sure you're taking good care of the captain?" He put his face close to Shin-jong's. "Am I wrong? If you had been watching him properly, this wouldn't have happened." Shin-jong was a bit annoyed. He knew Test had always disagreed with him being the captain's close advisor. But with a situation like this, Test still had that provocative attitude, which was truly speechless. Shin-jong didn't bother arguing with Test, wanting to focus on a more important issue. He announced, "The usurper is coming here." Shin-jong guessed that Zoon-woo had been seriously injured from the previous fight with the captain, but seemed to have recovered somewhat. He had also just heard that Zoon-woo had passed the 29th floor and was now on the 30th. So now they had to come up with a plan before Zoon-woo recovered and charged in. Test listened, not seeming to care. Is that really necessary? He believed that Zoon-woo must have expended a considerable amount of energy passing the trial, and dealing with him would be as easy as pie. Shin-jong tried to explain, "You can't underestimate the usurper like that. We need to be prepared." Test, upon hearing this, not only disagreed, but also thought Shin-jong was too cowardly. He confidently declared that he was Test, the second strongest warrior in Chi-tun, only after Lord Benti. He would definitely mince that little usurper for everyone to see. Seeing this, Shin-jong didn't bother advising him. This was the best outcome. He would use Test to check Zoon-woo's condition and then prepare appropriate countermeasures. Thinking so, Shin-jong allowed Test to deal with Zoon-woo and immediately turned to leave after speaking. Test looked at Shin-jong's back, calling him a nuisance. Elon, standing beside him, felt that Shin-jong's words weren't wrong at all. Test couldn't help but get angry with his sister. Elon covered her ears and complained, "Everything is going your way. Now you just need to prove you're right." Test glared at Shin-jong. "Isn't that obvious?" "That's right. Test just needed to prove himself. Prove that he was the true vice-captain of Chi-tun. Shin-jong could just wait and see. One day, he would definitely make him kneel. Just not sure which day. Meanwhile, Zoon-woo had just set foot on the 30th floor when he received a notification. This was the tomb of the deceased on the 30th floor. After a long period of eating, drinking, and breathing the air of the world of the deceased, Zoon-woo's body had gradually become accustomed to it. Therefore, the challenge on this floor was to spend the remaining time purging all the accumulated toxins from his body. Only then could he leave. The remaining time was 13 days and 22 hours. After reading the notification, Zoon-woo sighed inwardly. It was indeed the challenge of the 30th floor. Every 10 floors, the system would reevaluate the achievements of the previous floors. So, depending on how one overcame the previous floors, the difficulty of this floor would also vary considerably. Although Zoon-woo had acquired many good things, this challenge was still quite difficult. First, he needed to figure out what kind of poison he had been afflicted with so he could find the antidote. Inside this tomb of the deceased, Zoon-woo had to gather all the necessary ingredients himself. At a glance, one could see that its scale was much larger than the previous floors. Compared to other players who had to rush around searching, Zoon-woo had a much easier method. He just had to summon his subordinates and tell them to find the ingredients. With the ingredient problem solved, Zoon-woo only needed to find a way to neutralize the poison. He turned to one of his subordinates and asked, "Have you finished analyzing Bae-zook's elixir?" The subordinate replied, "The analysis shows 4 bottles are elixir, the rest are deadly poisons. The elixir bottles must be consumed in order, otherwise the spiritual power will go out of control and ravage the body." Zoon-woo picked up a bottle and observed it. If these deadly poisons were created by Bae-zook, they would probably be comparable to even the Demon King's poison. This was exactly what Zoon-woo needed. The subordinates clamorously asked, "What is this? Are these poisonous plants? Are you planning to make the poison worse?" That's right, Zoon-woo intended to use the method Bae-zook had used. Unlike those who focused too much on antidotes, Bae-zook had decided to try a more creative method. When he created even more poisons, Zoon-woo found it puzzling and could only watch. Bae-zook showed off the poisons in his hand, and then poured them all into his mouth, to everyone's horror. Actually, Bae-zook didn't want to waste the deceased poison, so he chose to make his body adapt to it. Of course, this method was successful and made Bae-zook much stronger. But it also made Zoon-woo realize he was a bit unusual. The subordinates were a little uneasy. Isn't this method only applicable to poisonous plants? What about the deadly poisons? Zoon-woo calmly replied, of course, I'll drink them. The subordinates became even more anxious upon hearing this, afraid something would happen to Zoon-woo. Zoon-woo knew this method was extremely risky, but he had to go through it to obtain toxic blood. Toxic blood was Bae-zook's exclusive skill, and it was also what helped increase his fame. Based on an extremely high immunity to poisons, it was the skill of using red syrup as a medium to artificially create deadly poison. Depending on how it was used, it could give all surrounding beings a one-way ticket to logging out of the server. Even a poison specialist like Bae-zook took quite a while to master toxic blood. To catch up to him in such a short time, Zoon-woo had no choice but to take a gamble. Of course, Zoon-woo had prepared beforehand. With the cold blood trait, he could remain calm and handle any situation after ingesting the poison. As long as he had the regeneration skill, he could restore his body as many times as needed. Zoon-woo drank the poison while encouraging himself, I can do this. As soon as I get toxic blood, I'll drink the elixir. The poison gradually seeped into Zoon-woo's body. After a while, nothing happened. Just as Zoon-woo was puzzled, his body suddenly reacted violently. Notifications popped up continuously, noisy like a Free Fire lobby. The absorbed components are attacking the player. Your body is being destroyed from the inside. Antidote is required immediately. The cold blood trait helped him maintain his sanity. Regeneration skill activated. The poison bottle suddenly slipped from his grasp. The remaining poison immediately spilled out, creating plumes of unidentified black smoke. Empty bottles littered the ground, seemingly having been there for a while. The latest notification appeared. A new skill has been created. Zoon, who was drenched in sweat, finally got it. He looked at the data before him, somewhat surprised. The activated skill wasn't toxic blood, but surplus toxic blood, a series of toxic blood created by mixing various extremely potent poisons, possessing both strong acidity and toxicity. Depending on its usage, it could also harm the user. It had three main functions: antidote resistance, automatic toxin secretion, and finally, the creation of a toxic mist. The quantity remained the same, but the additional information about the new type of poison was different. Zoon-woo didn't know if it was due to the dragon body trait, or because he had forced his body to adapt while regenerating. Regardless of the reason, either one was beneficial. If he could experience the new poison, Zoon-woo would be able to recreate it. Zoon-woo was excited, wanted to test this skill immediately. In the blink of an eye, Zoon-woo appeared at the Chi-tun base. A seaport managed by Chi-tun, nothing could be more perfect. Zoon-woo gave the order, rise. Immediately, a massive undead army, as numerous as the Yuan army, appeared behind him. After summoning his troops, Zoon-woo raised his wrist and made a slight cut. He tilted his wrist slightly, letting the Saizo drip onto his troops by inertia. After absorbing Zoon-woo's Saizo, the undead's danger level increased exponentially. In reality, Zoon-woo didn't need surplus toxic blood. Considering power and range, he already had Fire Tide, but using it to enhance the strength of his subordinates would be more than enough to wipe out the entire group without him having to lift a finger. He calmly stood there, preparing to watch the show. The people below were still blissfully unaware, cheerfully moving goods. Just a second later, the ground began to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. At first, they thought it was an earthquake, but just by looking up, they realized it wasn't. The sky was no longer filled with stars, but instead, a legion of monsters was rushing towards them. Caught completely off guard by the sudden attack, the people had no time to defend themselves, only able to resist in vain. The undead were saturated with a potent poison. Even the slightest touch would leave one paralyzed. During the struggle, one of them swiped at a man's face, and that was the end of him. A notification popped up like a friendly greeting from a hellish messenger. You have been infected with surplus toxic blood. All bodily functions instantly plummeted. The Chiton base officially became a gruesome battlefield, with people collapsing one after another after being infected with surplus toxic blood. No one escaped. The harbor was utterly destroyed, ships exploding like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Zoon-woo assessed the situation. The effect is better than I expected. Infusing the undead with surplus toxic blood was a brilliant idea. Moreover, the effects of Beizuk's elixir and the extreme poison have also been transferred to them. With this level of power, I no longer need to hide my undead legion. Up until now, I've been concealing myself to hide my true strength. However, it's now strong enough to confront Chi-Tun, one of the most powerful forces. Keeping them hidden like a trump card would be a waste. So from now on, I'll use them as I see fit. Zoon-woo looked around expectantly, waiting for that person's arrival. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, signaling something approaching. Zoon-woo observed silently, an apostle level. Is it Bentik? But that's not the aura of the Poseidon I know. As expected, it was Test, not Bentik. As soon as he arrived, Test began condensing spiritual energy in his hand, then unleashed a massive water-based slash, instantly obliterating nearly a dozen undead. Zoon-woo guessed that he was one of the three masterminds of Chi-Tun, but since it wasn't Bentik, he felt quite disappointed. Even while fighting, Test noticed Zoon-woo standing on the cliff. He rejoiced inwardly. Just as I predicted, the accumulator hasn't made a move himself. There have been no reports of him controlling this many monsters. This must be his trump card. He's hiding behind these creatures to stay safe. Test naively thought that Zoon-woo was avoiding direct confrontation because he hadn't fully recovered and was merely pretending. Test then made a truly earth-shattering decision. He charged straight towards Zoon-woo without any caution. Zoon-woo didn't move a muscle, calmly summoning San-non and Han-ung. Before Test's water attack could even graze Zoon-woo, a blade intercepted it. Test probably hadn't heard about Zoon-woo summoning Han-ung, so his brain couldn't process it, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Test even forgot to attack, turning to ask Han-ung's identity. An undead seized the opportunity while Test was distracted, ambushing him from below. They waited for Test to lower his guard before leaping to attack. Before he could understand what was happening, the undead had landed a few drops of poison on him. The poison acted quickly, as evidenced by Test's sudden stiffness and loss of all ability to resist. Of course, he had no idea what surplus toxic blood was. He only wondered why he was affected by the poison when an apostle's body could resist almost any kind of toxin. Test clutched his head in agony. He had lasted quite a while considering the circumstances. Only now did Test realize he was in mortal danger, immediately attempting to unleash all his holy power to expel the toxins. But things weren't that simple. Before Test could even unleash his holy power, Han-ung and San-non simultaneously lunged at him, aiming for his throat. Test's eyes widened in astonishment. A gigantic eye had appeared above Zoon-woo's head, seemingly out of nowhere. Test was bombarded with surprise after surprise. More than he'd experienced in all his decades of life combined. A voice echoed from the sky. No one is permitted to survive without my command. The mic clearly referred to Zoon-woo. Test coughed up blood. Am I going to die here? Me, an apostle of Antaeus. Ridiculous. I am Test, the second in command of Chi-Tun, the one who will surpass the king. I can't die like this. Long ago, in the battle that decided Chi-Tun's hierarchy, Zoon-woo lost to Bentik and became his subordinate. But the reason I was defeated wasn't because I wasn't strong enough, but because I was careless. Now that Bentik has lost China and an arm, that the one who should be the leader of Chi-Tun is me, an apostle of Antaeus. I can't just die here. How laughable. He doesn't even know his place, and yet he's so greedy. Do you really think you could defeat Bentik? A fool who doesn't even understand his enemy. Relying solely on your own strength and dying so foolishly, you're no different from the god who lost to Hercules. Antaeus' power is merging with the player's divine power. The absorbed divine power is causing changes in the player's body. Poseidon is enraged. So, even a father can't stand to see his child humiliated. How amusing. No matter how angry you are, Poseidon, nothing will change. Bentik's divine power is probably equivalent to the arm he lost. This idiot being on par with Bentik is absurd. He's Zoon-woo's rival. Test being dead is one thing, but I thought the news of the port's destruction would have reached him by now. he still hasn't shown up. So, this level of damage isn't enough to make you reveal yourself. Bentik, San-non, and Hanong appeared at Zoon-woo's command. Master, Zoon-woo only instructed them to clean up the remaining survivors, then turned and left. If he won't appear, I'll drag him out myself. Outside the tower, everyone was buzzing with excitement. The entire port on the 30th floor has been blown up. It seems Vice Captain Test was also killed without even putting up a fight. Someone dared to directly confront the faction led by the Conqueror Benti. He's quite famous on the lower floors. The Accumulator. He's one of the rising rookies lately. For a single player to be capable of this is unbelievable. There are even rumors he's destroying more altars. Chi-tun's rivals must be thrilled. Let's keep watching. Let's see how far the Accumulator can go. Zoon-woo is in a place covered entirely in sand. You're completely covered up here. The 30th floor trial ended a long time ago. I've taken down several of Chi-tun's fortresses, yet Bentik is nowhere to be seen. Even though I've spread my enhanced senses to detect anyone approaching, his wounds haven't healed yet. That should have been enough time for him to use his divine power to heal. Even if he hasn't fully recovered, I've caused this much chaos. He should have shown up by now. Bentik isn't the type to shy away from a challenge. What's going on? San-non suddenly called out to Zoon, who with an extremely flattering face, Master, I have a favor to ask. About the item we just collected, you know that one. It's Test's soul. Could you give it to me? And Hanong wasn't about to be outdone. Master, a servant should wait patiently. And be grateful for the favors Master bestows. That deep, unpleasant voice. Perhaps it's better to give it to someone else. Zoon, who ignored the two who always bickered whenever they were near each other. More importantly, he was worried about Rebecca. Lately, unless necessary, she rarely maintained her human form. Moreover, Rebecca had become quieter and only spoke when asked. She wanted to return to being human more than anyone, but he felt something was off. He would have to talk to her privately later. Zoon, who used his vision to observe everything. Someone nearby. The location is near an oasis. Could be a small troop. Not Chi-tun, but whose flag is that? The Phantom Legion. Now I remember. That 92nd squad leader kept getting in my way, so I eliminated him at the river of the deceased. But something's not right. The feeling they give off isn't sharp at all. They must be here looking for me, but they're waiting so patiently. I don't know what they're thinking, but it seems avoiding them will be difficult. If so, I'll just attack head on. San-non kept calling out to Zoon, who longingly, Hey, Master, are you even listening? Master. And then Zoon, who went where the troop was. There are 2 knights guarding the place. Just as I guessed, there's no killing intent. If their purpose isn't revenge, why are they looking for me? Until I know what they want, it's best to be cautious. Zidi's voice rang out. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kane. I am Zidi of the Phantom Legion. I've been waiting a long time to speak with you. Zoon, who skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. You're the leader of the 2nd platoon, and you had your subordinates respectfully invite me. But some of them misunderstood, and a conflict suddenly broke out. So, you came here to apologize and personally invite me there, right? Zidi sincerely apologized for the incident. According to Zoon, whose foresight, he wasn't lying, but there were still some suspicious points. I accept your apology, but why do you want to invite me there? Zidi, startled, flustered. My apologies, I was in such a hurry that I forgot to explain. Our commander has invited you to join the Legion. Zoon, who asked curiously, the commander of the Phantom Legion. I don't recall knowing him. I don't know the specifics, but our commander calls you an old friend. Hearing that, Zoon, who was taken aback. A friend. Besides Fanny and Zora, there aren't many who would call me that. Well, actually there are a few. Kong and Deal. They could call me a friend. Of the two, Kong is the most likely to be the commander of the Phantom Legion. His personality and charisma would naturally draw people to him. But in such a short time, he couldn't have grown powerful enough to become the commander of the Phantom Legion. Even I, who can quickly grow stronger thanks to my brother, still have many shortcomings. So who could it be? Zoon, who pondered for a moment. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. It seems your commander has no intention of revealing their identity. Don't you find it dangerous to trust and follow someone like that? Zidi explained, to ensure safety, I can't reveal who it is. I'm Trudisore. How about this? The commander's closed-door training is about to end. At that time, you can summon them anywhere you want. It'll be a place of your choosing, so you'll feel safer. Just let us follow you until then. The corners of Zoon, whose mouth curled up slightly. Follow me. You might have to wait in line for quite a while. Several fools have been following me since a while ago. Based on the distinct energies they emit, they likely come from different factions. I'll overlook you for now, but whether it's you or those others, you're all suspicious. They could also be members of the Phantom Legion. At this, ZD seemed surprised. It's true there are many people, but they have nothing to do with us. But it's understandable. The entire tower is interested in you. 2 of the 6 new stars are fighting, so naturally, it'll attract the attention of other forces, right? That's what we call the powerful newcomers who have appeared in the tower. It's a fairly new term. So if you've only been focusing on training lately, you probably wouldn't know about it. Faceless, Dr. Doomzon, King Bentik, and the commander of the Phantom Legion. The Demon Queen Zora, and the one in first place is the Accumulator King. Candidates for the 9 Kings and a sign of a generational shift. 4 of them are also leaders of emerging factions threatening the current 8 powers. It seems Zun who had become famous after wiping out the Quabuzit faction, but even Zora being on this list was surprising. I heard she's become strong enough to conquer the 42nd floor. It seems the request to become my wings has motivated Zora. She even has a group of followers called the Lo Dai Manu. If Fanny finds out, he'll be annoyed. So you're saying they're following me because of the fight between me and Bentik? ZD nodded. That's right. They're either hostile towards Chi Tun or hoping you'll both fall. So how about this? We'll follow you and prevent them from interfering in your battle. Zun, who thought acting alone would be more comfortable, but having this guy clear out the small fry wouldn't be so bad. Besides, even if he refused, ZD would probably follow him anyway. If he deliberately tried to shake him off, ZD might interfere in his fight. And it wasn't just a fight between him and Bentik anymore. The entire tower had started paying attention to it. This would continue to happen in the future, so he had to be careful. Fine, but I have one condition. Except for you. The other knights should stay as far away as possible. And I don't intend to wait for you. So try to keep up. With that, Zun, who shot off like lightning, leaving ZD stunned amidst the sea of sand. Looks like I'll have to summon the flying dragon. Inside a castle atop a towering mountain peak. A red-haired woman's voice rang out. Tech is gone, and the accumulator is right in front of us. But it seems the captain has no intention of showing himself. Things are getting interesting, aren't they? Xinjiang was somewhat surprised. Tech was killed before he could even escape. The accumulator is even more dangerous than I thought. But the thing is, even though Tech, her younger brother, just died, Elon doesn't seem sad at all, but rather amused. This person's mind definitely isn't normal. It's been several days, but I still don't know when the captain will be ready and come out. Elon continued, which means he hasn't heard the recent news yet. He probably doesn't know that some guys are targeting the accumulator and Chi Tun, right? You know them too, don't you? Faceless and Dr. Doomzon. This is so frustrating. If things have already come to this, there's no point in waiting any longer. I'll tell him myself. With that, Elon walked forward, but something stopped her. No matter how hard she tried, Elon couldn't enter that place. It's not that Xinjiang refused to tell him. It's that I can't. It seems the captain is sharing some kind of divine power with Poseidon. If you dare to come any closer, all of your divine power will be drained, and you'll die meaninglessly. Elon felt excited by that. That's divine power. Xinjiang looked gravely at the door. So, until the captain comes out of there, we must stop all intruders. Zun, who was getting closer to the castle. You finally made me come all the way here, Bentik. But what is this powerful divine power? A god presence? No, that's not it. Isensa antillas holandesas inexplicable anarvi. What are you doing, Bentik? Before proceeding, Zun, who assessed the situation. The group following him split into 2 main groups. One side were those tailing him. They seemed ready to strike as soon as he attacked. With that number, they would definitely be enough to cause chaos on the battlefield. As long as they didn't interfere with him, it would be fine. He'd deal with them later. The other group was the Phantom Legion, led by ZD. ZD had promised not to interfere in the battle without his order. Alright, finally, there's Chi Tun situation. Zun, who saw the fortifications on the walls. What's this? Why is the castle empty? The castle gates were wide open, and Zun, who saw someone. The person waiting for him was none other than Xinjiang, Azian's apostle, the one who retreated with the injured Bentik. He's waiting for me. Xinjiang rose. I want to ask you, do you want to stop fighting? Zun, who said that Xinjiang was the one who attacked his ship first. Xinjiang sincerely apologized, promising to compensate him if he just said the word, but Zun, who replied, are you surrendering so easily because you're currently unable to fight? Actually, the people behind me are also targeting Chi Tun, so this situation is quite difficult for you. However, what I want is Bentik's head. Xinjiang felt dissatisfied. This is bad. Poseidon will be furious. But then again, when isn't he furious with Zun Hu? Well, no more negotiations then. It always comes down to this. Xinjiang could only unleash his full power. Zun, whose prediction was correct. They had set an ambush. They probably intend to wipe out both me and the group following me. But it's strange. There's no one in ASEAN who can control monsters. Xinjiang stared intently at Zun-Hu, a disturbance emanating from Zun-Hu. Is this spatial displacement? Instantly, Zun-Hu was swapped into the monster's mouth. It reflexively lunged at him, but that vision only lasted for a moment. Zun-Hu quickly used his sword to block its throat. I see. This isn't the power of Xinjiang or ASEAN, but of Poseidon's daughter, the ruler of all monsters, Chebit. And the one attacking me is an apostle, disguised as her Elon. When did Xinjiang get behind me? Go meet your maker, accumulator. Then Xinjiang used Tidal Slash, creating a fierce wave. Zun-Hu nimbly jumped high, and his attack hit Elon. Zun-Hu used his sword to create a flame. In an instant, the flame grew stronger, burning Elon's body. Xinjiang retreated after that attack. How can this be? When he fought the captain back then, he clearly struggled, even using all his strength. So I thought I would have a chance if I cooperated with Elon. Could he have become this strong in such a short time? And Xinjiang looked towards the night sky. What? Star eyes. My heart feels like it's about to stop. What is this? What's happening? Whose gaze is that? Whose eyes are those? Elon screamed in terror. Don't come here, don't. Zun-Hu stood like a god in the sky, with additional eyes behind him as if they were his guards. Unexpectedly, she was so scared that her disguise disappeared. As an apostle of the Monster Queen, she must have clearly realized the difference in strength and level between Zun-Hu and herself. All right, before she calms down, I have to deal with that woman. Faceless approached Elon, counting one. Elon's fear was even greater than before. The outcome was clear. Elon's head fell from Faceless' blade, eliminated. Faceless cruelly kicked Elon's head with a swift shot, then landed spectacularly. Xinjiang couldn't believe his eyes. Now, Elon's body was in one place, her head in another. Faceless shouted excitedly. That's the signal for everyone outside the city to begin the assault. Faceless was like a true assassin. Who's next? How dare you get in the way of Master's prey? How humiliating. But a strange voice spoke. What a nuisance. Zun-Hu was still observing Faceless' every move. Those mana-infused ribbons. He used them like swords to cut Elon. Such refined control. He's called Faceless, right? One of the 6 new stars like me. If he's appearing now, it means he's one of those who've been watching me. He doesn't seem fazed even after directly witnessing that hellish scene. Faceless looked up at Zun-Hu from below and roared. Those eyes are your doing too. I'll eliminate everything that stands in my way. Faceless planted his feet. He immediately launched himself into the air to confront Zun-Hu. But something else appeared beside him that caught Zun-Hu's attention. This is a gate. Is someone coming? The voice came from the black hole. My name is Ron. I will curse every single one of you. Then Ron created magic circles. They appeared everywhere in the air. This is Shadowless Magic Square. Faceless no longer provoked Zun-Hu. Similar to Zun-Hu's arrows, a basic form of magic, but with the number and size amplified many times over. He could destroy the entire area with these. He doesn't care who gets hurt as long as he benefits. That magic began to wreak havoc. ZD used his dragon to fly up and avoid being affected. I said I wouldn't interfere, but things have become this chaotic. The captain's orders to protect Kane are top priority. The Holy Cross swords flew through the air. They were one of ZD's sacred treasures. Ron detected ZD and found a way to respond. The Holy Cross swords rained down, creating tremors just like before. Xinjiang witnessed it all. The place was now in ruins. Do you know where you are? How dare you swarm in here like rats? ASEAN answered the fervent call of his apostle, Xinjiang. ASEAN accepted. ASEAN descended upon his apostle's body. Xinjiang's hair grew longer and became white as ice. His sword was also poised to attack. Xinjiang looked like the god of the sea. Fierce waves surged across the ground as if they would sweep everything away. Zun-Hu stood amidst incredibly powerful forces. ZD, carefully dealing with Ron, warned, a tsunami. How can it be on such a massive scale? Kane, be careful. Zun-Hu is sensing the time distortion taking place. Is this what happens when a group called the 6 New Stars gathers? At this point, it's clear that Binti can't show his face to fight. Whatever the reason, it seems these people know that, which is why they're acting so freely. A devoted apostle, the commander of the Phantom Legion, even one of the 6 New Stars like myself. This arrangement is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to see your full power right here, right now. Of course, that includes my power as well, time parallax. My prediction time frame has extended to 5 years. I'll observe and predict as much as possible. Then, I'll find the crux of this clashing power and tear it apart. Zoon, who stands amidst the unending chaos. Faceless finally appears. Did I miss some kind of sign? ZD really pushed himself after that mortar attack. Just as I thought. There must be a reason why the captain summoned Kane so respectfully. Zoon, who has been observing all of ZD's actions. I was a little surprised to be ambushed by such a powerful attack, but the fact that he's still so calm and composed after that move is impressive. I can't imagine how he could withstand all those attacks and remain safe. It's a good thing he wasn't someone I had to worry about from the start. Even if he's the lowest ranked of the 6 new stars, he's ultimately trying to help me. Anyway, thanks to his quick reflexes and confidence, I was able to escape with only these minor injuries. The wounds on ZD's body begin to react, quickly healing as if nothing had happened. Ron looks down at his hands. It seems my internal injuries are not light. Dozens of spells I cast simultaneously to flatten everything, all destroyed by the explosion when the magic collided. It was almost as if all the damage was reflected back and multiplied tenfold. And what is that? That I floating above the accumulator's head, the pressure of which has been crushing my heart this whole time. It's not just a simple soul link. That eye is preventing me from activating my dark magic smoothly. What is it? I need to retreat now. I will continue this invasion later. Then, Ron disappears from a scene. Only Faceless and Zoon who remain. If it's like this, then I'm relatively satisfied. Actually, I came here intending to crush that Bentik, but looking at this explosion, if it were you, I think you would have the potential to have the honor of eliminating him in my place. Zoon, who doesn't understand what he's getting at. Faceless continues, of course, if you keep developing at this rate, I'll be wary of you. Until then, I'll keep an eye on you, Accumulator. Zoon, who doesn't know what just happened. His tone, attitude, and demeanor have done a complete 180, as if dozens of people were crammed into him. Multiple souls in one body. More importantly, it seems he's completely unharmed by my attacks. He also seems to know his weaknesses and dodged everything perfectly. His ability to control his presence isn't ordinary either. I'll have to keep an eye on him. Now's not the time to worry about that. The thing I need to deal with right now is that Xinjiang. It seems he's near death. He probably couldn't withstand the pressure of such power. Unfortunate for him. So there's still a few of them alive. I'll finish these guys quickly before they become a nuisance. Zoon, who covered Xinjiang's face. Accumulator, didn't think you'd win. As long as that person exists, you will never be able to destroy Chitan. Zoon, who was irritated by this. Shut up, just disappear. Then Zoon, who finished him off in anger. Before leaving this life, Xinjiang said, Captain, please be safe. Zoon, who said, you're pretty loyal, considering you followed a traitor. Then Xinjiang's subordinates arrived. Accumulator, how dare you? But ZD's sword was already at his throat. Or should I leave this to me and the Dark Knights? You have other things to do, right? Zoon, who hesitated. He seemed pretty badly injured just now. Has he recovered enough to want to fight already? Fine, I'll leave the rest to you. Zoon, who left. ZD's legion also joined the battle. Chitan, this is Poseidon's temple. Zoon, who thought Bentik must be here. What huge iron door. It even radiates an overwhelmingly powerful presence. No, not just the size of the door. A mysterious voice dominated his mind. Zoon, who was stunned. The cold-blooded trait helped Zoon, who stay conscious. The stun was dispelled. The mysterious voice pushed back. A mysterious energy source repeatedly tried to connect with Zoon, who, but there's a faint but unmistakable energy flow. It's Bentik's presence. Zoon, who didn't know what was happening. Bentik was sitting right there. I knew you would come. I've been waiting for quite a while. Accumulator. Facing Bentik, who had been waiting for Zoon, who for a long time. He seemed quite worried. What have you done? You mean this? Bentik slightly lifted his left arm and said it was just a gift from his god. When the ice bandage was removed, the skin underneath was a striking blue. Zoon, who guessed that the light was a sacred relic, or rather, concentrated holy ground. Bentik chuckled exactly. To replace my irreplaceable arm, Poseidon tore off a part of his own body. At that time, I didn't know what I would receive, until the so-called concentrated holy ground began to corrode Bentik's body. He almost became Poseidon's vessel and was completely assimilated with him. From the depths of his mind, he heard Poseidon's voice echoing back, My apostle, you cannot face the Death King alone. Trust me, I will ensure a high position for your soul in the pantheon. Bentik's body grew increasingly hazy, his form racked with pain as the concentrated holy ground consumed him, muscles and tendons bulging. I barely managed to prevent complete assimilation, but even now, this arm is waiting for the chance to devour me. I've suppressed the holy power to halt the assimilation, but in return, I had to sacrifice too much. My precious subordinates lost their lives, and my body, bound by this holy power, is trapped in this holy ground. I could only helplessly watch everything unfold, no different from a guard dog. Bentik continued, for a god to push his apostle to this extent just to eliminate an insignificant human, he must truly hate you. Zoon-woo began to formulate thoughts about this Poseidon, based on his memories. He was one of the high-ranking gods of Olympus. He finally understood why such an arrogant being considered him a thorn in his side. It wasn't about Zoon-woo, Lana, or the relationship between Zoon-woo and Bentik. That was just the surface. Bracing himself for a life-or-death battle, Zoon-woo replied, his animosity is indeed unusual. It's a reaction born of fear and anger. He was initially afraid that I would obtain the power of death, the power of the Death King. Zoon-woo immediately lunged towards Bentik. They exchanged a flurry of devastating blows, shattering the ground beneath them. Zoon-woo spread his wings, and even Bentik unleashed the power of the concentrated holy ground, despite the inherent risks. Empowered by Poseidon, Bentik manifested an ancient weapon, stylized like a divine dragon. They clashed in close combat, but Zoon-woo seemed to be at a disadvantage. Surprisingly, he managed to leave a deep gash on Bentik's cheek. Bentik, instantly intrigued, exclaimed, "Now this is a fight." Zoon-woo, however, was worried. I still haven't fully recovered, and I have to focus on that lunatic and Poseidon at the same time. The outcome is predictable, but that's what makes it fun. Better to die gloriously as a tyrant than as a guard dog. In a flash, Bentik sent Zoon-woo flying, crashing him into the wall behind him, disappearing into a cloud of dust and smoke. As the smoke cleared, Zoon-woo rose once more. He sensed that Bentik had released the suppressed holy power, meaning he now surpassed Zoon-woo in every aspect. At the same time, Zoon-woo was forced to take flight as the temple began to crumble. Bentik's crew below began searching for any sign of Zoon-woo. Others scrambled, looking for their captain, until they saw a familiar silhouette. Bentik, vastly different from his usual self, caused his crew to stare in astonishment. "What's with the surprised looks, you fools? Did you think Poseidon's interference was a recent thing? No, right? Even so, I always prevail, right? The crew's spirits reignited. With just a few rallying words, they were filled with fervor once more. Witnessing this, Zedi realized Bentik was bolstering his crew's morale while simultaneously leading them to their doom. Bentik ordered those who believed in the king's victory to retreat, escape, and build their strength until he seeks them out again. This wasn't part of Zedi's plan. Watching them scatter, Zedi, a mixture of relief and anxiety swirling within him, ordered his soldiers to pursue them. Now, with only Bentik and Zoon-woo remaining on the battlefield, he sneered, "That idiot commander doesn't even understand what's happening. I suppose you don't either, do you, Zoon-woo? That stupid expression beneath that mask. I can see it clearly." The word struck a nerve within Zoon-woo, stirring his insecurities. He spoke as if he knew his face. Was it then? Had he seen his true face? Zoon-woo quickly adjusted his mask. "Are you trying to save your subordinates?" Bentik burst out laughing. "You misunderstand. Even in death, I cannot allow anyone to see me defeated. Chitin's pride lies in strength and victory. Lana may not feel it, but I do. Bearing that burden means I must always appear invincible, especially to you, accumulator." With this declaration, Zoon-woo realized Bentik truly knew his identity beneath the mask. But it didn't matter anymore. Both gripped their weapons tightly and clashed once more, driven by the need to determine the victor. By now, the battlefield was awash with water and debris. This was the 15th time Zoon-woo had unleashed his ultimate attack, so he retreated to maintain a safe distance. He looked at Bentik, calculating. With that much residual blood poison, he should have died 20 times over by now. Is he using divine power to suppress the poison and heal himself? But Bentik's taunts revealed the truth. His body was transforming into a spiritual form. The more divine power he used, the faster the transformation. He was nearing his limit. Zoon-woo lunged forward again, closing the distance with his speed. and delivered a devastating blow. I win, Bentik. In his final moments, Bentik realized Poseidon had been right. Even at his peak, victory against Zoon, who was uncertain. The strong devour the weak. It's the natural order. I brought this upon myself. Miraculously, he rallied one last time, using his claws to break free from Zoon-woo's grasp and sink into the depths. The residual blood poison had spread throughout Bentik's body. Zoon-woo assumed he had lost consciousness, and victory was his. But just as it seemed over, a strange phenomenon occurred. With Bentik's body lifeless and unable to channel Poseidon's power, the god directly merged with his apostle. Because the body was dead, the divine power flowed and unimpeded, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy around Bentik. Zoon-woo knew Poseidon would appear, but he never imagined he would expend this much divine power. Don't tell me he sacrificed his subordinates and apostles to do this, Zoon-woo wondered, treating people as tools. He's more insane than I thought. The next second, Poseidon's familiar voice rang out. Bentik's body materialized. Finally, we meet. Yes, it seems you were eager to see me. You even brought me such a grand gift. Poseidon seemed puzzled, but upon seeing the mass of evil spirits emanating from Zoon-woo, he realized something. Zoon-woo unleashed the evil spirits, directing them to attack Poseidon. The system alerted him that he had absorbed a large amount of highly pure divine essence and was attempting to awaken a new ability. The demonic dragon god body was being constructed. In his current state, Zoon-woo still couldn't believe someone would be insane enough to sacrifice their apostle and subordinates. Was he that afraid of the Black King's power? A power that could worry even a mighty god. I must obtain it. The number rose to 20%. The progress was still too slow for Zoon-woo's awakening. The next second, Poseidon tightened his grip around Zoon-woo's neck. At this rate, he would complete the fusion before Zoon-woo could awaken. If this continues, I'll die here. I have to use the bloodthirsty sword. There was no other way. The divine elements within him surged. One of them, divine power, was unleashed. I don't serve any god, nor do I know how to use divine power. However, I can use it like this. Zoon-woo's entire body was enveloped in a terrifying demonic aura. This occurred because the divine power had connected him to higher entities. After the successful connection, Zoon-woo gained a covenant with Athena. Both Hermes and Azio also became his companions. It was as if Zoon-woo had become an apostle himself, able to wield divine power naturally. He could clearly sense the presence and will of the entities watching over him, as if they were right beside him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, and Hermes emerged, chuckling. "Boy, you truly create some wondrous miracles." Poseidon was surprised that a soul could interfere in his battle, especially his nephew, Hermes. "Uncle," Hermes said, "even if you haven't fully merged, don't speak so haltingly. You're the one ruining everything. Do you know how long I've been watching you?" Poseidon knew the power Hermes pursued was dangerous. Avoiding a direct confrontation, he questioned him. "You know that, so why are you tolerating him?" Hermes gently touched Zoon-woo, his voice tinged with affection. "Uncle, you just do your thing, and we'll do ours." The battle became even more intriguing as another figure appeared. Athena also sided with Zoon-woo, infuriating Poseidon. "Since leaving, you've become increasingly shameless. Fine, let's see what you can do." The sky turned stormy. Lightning flashing and thunder echoing across the sea. Frantic bolts of lightning began to strike down below. Due to the terrain, Zoon-woo found himself in dire straits. He nearly ended up as shark food. Hermes and Athena, however, remained unaffected. He patted Zoon-woo on the shoulder. "Since I only exist as a will, this is the only thing I can do. But you remind me a lot of the hero Hercules. I believe you will overcome this difficulty. Take care." What Zoon-woo received from Hermes' pat was the strengthening of his sword, and his awakening speed increased to 52%. Demon gods, true gods. All the gods were helping Zoon-woo, granting him abundant strength. The number increased to 84%. The sky where Zoon-woo was fighting was covered by true gods and demon gods. Their numbers were so overwhelming that light couldn't penetrate. At this moment, he received a message from Gazette. He seemed sulky that no one had called him a fight. Zoon-woo read the message. He suddenly thought that even Gazette wouldn't be able to harbor any ulterior motives in a place with so many gods and demons. Therefore, Zoon-woo deployed demonic essence to make it easier for him to exist in this environment. As soon as the transformation was complete, Gazette appeared. He rushed straight towards Poseidon. "Get out of my vessel, old man. To avoid Gazette's claws, he was forced to release Zoon-woo, but this resulted in a tremendous disadvantage. Zoon-woo immediately counterattacked, severely injuring him and immobilizing his body. It was Zoon-woo's turn to retaliate. He grabbed him by the neck, tightening his grip. "How many times have I said, he belongs to me? How dare you ignore me? And you bastards back there, listen up. I don't care about your internal conflicts, but this guy is mine. Remember that." Gazette roared. Not only that, he tightened his grip on Poseidon's neck and ripped his head from his body. Thanks to the downpour, Zoon-woo was able to absorb a large amount of divine essence released from Poseidon. This helped him accelerate his awakening progress to 91%, a number to be proud of. Zoon-woo's body was recombined according to the amount of dragon, demonic, and divine essence he possessed. Zoon-woo was a little incredulous. He hadn't expected the battle to end like this. Now he needed to send all the gods present back to their world. Suddenly, Gazette let out a vulgar laugh. "Right, I want it so badly it's driving me crazy." Next, he glanced at Zoon-woo and pointed directly at him. "So don't you dare die. You're mine. You can't die or lose. Even if your soul goes to hell, I'll follow it to the very end and devour it. Do you hear me?" Zoon-woo said sternly, "Go away." After those words, the demonic essence allocated to Gazette returned. He then terminated his connection with Gazette, causing him to return to where he was created. The divine and demonic essence for the remaining gods was also recalled. One by one, the gods disappeared. When only Hermes and Athena remained, he said, "Now that everyone's gone, it's our turn." "Well done." As he spoke, Hermes proudly ruffled Zoon-woo's hair. As for Athena, this was the first time he had seen her. Outside the area she governed, he had expected her to look more stern, but unexpectedly, her expression evoked a sense of hidden kindness. He could feel the warmth radiating from her eyes. Next, Zoon-woo posed a question to Athena. "I want to ask you something. Why did you continue to help me?" Thinking back, the Aegis wasn't something I could have obtained at that time. Yet, in the end, it fell into my hands, and you even protected us from Gazette. Was it because of the 7 Black Kings? Athena fell silent, prompting many thoughts within Zoon-woo. With someone as reserved as her, remaining silent was akin to saying she couldn't answer. So perhaps the 7 Black Kings were related to Athena, or maybe even all of Olympus. At this moment, Athena interrupted Zoon-woo's train of thought. She said, "The day you climb to my position will be the day I tell you everything, so keep climbing." After that, the connection with Athena was severed. She had returned to her dwelling. Aesol then told Zoon-woo, "Whatever that guess is, it's wrong. You're not someone who can be confined within the scope of a normal pantheon. So don't try to understand your foundation, nor the concept of your existence with your mortal knowledge. Instead, be grateful as the apostle of him, the deceased one. Become his apostle and accept his will. Take my hand." Faced with the invitation from Aesol, Zoon-woo hesitated for a long time. He reached his hand towards him, but then brushed it away. "I refuse." Although he was curious about the 7 Black Kings, he would never serve under Aesol. Aesol showed clear disappointment, but eventually left, having gained nothing. With no one around, it became strangely quiet. Zoon-woo could finally relax. He let himself sink into the depths as Han-ung's wings disappeared. Han-ung immediately appeared and caught his unconscious master's body. Even though he's fainted, his body is still conscious. Moreover, he was able to summon all those gods. "The more I look at him, the more captivated I become." Santa replied, "Me too. For now, let's take him to a safe place to rest." "Right, let's do that." A short while later, they found a cave and decided to stop there. They divided the tasks of setting up barriers and keeping watch evenly. As for Zoon-woo, he remained deeply unconscious. However, the iron shackles on his hand radiated a murderous aura. Aesol reappeared and berated Zoon-woo, "Fool, why did you reject your destiny? You didn't even realize I stayed. You must not understand his grand will. I don't understand why he chose a mere mortal like you instead of me. But as a servant, I will personally guide you onto the right path." To him, causality, governing structures, and the mess those devils and gods might cause are nothing. Aesol cast a spell on Zoon-woo to forcibly turn him into an apostle. This act enraged many gods and devils. At this moment, Zoon-woo suddenly woke up. He flung Aesol's hand off him, startling him. Zoon-woo glared at him. "Insect, are you trying to violate my soul?" The mysterious merchant unexpectedly encountered Cain. He couldn't believe his eyes. Cain angrily said, "Are you trying to ruin my fun, you bastard?" He was drenched in sweat from fear, trembling as he recognized a familiar face. "This energy, it can't be. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you." Each step he took was shaky as he tried to explain. Kane wouldn't listen, immediately grabbing his wrist. Suddenly, a light appeared along with numerous interconnected panes of glass. It was a direct link to his true body on the 98th floor. He screamed, "No, don't," but Kane paid him no mind, continuing to channel his power. In Kane's eyes, he was nothing but trash, someone who deserved to disappear. The mysterious merchant continued to plead, "Please forgive me, just this once." Kane ignored his pleas, continuing his work, turning his face away. A single move erased the existence of such an insignificant being. Finally, he had accomplished his goal. He flew away in a wisp of smoke, leaving only the chain bracelet behind. A notification appeared. Conditions met. The Black King's Sorrow seal has been released. Kane sighed. So it wasn't completely useless after all. Should I indulge again? Outside the area, Sanon was using the blue orb, its positive energy radiating throughout the forest. Kane called him over and asked, "What happened while I was asleep? Was anyone here? What happened to my body?" Faced with Kane's barrage of questions, Sanon was flustered, unsure where to begin. "This place has been heavily guarded by us. No one else could get in." Kane asked about Becca's situation, but Sanon had no information about him, leaving Kane confused and worried. "Becca doesn't know either. When the world happened, I can't feel the connection with Aesel. Not only that, but the power of the third heavenly spirit that Aesel gave me has also disappeared." He studied the information and pieced together the entire event. Meanwhile, he received several messages. Hermes advised him not to worry. Athena silently nodded, remaining quiet. Gazette, on the other hand, laughed, saying it was exhilarating. Kane thought to himself, "Gods and devils are all watching me. They know something. They saw something. Did I miss something? Was there a notification while I was unconscious?" He immediately searched for previous notifications. He froze at the information that the Black King's Sorrow seal had been released. For now, all I can do is investigate. The Black King's despair and the Black King's sorrow have combined to form the Black King's chains. According to what he knew in the past, that thing ruled over death and darkness with immense power, unmatched by anyone. They had to live in fear, powerless, unable to resist him. They ultimately betrayed and imprisoned him in endless darkness. The Black King, betrayed, flew into a rage. The three chains that once bound him transformed into his own instruments. The shackles, symbolizing the soul, the iron fetters, representing death, and the neck chain, becoming shadow, all representing him. Next is the Soul Devourer, which consumes the souls of defeated targets. The devoured souls transform into wraiths, losing all their living strength and retaining only resentment. These wraiths are bound within a collection and can never escape. The size of the collection depends on the Soul Devourer's skill level. Furthermore, the second divine spirit, a wraith within the collection, will forever hate the one who killed them. However, the Soul Devourer can suppress the wraiths, controlling and subduing their resentment. Typically, these wraiths appear in large numbers, draining the life force of anything they encounter, leaving no plant or blade of grass untouched. The Soul Devourer can also expend mana to upgrade wraiths into benevolent spirits, forces, or higher-level entities. These evolved forms become loyal minions, always awaiting commands. Black Death is the enhanced form of dark energy. It can consume wraiths to convert mana into dark energy. The more wraiths consumed, the stronger the dark energy becomes. Mana consumed will be deducted from the user and refunded to the targets. Specifically, random curses will activate, causing misfortune to befall the target. Death Summoning. In this chapter, the user can use some collected wraiths to summon the soul of a deceased person from the afterlife. The summoning is limited depending on the power level of the summoned soul, including the number of uses and duration. However, the summoned soul retains its will, making subjugation more difficult. There remains one final item yet to be activated. It is currently sealed. This item is classified as special, unique within the tower, and serves only a single master. It cannot be sold or traded. Some features are sealed and can only be unlocked under specific conditions. Information is limited and can only be accessed when specific conditions are met or authorized by the current progress. Its characteristic is the ability to consume souls who died in despair and lament. The limit on the number of souls that can be added to the collection has increased from 5,000 to 20,000. Moreover, the dark energy has been enhanced into Black Death, which, combined with the dark lineage, is sure to create a devastating attack. The Soul Devourer can also expend some mana to upgrade wraiths into benevolent spirits, forces, or higher-level entities. These evolved forms will become loyal minions of the user, always ready to obey commands. Cain pondered, noting the remaining second divine spirit, especially the evolution surpassing the force level. With it, I can elevate my forces to another realm. But the evolving skeletons, he thought. But is this timing too coincidental? Aesol just disappeared, and a power capable of replacing his has emerged from a sealed object. Not only that, but it's incredibly powerful. Even the name is extraordinary. The second and third divine spirits. Cain examined the skeletons alongside the gathered information. Could this be the thing that killed Aesol? Impossible. An item capable of devouring a god. The tower would never allow that to happen. So what in the world happened? The atmosphere here is fresh and peaceful. This is the 98th floor, the sanctuary of Poseidon. Poseidon bellowed at the fools. Enough with your slumber. How can they be immortal? I can understand my nephews, but demons and gods are born from death. Knowing that players' power will become a threat later, how could they leave him be? I demand, whatever their purpose, I cannot let that mortal run rampant any longer. No ifs, ands, or buts drown him. He raged, clenching his fist. Summon Hyza, Meter, and Heshia. Tell them their brother Poseidon has urgent matters to discuss. Cain sat quietly in a corner, reading messages after completing the mission. Thinking about it any further is a waste of time. It doesn't matter how Aesol disappeared. What's clear is that I've become stronger. That's what matters. Actually, it's better that that suspicious, troublesome guy is gone. Moreover, I'll summon the second soul. Note that summoning will consume a portion of the souls collected in the collection to forcibly summon deceased souls residing in the afterlife. The summoned soul must be someone you knew or have an item related to them when they were alive. The number of summons and duration of existence are limited based on the soul state. However, summoned souls belong to the afterlife and have free will. He saw a newly opened option. Let's try this. Until now, he could only summon souls he had directly or indirectly collected to turn them into subordinates. Cain looked at Sanon. He thought this was different. As long as they're dead and in the afterlife, they can be summoned. I can negotiate for power or seek advice. He searched for information. Soul summoning has been activated. Who do you wish to summon? Cain wanted to meet Vintai. Suddenly, he noticed a black vortex. Something must have happened. Summoning failed, unable to find the target. Cain thought to himself, helpless. As expected, it didn't work. Unable to find means they're not in the afterlife. In other words, the soul couldn't reach the afterlife. It must have been completely devoured by Poseidon during the forced divine descent. That's why it couldn't respond to the summon targeting the afterlife. If Vintai can't be summoned, who should I summon? The system provided support information. Who do you need to summon? Cain decided to choose Lana. Suddenly, through the black smoke, he saw a woman appear. She asked him who he was. The two stared at each other. After a moment, she saw that Cain strongly resembled her son. She called out her son's name tenderly, then hesitantly said, "You're alive. You're still alive." Lana embraced him tightly. "So that's why I couldn't find you no matter how hard I searched. You're here. I'm so happy. You must have been so scared, so lonely. My precious disciple, my son." Lana wept with joy. A moment later, Lana calmed down, realizing she had mistaken him for someone else. Wiping her tears, she said embarrassedly, "I've made a fool of myself. You're not Zoon-woo, are you? You must be his twin brother." Cain acknowledged this. "Yes, my real name is Cain, but I was also known as Zoon-woo." Lana calmly said, "Think about it. My brother summoning me alone must mean he has a lot to say. Do you have any beer?" He invited her to the table to drink and chat. She raised her glass and savored the familiar taste. He vaguely realized that souls could still drink beer. He spoke softly, retrieving some liquor from his inventory and pouring it for Lana. Gala seems to really treasure this precious bottle of liquor, but oh well, it doesn't matter. What's she talking about? He suddenly felt goosebumps. At the beginning of the conversation, he had explained to Lana what had happened, but gradually, the conversation shifted to Lana talking about her younger brother. He was just a listener to Lana's stories. But he didn't mind this one-sided conversation, because he could feel how much she cared for her brother. The late-night conversation had to come to an end. "It's been a long time since I've had such a pleasant chat," she confessed. "It's time for me to go. It's a pity. I'll summon you again next time. Before we part, could you let me hold that necklace for a moment?" Cain agreed and gave her the necklace. As she held it, she felt a connection to her power source. A notification appeared. "You have completed the sudden quest, Keter's Grudge. You have achieved a feat that few can accomplish. You have been granted additional achievement points and received 10,000 achievement points. Then you received an additional 15,000 achievement points. Finally, you also received the reward component of Keter of the Sea Palace, the blessing of the Keto Water King formation, and the power of the Keto Water King stone. Lana said, "In short, I only put in the things you'll need immediately. It seems our God favors you greatly. She has bestowed upon you power equivalent to an apostle. So check it out slowly." He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much." Lana continued, "That's right. Don't get arrogant just because you have some good treasures, and always be careful in your work from now on. As you know, there are many evil things inside the tower." Kane sighed. He thought to himself, lecturing me too. She's really acting like a teacher. Lana spoke her final words before leaving. "I want to ask something. How did Vintai end up?" He simply said. He laughed. Hearing this, she understood. "He just like that. Not like me." Then she left. Kane silently watched her for a while. Opening the necklace and looking at the clock face, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Not only were there people who abandoned me in this tower, but there were definitely people who remembered me. The system continued its notification. "Who do you want to summon?" He plainly said, "Zoon-woo." The echo of Zoon-woo, "Come here," resonated. The scene shifted to Kane. He stared at the notification panel. He was surprised to find no target to summon. Angrily, he demanded, "Summon the dead." But there was still no target to summon. He repeated the command several times, but there was no other response. Exasperated, Kane muttered, "Damn it, summon the dead." He wondered why he couldn't summon. His hand clenched the necklace. His teeth gritted in frustration. "Bring him before me immediately." He paced back and forth, looking around. "I'm shouting at you. You've been watching me for a long time, so you must know something. Because you're gods, you must know something. So tell me immediately. That's the deal. I'll accept whatever you desire, even becoming an apostle or whatever. So please, say something, I beg you." A notification suddenly popped up. Something must have displeased him. Kane's face was grim. Once again, the gods were indifferent. Hermes remained silent. Athena looked at him with pity, and Gazette kept his lips sealed. Now the entire Olympian Council, Aga and I, remained silent. Kane gritted his teeth. Damn it, the summoning conditions aren't the problem. Everything's fine. There are only two reasons why summoning the dead wouldn't work in this case. One, the target is still alive. I personally collected Zoon-woo's body. The image is still clear in my mind, so that's out. The second reason is soul liberation. Based on Zoon-woo's diary, it doesn't seem like he experienced anything like Vintai, so that's not it either. Kane held his face in his hands, thinking, damn it, if neither of those is it, then what the hell? He considered the worst-case scenario. His cold-blooded nature helped him calm down. He remembered something he almost overlooked. There was still one possibility. Zoon-woo's soul might be bound by a higher being or an immortal. Apostles of gods and demons, after death, transform into a different form predetermined by their masters. In other words, they don't need to go to the afterlife and wait for reincarnation. Kane considered the possibility. What if Zoon-woo is in the hands of someone who can manipulate souls? He gripped the necklace tightly. No need to think too deeply. I'm commanding the souls of others myself. It's not an impossible theory. He suffered constant betrayal until his death. I can't bear the thought of him falling into someone else's hands after death. I have to find Zoon-woo. The ancient dragon, the one who brought Zoon-woo's body back to Earth, resides on the 50th floor. If anyone knows anything, it would be Colodus. Messies worriedly asked his master, sensing his surging emotions. Is something wrong? Kane just sighed, his heart heavy with thoughts of Zoon-woo. Messies understood his mood. Kane had told Messies what had happened. Messies seemed shocked by the news that his former master couldn't be found in the afterlife, and that there was another problem to solve. Kane took out the old mirror. If I can't find any clues, even after going to the Dragon Temple, it'll just be a waste of time. So what I need now isn't haste, but a real clue. Zija's Jade Mirror is an A-rank spirit artifact, a communication tool connected to the mysterious Merchant Guild, Anshat 2. Using my consciousness, I can communicate with a specific person. However, it can't be used in certain locations. Kane thought about Anshat 2. It's been a while since I got the sponsorship contract. If I channel my consciousness into it, Kane channeled his power, and a golden light shone all around. Suddenly, a mysterious merchant appeared, speaking in a haughty tone. Well, if it isn't our dear customer. You haven't contacted us in nearly 150 years. I bet that mirror has gathered quite a bit of dust. What brings you to us today, you damned hoarder? Even I, Akan, assigned to look after you, haven't heard a peep. He clutched his head. trying to remember. Right, I've climbed the ranks since becoming the contract holder's representative. But no matter how much I cherish it, this damned hoarder pulls all sorts of stunts and doesn't even think about calling me. He sighed. I've been stuck with such boring chores. I thought I'd die of boredom. He looked at Kane and thought, is he suddenly calling me because something big is about to happen again? So what do you need? I trust you have the funds for it. Kane showed him the three-eyed spear. The merchant gasped in surprise. Because those are the gods who forged weapons for the Olympian gods in the war against the Titans. You're right, I need information about them, and where they're currently. Our Anshat 2 is a capable organization with a long history and tradition. So I understand you have high expectations, but focusing on ancient myths is a bit difficult. Kane then presented 3 unbound gold bars. The merchant clasped his hands in supplication, promising service befitting Kane's desires. My dear customer, I heard that the trio visited Persephone's temple 200 years ago. It might be helpful for you to investigate from there. Kane replied, that's enough. You truly are impressive. And one more thing. I also need information about Hades. The merchant inquired, how much information about Hades? Kane responded, whether he's taken on any new apostles recently or any unusual activity, as long as it's recent news. He added, the sooner you bring information on both matters, the greater the additional reward. The mysterious merchant brightened. A bonus. That must be off. I love you. I revere you, my dear customer. He then vanished in the blink of an eye. Kane looked at the divine mirror for a moment before carefully storing it within himself. He stopped at a stone platform to rest. There are rumors that a disciple of the three-eyed spear entered the hidden realm on the 30th floor. If that's true, I need to find him quickly. Except for the trio who forged weapons for Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, there's no one else who can explain these shackles and bracelets. What I need to learn from them is about the Black King's armor set, the third piece. I will find the last piece to complete it and possess complete control over death. Then I'll be able to find information about Yeon-woo too. For now, I'll bet everything on it. Suddenly, the necklace he wore began to glow. The mysterious merchant reappeared, carrying a large amount of documents. He asked curiously, how did you obtain this information, dear customer? I can't believe our organization missed something. Did you find something? He replied, discovering things is easy, but connecting the discovered information is difficult. However, I've done my best to organize it. I think it will be useful for us. He happily showed off the clues he had found. Kane said, if it stays like this, other Anshat 2 users will also have access to this information. Add 2 more gold bars in exchange for keeping this information confidential. He offered the merchant 2 untabao gold bars. The merchant promised, I won't let this get out. Dear customer, Kane continued, you'll receive them after the information is delivered. What about the information on the Kai siblings that I commissioned you for? Yes, you said that the 3 siblings went to Persephone's temple 200 years ago, correct? Kane confirmed, that's right. The mysterious merchant, Akan, explained, actually, it wasn't 200 years ago, but precisely 192 years. Moreover, it wasn't the 3 siblings themselves who went, but their apostles. Kane paused to think. The merchant continued, certainly, as it was recorded in the official guest book. You already know the location of the temple, right? Yes, at Persephone's temple located at the end of the 30th floor. Before him was the entrance to the hidden room. They stepped inside together. After completing the challenges on the 30th floor, one could choose to challenge the 31st floor or go to the 30th floor's hidden room. Those ranking up often visit this hidden room, much like the sanctum on the 21st floor, as it's a suitable place to endure hardships. If the sanctum is a good place to train one's senses and will, then the 30th floor stage is the place to train spiritual power and elemental power. The theme of the path to hell has 10 gates, each with terrifying difficulty. At the gate to the underworld, there's Persephone's temple, the wife of Hades. So, to enter the hidden room, one must find Persephone's temple located at the end of the 30th floor. Akan said, indeed, dear customer. So you must also know that there are many gates within the hidden room. The apostles of those siblings disappeared at the 6th gate. Kane was surprised. Disappeared? Yes, they vanished, literally. It seems everyone accepts this fact, as many accidents have occurred there. However, the last witness said that the apostle of Agate, the youngest of the 3 siblings, blurted out this phrase when he was drunk. Hades calls us. Kane thought Hades called the Kai siblings. Since you gave me this task, I delved deeper into the matter. However, Records about Hades have become very scarce in the past few hundred years. Kane said, he's a god who shows little interest in the underworld, so it's possible the story of the Kai siblings has been buried. The merchant guessed, so finding this kind of information that others would overlook means you must have added something, right? Kane said, interfering with the players won't bring anything good. You offered 2 unba on gold bars as compensation just to make the information exclusive. The merchant asked, so you won't share it, right? Is that all there is about Hades? He held out the information sheet. He disappeared before the Kai siblings. That's all I have from Hades's personal records, nothing else. Kane thought, I've dealt with powers related to death, and as the god of the underworld, Hades couldn't have not noticed me. Yet he's remained silent until now. I have a feeling that this silence is related to him summoning the Kai siblings. The merchant said, I'll ask one more thing. What is it? I'm hoping you can find the location of Hades's sacred artifact, Kine. He's such an elusive god that even finding his apostles is difficult. It's impossible to find them. Kane realized that. Finally, the merchant finished his task. Until next time, customer. Kane thought that finding the 3 siblings was his top priority. If so, the place he needed to go now was... He went to find them himself. The surroundings were desolate. Suddenly, someone called his name. It was Zedi. He anxiously asked, are you all right? How are you feeling? I was worried because I haven't seen you since we parted ways. Kane realized he had completely forgotten about the Phantom Legion. Zedi said, if anything is wrong, tell me. I'll call a doctor. They were certainly more persistent than he thought. Suddenly, Kane's appearance changed. He had become partially dragon. Powerful wings sprouted, and his actions became uncontrollable. A worried Zedi flew up with his familiar, saying, let's go see a doctor or a priest. Not just me taking you, but we'll go together. Kane said, they really want to make sure I meet the Legion's leader. I wonder what kind of person their leader is to inspire such loyalty. As you wish. Kane flew to a new area, saying, it's Persephone's temple. It looks like a simple hut, but it exudes a strange aura. Indeed, a disciple was already waiting there. Zedi was surprised, not expecting a blue-skinned figure. That's unexpected. Usually, only priests and nuns appear. This is the first time I've seen a disciple directly welcoming someone. Zedi wanted to mention this. Kane spoke to himself. It makes sense. Since I had a confrontation with Poseidon, Persephone could easily guess who I'm looking for. He landed there. Can't complain. This saves me time. The disciple said, I've been waiting for you, traveler. Lady Persephone is waiting to meet you personally, Kane. Then he invited them inside. My video ends here. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.